50 years ago, the blue planet was engulfed by a zombie virus, heralding the apocalypse. Reborn, Gao Yang finds himself in the year 2080 and successfully awakens the zombie administrator system. Zombies below S-class? They may as well crawl. S-class zombies? They can barely be coerced into becoming minions. SS-class? SSS-class? As long as the dominance value is sufficient, they all become his subordinates. Gao Yang harbors no enemies, only adversaries. Anyone who obstructs his quest for world domination is his foe. Chapter 1. Zombie Administrator. In a tranquil wilderness, amidst the ruins. Brother Ding, is this really a good idea? After all, Gao Yang is our neighbor. We've already committed to this. Why fear a plea? Besides, this place is teeming with zombies. Who would know? Hurry and take the treasures from his hands, Ding Chung said, kicking Jiang Sang's rear while wiping his blood-stained weapon. Where am I? Wasn't I just killing zombies? Gao Yang surveyed his unfamiliar surroundings, suddenly flooded with memories that were not his own. It turned out he had traversed worlds, and the original owner of this body was also named Gao Yang. It was now 2080. 50 years prior, the zombie virus had emerged abruptly, sweeping across the globe, turning many humans and flora into zombies, drastically shrinking humanity's territory. It appears that order has temporarily been restored here. However, the treatment of ordinary individuals and awakened beings has undergone a drastic transformation. Even a weak E-class awakened individual is viewed as an unattainable being by ordinary people, as they can earn what an average person makes in 1 or 2 months with just a single task. Am I really going to be killed just after being reborn? How is this any different from being bitten during the zombie outbreak in my last life? Gao Yang slumped helplessly to the ground, watching Jiang Sang approach with a dagger. Suddenly, a mechanical voice resonated in his mind. Congratulations, host, for activating the administrator system. All S-class and below zombies within your dominion will obey your command. You have received a novice reward of 300 dominance points. Do you wish to dominate this area? Yes. Detected an S-class zombie nearby. Do you wish to subdue it? Yes. A series of notifications erupted, leaving Gao Yang no time to react. He instinctively made his choices as the options appeared. Congratulations, host, for subduing your first S-class zombie. You can now subdue 2 additional S-class zombies at this stage. Gao Yang's heart raced with exhilaration. He had obtained the quintessential system of a transmigrator. In his excitement, he quickly made his choice, sensing the presence of the S-class zombie rapidly approaching his location. He needed to stall for time. Jiang Sang, Ding Chung, we grew up together. This is merely a routine E-class task. Why do you wish to kill me? Gao Yang pondered this perplexity. The original owner had lost his parents years ago in an accident, leaving him alone. He had to undertake countless odd jobs to awaken, even borrowing money to save enough for an awakening stone. What reason would such a destitute individual have to deliberately scheme to lure him here for murder? He knew the original body would starve if the task remained uncompleted in a few days, making such illegal acts unnecessary. Each awakened individual's death would be thoroughly investigated. Should it be discovered that the culprit was a teammate, they would face the death penalty. There was no need for such folly. You're feigning ignorance. If I'm not mistaken, the key your parents left you is for unlocking the oracle, right? Hand it over, and I might grant you a swift death. Ding Cheng's eyes glimmered with greed as he scrutinized Gao Yang. The key. Gao Yang searched his memories and found fragments about the key. This was something his parents had solemnly entrusted to him before their deaths, and had kept it hidden, revealing only to his girlfriend, Ouyang Qian. How could they know? Could it be that wretched woman? At that moment, Gao Yang felt a pang of sympathy for the original body. Rest assured, since I have inherited this body, I will deal with that vile person. Hurry and hand over the key. Jiang Sang's eyes flashed with ruthlessness, interrupting Gao Yang's thoughts. I don't have a key, but I do have a grand gift for you. Would you like it? A sly smile crept across Gao Yang's face as the S-class zombie drew near. What? Jiang Sang was taken aback by Gao Yang's unexpected words. I'm gifting you an S-class zombie. How's that for a grand present? With a thought, a flash of red light appeared, and in the next moment, Jiang Sang was cleaved in two, unable to utter a scream. How can there be an S-class zombie here? Ding Chung screamed in terror at the sight before him, turning to flee towards the city. In mere seconds, he had sprinted hundreds of meters, faster than the two Jiang brothers. But in the next instant, the red light flickered again, and with a resounding thud, Ding Cheng's head burst into a mist of blood, leaving only a headless corpse that continued to run forward for a few meters before collapsing to the ground. Refreshing. Gao Yang felt all his pent-up frustration dissipate. With an S-class zombie as a subordinate, he could now stride confidently through this area. He laboriously turned over and reached into his pants, struggling to extract the golden key from his rear pocket, examining it closely. Is this truly the key to unlocking the oracle? Even he was unaware of the key's exact function. Yet that vile woman pretended to know nothing and sought to have him killed. Suddenly, his eyes brimmed with murderous intent. Just then, he felt a tingling sensation on his back, the pain from his wounds lessening. Curiously, he turned to see a figure perched on his back, licking his wounds like a docile kitten. "What are you doing?" Gao Yang was startled. In the previous rush, he hadn't clearly seen the face beneath the red glow. Now, at close range, his heart skipped a beat, revealing a breathtaking visage beneath the crimson light. "Master, I am your servant Liu Hong, and my ability is to heal wounds. I am here to aid you in your recovery." Liu Hong lifted her head, revealing a smile of unparalleled beauty. "Why, you can speak." Gao Yang's eyes brimmed with disbelief. "In our former lives, we were also human. Of course we can speak," Liu Hong replied, her gaze tinged with a palpable sense of melancholy. "Ahem, that's unnecessary. I can manage on my own." After Liu Hong's earlier treatment, Gao Yang felt significantly better. Having briefly familiarized himself with the system's functionalities, he discovered an attribute called dominance value. For every 100 points accumulated, he could secure an additional position to command a zombie, and all creatures under that zombie's dominion would heed his command. What thrilled him the most was the perfect sharing of abilities from the zombies he had subdued, encompassing strength, speed, and skills. Thus, he could now utilize Liu Hong's abilities. He silently chanted within his mind, and a sphere of azure light enveloped the wound, visibly beginning to scab over at an astonishing rate. Just then, a commotion erupted in the distance. "What is happening?" Gao Yang froze for a moment. "Oh, I may have knocked out a little girl when I came here. She is probably surrounded by zombies now. Master, consider this a welcoming gift." As she spoke, Liu Hong stuffed a small package into Gao Yang's arms. "You can't be telling me this belongs to that woman, can you?" Gao Yang's expression changed dramatically. "Indeed, it does," Liu Hong replied with a sweet smile. "You." Gao Yang immediately ceased his healing efforts and sprinted toward the source of the commotion, declaring, "If this is linked to her, I shall not rest until justice is served." Chapter 2. The Obedient Zombies. While running, Gao Yang noticed that the zombies seemed to deliberately maintain a distance from him, as if they were somewhat apprehensive of his presence. He paid little mind to it, attributing it to the presence of the S-class zombie nearby. Upon reaching the location mentioned by Liu Hong, Gao Yang's pupils involuntarily contracted. A multitude of zombies appeared to be encircling something in the center. "Get back!" he shouted urgently. To his astonishment, all the zombies, upon hearing his voice, obediently squatted down and rolled away like balls. This sight startled Gao Yang. When had these soulless creatures become so compliant? "Master is truly remarkable. Even I could not accomplish such a feat," Liu Hong exclaimed in genuine admiration. As she noted, even if she commanded the zombies to disperse, they would merely shuffle away in a dazed manner, unlike Gao Yang, who could make them roll on the ground. Elated to understand what was happening, Gao Yang felt a surge of joy. This system was indeed powerful. With it, he could traverse his path with ease, choosing his direction at will. Once the zombies had vacated the area, Gao Yang finally spotted a young girl lying on the ground. The girl appeared to be around 15 or 16, with a round, oval face and closed eyes. Despite her disheveled appearance, she was remarkably beautiful, her skin flawless as snow and her features exquisite. As he approached, he noticed that although she looked bedraggled, she was neither missing limbs nor severely injured. It seemed that the pungent odor emanating from her had safeguarded her. If he guessed correctly, this was likely a high-grade anti-zombie spray, a veritable bane to the undead. It was said that a single bottle could cost 10,000 dragon coins and would prevent zombies below D-class from approaching. Gao Yang couldn't help but click his tongue. Judging by the intensity of the scent, this girl had likely used more than one bottle. He shot Liu Hong a glance. Were it not for her, he wouldn't have found himself embroiled in such a predicament. In Gao Yang's eyes, the affluent were often brazenly reckless. If anything were to go awry in this remote area, it was likely that all awakened individuals present would suffer the consequences. Thus, he was reluctant to become entangled with such people. Gao Yang stepped closer and extended a finger to check her breath, relieved to find she was still alive. Just as he was about to carry her back, a voice resonated in his mind from the system. "Task target identified. Rewards will be granted upon completion. Task: collect 3 E-class energy stones. Task reward: 10,000 dragon coins. 1 point of dominance." Gao Yang was taken aback. He recognized this task as one he had accepted with Jiang Su and Ding Chang before his departure. However, he distinctly remembered that there had been no mention of dominance as a reward when they had taken on the task. Curiously, he inquired about the nature of this dominance. Dominance points can be acquired in 4 ways. First, by triggering tasks under random conditions of location and time. Second, by completing guild tasks and receiving points based on their difficulty. 3. Opening the scattered treasure chests of the Celestial Edict throughout the world grants an opportunity to acquire varying amounts of dominance points. 4. One can purchase dominance points with dragon coins, where 1 dominance point costs 1,000,000 dragon coins. So that is how it is. Upon realizing the reason, Gao Yang turned his gaze towards the zombies that were spreading in all directions. Who among you possesses energy stones? Step forward, 3 of you. He called uncertainly to the horde. Since they could comprehend his words, this command should be quite simple. Indeed, it wasn't long before 3 zombies rolled over from the group and stopped at Gao Yang's feet. A surge of joy filled his heart. They were indeed able to follow his instructions. It is worth noting that not every zombie possesses an energy stone. With good fortune, one might yield a stone, while ill fortune could require the slaying of 10 with no result. Hand over the energy stones you possess, Gao Yang stated directly. The 3 zombies, without hesitation, followed the command, inserting their hands into their own heads, stirring about, and then producing an energy stone to present before Gao Yang. Subsequently, they collapsed to the ground, silent. Gao Yang took a cloth to wipe clean the energy stones, stained with a mix of red and white, before placing them into his pocket. Regarding Gao Yang's actions, Lu Hong displayed no signs of dissatisfaction. Although she belonged to the same category of zombies, they were fundamentally different. These zombies were akin to livestock raised under her control as an S-rank zombie. Should she wish, countless zombies would willingly offer their energy stones. Gao Yang helped the young girl to her feet and carried her on his back, intending to return and complete his mission. At that moment, Lu Hong hummed a little tune and followed along. What are you doing? Gao Yang shot her a strange glance. Of course, I am accompanying my master into the city. Lu Hong replied directly. Are you out of your mind? An S-rank zombie like you wants to enter the city with me? Setting aside whether your scent could evade the city guards. Even if it did, you would not pass the machine verification at the city defenses. Gao Yang retorted, firmly declining Lu Hong's request. What about me? Lu Hong's expression turned instantly to one of grievance. Just return to where you usually reside. Wait for me to resolve my matters, and then I will find you. Gao Yang contemplated before stating. All right, but you mustn't forget about me, Lu Hong said, casting a reluctant glance at Gao Yang, her demeanor pitiful. Were it not for the knowledge that she was a zombie, Gao Yang might have felt a pang of compassion. However, he chose to disregard her and continued towards the main city. At long last, they were nearing the destination. Half an hour later, Gao Yang sighed in relief at the sight of the towering city gates. As soon as he delivered the girl to the personnel at the city defenses, she would no longer be his concern. Just then, a sudden scream pierced the air behind him, followed by a sharp kick to his back. Who are you? How dare you take advantage of me? The girl pouted angrily, casting a hostile glare at Gao Yang. Were it not for me, you would have been reduced to mere scraps by the zombies. Yet here you are, still capable of making a fuss. Gao Yang furrowed his brow, recalling how the girl's kick had reopened his previously healed wound, the fresh crimson blood staining his back. It suddenly dawned on the girl that she had encountered a truly terrifying zombie, and at the moment of her fainting, a horde of them had been closing in on her. I apologize, it has come back to me. My name is Chu Xiuwei, and I am grateful for your rescue. As she thought of her earlier actions, Chu Xiuwei felt a flush of embarrassment wash over her. Since you are unharmed, I shall take my leave. Gao Yang rose, brushing off the dirt from his clothes, intent on departing. Wait, you are bleeding, Chu Xiuwei exclaimed, rushing forward to grasp Gao Yang's arm. As she opened her waist pouch, she momentarily hesitated, then swiftly handed him a pill. This is a golden healing pill. Consuming it will staunch the bleeding and promote rapid recovery of your wounds. Without waiting for Gao Yang to decline, she pushed it into his mouth. Chapter 3. A Reversal of Fortune. The golden healing pill, valued at 50,000 dragon coins, could save a life even when only a breath remained. Such a precious medicine, and she offered it without a second thought? By the time Gao Yang processed this, the pill was already in his mouth. He quickly grasped Chu Xiuwei's hand and spat it out. Oh, what are you doing? Chu Xiuwei watched in exasperation as the pill, now damp with saliva and warm from his mouth, rested in her palm. This is far too expensive. I cannot afford it. I haven't consumed it. You can still use it if you wipe it off, Gao Yang declared as he turned to leave. Stop. Chu Xiuwei's face flushed with anger, and she hastily attempted to reclaim the pill. I don't want it back. Her hand was firmly gripped by Gao Yang, preventing her from discarding the pill. Are you truly refusing payment? Gao Yang stood in disbelief. No. Quickly let go. Chu Shuwei trembled with fury, her gaze fierce enough to burn. Very well. Gao Yang popped the pill back in his mouth, even kindly wiping her palm before turning away once more. What a foolish yet wealthy girl. This was Gao Yang's assessment of Chu Shuwei as he walked away with a light step, his back no longer aching. Yang City, a D-grade city, comparable to the standards of a fourth-tier city before the apocalypse. Halt! Please verify your identity. The city guards halted Gao Yang's steps. He approached one of the designated squares by the city gate, and soon a voice announced that verification was successful. The gate slowly opened. You may enter, the guards gestured. As Gao Yang stepped inside, the first gate closed behind him, revealing a long, enclosed corridor lined with numerous small openings. This was the second checkpoint for inspection, requiring him to insert his hand into one of the openings for a blood test. The entire process required merely 10 seconds. Once this was accomplished, the second grand door slowly creaked open. Gao Yang stepped inside, navigating towards the guild based on the memories etched in his mind. Upon reaching the guild, he found it teeming with people. Many were either scouring the task board for suitable missions or submitting completed tasks at the front desk. I am here to submit a task. Gao Yang addressed the front desk staff. Please present your task number. The staff member replied with a polite smile. Here it is. Gao Yang produced a receipt along with the rewards from his task and placed them on the counter. Oh, by the way, my two companions met their unfortunate demise while besieged by zombies. Please accept my condolences. After settling the task, I will need you to visit the city defense team for an official statement. The staff member continued to smile, seemingly unfazed by the grim news. However, as the staff scanned Gao Yang's task receipt into the computer, their expression suddenly shifted. Please hold on for a moment. They signaled to several men behind Gao Yang, who swiftly encircled him, while the staff member hurriedly ascended to the second floor. Moments later, a man and a woman descended the staircase. The man was broad-shouldered and bald, shining with an oily sheen, while the woman possessed an alluring figure and, though not exceptionally stunning, was above average in attractiveness. Ouyang Qian. Gao Yang instantly recognized the woman beside the bald man as his former girlfriend. Are you Gao Yang? The bald man regarded the slender Gao Yang with disdain. Big brother Chun. This is the one who killed his own teammates in a bid to claim the task rewards for himself. Ouyang Qian scoffed, shaking Chun Bai's arm vigorously, causing an unsettling distraction. You have betrayed your teammates. I have already reported you to the city defense team. Prepare to face imprisonment. Chun Bai replied with a cold chuckle, looking down on Gao Yang as if squashing him would be as effortless as crushing an ant. Before long, the city defense team arrived, led by Chao Jiang, who approached Gao Yang with a stern expression. You are accused of murdering your teammates. Please accompany us. Are you attempting to wrongfully accuse me? Gao Yang stood his ground, showing no intention of complying. Gao Yang, the evidence is irrefutable. I advise you not to resist, Chao Jiang warned, producing a document. This is evidence provided by your ex-girlfriend. Ouyang Qian. This IOU indicates that you owe a former co-worker 10,000 dragon coins, which is about to reach its deadline. Coincidentally, the reward from this mission is also 10,000 dragon coins, and your companions just happen to die at this precise moment. What a remarkable coincidence. Chao Jiang's words caused a stir among the onlookers, effectively sealing Gao Yang's fate as the prime suspect. I have already stated that they were slain by zombies, and their bodies remain outside the city. You may verify my claims for yourselves. Moreover, I barely managed to escape, Gao Yang protested. Gao Yang, Hafing spoken, removed his upper garment to reveal a horrifying wound upon his body. Despite having taken a healing elixir, the 5 deep lacerations on his exterior were still chilling to behold. Ding Cheng had orchestrated his demise to appear accidental, crafting a claw-like weapon to mimic the marks of a zombie, thus providing him a chance to defend himself. Captain Chao, do not heed his nonsense. This man is driven solely by greed, resorting to unscrupulous means for money. He previously coerced me into performing unspeakable acts to repay his debts, and when I resisted, he resorted to violence. Ouyang Qian, tears streaming down her face like rain-soaked petals, rolled up her sleeves, revealing her snow-white arms marred by bruises. What more do you have to say? Witnessing this scene, Chao Zhang's wavering heart solidified once more. He had always loathed men who struck women. What a brute! How could one lay hands on such a delicate creature? Indeed, if it were me, I would be too pained to strike her. The crowd erupted in disapproving murmurs. I like this setup. If you manage to get out, remember to contact me. A brawny man clad in pink attire winked at Gao Yang. Damn it. I can't take it anymore. Someone beat him. Instantly, several burly figures surged forth from behind the pink-clad man, surrounding him and pummeling him mercilessly. Chao Jiang merely cast a glance without intervening, feeling revolted by the man's actions. Wait, I can prove he did not commit murder. Just as Gao Yang was about to be shackled by Chao Jiang, a melodious voice resonated through the crowd. Chu Sui, the heiress of the Chu family, the wealthiest in Yang City. How could she possibly be here? The crowd gasped in astonishment. The Chu Yuan Guild was the only B-level guild in Yang City, comprised of nearly all the skilled fighters. Only those deemed unworthy were left for the remaining guilds to claim. Without joining a guild, one had to pay additional fees for tasks, and when entering or exiting the city, Gao Yang had joined the B-Brother Guild out of necessity, as he lacked the qualifications for a better guild, thus avoiding extra charges. Little did he know, the girl he had rescued carried such significant identities. Chapter 4. It turned out to be a bus. Miss Chu, are you aware of the consequences of perjury? Chao Jiang paused momentarily before speaking in a grave tone. What? Do you believe that I, Chu Shuawei, would assist someone in fabricating evidence? Her expression turned icy as she emptied the contents of her waist pouch onto the table. These are my energy stones. I was knocked unconscious on my return journey by a zombie of at least B level, and it was Gao Yang who carried me back. If he were truly as greedy as you claim, these energy stones would suffice to clear his debts for a lifetime without him needing to work again. The table was soon covered with energy stones of various sizes, and among them, a sea-level energy stone caused the crowd to gasp in astonishment. Just this one energy stone alone was worth over 1 million dragon coins. Chao Jiang's face flushed with embarrassment, for he discerned that Chu Shuawei was not lying. As a mere squad leader of small district, he had no intention of offending the overlord of Yanqing. Having gathered sufficient information, he informed them that his men had already gone outside the city to collect evidence, requesting them to wait a moment. If what Miss Chu said was true, she would be free to leave shortly. Instead of looking at Chu Shuawei, Chao Jiang politely addressed Gao Yang, acknowledging that this individual was Chu Shuawei's savior. He figured that flattering him would also curry favor with her, all while demonstrating his own integrity and keen insight, a truly advantageous situation. Ouyang Qian watched the unfolding scene with growing frustration, her teeth clenched in irritation. She glanced toward a figure lurking in the corner and subtly nodded. The person, having steeled himself, rushed out, exclaiming, Gao Yang, you murderer, return my money. Gao Yang frowned, recognizing the face of Li Daomao, a fellow worker who had previously lent him money. Wasn't there still a day left until the repayment deadline? He raised an eyebrow, surprised that Li Daomao would come to demand repayment at such a moment. I lent you money because you seemed honest, yet here you are, not only a murderer, but also an abuser. I want to lend money to someone like you. Hurry up and pay. Li Daomao shouta vaminli. Can I settle my task first? Gao Yang inquired of the front desk staff. I'm sorry, but you have not cleared your suspicion of murder, so we cannot process this. Even if your suspicion is cleared later, per the rules, your reward will be divided into 3 parts, which probably won't be enough to repay your debt. Chunbai interjected with a mocking glint in his eyes. Gao Yang frowned slightly, fully aware that this was yet another scheme orchestrated by that wretched Ouyang Qian. Is that enough? Just as Gao Yang was about to borrow some money from Chu Shuawei, her cold voice pierced through the air. She tossed an energy stone of D-grade at Li Daomao's feet. That's sufficient. That's sufficient. Li Daomao's eyes lit up. This stone was worth at least 100,000 dragon coins. He couldn't believe Chu Shuawei was so generous. Casting Ajalus blund at Gao Yang. He bent down to pick up the energy stone. However, as soon as his fingers brushed against it, Chu Shuawei forcefully stamped down on his hand. I have a question for you. Answer me honestly, and this energy stone is yours. Otherwise, you will be opposing me, Chu Shuawei. Do you understand? Her petite frame exuded an imposing presence, causing everyone present to hold their breath in anticipation. I will answer honestly, Li Daomao replied, grimacing in pain as he nodded vigorously. Who sent you to demand money at this time? Ju Sui Guidi. It was Ouyang Qian. She spent the night with me and said that as long as I help her by urging you to pay back, it would be fine. I thought I had nothing to lose, so I agreed. Beads of sweat began to form on Li Daomao's forehead as he confessed without a moment's hesitation. A collective gasp echoed through the room, and the crowd turned their incredulous gazes toward Ouyang Qian. Even Chun Bai, who was standing nearby, changed his expression, forcefully shaking off Ouyang Qian's hand. Big Brother B, it's not like this, Ouyang Qian exclaimed in a state of utter panic, eager to explain herself. Slap! A resounding blow struck Ouyang Qian's face. You little wretch, Didn't you claim you had only been with that boy? Now another piece of trash emerges. Truly despicable. It seems I was too lenient last night. Chun Bai's voice dripped with a chilling malice. He could cast aspersions upon others, but he would never allow anyone to do the same to him. Big Brother B, please believe me, he is the second one. I don't even know him. I have no idea why he would say such things. Ouyang Qian pleaded, clutching her swollen cheek, appearing pitiful. This turn of events irked Li Damao, who had no desire to offend the Chu family. You're talking nonsense. I have video evidence. The truth will reveal itself. Li Damao hastily retrieved his phone and played the intoxicating video. Although the crowd couldn't see the video clearly, the appalling sounds emanating from it were unmistakably Ouyang Qian's voice. You think you can deceive me? Qianbi's fury ignited, and he delivered a swift kick to Ouyang Qian's abdomen, followed by a barrage of blows. Enough! Do you have any respect at all, attacking someone in my presence? Chao Jiang finally spoke, observing the victim barely clinging to life. Though he despised men who struck women, he loathed women who tarnished men's reputations even more. Captain, we have a discovery. At that moment, several city defense team members approached, presenting investigation photographs and 2 mobile phones to Chao Jiang. Chao Jiang examined the photos of the 2 corpses, their wounds clearly inflicted by immense force, still reeking of the blood of the undead. It was evident that zombies were responsible. What is this? Chao Jiang inquired, puzzled, glancing at the city defense team members. You'll see, one young team member replied, appearing somewhat embarrassed. With a dismissive glare, Chao Jiang activated the phone, and the familiar sounds of lewdness filled the air once more. Chunbai was struck dumb, veins bulging on his forehead, his eyes reddening, as if he might bleed. I thought you were merely cheap. I didn't realize you were a public commodity. I truly regret believing your words. With a fierce kick, Chunbai shattered a nearby railing, tearing a wooden stick from it, his gaze fixed menacingly upon Ouyang Qian. Taking a deep breath, he turned away indifferently, commanding, complete his task. We will close here for half a day, starting this afternoon. At this declaration, Ouyang Qian, curled in a corner, trembled, her eyes filled with despair. Guests, this is your reward. The remainder will be compensated to the families of our members through the guild. The staff hurriedly settled the task, handing the money to Gao Yang. As the truth unfolded and Chun Bai's fierce gaze lingered, the crowd began to disperse. Don't let this lead to a loss of life. Chao Jiang advised Chun Bai, and then directly led the team away. At this moment, only a few individuals remained in the grand hall. Ouyang Qian glunged helplessly at Gao Yang. Upon catching her beseeching gaze, Gao Yang merely scoffed and walked out the door without a backward glance. The resounding thud of the closing door echoed behind him. Chapter 5. The romantic essence of pig's trotter rice. Thank you. I will repay the remaining money to you as soon as possible. Outside the door, Gao Yang handed over the more than 3,000 yuan he had received to Chu Xiuwei. Do you really think my life is worth only this amount? Chu Xiuwei furrowed her delicate brows and exclaimed indignantly, repaying your debt barely amounts to 1% of the favor you owe me. Not even that. I, Chu Xiuwei, have always believed in repaying enmity with enmity and kindness with kindness. Keep your money. I shall repay your kindness in due time. After saying this, she elegantly turned and vanished at the street corner, leaving Gao Yang alone, bewildered in the wind. This girl seemed quite different from the wealthy young ladies he knew. Gao Yang was somewhat astonished by Chu Xiuwei's unexpected assistance today. However, even without her help, he was confident in his ability to resolve any issues. His current strength was comparable to that of an S-rank zombie, and it was unlikely he would encounter anyone in Yang City capable of defeating him. He chuckled softly and made his way to a nearby food street, for he had not eaten for nearly an entire day, and now that he had money, it was time for a hearty meal. Boss, I'd like a portion of pig's trotter rice. No, make it 2. Certainly. Please take a seat. The proprietor greeted him warmly, and with a series of rhythmic chops, the aroma of the chopped pig's trotters wafted into Gao Yang's nostrils. He swallowed hard. Ever since he had been saving to afford an awakening stone, he had been living frugally, often eating only once a day. Not to mention pig's trotter rice. He hadn't dared to imagine anything over 5 yuan. Here, your pig's trotter rice. The boss soon brought out 2 bowls of the dish. Gao Yang's eyes lit up, and he eagerly picked up 1 bowl and devoured it. Delicious, he exclaimed internally. A bowl of pig's trotter rice had unveiled the romantic essence of a man. Truly, it was the quintessential meal for a working-class individual. He wolfed down the food, tears streaming down his face, leaving the proprietor astonished at the sight of such a large man brought to tears by his cooking. Have I improved my skills? He mused, reveling in the thought that he could evoke such emotion in a grown man. Encouraged by Gao Yang's praise, he wielded his knife with renewed vigor. Burp. After finishing 3 bowls of pig's trotter rice, Gao Yang let out a satisfied belch and patted his belly. Boss, please pack another portion. He thought to himself that such a delightful dish must be shared with Lu Hong. He was curious about what she had been eating all this time. That's 60 yuan. But I'll charge you 50. Within 2 minutes, the proprietor emerged with a large bag of goodies. Did the boss make a mistake? Gao Yang stared in astonishment at the bag containing the pig's trotter rice and 2 large trotters. No mistake. You're the first person to eat my pig's trotter rice to the point of tears. The trotters are on the house. The proprietor thumped his chest and gestured towards Gao Yang. Thank you, Gao Yang said, awkwardly taking his leave after handing over the money. He couldn't possibly admit that he hadn't tasted meat in months. Given his current level of hunger, he would likely relish anything that wasn't excrement. You're welcome to return any time. I can still offer you a discount. The owner cheerfully waved his towel. Gao Yang hastily exited the street and reached the city gate, finally exhaling in relief. You're back. Have you recovered? It's quite perilous to venture out of the city like this, remarked the city defense personnel, who had some recollection of Gao Yang. He had entered the city less than 2 hours ago, sustained severe injuries, and was now attempting to leave. I have a task to complete outside, Gao Yang casually offered as an excuse. Take care on your journey. Here, take this. If you encounter any danger, activate it, said the guard, his eyes flickering with a hint of concern as he handed Gao Yang an object resembling a car key. Thank you, Gao Yang replied, somewhat perplexed by the unusual courtesy of the city defense personnel today, but he expressed his gratitude nonetheless and hurriedly departed. The exit required only 2 identity verifications and no blood tests, allowing him to pass through the city gates swiftly. Xiao Lu, what madness has overtaken you? That emergency beacon is issued only once a month. If sold, it could fetch tens of thousands. Why get away so easily? Questioned Zhang Hao, a member of the city defense team, with a puzzled expression. Sigh, they are all unfortunate souls. Did you not see him? He barely had time to eat while risking his life for a task, and now he bears such heavy injuries. His family must be struggling. If I can help, I shall. Lu Qing sighed, momentarily reminded of his elderly mother back home. Can you really assist so many? What of your mother if you give it to him? Zhang Hao shot him a disapproving glance and fell silent, understanding Lu Qing's sentiments at that moment. Meanwhile, Gao Yang, now outside the city, remained blissfully unaware of the immense favor he had received. What a strange occurrence. Why haven't I encountered even an E-rank zombie in this vicinity lately? Indeed, previously, we wouldn't dare breathe out here, fearing a zombie attack. Now, even if we played a song from the Tibetan Plateau, not a single zombie would appear. The two lamented, their complaints soon catching Gao Yang's attention. After a moment of contemplation, he understood the situation. Luan, come fort. Gao Yang called towards a large tree nearby. How did you know I was here, master? Lu Hong replied, descending with an innocent expression to stand beside Gao Yang. I instructed you to return to your den. If you linger here, even the lower-tier zombies will refrain from appearing. How can others complete their tasks? Gao Yang chided her with exasperation. What do I care if they succeed or fail? Liu retorted nonchalantly. Have you considered that if this continues for too long and anomalies are detected, they might send someone to investigate, possibly an S-rank or even SS-rank superhuman? What will you do then? In truth, Gao Yang had never heard of an SS-level ability user during his extended stay in Yang City. Even if such a being existed, it was improbable that they would venture into such a lowly city. His statement was merely a ploy to instill fear in Lu Hong, dissuading her from inciting turmoil in the vicinity. Indeed, upon hearing Gao Yang's words, Lu Hong appeared somewhat apprehensive, grasping his hand and exclaiming, "Then let's go my territory." With that, she tugged at Gao Yang and began to run. Slow down, my pig trotter. The rapid movement caused the packaging bag to sway precariously, prompting Gao Yang to clutch its opening tightly. What is this, master? It smells delightful. After half an hour of relentless running, Lu Hong finally released Gao Yang's hand, her curiosity fixated on the packaging bag he held. This is pig trotter rice. It's exceptionally delicious, which inspired a saying. What saying? A bowl of pig trotter rice brings forth a woman's romance. Gao Yang declared with a proud tilt of his head. Is that so? It sounds rather peculiar, Lu Hong remarked, her gaze scrutinizing him. You'll know once you taste it. With a nervous chuckle, Gao Yang promptly offered her a bowl of pig trotter rice. Lu Hong, skeptical yet intrigued, took a few bites, chewing thoughtfully for a moment before her eyes sparkled with delight. Indeed, it's delicious. must be a romantic woman too, she exclaimed, continuing to indulge. What do you usually eat? Observing Lu Hong devour her meal with fervor, Gao Yang couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. It was pitiable that she had never tasted pig trotter rice before. He completely forgot that just moments ago, he had been consumed by his own tears. As for me, I typically dine on brains, kidneys, and liver. I do not eat intestines as they're far too filthy, Lu Hong replied with utmost seriousness. Gao Yang niarli reched, almost expelling the pig trotter rice he had just eaten. Chapter 6, Capturing the Second Zombie Master. Why not move here and live? It's so liberating. Liuong, sated, reclined on a stone bed. Is this where you usually reside? Gao Yang gazed incredulously at the cave, which contained nothing but the solitary stone bed. He suspected that even the homes of the mountain-dwelling folk might be more lavish. Didn't you say you were human once? How could you endure such a life? Gao Yang quiriet, buzlet. Lu Hong seemed momentarily taken aback by the question, then slowly replied, after becoming a zombie, memories gradually fade. Only SS-level zombies retain their memories indefinitely. However, those lost memories will never return. Seemingly wishing to alleviate Gao Yang's concerns, she flashed a sweet smile and added, I'm one of the faster evolving ones. There's an old fellow next door who can't remember anything at all. How many SS-level zombies are there? An idea sparked within Gao Yang. He still had 2 vacant slots, indicating he could still capture 2 more zombies. The system had not indicated that this area lacked SS-level zombies. Yet Lu Hong seemed to be acquainted with quite a few. In Yangcheng, besides myself, there are 3 others, yet our interactions are sparse, as we predominantly remain within our own territories. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Hong spoke up. Who do you believe possesses the greatest strength? Gao Yang's face lit up with excitement. If we were to rank them, it would be Jin Ke Qiying, Shun Hua Qinglang, and San Mian Shueshi. I could only manage a stalemate with San Mian Shueshi at best. Lu Hong furrowed her brows, taking a considerable time to provide her ranking. Do you know where they are? Take me to them. Gao Yang's expression was filled with exhilaration. These names sounded formidable. Yet, he was suddenly at a loss, as he currently had only 2 slots available for recruitment. Lu Hong, if I can only recruit 2, which do you think will be the better choice? Jin Ke Qiying and Shun Hua Qinglang. Without a doubt, Lu Hong responded decisively. Why? Gao Yang was somewhat surprised by her prompt answer. Jin Ke Qiying can be utilized for gathering intelligence, while Shun Hua Qinglang would serve as a steed. A beautiful maiden like myself is sufficient. Do you wish to spend your days beside that old woman who can't even remember her own name? Liuong smiled sweetly, exuding charm. This analysis struck a chord with Gao Yang, who immediately concurred with her suggestion. Then let us first seek out Shun Hua Qinglang. It resides in the area behind me. Delighted by her opinion being embraced, Lu Hong took Gao Yang's hand and led him towards the territory of Shun Hua Qinglang. As they stepped onto the grounds of Shun Hua Qinglang, a few zombies were drawn towards Gao Yang's presence. Get lost, he bellowed. To his astonishment, the zombies did not scatter as they had before. Instead, his loud shout attracted even more of their kind. Fool, are you seeking death? Do you really think you're the Jade Emperor, commanding others to flee? Indeed, risking your life just to impress a woman. 2 guild members nearby were startled by his shout, cursing under their breath before hastily departing. Lu Hong, having constrained her radiant aura under Gao Yang's command, appeared no different from an ordinary woman, which led others to perceive him as a fool recklessly endangering himself for the sake of bravado. How peculiar. Why isn't it working? Gao Yang scratched his head in confusion. It's likely because this Shun Hua Qinglang has yet to be tamed by you. Previously, you could command that horde of zombies because I became your servant, making the zombies in my domain your servants as well, hence they dared not defy your orders. Lu Hong discerned the crux of the matter with a glance. Be cautious. These lowly zombies are mindless beings. Regardless of your strength, they will relentlessly attack unless deterred by their leader, and I am no exception. As she spoke, Lu Hong seized a rushing zombie and tore it apart effortlessly, as if it were a mere piece of chicken. You lead the way and leave this place as swiftly as possible. Gao Yang kicked 2 zombies aside and spoke, unwilling to deal with the incessant onslaught of the undead. My master, do stay close to me, Lu Hong replied with a charming smile, instantly vanishing like a fleeting shadow from his sight. This woman runs so fast. Gao Yang was taken aback and hurried to catch up. Were it not for the powers he had acquired upon befriending Lu Hong, he might have truly struggled to keep pace. Liuong, why are you not remaining in your domain? Have you come here seeking a fight? Suddenly, a deep voice resonated, and a massive wolf engulfed in azure flames appeared before them. Hee hee, little pup, you guessed correctly, but it is not I who wishes to fight you. It is my master, Lu Hong giggled, gesturing towards Gao Yang. You dare call me little pup? Wait, are you saying this human wants to battle me? The azure flame wolf paused, finally grasping the crux of the matter. Indeed, I wish to fight you, Gao Yang affirmed with a nod. With just you? The azure flame wolf scoffed disdainfully, lunging forward without hesitation. Watch as I devour you. It opened its gaping maw, poised to swallow Gao Yang whole. Gao Yang swiftly sidestepped and delivered a powerful kick to the wolf's abdomen, sending it flying several meters before it came to a halt. Is that all you've got? I can see that you possess considerable strength, but you are merely on par with Lu Hong. To defeat me, you still have much to learn. Although the azure flame wolf was slightly taken aback, its confidence remained unshaken. Master, it speaks the truth. Do you require my assistance? You unacquailed? A hint of amusement gracing her features. No need, Gao Yang shook his head. Arrogant. You believe you can defeat me alone? Should I lose? I shall call you grandfather. The azure flame wolf relaxed at Lu Hong's response and charged once more at Gao Yang. Detected an S-level zombie in the vicinity. Do you wish to subdue it? Yes. Congratulations, host. You have subdued your second S-level zombie. You may still subdue one more S-level zombie at this stage. As the system's voice faded, a barely perceptible blue light enveloped the azure flame wolf. Master, be careful. Lu Hong's expression shifted in alarm. She could not comprehend why Gao Yang stood still, seemingly in a daze. Even she would be gravely injured if she allowed the azure flame wolf to strike without moving, let alone Gao Yang, who was merely an ordinary human. Just as she prepared to shield Gao Yang from the wolf's lethal assault, an astonishing event unfolded. To her utter disbelief, the azure flame wolf, despite its fierce demeanor, did not attack Gao Yang. Instead, it slightly bent its limbs and knelt heavily on the ground. Grandfather. A resounding and powerful voice echoed throughout the sky. Chapter 7. The additional subdued zombie. Master, what have you done? Lu Hong was utterly astonished. The inexplicable events that had transpired with her earlier were now occurring once again. To understand that the signing of a contract requires mutual consent from both parties. It can also be categorized based on the relative strengths of the two, an equal partnership, a subordinate-superior relationship, a commanding relationship, and a master-servant dynamic. It is readily apparent that the contract signed between the divine fire blue wolf and itself is indeed a master-servant relationship. Yet, Lu Hong vaguely recalls sensing that Gao Yang was a feeble entity prior to the contract signing, only to suddenly be overwhelmed by an inexplicably formidable force that compelled him to enter into the agreement. It is challenging to articulate. It is a unique ability of mine. Gao Yang's casual explanation left turbulent waves in Lu Hong's heart. Grandfather, who are you going to subdue next? Ride me faster. The divine fire blue wolf, upon hearing Gao Yang's words, became even more exhilarated, unwilling to be the only one caught in the fray. Do you know where the golden throne red eagle is? Gao Yang inquired. I do. I will take you there immediately. Upon hearing this, the divine fire blue wolf's eyes lit up. It had always been at odds with the golden throne red eagle, but the latter's high mobility had caused it to lose each encounter by a narrow margin, leaving it infuriated. Now, with its master intervening to subdue it, the wolf reveled in the thought of the eagle's impending downfall. Without hesitation, Gao Yang leapt onto the back of the divine fire blue wolf, which bore a deadly azure flame for its enemies. Yet, he felt no discomfort. Its soft, comfortable fur was akin to lounging on an exquisite plush sofa, a truly delightful experience. Master, are you settled? The divine fire blue wolf reminded him. And before Lu Hong could approach, it vanished in an instant. Greedy creature, sitting for a moment won't kill you, Lu Hong muttered, hastening to follow. After nearly a day's relentless running, Gao Yang finally arrived at the domain of the golden throne red eagle as dusk approached. Oh, the divine fire blue wolf howled to the heavens. Foolish dog, howling at night will surely attract all the zombies, Lu Hong said in exasperation. This is my signal to the golden throne red eagle. Once I call, it must emerge for a duel. The divine fire blue wolf shot her a disdainful glance, its expression brimming with pride. The mere thought of the golden throne red eagle facing defeat brought it immense joy, to the extent that it disregarded Lu Hong's retorts. In the stillness of the night, a piercing screech suddenly shattered the silence. You, a defeated underling, dare to seek me out for a fight? Are you itching for trouble again? A massive eagle, glowing with fiery red light, cackled from midair. You guessed correctly, but it is not I who will fight you. It is my master. The divine fire blue wolf proudly gestured towards Gao Yang upon its back. That sounds somewhat familiar. Was a reflection of Lu Hong's thoughts at that moment. High above, the golden throne red eagle's pupils constricted as it gazed down at Gao Yang, riding upon the divine fire blue wolf. After a prolonged silence, it finally spoke. Divine fire blue wolf. You have utterly disappointed me by choosing such a worthless being as your master. No wonder you can never defeat me. Depart now. I wish not to see your face again. With that, the crimson eagle of the golden throne intended to leave. Are you afraid, little eagle? The divine fire blue wolf, noticing the golden throne's resolve to depart, hastily resorted to provocation. Fear, you squander your opportunity, then let us all perish here tonight. With a long, piercing cry, the crimson eagle swiftly vanished, only to dive down from an exceedingly cunning angle. The eagle's gaze was frigid as it surged towards the back of Gao Yang's head, fully confident that this strike would shatter the human skull like a ripe watermelon. Yet in the next moment, disbelief filled the eagle's eyes. Gao Yang's right hand lifted slightly, the motion seeming painfully slow, but by the time the eagle comprehended, its momentum had ceased. How could a dignified S-rank overlord like the Crimson Eagle of the Golden Throne be so easily subdued? Gao Yang's powerful hand gripped the eagle's neck firmly, rendering its struggles futile. Do you yield, little eagle? The divine fire blue wolf observed the scene with a smug expression directed at the subdued eagle. Watch me tear him apart. The Crimson Eagle, clearly unwilling to concede, extended its sharp claws, determined to shred the hand that held it captive. However, before the words left its beak, its claws were firmly grasped and pinned down. Are you willing to sign a contract with me? If not, I shall have no choice but to end your life as one would a chicken. Lu Hong, bring me a knife. Gao Yang spoke coldly. Wait, I haven't answered yet. Why must you resort to killing? The Crimson Eagle was taken aback, having never encountered such unreasonable behavior. Your silence indicates hesitation, and hesitation implies refusal. If I don't kill you, what purpose do you serve? Lu Hong, where's my knife? Gao Yang commanded again, his tone sharp. Coming. At that moment, Lu Hong emerged from somewhere with a gleaming watermelon knife, approaching Gao Yang. Please don't kill me. I am willing to acknowledge you as my master. Despite feeling immensely humiliated, the Crimson Eagle did not wish to meet its end so soon. It had struggled hard to attain its S-rank status, and had yet to fully savor its power. Dying now would be a grave injustice. With a resigned sigh, a drop of its essence materialized and floated in the air. Master, complete the contract swiftly, urged the divine fire blue wolf. How do I do that? Gao Yang's expression turned perplexed. He had no prior knowledge of how to forge a bond. Master, I shall assist you. Lu Hong, with a sultry smile, approached Gao Yang, gently taking his hand and swiftly marking a wound on his index finger. What are you doing? Gao Yang's eyes widened in shock. Do not ask, master. Quickly, focus and silently wish to bind yourself to the Crimson Eagle, Lu Hong advised with a grin. Gao Yang had no time to ponder and had to comply. At that moment, he felt the blood within him pulsating as he closed his eyes. He focused his mind, and a drop of blood swiftly emerged from the wound, merging with another drop suspended in the air before re-entering his body. Congratulations, host, for completing the triggered task. You have subdued your first S-class zombie with your own strength. Reward, 50 dominance points. You can still subdue one more S-class zombie at this stage. Gao Yang was astonished. It turned out that zombies subdued by his own strength did not count against the quota provided by the system. It was important to note that his strength allowed him to share the ability to subdue all zombies, and it was not as simple as saying 11 equals 2. His effortless defeat of the Golden Phoenix Red Eagle was the best proof of this. System, do zombies subdued by my own strength not occupy the system's quota? Correct. Do they also yield dominance points? Only the first one does. Subsequent ones will not. All right. Although slightly disappointed, it was still quite satisfactory. Let us go and subdue the triple-faced blood zombie. Master, I will lead the way. The Golden Phoenix Red Eagle immediately soared into the sky, heading in a specific direction. If we're to make noise, let's make it together. Do not think to stand aside. The Golden Phoenix Red Eagle thought fiercely. Chapter 8, Billionaire Worth. I concede. Stop hitting me. I'm willing to sign a contract with you. At that moment, the triple-faced blood zombie lay on the ground, covering her 3 heads, pleading desperately as she quickly squeezed out a drop of essence blood that floated in the air. Gao Yang was taken aback. He hadn't even asked the triple-faced blood zombie if she was willing to sign a contract, and yet they were already entering the signing ceremony? What a disgrace. The Golden Phoenix Red Eagle scoffed. If you had any dignity, you wouldn't be signing a contract. Moreover, master, why did you strike me without even asking for my opinion? If I had known they all agreed, would I have objected? The triple-faced blood zombie angrily retorted at the golden phoenix red eagle, then turned her three faces with a pitiful expression towards Gao Yang. Congratulations, host, for subduing your second S-class zombie with your own strength. You can still subdue one more S-class zombie at this stage. As the system's voice faded, Gao Yang awkwardly chuckled and quickly turned his head away. It must be said that her appearance was exceedingly unappealing, so much so that he couldn't help but unleash a flurry of blows. However, he couldn't openly express this, as she was now his subordinate. And such words would wound her pride. Do you not know what you look like? You frightened our master, Lu Hong said with a smirk, showing no regard for the feelings of the triple-faced blood zombie. The triple-faced zombie paused for a moment before speaking. Master, please wait for me. With that, she turned and entered her cave. Soon, she emerged with three faceless masks adorning her face, which made her appear much more presentable. Master, will you not strike me now that I look like this? The three-faced blood corpse trembled and inquired. From now on, you shall be my subordinate. How could I possibly harm you? Gao Yang revealed a warm smile. How did you come by this mask? He asked, recalling a similar visage from an anime he had once watched, curiosity peeking within him. I obtained it from certain humans. My master, do you desire it? I possess many more, the three-faced blood corpse replied, retreating into the cave, clutching an object resembling a ring. With a flourish, an imposing mountain of energy stones appeared before them, interspersed with numerous other items. Gao Yang was utterly astounded. He had never encountered such a vast quantity of energy stones. If converted to dragon coins, it would surely amount to several hundred billion. His heart raced uncontrollably, and his breathing became labored. My master, what ails him? Gold Throne Red Eagle queried, perplexed, as he observed Gao Yang's astonishment at the sight of the stones. I have far more than this. What? You possess them as well? Gao Yang exclaimed, his excitement nearly causing his heart to leap from his chest. The others nodded in confusion. Aren't zombies capable of evolving by consuming energy stones? How can you claim they are useless? He pressed, struggling to suppress his excitement. Reaching S rank essentially renders energy stones ineffective for enhancing strength. However, the lower-ranking zombies continue to deliver them periodically, and thus they accumulate, the three-faced blood corpse explained. Is it a storage ring? Gao Yang asked, his spirit ignited once more, pointing at the ring held by the three-faced blood corpse. Indeed, my master, the three-faced blood corpse replied, thoughtfully depositing all items into the ring before presenting it to Gao Yang. I've struck it rich. Gao Yang silently exulted, though he feigned calmness outwardly. Very well. Since you have bestowed this upon me, I shall bring you some delicacies in due course. With that, he naturally slipped the ring onto his finger. My lord, I have one too. You must remember to bring me some next time. Lu Hong exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Although the others were uncertain of what these delicacies entailed, they instinctively echoed her enthusiasm. All right, I will bring for all of you. However, I need to return to the city for a moment. You should all head back to your territories, Gao Yang said, glancing at his phone, which displayed numerous missed calls. He frowned slightly. Having been on the move for the past few days, he had not noticed the incoming calls, suggesting that something must have transpired. As he turned back, he began to return the unfamiliar missed call. The call was quickly answered. A melodious voice came through. Is this Gao Yang? I am Chu Xiuwei. I have received word that Chun Bai from your guild has bribed several members to conspire against you. Where are you now? I am currently in the outskirts to the north, he replied. Gao Yang responded with a calm remark. At this moment, the entire Be Brother Guild held no significance in his eyes. Yes, just tell me your location, and I shall find you. Chu Xiuwei was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend how Gao Yang could remain so composed upon hearing the news. There's no need. I'm about to enter the city. Thank you for informing me. I shall treat you to a meal another day. After expressing his gratitude, Gao Yang hastily ended the call. If only he had asked Shun Hua Qinglang to accompany him down. Gao Yang continued to leap down the rugged mountain path. The northern region, dominated by towering mountains, made traversing the terrain quite arduous, which resulted in guild members rarely undertaking tasks in this area unless absolutely necessary. After approximately a day's journey, Gao Yang finally arrived at the northern city gate. He swiftly completed the verification process and returned to the city, proceeding toward the city's sole five-star hotel. Having achieved prosperity, he naturally sought the finest accommodations and dining experiences. Soon, he reached the only five-star hotel in Yang City. Observing the shabby appearance of Gao Yang as he approached the entrance, the two security guards exchanged glances of disdain, preparing to dismiss him. Suddenly, two energy stones flew into their hands. What the? Both men gasped in astonishment. The mere act of generosity yielded two E-grade energy stones, equivalent to 20,000 dragon coins at the current exchange rate. Indeed, one should not judge by appearances, as both were profoundly astonished. "Sir, please come inside." The two men bowed deeply, gesturing for him to enter, their faces instantly brightening with smiles. "I would like the finest suite available," Gao Yang stated directly at the front desk. "Certainly, please hold on a moment." The receptionist smiled sweetly, having witnessed the earlier exchange at the entrance, and thus her demeanor was exceptionally cordial. "Good day, sir. The presidential suite you requested totals 88,888. Will you be paying in cash or with energy stones?" The receptionist flashed another professional smile. "Energy stones," Gao Yang replied, tossing a D-grade energy stone onto the counter, adding, "The remainder is your tip. Thank you, and enjoy your stay." The receptionist beamed with delight, quickly handing over the room key, her fingers brushing against Gao Yang's palm as she cast a flirtatious glance his way. Gao Yang merely smiled faintly, accepting the key and turning toward the elevator. Meanwhile, a man seated in the lobby watched Gao Yang's extravagant display with a furrowed brow, his face filled with ire. Chapter 9. The Challenge of Chun Bai. Is this the life of the wealthy? Gao Yang reclined in a luxurious bathtub, savoring desserts and sipping red wine, while enchanting music played in the background, granting him an unprecedented sense of relaxation. Just then, his phone rang once more. It was Chu Xiuwei calling. "Gao Yang, where are you?" Her anxious voice came through. "I am at the Haozuan Hotel." "Haozuan Hotel?" Chu Xiuwei was momentarily taken aback, speculating that he might have friends working there. So she refrained from probing further and simply inquired, "Are you available now? I have something to discuss with you." "I am. Where are you? I'll come to find you." Gao Yang replied without hesitation, having previously mentioned treating Chu Xiuwei to a meal. "I am at the Snowfall Milk Tea Shop next to your Big Brother Club." Chu Xiuwei promptly provided her location. "All right, I will be there shortly." With that, Gao Yang ended the call, stood up, tidied himself, and swiftly descended the stairs. "Sir, please take care, and we welcome you to visit again." Upon learning that Gao Yang had checked out, the two security guards at the entrance felt increasingly convinced that he was a concealed, wealthy individual, and they called out with even greater enthusiasm as he departed. "Gao Yang, are you being too excessive?" Just as Gao Yang stepped out of the hotel and reached the roadside, a furious man from the lobby emerged. "Do I know you?" Gao Yang inquired, puzzled by the aggressive demeanor of the man, whom he did not recognize. This individual was Zhang Hao, a city defense officer who had previously stood guard at the city gate alongside Lu Qing. "You're utterly shameless. You deceived someone out of their belongings and then came here to squander it. Do you realize that person has a sick mother at home, relying on that money for her life?" Zhang Hao's disdain intensified as Gao Yang continued to deny the allegations. "I advise you to refrain from making baseless accusations. Who have I deceived? You had better clarify your words, or do not blame me for being impolite." Gao Yang's gaze turned icy, and a crowd began to gather around them. Should the situation escalate further, it would be difficult to explain. "What? Do you still intend to assault a city defense officer?" Zhang Hao remained undaunted. If Gao Yang were to strike, he would have ample justification to apprehend him. "Wait, are you the staff member from when I exited the city?" Gao Yang suddenly recalled Zhang Hao's identity upon hearing him mention being a city defense officer. It seemed that the person beside him had indeed given him something of unknown nature. "It is I, Zhang Hao. You exchanged the item Lu Qing gave you for money and came here to squander it. Do you not feel any shame?" Zhang Hao expressed indignation. "Is this what you are referring to?" Gao Yang produced the item Lu Qing had gifted him. "I truly do not know what this is. I thought it was a small toy and accepted it. Furthermore, I'm spending my own money here," Gao Yang replied solemnly. Zhang Hao's face flushed crimson, and after a lengthy pause, he finally spoke. "I apologize for the misunderstanding. Since you are not in need of money, could you possibly return this item to Lu Qing? It is called a life-saving bell. In times of danger, pressing it will ensure that help arrives within half an hour. It is valued at over 100,000. Zhang Hao's expression was awkward, yet he persisted, unwilling to see his brother burdened by his mother's sudden illness. Hearing the function of a life-saving bell stirred something within Gao Yang, and he shook his head, contemplating the principle that one should not request the return of a gift. "You." Zhang Hao felt a rush of urgency, about to continue speaking when a gleaming energy stone was tossed into his embrace. A C-grade energy stone. Zhang Hao trembled in astonishment. The higher the grade of the energy stone, the greater its value. Although the market exchange rate for a C-grade energy stone is 1 million dragon coins, that is merely an estimate. The high-quality stone given to him by Gao Yang could fetch at least 1.5 million. It was far too precious. Brother, you should take it back. This time, Zhang Hao dare not accept it. Such a valuable item was beyond his capacity to repay, even if sold. This ISNT for you. It's for Lu Qing. His mother is ill, right? Take it to him for treatment. I'll visit him when I have time. I must leave now. With a wave, Gao Yang disappeared into the crowd, leaving Zhang Hao in stunned silence. A few minutes later, at the flurrying snow milk tea shop, a striking figure sat by the window, gazing absent-mindedly at the crowd outside. Hello there. Gao Yang seated himself without hesitation. You've arrived. This is what I ordered for you. If you don't like it, I can get you something else. Chu Shuwei slid a cup of milk tea toward Gao Yang. No need, this will suffice. Gao Yang took a straw, inserted it, and savored the refreshing chill that coursed through him. Weren't you saying you wanted to discuss something with me? Gao Yang inquired directly. Yes, it's about your situation at the B Brother Guild. Chunbai has issued orders preventing you from taking on tasks, which means if you remain there, you won't earn any money. Chu Shuwei stated the issue plainly. Gao Yang raised an eyebrow. He had been away from the city for several days and was unaware of this development. If he couldn't accept tasks, he wouldn't be able to gain Dominion points, which posed a significant problem. However, you needn't worry. I called you here to resolve this. Here is our guild's contract. Once you sign, you will immediately become a member of our Chu Yuan Guild. Our guild far surpasses B Brother Guild in terms of scale, commission, and task volume. Joining us will not disadvantage you. Chu Shuwei produced a contract and placed it before Gao Yang, her expression sweetly inviting. But to my knowledge, unless I sever my contract with the original guild, signing with you would incur substantial breach of contract penalties. Gao Yang recalled the details of joining the guild and responded. You needn't fret over that. A mere million in penalties is insignificant to me. Chu Shuwei puffed her chest proudly, exuding confidence. Thank you, Suei. I will join your guild, but I shall do so in my own way. Gao Yang replied with a gentle smile, genuinely appreciative of the girl before him. Chu Shuwei felt her cheeks flush under Gao Yang's gaze, shyly lowering her head, but soon realized something was amiss and exclaimed in surprise. Are you planning to challenge Chunbai? To dissolve a guild contract, unless the guild consents. One can only resort to two methods. The first is to compensate with a substantial penalty, and the second is to challenge the guild leader. If victorious, one may depart the original guild without cost. Indeed, Gao Yang took a sip of milk tea and nodded lightly. No, Gao Yang, have you lost your mind? Although Brother B's guild is the weakest, Chunbai is a C-rank awakened. Even I might not be able to defeat him. You are merely Chu Shuwei realized her words had been inappropriate and quickly corrected herself. In any case, trust me, this matter can be resolved without you taking risks. Chapter 10, Exhausted to Death. Believe me, I can handle it. Do not forget how I saved you when you fainted before, Gao Yang said calmly. Chu Shuwei was taken aback, suddenly recalling that the zombie that had knocked her out was at least B rank. How had Gao Yang, an E rank, managed to rescue her? Could his abilities truly possess some exceptional quality? With this thought, Chu Shuwei felt a flicker of faith in Gao Yang and conceded, all right, then give it a try. But let me make it clear. If I sense any danger, I will immediately terminate the match, and your objections will be futile. Chu Shuwei clenched her small fist, asserting her dominance. Fine, let us proceed. Gao Yang rose decisively. Where to? Chu Shuwei asked, bewildered. To challenge Chunbai. If we hurry, I can still treat you to dinner tonight as promised. I haven't forgotten, Gao Yang smiled as he exited the milk tea shop. Aren't you going to prepare? Chu Shuwei suddenly felt she had misjudged Gao Yang. It was not confidence, but rather blind arrogance. No need, just a minor underling. I will be back shortly. As Gao Yang spoke, he had already stepped into Brother B's establishment. Such arrogance. You an E-rank waste. Dare to call anyone here an underling when all of us possess greater qualifications and strength. At that moment, Chunbai descended from the second floor, accompanied by a limping woman whose face was veiled in black. Yet Gao Yang recognized her instantly as Wiang Qian. Are you not the underling then? Gao Yang said, casting a sidelong glance at Chunbai. You seek death. Chunbai suddenly exuded a formidable aura, an invisible killing intent radiating from him. You have come to sever ties with the guild. I see you have chosen your method. Sign here. Should you defeat me, you will be free. Chunbai tossed a contract, a cruel smile playing on his lips. It was a death contract, to challenge the guild leader for a guild exit. One must sign this document, absolving both parties of any responsibility in the event of death. Gao Yang, perhaps you should reconsider, Chu Xiuwei murmured. Her brows furrowed as she studied the contract. Indeed, a man living off others should refrain from posturing here. Should you die, there will be no more easy living. Chen Bifa let out a scornful laugh, instantly provoking a chorus of laughter throughout the hall. Rest assured, trust me, Gao Yang replied with a faint smile, confidently seizing the contract and signing his name with a flourish. Very well, you possess some courage. Follow me. Chen Bifa, witnessing Gao Yang's impulsive decision to sign his life away under provocation, was filled with exhilaration. His gaze toward Gao Yang resembled that of a butcher eyeing a pig destined for slaughter, eager to relish the torment of this audacious fool who dared to oppose him. The two arrived at the dueling arena, where Chen Bifa stepped forward first, looking down at Gao Yang from an elevated stance, provocatively beckoning him with a finger. Gao Yang chuckled softly, then with a swift push off the ground, effortlessly leaped onto the stage from a distance of several meters. This left Chen Bifa momentarily stunned, but he quickly recovered, letting out a cold laugh. Just a trivial skill. Watch as I turn you into pulp. A bloodthirsty glint emerged in his eyes as his arms began to swell, transforming into massive, black fists that descended upon Gao Yang. The black fists, accompanied by a whistling wind, crashed down toward Gao Yang's head. Black meteor hammer. Chen Bifa, disregarding any martial decorum, unleashed his ultimate technique from the outset. Fear not. Judging by the direction of his attack, he won't die immediately. At most, he will lose his ability to move. The spectators below buzzed with speculation, overwhelmingly favoring Chen Bifa. Gao Yang let out a cold laugh and raised both hands to shield his head, appearing to defend himself while secretly compressing energy within his body, gathering it in his fists. He desired victory, but wished to do so without drawing excessive attention. He preferred to live comfortably in Yang City. If discovered to possess strength above grade S, his freedom would be severely constrained. The Dragon Kingdom mandated that anyone reaching grade S must join a special national task force, or be deemed a traitor. He had researched that organization and found it to be a daily grind of tedious issues, devoid of rewards, a veritable exploitation. He had no intention of joining such a place. For now, his E-grade status served him well as a disguise. Bang! A massive iron fist struck the back of Gao Yang's head. The audience below instinctively raised their hands in a protective gesture, fearful of any splatter. However, to their disappointment, the anticipated calamity did not occur. Instead, Chen Bifa stumbled back several paces after the strike. Did you skip a meal? Gao Yang said, casting a sidelong glance at Chen Bifa. What is going on? Is Chen Bifa holding back? Murmured the crowd, speculating that he likely didn't wish for this young man to perish so soon. It was clear that with such a grand reputation, there was no way he would allow a swift demise. Meanwhile, Chen Bifa's expression darkened considerably. Upon contact with Gao Yang, he distinctly heard the sound of bone cracking, not belonging to Gao Yang but to himself. Agonizing pain surged through his right hand, yet he gritted his teeth and feigned nonchalance. If the multitude were to learn that he could not even defeat an E-level ability user, one can only imagine the dire fate that would await his guild. It is likely that no one would wish to join his guild thereafter. Kid, do not be so arrogant. After the recent blow, Chen Bai had discerned that Gao Yang's ability was likely of the rebound type, and as long as he refrained from direct confrontation, he would be fine. As he spoke, Chen Bai drew a short dagger from his waist and charged toward Gao Yang once more, declaring, I shall kill you. A subtle smile played at the corners of Gao Yang's mouth, though he feigned fear, retreating repeatedly. After a brief chase, Chen Bai could no longer contain himself and taunted, You worthless fool. If you have the capability, do not run. What kind of skill is it to hide all the time? And you, a C-level, attacking me in E-level, while not allowing me to escape, what kind of skill is that? Sharp-tongued and keen-eyed Dai, Chen Bai's dagger became enveloped in a dark substance, swiftly piercing towards Gao Yang's heart, distorting the very air in its wake. Look, Chen Bai is using his ultimate move. Is it the Shadow Piercer? Indeed, the Shadow Piercer. It is said that fewer than 10 have survived this technique. A wave of astonishment rippled through the audience. Yet, as he neared Gao Yang struck with a peculiar angle, his fist landing heavily upon Chen Bai's heart, causing him to collapse to the ground amidst the incredulous gazes of onlookers. A minute later, the adjudicator finally sensed something amiss, approaching to investigate. After a lengthy pause, the adjudicator stood and proclaimed, Chunbai has suffered cardiac arrest and exhibits no signs of life. It appears he died from overexertion. I declare Gao Yang the victor. What? He died from exhaustion. Another round of gasps erupted from the crowd. Chapter 11. Joining a B-level guild. What? He died from exhaustion. The audience gasped anew, their eyes fixating on Ouyang Qian, who was shrouded in a veil. Though her body was thoroughly concealed, her alluring figure remained tantalizingly discernible. Every gaze roamed over her unrestrainedly, as if she had become a peeled egg, displayed for all to admire. Impossible, we did nothing last night. Ouyang Qian felt the weight of those lascivious stares and could not help but voice her defense. Shut up, you wretched creature, get up there. Suddenly, another bald man, resembling Chun Bai, kicked Ouyang Qian in the abdomen. Were it not for the current fervor of the situation, he would have long since eliminated this shameless woman. Ouyang Qian, filled with grievances, protested internally. She truly had done nothing wrong. The incident had occurred 3 days prior, and despite the repetition, it had been long enough for her to recover. Yet, she dared not argue with Chun Lu, knowing he was not like Chun Bai, who was consumed by lust. She feared that retorting might lead to her immediate demise. Clutching her abdomen, she silently ascended the stairs, her eyes occasionally darting toward Gao Yang, filled with resentment. Are you all right? Chu Shui hurriedly approached to assess Gao Yang's injuries. I'm fine. It seems he didn't exert himself at all, yet he suddenly collapsed. Gao Yang feigned an expression of having narrowly escaped disaster, patting his chest. I told you. It truly was the result of excessive energy depletion from that endeavor that led to his demise during the competition. Riding such a bus once or twice is tolerable, but taking it daily, how could he not be exhausted to death? Indeed, beautiful women can bring calamity. Henceforth, I must keep my distance from such women. Upon hearing Gao Yang's words, the crowd became increasingly convinced that Chun Bai had been harmed by Ouyang Qian, and they collectively sighed in lament. Silence. My brother may be gone, but I remain. Anyone who dares to speak ill will face my wrath. Chun Li's fierce expression compelled the crowd to quiet down. Let us depart. Gao Yang disregarded the chaos behind him and spoke to Chu Shuowei. Gao Yang. Chun Lu suddenly called out to him. Is there something more? Gao Yang smiled finally, dismissing Shen Lui's significance. You won't bask in your triumph for long. Even with the backing of the Chu Yuan Guild, your end is inevitable. Chun Li's menacing gaze bore into Gao Yang. Miss Chu, does this qualify as intimidation? Can I press charges? Gao Yang remarqued blithely, glancing at Chu Sui. Yes. Should you wish to file a complaint, the Chu family will stand as your support. Chu Shuowei smiled slightly, turning her icy gaze toward Chun Lu. Realizing he was no match for the Chu family at this moment, Chun Lu begrudgingly turned away to attend to Chun Bai's corpse. Shall we go? What would you like to eat? Once outside, Gao Yang noted the time. It was nearly dinner. Are you certain you wish to treat me? I have quite the appetite. Chu Shuowei revealed a sly smile. Of course, as long as it doesn't exceed 10 million, I shall cover it. Gao Yang confidently patted his chest, this being the maximum price he could accept for a meal. If it were to surpass 10 million, he would apologize. He was wealthy, but not foolish. Stop boasting. Chu Shuowei rolled her eyes. How about we have hot pot? After a moment's thought, she suggested. Sounds good. By the way, here is the money I borrowed from you. Gao Yang handed a D-grade energy stone to Chu Shuowei. You haven't been out these past few days simply to repay me, have you? Chu Shuowei felt a stir of emotion, surprised that this man was so determined not to owe her anything. Don't misunderstand. I happened upon a nearly dead zombie and acquired this by chance. Gao Yang fabricated an excuse, chuckling awkwardly. You can't even come up with a decent excuse. Do you think energy stones are so easily found? Encountering a half-dead zombie? I doubt it. Chu Shuowei muttered inwardly before stating to Gao Yang, I've accepted this. Now, please sign the contract, and this energy stone shall serve as a reward for the completion of your task. I will elevate your member rank to D level. Gao Yang felt a surge of joy in his heart. Previously, when he was at E rank, he had to complete a task every week to retain his guild membership. Otherwise, his rights would be restricted, and he would have to pay a hefty fee to regain access to tasks. The duration for D rank was extended to a month, C rank to 3 months, B rank to 6 months, A rank to 9 months, and S rank to a year. However, most awakened supernatural beings found their powers largely fixed, making it exceedingly difficult to improve even over a lifetime. Thus, the registration level in the guild essentially represented a person's status. Chu Shuowei's willingness to elevate his rank to D was indeed a significant favor. Let's go and dine, Gao Yang said, taking the contract, signing his name. and returning it to Chu Shuwei. You keep this copy. There are 2 in total. Chu Shuwei adeptly handed him one of the copies, and the 2 then entered a hot pot restaurant. At that moment, chaos erupted in the southern outskirts. Look, what is that? One of the awakened shouted in terror. Pointing to the sky, a swarm of bizarre, winged beasts descended upon several awakened individuals. The unfortunate ones had no time to resist before being torn to shreds by the airborne monsters. The commotion attracted nearby zombies, causing panic among task-performing awakened beings, many of whom fell prey to the ravenous undead. Brother, you must go. In a thicket, a heavily wounded woman halted her flight, forcefully pushing the man ahead of her, urging him to escape. No, I can't leave you behind. If we must die, we die together, the man replied, turning back, intending to lift her. A sharp slap resounded against his face. Calm down. If you continue like this, neither of us will escape. Don't forget we have a younger brother waiting for us at home. You must go. The woman's expression was resolute as she shouted with her last strength. I'll be back for you. I'll find help. Tears streamed down the man's face as he wiped his eyes and sprinted towards the city gate. A mere group of E-rank zombies. Killing me will not be so easy. The woman cast a reassuring glance at him before her expression turned icy. As a D-rank awakened, she would not passively await her fate. Even if she could no longer run, she would take down as many zombies as possible, enduring the excruciating pain in her legs. She transformed her hands into icy blades, relentlessly harvesting the heads of the undead. Just then, a searing pain pierced her chest. Struggling to turn her head, she discovered a creature resembling a pterosaur had thrust its claw through her heart, and her vision began to dim. Chapter 12. Plucking fur from tiger's head. Inside a shopping mall. Sir, here is your reservation number. If it is not your turn before the hourglass runs out, we will generously offer complimentary dishes that have not yet been served. A waiter, with a warm smile, guided Gaoyang and Chukshuai to their seats before placing an hourglass on the table, signaling the start of their time. This was indeed a rarity. Gaoyang felt a wave of nostalgia, reflecting on how he had refrained from indulging in outside meals, all in pursuit of awakening funds to alter his destiny. This establishment is a national chain renowned for its service. I'm heading to get some dipping sauces. Would you like me to fetch one for you? Chukshuai cheerfully rose from her seat. Thank you, Gaoyang nodded, indicating that he would appreciate her assistance. As he surveyed the lively atmosphere around him, he found himself wishing that his few subordinates could experience such a scene, though it seemed challenging to realize at this moment. After a while of daydreaming, Gaoyang noticed that Chukshuai had yet to return and thus decided to seek her out in the condiment area. Approaching, he was immediately greeted by a heated argument. How can you be like this? Step aside. Chukshuai's voice rang out with indignation. Hey, beautiful, just share your contact information. A young man in his 20s, sporting a buzz cut and bleached hair, stood blocking Chukshuai's path, demanding her number. Buzz cut, my sister is only 15 or 16. Move along. Gaoyang interjected, positioning himself protectively in front of Chukshuai. But at that moment, a sharp pain shot through his lower back, accompanied by an angry retort. Who's your sister? EM 18. You're 18? Gaoyang replied, somewhat astonished by the youthful face before him. Did you hear that? She's 18. I suggest you mind your own business. The buzz cut glared menacingly at Gaoyang. Excuse me, is there no one here to handle this commotion? Gaoyang directed his question towards several nearby waitstaff, only to be dismayed as they hastily departed, seemingly ignoring his plea. I advise you to stay out of it, kid. The buzz cut rolled up his sleeves, revealing tattoos, and glared at Gaoyang menacingly. Is this what you call good service? Gaoyang continued to disregard the buzz cut, focusing instead on Chukshuai, whose cheeks flushed with anger as she fixed an icy stare on the intruder. This wretched individual had dared to cause her embarrassment. Such insolence was unforgivable. Daring to ignore me? You're courting disaster. The buzz cut, increasingly infuriated by being overlooked, unleashed a furious punch towards Gaoyang. Just as Chukshuai prepared to intervene and teach this ruffian a lesson, a sharp, crisp sound echoed through the air. In an instant, Gaoyang had struck the buzz cut across the face, sending him hurtling backward, crashing into a pillar and creating a deep dent. How could she be an E-rank ability user and possess such strength? Chukshuai's pupils dilated in shock. She had barely comprehended how Gaoyang had executed such a swift maneuver. After all, she herself was a C-rank awakener. At this moment, Chu Shuwei felt a tumultuous storm brewing within her heart, suddenly recalling the calm demeanor Chun Bai exhibited during his earlier contest with Gaoyang. The yellow-haired fellow before her, who could be discerned to possess merely D-class strength, had failed to even deflect a single blow from Gao Yang. What a discovery! Chu Xiuwei's heart began to race, as she sensed she had unearthed an extraordinary talent. Why am I dawdling? Let us find another place to dine. This one is rather unimpressive. Gao Yang began to express his disappointment with the locale. Stop right there. I'm a manager of this establishment. If you damage anything here and dare to strike me, I will ensure you languish in prison. The yellow-haired man was evidently furious, but chose not to retaliate. Since the other party had already assaulted him, any counterattack would constitute mutual combat. Making this call will have someone contact you. Chu Xiuwei coldly tossed out a business card. Who do you think you are? No one's business card holds any weight. Just as the yellow-haired man was about to shred the card that floated towards him, he suddenly noticed the prominent words Chu Corporation and Chu Yuan Guild emblazoned on it, causing him to shudder. He hurriedly picked up the card and scrutinized it, then gasped in disbelief. You are the eldest daughter of the Chu family. Chu Sui, let us leave, Chu Xiuwei said, uninterested in his reaction, as she took Gao Yang's hand and departed the scene. The yellow-haired man felt as if he were facing his demise, collapsing weakly to the ground, and hastily dialed a number. Hello, big brother, I got myself into trouble. Following the earlier incident, both seemed to have lost their appetite, aimlessly wandering the shopping mall. Chu Xiuwei discreetly studied Gao Yang beside her, her thoughts a mystery. Meanwhile, Gao Yang assumed that Chu Xiuwei was still upset about the earlier confrontation and remained silent, his gaze scanning for delectable treats. Suddenly, he spotted Lu Qing, who was setting up a stall outside the mall, and quickly made his way downstairs. Hey, where are you going? Chu Sui inquiret, bus led by Gao Yang sudin destined. I think I spotted a friend, Gao Yang replied briefly, already nearing the mall's ground floor. He truly is not merely E-class. Chu Xiuwei gasped as she watched Gao Yang, who had just been beside her, now swiftly descending the stairs. Realizing this might draw attention, she quickly covered her mouth and, confirming no one was watching, hastened to follow him. What brings you to set up a stall here? Gao Yang approached Lu Qing, observing the assortment of snacks in his box. Gao Yang, Lu Qing exclaimed, clearly taken aback by his presence. By the way, how is your mother? The energy stone should be sufficient for her treatment, right? Gao Yang asked with a smile. Lu Qing was the first to show him kindness without any ulterior motive, which endeared him to Gao Yang. I'm sorry, but I lost the energy stone. Lu Qing clenched his fists, a flicker of anger flashing in his eyes. Yet he still apologized to Gao Yang with a tinge of remorse. What happened? Gao Yang sensed something was amiss and quickly pressed for answers. Alas, that energy stone was seen by my superior, who then seized it under the pretext of my unauthorized selling of the emergency supplies. Lu Qing gritted his teeth, his nails digging deep into his flesh, drawing forth thin streams of blood. Is the emergency supply not for sale? Gao Yang exclaimed in astonishment, recalling Zhang Hao's claim that such items were worth over 100,000. Ordinarily, these supplies were intended for public officials and their relatives, and selling them was strictly prohibited. Yet illicit transactions were not uncommon, with little oversight to deter them. At that moment, Chu Xiuwei also rushed out, casting a disdainful glance at Gao Yang. Breathless as she explained, "What is the name of your superior?" A glint of coldness appeared in Gao Yang's eyes. How dare someone pluck feathers from his plumage? As if his belongings were so easily taken? Chapter 13. In Yang City, I am the law. What is the name of your superior? Gao Yang's eyes gleamed with an icy resolve. Let it go. We cannot afford to provoke him. As for the compensation for the C-grade energy stone, I shall find a way to return it to you. Lu Qing sighed, resigned. What did you say? C-grade energy stone. Chu Xiuwei's heart raced in surprise. It seemed he was not merely boasting after all, and he truly possessed wealth. Yet, confusion also stirred within her. How could he suddenly have such riches when he had previously been unable to repay even 10,000 dragon coins? Tell me, I will handle this matter. An unparalleled confidence radiated from Gao Yang, creating an almost palpable sense of belief that he could indeed resolve the issue. Chu Xiuwei, taken aback, suddenly realized that Gao Yang was a man of remarkable charm, initially only seeking to repay his kindness, yet now discovering the many mysteries that surrounded him. His name is Wu Shicheng, my immediate superior. Though his official rank is modest, his father-in-law is the head of the city defense department, wielding considerable influence. Lu Qing reluctantly divulged, seeing Gao Yang's unwavering determination. Just a mere captain of the city defense. Why are you so distressed? Leave this to me, Chu Xiuwei retorted, her face brimming with disdain. And you are? Lu Qing had noticed the stunning woman earlier, She seemed vaguely familiar. Yet he could not place where he had seen her before. I am Chu Xiuwei. I will take care of your issue, she assured, patting her chest. Then turned to Gao Yang, saying, however, you must treat me to another meal. What does your willingness to help him have to do with me? Gao Yang looked at the woman before him, somewhat speechless. Will you treat me or not? Chu Xiuwei gazed intently at Gao Yang, previously believing he was jesting, which had led her to a modest eatery that humiliated her. Next time, she vowed to take him to the finest restaurant and thoroughly enjoy the experience. Very well. I shall treat you. Gao Yang let out a bitter smile and agreed, realizing that if the Chu family intervened, the matter would indeed be easier to resolve. Very well. Do you know where that fellow resides? Let us proceed at once. Chu Xiuwei glanced cheerfully at Lu Qing. Why are you more anxious than the person involved? Gao Yang was perplexed by her thoughts. We should finalize that meal you promised to treat us to, Chu Xiuwei said lightly, then turned her gaze back to Lu Qing. I know. I shall take you there now. Lu Qing replied, rising to tidy up the stall. I will purchase all of these. Gao Yang tossed an E-grade energy stone to Lu Qing and swiftly placed an entire box of pastries into his spatial ring. A storage ring. How do you possess such an item? Chu Xiuwei exclaimed in surprise, grasping Gao Yang's hand, inspecting it curiously. As the esteemed young lady of the Chu family and a key figure in the Chu Yuan Guild, she did not own a storage ring herself, highlighting its rarity. Thus, Gao Yang's possession of one astonished her. Please don't do that. It looks rather odd, Gao Yang said, withdrawing his hand with a strange expression. You're the odd one. Chu Xiuwei's face flushed crimson. After a moment, she added, do you realize how precious this item is? It is best not to use in public. Miss Chu is correct. Such an item is indeed valuable, and it is wise to keep its existence discreet, Lu Qing solemnly advised. Gao Yang was taken aback. Was it truly that precious? He had several more in his possession, some even larger and more exquisite than this one. However, he refrained from boasting, taking out a few pastries and offering them to Lu Qing and Chu Xiuwei before indulging himself. What are you doing? Chu Xiuwei was momentarily stunned. It's been a whole day without food. Didn't you say we were going to find Wu Shichen? We should eat something first. Gao Yamumblet. Don't think you can use these pastries to treat me. That doesn't count as a meal on your behalf, Chu Xiuwei stated, swallowing hard as she held the pastry, making her intentions clear. If Gao Yang claimed it was a treat, she would immediately return the favor. It doesn't count. I still owe you 2 meals. Is that satisfactory? Gao Yang shot her a glance, then turned to Lu Qing, gesturing for him to lead the way. His home isn't far from here. We shall arrive in about 10 minutes, Lu Qing said, walking ahead to guide them. After a brief 10-minute stroll, the trio arrived at a luxurious, standalone villa. For a mere team leader to reside here, it is evident that the usual embezzlement is quite substantial, Chu Xiuwei remarked, observing the opulent decor of the villa. Ding dong. Lu Qing approached and rang the doorbell. Who is it? Wu Shichen opened the door impatiently. You? Leave at once while I am still calm. Wu Shicheng's expression soured upon seeing Lu Qing. He had been preparing for an exhilarating session when this unwelcome interruption occurred. If it weren't for the energy stone, he would have dealt with this insolent fellow harshly. Are you Wu Shicheng? The cool voice of Chu Xiuwei resonated through the air. Wu Shicheng turned his head to glance, his eyes widening in astonishment, his breath growing heavy. Could it be that such a stunning beauty existed in Yang City? Realizing that this woman was associated with Lu Qing and likely lacked any substantial background, his gaze became increasingly audacious. Beautiful lady, I am Wu Shicheng, the captain of the city defense team. Is there any trouble I may assist you with? Please, come in, and I shall help you resolve it. His lascivious gaze and shameless tone sent shivers through the onlookers, their expressions akin to that of a frightened dog covering its rear. Chu Xiuwei furrowed her brows, a flicker of murderous intent surging within her. I am Chu Xiuwei from the Chu Corporation. Return the energy stone to Lu Qing, or I will ensure that you cannot remain in Yang City. Her countenance was as frigid as ice, as if she were gazing upon a corpse. Ju Sui? Wu Shicheng's heart skipped a beat, but he quickly regained his composure. His father-in-law was a high-ranking official in Yang City. The Chu Corporation, no matter how formidable, was merely a business. How dare she challenge an official? With this thought, his confidence surged. I do not care who you are. In Yang City, one must face the consequences for their actions. Lu Qing's unauthorized sale of emergency supplies is a violation. My leniency in not punishing him is already a considerable favor. Wu Shicheng began to speak with an air of authority. I shall ask you once more. Will you hand it over? Chu Xiuwei understood that conversing with this seasoned bureaucrat was futile, so she directly inquired. Having already lost face once in the ocean, she was determined to demonstrate her prowess before Gao Yang this time. Are you trying to intimidate me? Wu Shiqing's temper flared. Could he truly be intimidated by a mere girl? He forcefully swung open the door, revealing his rotund belly, hands on his hips as he disdainfully regarded Gao Yang and his companions. Let me be clear, in Yang City, I am the law. Even if Erlang Shin himself were to come, he would have to leave his dog here for me to cook hot pot. What are you worth? You shall regret this. Chu Xuewei's expression remained impassive as she swiftly dialed a number. Chapter 14. Are you satisfied with this handling? You shall regret this. Chu Xuewei's demeanor was unchanged as she continued her call. Brother, I need you to bring the head of the city defense, Fan Quan, to me within 10 minutes. I am at Wu Shiqing's location. Without further ado, she instructed her brother, Chu Yun, to intervene. Fan Quan was the head of city defense in Yang City, and today she intended to show Wu Shiqing the true nature of the so-called backing he relied upon. Xiaowei, what has this man done to you? Do you want me to handle him? On the other end of the line, Chu Yun's expression darkened, sensing that his sister was on the brink of fury. No need. Just follow my instructions. Chu Xuewei abruptly ended the call, leaving Chu Yun in a state of confusion. Not daring to delay, Chu Yun immediately dialed another number. Xiao Feng is the head of city defense in Yang City named Fan Quan. Find his number and tell him to get to a place called Wu Shiqing's home within 5 minutes. Understood, leader. Feng, he slightly bowed and then exited the room. Meanwhile, Fan Quan, who was enjoying drinks outside, was suddenly interrupted by a ringing phone. He couldn't help but furrow his brow as he picked up the call, upon seeing the name displayed on his phone. He sobered up somewhat and hurriedly answered with a fawning tone, Secretary Feng, what wind is blown to send you calling me? Fan Quan, you have 5 minutes to arrive at your esteemed son-in-law's residence, where you shall bear the consequences. Feng He's voice was cold and decisive, and with that, he hung up. Wu Shiqing, what trouble is that scoundrel up to now? A chill crept into Fan Quan's heart, and without even offering a farewell, he left the table and rushed towards Wu Shiqing's home. At the same time, after ending the call, Chu Xuewei quietly put away her phone, her arms crossed over her chest, remaining silent. Are you scared now? Wu Shiqing was also infuriated. How dare a mere guild girl come here to flaunt her authority? Xiao Jia, bring me my phone. Wu Shiqing shouted angrily into the house. Why are you making calls instead of paying your dues? A disgruntled voice responded from within. But still, the phone was retrieved for Wu Shiqing. Hurry up and drive these flies away. I'll impose a double penalty on you. Fan Jia looked at the 3 individuals at the door with disdain before turning back inside. What are you security doing? A bunch of useless fools. There's trouble here. Get people over and drive them away. Wu Shiqing cursed as he picked up the phone. Where's your backup? Stop pretending. Get lost. The security here are all awakened ones. Don't let them hurt you. You'd be crying to find your brother. A trace of contempt flickered in Wu Shiqing's eyes. Even if Chu Xuewei is the daughter of the Chu Yuan Guild, in his view, these so-called guilds still fall under the jurisdiction of their authorities. Her earlier actions appeared to him as nothing more than a little girl crying for her brother after feeling wronged. Not to be feared. Soon, a dozen security personnel arrived at Wu Shiqing's villa and surrounded Gao Yang and the others. Take them to the city defense department. Let them stay locked up for a few days first. Wu Shiqing sneered and turned to return inside, believing the matter resolved. I dare anyone to try. Chu Xuewei coldly surveyed the crowd. Such audacity, in our Long Yuan. The head of security began to tremble mid-sentence. Miss Chu, what brings you here? Is your duty to guard this villa complex, or have you become someone's lackey? Chu Xuewei's piercing gaze made the head of security feel his legs weaken, causing him to kneel. Miss, I was wrong. He quickly bowed and apologized, not daring to lift his head. Get lost. I do not wish to witness a repeat of this incident. Chu Xuewei waved her hand impatiently. Is a Long Yuan villa area your property? Wu Shiqing came to an abrupt halt, astonished to discover that this luxurious villa community in Yangcheng belonged to the Chu family. How could you be so ignorant? How did you manage to reside here? Chu Xuewei cast a cold glance at Wu Shiqing. What of it? The common folk do not contend with the powerful. Should you dare provoke me, I possess 100 ways to bring about your demise. Wu Shiqing was indeed unaware that this villa complex was owned by the Chu family, as it had been gifted to him by another. However, this did not hinder his ability to reside there peacefully. Beast, what trouble have you stirred up now? A voice filled with fury interrupted Wu Shiqing, who was preparing to seek assistance. Father-in-law, your timing is impeccable. These individuals have suddenly caused a ruckus here. Please have them removed. Wu Shiqing's expression brightened, as he had initially contemplated summoning the city defense team, But now that the head of Yangchang had arrived, he felt no further trepidation. A sharp slap resounded as it struck Wu Shiqing's face. Father-in-law, you've made a mistake. It was them. Wu Shiqing hastily attempted to clarify, believing his father-in-law had misidentified the situation. Father, why did you strike Shiqing? At this moment, Fan Jie hurriedly emerged from within the house. Silence. Fan Quan's imposing authority immediately silenced both individuals. Miss Chu, may I inquire how this scoundrel has offended you? Please tell me, and I shall address it on your behalf. Fan Quan recognized Chu Xiuwei at a glance. Having navigated the corridors of power for many years, he could grasp the general situation within minutes, though he needed to inquire further for specifics. Your esteemed son-in-law has misappropriated an energy stone belonging to my friend under the guise of his authority. He must return it to us, and he audaciously proclaimed himself the sovereign of Yangcheng. What do you suggest we do? Chu Xiuwei spoke with a dispassionate tone. Yet the frigid undertone was unmistakable. Return the energy stone to its rightful owner, and not only that, but you shall return it in double. Furthermore, starting tomorrow, you shall cease to report for work. Having discerned the essence of the matter, Fan Quan immediately addressed Wu Shiqing in a cold voice. Ah, father-in-law, that is a Class C energy stone. To compensate double would amount to over 3 million. I do not possess such funds. Although Wu Shiqing was perplexed as to why Fan Quan showed such deference to Chu Xiuwei, he understood he had encountered a formidable adversary and inwardly lamented his predicament. Father, how can you expect Shiqing to procure 3 million? Fan Jie chimed in to support her husband. Another resounding slap landed on Fan Jie's face. This is none of your concern. Be silent. Fan Quan, fearful that this love-stricken individual might complicate matters further, swiftly intervened. I care not how you accomplish it. You must deliver 3 million to this young man by tomorrow, understood? Yes, I understand, Wu Shiqing replied, crushed under the weight of Fan Quan's long-established authority, which left him no room for protest. Apologize to Miss Chu at once. Fan Quan Kumanda. Miss Chu, I am deeply sorry. I spoke thoughtlessly, clouded by ignorance. I hope you can find it in your heart to forgive me. With that, he knelt and bowed his head 3 times in earnest repentance. Your name is Lu Qing, is it not? Fan Quan nodded, donning a warm smile as he gazed at Lu Qing. Yes, I am Lu Qing, Lu Qing replied somewhat nervously. Tomorrow, you shall finalize the formalities. You will assume the position of the city defense team leader. Do your best, Fan Quan said, patting Lu Qing on the shoulder before turning his attention to Chu Xiuwei, ingratiatingly inquiring, Miss Chu, are you satisfied with this arrangement? Chapter 15, The Flourishing City of Qingzhou. Miss Chu, are you satisfied with this arrangement? Fan Quan slightly bowed, showing no embarrassment in front of the higher authority. Let be, we shall take our leave. Chu Xiuwei nodded, signaling Gao Yang and the others to depart. Very well, Miss Chu, do take care. Fan Quan again bowed in farewell. Father, she is merely the daughter of a conglomerate. Why must you grovel so, bringing such disgrace upon Shiqing? Once the group had distanced themselves, Fan Jie, clutching her swollen face, said tearfully, she is inconsequential, and even her family is insignificant. However, her brother is not someone we can afford to offend. Fan Quan straightened his back, once more exuding the authority of a person in power. Who is her brother? Wu Shiqing inquired, his heart racing as he leaned in closer. Slap! Another heavy blow struck Wu Shiqing's face. Father-in-law. Wu Shiqing was bewildered. It was one thing to be struck earlier, but now that they had departed, why continue? Father, why do you still strike Shiqing? His face is already so swollen. Fan Jie approached, concerned, to blow gently on Wu Shiqing's face. With a sigh, Fan Quan lamented the hopelessness of his daughter. For this scoundrel, she had nearly offended someone beyond their reach, truly jeopardizing the future of the Fan family. Zhu Jun, the commander of the Northwest City Defense, governs the armed forces of numerous cities, including Yang City. Fan Quan articulated Chu Yun's background with meticulous care, fearing these two dimwits might forget and commit further transgressions. Crash! Wu Shiqing, unable to maintain his footing, collapsed beside the door. I have offended a commander. Cold sweat dripped from his forehead, his body trembling uncontrollably. Remember, return the money to Lu Qing tomorrow, and do not provoke anyone from the Chu family again, including her friends. Fan Quan reiterated his warning. I understand, father-in-law, Wu Shiqing responded hastily. Rest assured, based on my understanding of the Chu family, since she has deemed this matter settled, they will not trouble you further, as long as you do not provoke them again. Do you understand? Fan Quan softened his tone slightly. After all, he was his son-in-law, and what could he do but assist? Meanwhile, the three had exited the villa area. So, how'd I handle this affair? Quite splendidly, would you not agree? Chu Xiuwei displayed a proud expression. You are truly remarkable, Miss Chu. I admire you greatly. Lu Qing exclaimed, still exhilarated and struggling to recover from the earlier events. You're a friend of Gao Yang, which makes you my friend as well. Chu Xiuwei remarked with a smile. By the way, who is your brother? He seems to possess remarkable abilities, Gao Yang inquired, surprised by how swiftly Chu Xiuwei had resolved the matter. He is merely an ordinary public servant, Chu Xiuwei replied, nonchalantly, swiftly changing the topic. Now that the issue is settled, can you treat me to a lavish meal? Certainly, lead the way. As I mentioned before, feel free to indulge. As long as it stays under 10 million, Gao Yang noted, recognizing that Chu Xiuwei was unwilling to elaborate further. It appears you have indeed become quite affluent. Chu Xiuwei mused, convinced that Gao Yang must have encountered some fortuitous event, yet she refrained from probing further. Once the three of them were in the car, Chu Xiuwei pressed the accelerator and the vehicle sped off. Where are we headed? Gao Yang observed that the road led out of the city. Of course. We're going out to dine. Did you not say you would cover any expenses below 10 million? Naturally. We shall indulge in something exquisite. Chu Xiuwei replied with a sly grin. May I inquire if you require the application of a zombie repellent? A staff member asked as they approached the city gate. Yes. Please, for 2 hours, Chu Xiuwei responded, producing a black card. Thank you. Please hold on a moment. The staff member politely accepted the card, while another began to dispense a liquid from a small container in the vehicle. The total comes to 1 million dragon coins. Have a pleasant journey. The staff member smiled as he returned the card to Chu Xiuwei. Upon receiving the card, Chu Xiuwei restarted the vehicle and drove through the city gate. Did I hear you correctly? You just spent 2 million on zombie repellent. Gao Yang exclaimed, astonished that they had already incurred such expenses before even reaching their destination. He was not particularly distressed about the money. Rather, he was taken aback by the stark contrast in spending habits between the wealthy and the less fortunate. Just a few days prior, he had been a poor lad, content with a 15-coin bowl of pig trotters. Is there a problem? You mentioned giving away a C-grade energy stone without a second thought, Chu Xiuwei responded, glancing at Gao Yang with curiosity. Gao Yang was momentarily speechless. Her assertion was not entirely incorrect. Having acquired the energy stones from 3 blood corpses, his net worth had already surpassed 1 billion. Should he obtain the remaining 3, his wealth would be virtually inexhaustible. Stay calm, Gao Yang mentally reassured himself. After all, I am now a wealthy individual. I must adjust my mindset. The remainder of the journey was quiet. Thanks to the continuous dispersal of the zombie repellent, they encountered no zombies and soon arrived at their destination, Qingzhou City. Qingzhou City was the only B-grade city within a 1,000-mile radius. It was said that the city's splendor was such that once one arrived, they would never wish to leave. Given that this city was a full 200 kilometers from Yang City, he had never visited this place before. Since the apocalypse, the transportation in every city has become relatively isolated. Apart from the wealthy and the powerful, the average person cannot simply go wherever they please. Upon entering Qingzhou City, Gao Yang and Lu Qing were instantly captivated by the splendor before their eyes. Bustling streets filled with vehicles, a ceaseless throng of people, towering buildings that reached for the heavens, and dazzling lights that illuminated the night. Everything appeared so vibrant and extravagantly luxurious, evoking a sense that this place resembled a city from before the end times, devoid of zombies or monstrous beasts, as if it were merely a dream. Stop gazing. You're a wealthy man now. Can you not show a bit of ambition? Chu Xiuwei chuckled at Gao Yang's awe. Throughout their journey, she had surmised that Gao Yang's sudden wealth likely stemmed from discovering the legendary treasure chest, inadvertently obtaining its contents. This would explain how he could not muster even 10,000 dragon coins previously, yet now could nonchalantly treat her to a lavish meal. This is my first visit to a city other than Yang City, Gao Yang mused, taking in his surroundings. In his past life, he had merely been a lowly individual with an E-class awakening, struggling to survive by joining groups to slay zombies. The cities then were nothing like this. They were mere ruins, filled with the sight of the undead. I, too, am visiting for the first time. It's truly magnificent here, Lu Qing exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with curiosity about the environment. All right, let us hurry. I'm absolutely famished, Chu Xiuwei remarked, tugging at Gao Yang as they made their way toward the tallest building. 3 guests. We are headed to the Zijin Pavilion, she announced upon entering. Hello. Do you have a reservation? The polite attendant inquired. No, Chu Shuowei replied, presenting her black card. Upon seeing the card, the attendant's eyes widened in surprise. Ah, you are a VIP customer. You may dine immediately. This way, please. The attendant escorted the three to an elevator marked VIP, scanning a fingerprint and selecting the 99th floor. What kind of card is that? It seems incredibly impressive, Gao Yang inquired with curiosity. This black gold card is reserved for those with assets exceeding 10 billion. With it, one can traverse the globe freely and access all high-end establishments without restriction, Chu Shuowei stated with a hint of pride. That sounds quite convenient. I should get one when I have the means, Gao Yang mused, intrigued by the prospect. Absolutely. Whenever you have the funds, I'll take you to get one. Chu Shuowei promised, patting her chest. Gao Yang wished to reveal that he possessed far more than 100 billion at present, but restrained himself, fearing it might deflate her spirit. The elevator ascended swiftly, and soon they arrived at the restaurant on the top floor. As I stepped into the restaurant, the opulence before me left Gao Yang once again in awe. The decor was resplendent, resembling a grand palace where every detail exuded prestige and luxury. The magnificent crystal chandeliers, exquisite tableware, and melodious music rendered one speechless. What would you like to eat? As soon as he took a seat, a courteous waiter approached, presenting the menu with both hands. I would like 3 portions of each of today's special dishes, as he is treating us. Chu Shuowei, without glancing at the menu, smiled and winked at Gao Yang, her playful demeanor stirring his heart. Very well, please hold on, the waiter replied before swiftly departing. Before long, several waiters arrived, each bearing trays laden with an array of dishes. Your meals are served, please enjoy. Upon inspection, Gao Yang noticed the portions were rather small. Aside from the steak and lobster he recognized, he was unfamiliar with the rest. Is this enough to fill us? The total number of items at each table barely amounted to 5 or 6, 2 of which were served in palm-sized plates. This is merely a sampling. Do you truly wish to be satiated? Chu Shuowei shot him a disapproving glance. When one invites another to dine, how can one not ensure they are well fed? Order generously. Emboldened, Gao Yang declared, these dishes must total around 6 million. If we truly wish to be full, I reckon it will take at least 20 to 30 million. Are you certain? Chu Shuowei merely smiled, slicing a piece of beef and savoring it. Have I entered a den of thieves? How could it be so expensive? Gao Yang had anticipated the high prices, yet he was astounded to learn that just a few pieces of steak and some lobsters could amount to 6 million. Just eat. We can discuss its value afterward, Chu Shuowei replied with a smile, returning to her meal. I am curious to see what merits such a price. Despite his intrigue, Gao Yang picked up a piece of steak and took a bite. The steak was tender and flavorful, but nothing seemed particularly extraordinary at first. Just as he was about to voice his critique, a sudden sensation enveloped him. It felt as though he were in an air-conditioned room. A refreshing coolness radiating from within each of his cells, spreading throughout his body. A flicker of astonishment crossed Gao Yang's eyes. He felt an invigorating strength coursing through him, as if a wondrous energy was continuously generated within him, merging with every cell. What is this? Gao Yang could no longer contain his curiosity. I feel as though I'm on the verge of breaking through the E-level constraints. Lu Qing exclaimed, unable to restrain his excitement. Ju Sui Bao Set, casting a meaningful glance at Lu Qing before turning her attention back to Gao Yang. This is the latest in culinary technology, infused with energy extracted from energy stones. Consuming it enhances one's strength. However, it is rare for someone like Lu Qing to feel a breakthrough immediately. Yet with regular consumption, one's power can reach the pinnacle of awakening. Such a marvel exists. Gao Yang was instantly taken aback. Just moments ago, he sensed a peculiar loosening within his body, akin to what Lu Qing had described. It seemed he too was on the verge of a breakthrough. Although our territory has been continuously shrinking over the years, our technological prowess has experienced unprecedented advancements. I firmly believe that in the near future, we shall completely eradicate the zombies and reclaim our human territory. Chu Shuowei asserted with unwavering confidence. Indeed, one can only hope, Gao Yang replied, feeling a tinge of embarrassment, for everything he possessed was a gift from zombies. Eliminating them would essentially mean his own demise. The three of them quickly polished off the delicious dishes on the table. While they had not reached the point of satiation, they were quite satisfied overall. Time to settle the bill. Gao Yang signaled with a raised hand. Sir, your total comes to 6,800,000. Would you prefer pay by card or mobile? The waiter inquired, presenting the bill before Gao Yang. With energy stones, he replied. tossing 7 C-grade energy stones onto the table. Puffed. Lu Qing spat out his tea. He had initially thought Gao Yang was jesting, only to be astonished when the stones were indeed produced. This spectacle left everyone present dumbfounded, as it was quite rare for diners to use energy stones for payment here. "Allow me to cover this." A man clad in a white suit approached, tossing his black card to the waiter. "Certainly," the waiter acknowledged before swiftly departing with the card. "Why would you pay for me?" Gao Yang inquired, curiosity piqued by the unexpected figure. "Greetings, I am Zhang Jinbao, the president of the Golden Dragon Bank in Qingzhou City. Here is my business card," he replied, producing a card while articulating his intent. "Currently, C-grade energy stones are quite scarce, and the ones you have are valued at least 8 million. Using them for payment would be a loss. Thus, I took the liberty of offering to pay for you, in exchange for your energy stones, along with an additional 1,200,000. Would that be agreeable?" Zhang Jinbao suggested with a smile. "Very well. Let us proceed with that arrangement." Gao Yang consented, recognizing that regardless of whom he paid, it would ultimately be a transaction. By choosing this man, he could save over 1 million. Zhang Jinbao promptly received Gao Yang's bank account details and transferred the funds without delay. "I shan't disturb your meal any further. Should you require anything or wish to exchange energy stones, feel free to seek me out. I assure you, the pricing will be to your satisfaction," Zhang Jinbao said with a smile as he departed from Gao Yang's table. Chapter 17. The Suspect. The trio returned home well past midnight. Rather than opting for a hotel, Gao Yang chose to return to his long-neglected abode. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by the sight of a figure seated on the living room sofa. "Who is it?" Gao Yang inquired, his brow furrowing, sensing that this person was awaiting his arrival. "It is I, Ouyang Qian," the figure responded in a soft voice. "What brings you to my home?" Gao Yang casually flicked on the light, his face adorned with a cold smirk as he regarded the disheveled Ouyang Qian before him. "I acknowledge my mistakes this time. Will you forgive me? Let us start anew," she implored, her voice tinged with tears as she stepped closer, yearning to grasp his hand. Gao Yang, however, raised his hand to evade her touch, his expression turning icy. "Ouyang Qian, we share no ties any longer. Kindly leave my abode. Do you truly wish to be so heartless? Have you no fault in our separation?" Ouyang Qian sank to the ground, her soft sobs echoing in the silence. "What have I done wrong?" Gao Yang could hardly contain his laughter, incredulous that this woman still failed to recognize her misdeeds, casting blame upon him. "Had you handed me the key sooner, would we have parted ways? Must I have resorted to sharing my bed with so many others? Had it not been for the ease with which one could attract trouble in the city, you would already be a lifeless corpse. Depart before my wrath ignites." Gao Yang threatened, gripping Ouyang Qian's chin tightly, as if poised to crush it at any moment. "Let me go, and I shall share half of what you have acquired. Otherwise, I will unveil to all that you have obtained the treasure of the oracle." Unfazed, Ouyang Qian met his gaze. For her relentless desire for his demise stemmed from her longing to possess the treasures within the oracle's chest. She was on the cusp of surpassing the age of potential awakening, having failed numerous times before. The treasures within the oracle's chest represented her sole hope. It was rumored to contain artifacts capable of directly awakening one to SSS level prowess. She was certain that Chun Bai's demise was not merely due to exhaustion. It was a consequence of Gao Yang, who had already acquired the oracle's chest. This was why she had endured such coldness and abuse without revealing any secrets. "So this is your scheme. What lies within the oracle's chest that has driven you to such lengths to eliminate me?" Gao Yang regarded the woman he once adored with indifference. "It holds the means to awaken as an SSS-level powerhouse. Did you not acquire it? Give it to me, and I shall forego all else." Ouyang Qian winced under his grip, but managed to retort through gritted teeth. "You seem to misunderstand. That is mine, and it has nothing to do with you. Do not let me see you again." Gao Yang tightened his grip around her neck and, as if she were a mere chick, hurled her out the door, slamming it shut behind her. "Gao Yang, you will come to regret this." Ouyang Qian shouted furiously as she descended the stairs, her mind racing with the prospect of posting this incident online. After all, it was the treasure of the oracle, something capable of inciting madness across the globe. If she could not possess it, then neither should anyone else. Imagining the scenario wherein Gao Yang became a public enemy, Ouyang Qian felt a surge of satisfaction. Meanwhile, Gao Yang dismissed her presence from his thoughts and turned his attention to plans for purchasing a vehicle the following day, while also gathering supplies for his 4 subordinates, whose meager living conditions were becoming intolerable to witness. He simply took a shower before returning to his room to sleep. The next morning, he was abruptly awakened by a jarring ring of the phone. Hello. Gao Yang answered the call in a daze. Gao Yang, something terrible has happened. Ouyang Qian has been murdered. Based on the evidence left at the scene, the city defense team suspects you are the perpetrator. Lu Qing has instructed me to inform you that he has already sent someone to your house, came the anxious voice of Chu Xiuwei. Upon hearing this, the sleepiness vanished from Gao Yang's face as he sat upright in bed. What evidence? He inquired. I'm not entirely sure, but don't worry. I've found you the best lawyer. We'll meet at the city defense office shortly, Chu Xiuwei replied. Have you never considered that I might actually be the one who did it? Gao Yang asked with a smile. You couldn't have. Even if it were you, your capabilities would never allow you to make it so obvious. Chu Xiuwei's tone was filled with unwavering trust in Gao Yang. Gao Yang was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated such faith from her. He quickly responded, I understand. Thank you for letting me know. After hanging up, he furrowed his brow. He hadn't harmed her at all, yet she had died after being found searching for him. Naturally, the first suspect would be the last person she met. Who could be attempting to frame him? If he discovered who it was, he would not let them off easily. A cold snicker escaped his lips as he began to get out of bed and wash up. His home was located in the city center, not far from the city defense team, and he figured they would arrive shortly. Indeed, just as he finished grooming himself, there was a knock at the door. Upon opening it, he was greeted by Lu Qing and several city defense officers he did not recognize. Gao Yang, we need you to cooperate with us regarding a murder case linked to you, Lu Qing stated, adhering to protocol, but with a hint of regret, as he had just been promoted to team leader of the city defense, with many eyes upon him. All right, let us go, Gao Yang replied, following Lu Qing downstairs. Xiao Chun, you drive, Lu Qing instructed before taking a seat beside Gao Yang in the back. Brother, we found a suicide note from the victim at the scene, stating she would come to find you tonight. If she is dead, it must be you who killed her, Lu Qing whispered in Gao Yang's ear. Gao Yang immediately opened various websites to check trending news, but there was no mention of the Oracle chest. He frowned, clearly. The person trying to frame him was aware of his possession of the Oracle key, thus opting not to expose it. Yet, he could not ascertain who this individual was. He had always kept a low profile and seemingly had not offended anyone. What's wrong? Lu Qing asked, noticing Gao Yang's distraction. Nothing. I'm just pondering who might be framing me, Gao Yang replied, shaking his head. Could it be related to yesterday's incident? Lu Qing speculated, feeling somewhat anxious himself. It shouldn't be. If it were truly them, would you have been able to get promoted? Your payment should have arrived by now, right? Gao Yang inquired. Early this morning, I received a message, and it was then that the promotion announcement was made. Wu Shicheng was also dismissed. So if it were him, do you truly believe you could still obtain your due rewards and ascend in rank? Gao Yang chucked softly. Should I discover who has betrayed my brother, I will not let him off lightly. Lu Qingsong remarked with a grim tone, releasing a sigh. Ah, times have changed. We shall soon find out. Gao Yang reminded Unfazet. For he had unwavering faith in the city surveillance system, which could not possibly be a mere facade. Chapter 18. Wealth breeds indulgence. The surveillance system had become the nemesis of wrongdoing prior to the apocalypse. After decades of reconstruction and development, the system had become increasingly sophisticated. Presently, all shop and vehicle surveillance had been integrated with the system, automatically uploading to the cloud at intervals. Once he retrieved the footage from the night of the incident, the perpetrator would be rendered utterly exposed. Are you all right, Gao Yang? At the city defense gate, Chu Xiuwei had arrived early. Is there anything wrong with me? I am merely here to assist in the investigation. I trust the authorities will not wrong an innocent person, right? Gao Yang smiled at Liu Qing. Rest assured, our government would never wrong an innocent person, nor would it allow a wicked one to escape. Lu Qing echoed with a pompous declaration. Thanks to the lawyer engaged by Chu Xiuwei, and due to the insufficient evidence possessed by Ouyang Qian, Gao Yang was swiftly released. However, during this time, the situation had escalated rapidly online. Major headlines erupted with news of Ouyang Qian's murder. A man from Yang City, wearing multiple hats, furiously killed his ex-girlfriend. A lovesick fool, spurned in his affections, turned his love into hate, leading to such a despicable act. In the dead of night, a couple committed such a scandalous deed. Upon reading the sensational headlines, Chu Xiuwei couldn't help but laugh. Gao Yang, you become famous, she remarked, pointing to the headline on her phone. Although the titles were outrageous, the articles detailed Ouyang Qian's case, and comments had already begun to unveil Gao Yang's personal information. Many began to unjustly attack him. Seeing Gao Yang neither smile nor engage in playful banter, Chu Xiuwei said, "Come on, smile a little. I'll have someone suppress the news. There's no need to worry. Forget about that for now. If you know anyone, please help me share this news." Gao Yang casually took out his phone and tapped a few times, sending an article to Chu Xiuwei's device. Curious, she opened the news he had sent and was taken aback. "So you have money burning a hole in your pocket, do you?" She shot him a skeptical glance. The article read, "Greetings, everyone. I am Gao Yang, the subject of the headline. I have been wronged, and I am offering a reward of 10 million. I assure you, any footage from road or vehicle surveillance will be uploaded to the cloud immediately. For anyone who assists me in locating the true culprit, I promise to compensate them with 10 million, to be paid instantly." Beneath this sentence lies an image of a B-grade energy stone. Although Chu Xiuwei was taken aback, she utilized all her connections to help Gao Yang disseminate the news. In an instant, this message surged to the forefront across various platforms. Many proclaimed that Gao Yang's wealth allowed for such audacity, while others opined that he was merely seeking attention. Numerous acquaintances of Gao Yang stepped forward, asserting that he was merely a manual laborer and could not possibly possess a B-grade energy stone. Despite the criticisms and uproar, it did not deter individuals from uploading videos to the cloud system. Regardless of the authenticity, uploads were inevitable. Thus, submitting proactively might even yield a windfall of 10 million, which seemed far more reliable than purchasing a lottery ticket. Mere moments after Gao Yang departed from the City Defense Department, he received a call from Lu Qing. "Gao Yang, a significant number of users have uploaded data, and we are currently investigating the records. We expect to have results soon. Thank you for your efforts. Treat the brothers to some good food later. I'll reimburse you," Gao Yang replied with a smile. "You needn't be so formal. If it weren't for you, my mother's illness might have remained unresolved. She could have perished during her last episode. You are my benefactor. Leave the rest to me and await my good news." Lu Qing joyfully exchanged a few words before ending the call and beginning to review the videos. If he were to crack this case, he would not only assist Gao Yang, but also become the fastest city defense officer in history, perhaps even earning a promotion. Since Lu Qing assured him, Gao Yang chose not to dwell on it further. He turned to Chu Xiuwei and inquired, "Do you know of any cars that are spacious and can carry a great deal? Are you planning to buy a car?" Chu Xiuwei paused, then retorted with indignation, "Are you intending to feast alone in Qingzhou City without me?" "No, I merely think having a vehicle would be more convenient," Gao Yang replied with a chuckle, refraining from mentioning that he intended to purchase a car to transport supplies for his few zombie companions. "Then come with me. My family's dealership has plenty of cars and can offer a substantial discount." Chu Xiuwei, convinced by Gao Yang's words, playfully stuck out her tongue. A short while later, the two arrived at the Chu family's dealership. The staff stood in 2 rows, bowing in a 90-degree angle. "Your dealership is quite expansive, yet it seems rather deserted," Gao Yang remarked as he surveyed the luxurious decor. "This was to facilitate your selection. I had them close early for you." Chu Xiuwei replied with a roll of her eyes. "This one appears quite appealing. How much is it?" Gao Yang circled around and found himself drawn to a business vehicle. "Greetings, esteemed guest. This MPV originally costs 2 million dragon coins, featuring a full carbon steel spray interface on the roof, which can withstand S-grade attacks for a short duration, making it ideal for long journeys. As you're a friend of the miss, we can offer you a special price of just 800,000. The staff member elaborated. "Is that sufficient?" Chu Xiuwei proudly raised her head. "Who do you look down upon? Just sell it at the original price and hand me the keys. I shall drive it away at once." Gao Yang tossed 2 C-grade energy stones to Chu Xiuwei and extended his hand towards the staff for the keys. The staff, caught in a dilemma, glanced at Chu Xiuwei, and upon receiving her nod, hurried off to fetch the keys. "Sir, here are your keys," the staff said respectfully as he handed them to Gao Yang. "How many energy stones do you have left? Allow me to help you convert them into dragon coins. Otherwise, you might incur substantial losses with such spending," Chu Xiuwei remarked, looking helplessly at Gao Yang, who resembled a nouveau riche. It was important to note that while energy stones and dragon coins had an exchange rate, the market fluctuated daily and quick transactions could lead to significant losses. "Perhaps another time. I have matters to attend to now, so I shall take my leave," Gao Yang said as he got into his car and started the engine, accelerating away. Next, he intended to procure various necessities. Having amassed hundreds of billions for his younger brothers, it was only fitting to treat them well, allowing them to relive the joys of life before their transformation into zombies. He also aimed to inquire about any specific information regarding the Oracle chest, as its allure had piqued his curiosity regarding the extraordinary treasures it might contain. Before long, the car came to a halt in the parking lot of the largest supermarket in Yang City. Chapter 19. The new car is vandalized upon leaving the city after spending over an hour. Gao Yang finally filled his entire vehicle to the brim. As he drove towards the designated automotive exit, a staff member waved him down, signaling him to stop. After a brief verification, the staff inquired, "Would you like to add zombie nemesis?" "Yes, fill it up," Gao Yang replied directly. Money was merely a tool. He could earn it back. He still had the supplies of 3 younger brothers to collect. There was no way he could spend it all. The staff, taken aback by Gao Yang's audacious demeanor, asked again, "Currently, your vehicle's spraying system can accommodate a day's worth of zombie nemesis, which is 24 hours, and our price is 1 million dragon coins per hour. Are you certain you want it filled?" "Fill it up," Gao Yang responded without hesitation. "Very well, sir. I shall commence the filling," the staff acknowledged, promptly climbing atop the car to begin the task. After a considerable effort lasting over 10 minutes, the staff returned to Gao Yang, panting. "Sir, it has been filled. Given the substantial amount you spent today, we have also topped off your gasoline, and rest assured, this is complimentary." The staff's face reflected clear excitement. A transaction of 24 million dragon coins would yield him a considerable commission. Gao Yang nodded, initially intending to produce a B-grade energy stone, yet upon reflection, he reconsidered. The recent excitement generated by a single stone posted online had been overwhelming. If he were to reveal several more, maintaining a low profile would be utterly impossible. Thus, he counted out 24 C-grade energy stones for the staff. "Please take care, esteemed guest," exclaimed the staff member, visibly exhilarated upon receiving the payment. With extraordinary enthusiasm, they moved ahead to clear the path for Gao Yang, notifying the city defense personnel to grant him passage. The privilege of wealth was evident, as everyone treated him with deference. Such treatment was a luxury he had never dared to imagine before. Gao Yang, feeling quite pleased, drove out of the city towards Lu Hong's territory. His motivation was simple. The roads were notably smooth, making for an easier journey. However, this area was also teeming with awakened individuals undertaking missions. Many onlookers cast greedy glances at Gao Yang's vehicle. In the outskirts, there was no surveillance system. Whether or not one was murdered relied solely on the spoken word. Consequently, this locale had become a veritable paradise for the most ruthless awakened criminals. Suddenly, a stone was hurled through the window. A few awakened individuals lurking in the shadows peered out, eager to ascertain whether Gao Yang was surrounded by zombies. To their surprise, the commotion had attracted no undead at all. Exchanging glances, they felt a surge of delight. It seemed the disturbances from the south had drawn the zombies away. Such an opportunity must not be squandered. A bald man grinned broadly, declaring, "Let us go. That kid seems like a novice, driving so slowly. We can catch up." A one-eyed man also radiated greed in his gaze. With that, they swiftly pursued Gao Yang's vehicle. Meanwhile, Gao Yang deliberately reduced his speed, waiting for the assailants who had struck his car to reveal themselves. Indeed, as a result of Gao Yang's presence, the surrounding zombies kept their distance, allowing those who had vandalized his vehicle to catch up. "Damn it, I just bought this car. I haven't even settled in, and you already smashed it. I won't rest until I've dealt with you." Gao Yang smirked wickedly. He maintained a speed that kept them close enough to follow while ensuring they could not overtake him, leading them deeper into the woods. "Brother, perhaps we should reconsider," said a bespectacled man, realizing that they had unwittingly ventured dozens of kilometers into the depths, where the zombies would be far beyond their capability to handle. Encountering them could spell doom. The bald man surveyed the surroundings and sensed something amiss. But the lack of any other individuals reinforced his belief that the zombies had indeed been drawn away by the commotion in the south. With a resolute bite of his lip, he slapped the bespectacled man and shouted, "You coward! We've come this far. If we return empty-handed, that would be a significant loss. Look, I'm shouting loudly and nothing has happened to me. The zombies must all be in the south. Such opportunities are rare. Keep pursuing." His words garnered the agreement of the others, and the bespectacled man reluctantly followed suit. At this moment, Gao Yang sensed the opportune moment had arrived. So he halted the vehicle, opened the door, and stepped out. "Why aren't you running?" the bald man exclaimed, his expression shifting to one of delight as Gao Yang willingly exited the car, panting heavily. "Why should I run?" Gao Yang replied with a chilling laugh, fixing his gaze on the 5 individuals before him. "Not running is the judicious choice. Otherwise, should we capture you, your demise shall be anything but gentle." The bald man let out a sinister laugh, advancing toward Gao Yang. Are you truly this foolish or simply devoid of intellect? Do you genuinely believe this vehicle can only move at such a sluggish pace? I just acquired this car, and you dare to vandalize it. Have you contemplated how you intend to meet your end? Gao Yang's eyes turned icy, a palpable aura of murderous intent radiating outward. Ha ha, he claims he will kill us, yet dares to boast alone, the bald man bellowed, glancing back at his comrades. However, before his words could fully escape his lips, his head fell to the ground. A fountain of blood erupting into the air. You dare to kill my boss? You seek death. The one-eyed man, infuriated, charged at Gao Yang. Bang! The one-eyed man barely took 2 steps before a fist struck his abdomen, sending his body crashing through 5 large trees before finally halting. He spat blood, acutely aware that every bone in his body had shattered, his demise imminent. The sudden death of 2 of their comrades doused the remaining 3 with icy dread, abruptly restoring their composure. Why you don't act recklessly? Murder will lead to a manhunt. Do not assume no one knows what transpires here. The bespectacled man hastily retrieved his phone, intent on documenting evidence. Yet, in that instant, a shadow darted past, and he felt a tremendous force strike his hand. He screamed in agony as Gao Yang's fist obliterated his hand, his arm dangling limply towards the ground. Devil, run! The other 2 screamed in terror, attempting to flee. Yet, they scarcely moved a few steps before freezing in place, their eyes wide with fear. Unbeknownst to them, they had been completely surrounded by zombies, many of which bore the characteristics of B and A-grade specimens. Their escape was utterly impossible. Despair enveloped them as they collapsed onto the ground, resigned to their fate. Clear this place thoroughly. Not a single drop of blood should remain. Gao Yang commanded succinctly, calmly retrieving a bottle of water from the car to cleanse his hands. No, please. The screams abruptly ceased, and the 5 fell silent, subsequently obeying Gao Yang's orders to gnaw on the remains of their companions. After venting his frustrations, Gao Yang felt a significant sense of relief. He re-entered the vehicle and set off towards Lu Hong's residence. Chapter 20. The first mission at the Chuyuan Guild. As dusk approached, Gao Yang finally arrived at the cave where Lu Hong resided. Master, why have you come so late? I missed you dearly. Liu Hong exclaimed joyfully, nearly leaping toward him upon seeing Gao Yang. Stop, I brought you something to eat. First, summon the others for me. Gao Yang pressed his hand against Lu Hong's forehead, preventing her from drawing closer. Master, you can simply summon them with your thoughts. We have entered into a contract with you, allowing you to call upon us at any time. With your power, even if we are thousands of miles away, we can sense your summons. Lu Hong took the initiative to explain the utility of the contract. Had I known it could be done this way, I wouldn't have wasted over 100,000 on mobile phones. Gao Yang suddenly realized that his understanding of this world was still insufficient. He attempted to summon the other 3 companions and soon received a response. He then retrieved the items he had previously purchased, presenting Lu Hong with her share. These are all for you. Take them back. Gao Yang assisted Lu Hong in moving the items into his cave. Aside from the food, which he placed in the vehicle, he discreetly stored the rest, such as the bed, into his storage space. Once everything was laid out and the room was adorned to resemble that of a human girl, a remarkably cozy space emerged. Thank you, Master. Lu Hong gazed at the room Gao Yang had arranged, growing increasingly fond of it. Master, these are the items I have collected over the years. Suddenly recalling something, she hurriedly handed a storage ring to Gao Yang. Gao Yang, of course, accepted it without hesitation, his excitement palpable as he examined the ring. The contents astonished him once more. There were energy stones within that exceeded 3 times the amount found in the Blood Corpse ring. This indicated that the ring contained energy stones worth at least 3 billion. After some contemplation, Gao Yang deduced the reason behind this. The terrain here was flat, making it a favored spot for most individuals to undertake tasks, resulting in a greater accumulation of energy stones compared to other areas. By the way, I believe I heard something about an incident in the south when I was coming here. Gao Yang inquired, handing Lu Hong a portion of self-heating rice. Nothing significant. A few small creatures have been causing a ruckus in the territory of the Golden Eagle, Lu Hong replied, her eyes sparkling as she enjoyed her meal. Isn't anyone taking care of the disturbance in your territory? Gao Yang asked with curiosity. Such minor skirmishes typically do not warrant our intervention. When foreign zombies invade, the local zombies will naturally handle them. If they win, they can level up. If they lose, they will be replaced by the incoming zombies and settle here. Generally, these zombies are those without leaders seeking a territory to rest, challenging zombies of the same level within the territory as a prerequisite for establishing themselves, Lu Hong explained. Being a zombie is no easy task. They have quite the system in place, Gao Yang remarked with a hint of sarcasm. However, I can sense that the local zombies around the Little Eagle are seemingly no match for them. It won't be long before they are completely replaced. Lu Hong smiled broadly, thoroughly enjoying her meal. As night deepened, the master pondered whether to invite them in for a brief respite, knowing they would not arrive for some time. Liu, having indulged in her meal, cast a charming smile at Gao Yang, her laughter ringing like silver bells. Yet, Gao Yang felt no flutter of joy. Instead, a chill crept down his spine. No, it's fine. I can rest in the car, he replied, stepping inside, securing the locks, and reclining the seat. Only when he noticed Lu Hong did not follow did he exhale in relief. Bored, he scrolled through his phone, oblivious to whether it was due to Chu Xiuwei's influence or the rapid pace of online updates. But he observed that previous news regarding him had lost its fervor. Just as drowsiness began to envelop him, a series of thunderous roars echoed nearby. Furrowing his brow, he turned his gaze towards the source of the commotion. Master, it seems foreign zombies have arrived here. If they disturb you, I shall eliminate them. Lu Hong hastily offered upon sensing Gao Yang's displeasure. Never mind. The noise is considerable. The citizens of Yang City are likely already awake. If you reveal yourself, the ensuing panic may compel higher authorities to intervene, Gao Yang contemplated aloud. At present, the strength of 1111 could effortlessly vanquish any S-class adversary, yet he remained unaware of the magnitude of difference between SS and S-class powers. To avoid unnecessary trouble and to focus on personal growth, he resolved to ignore the turmoil outside. However, fate often diverges from intention, and at that moment his phone rang. Seeing it was Chu Xiuwei, he answered despite his confusion. Gao Yang, where are you? Came her anxious voice from the other end. What's wrong? He immediately sensed something amiss in her tone. A massive horde of B-class zombies has suddenly appeared on the outskirts of Yang City. They are indiscriminately slaughtering everyone. And if this continues, no one will dare venture out for missions, leading to a complete economic downturn in Yang City. If we seek assistance from other cities, future development here will be severely constrained. Thus, our guild has contacted all other guilds, and we plan to eliminate that group of B-class zombies tonight. We are already gathered at the guild. You must come quickly, Chu Xiuwei hurriedly explained. She was aware of Gao Yang's strength exceeding E-class. Hence her concern for the mission's outcome was minimal. Beep, system task activated. Eliminate the invading zombies to receive a reward of 50 Dominion points. As Chu Xiuwei finished speaking, the system's notification chimed unexpectedly. Gao Yang was taken aback. It seemed he could not ignore this matter any longer. 50 Dominion points. A sum that would require 50 million dragon coins to procure. I'm already outside. May I inquire if there are rewards for this task? Gao Yang asked. The rewards granted by the system are indeed substantial. It would be unreasonable for the guild to assist without any compensation. For every B-class zombie slain, one can earn 10 million dragon coins, and any energy stones dropped will belong solely to the hunter. Jusui Zimat? Gao Yang was taken aback. 1 million dragon coins per kill was a far more generous reward than that offered by the system. You must immediately devise a plan to summon all members back. I shall handle this myself, Gao Yang declared with enthusiasm. Just you alone? Chu Xiuwei asked, somewhat astonished, while she was aware that Gao Yang's strength surely exceeded E-class. To boldly declare such intent in the face of numerous B-class zombies was remarkable. Had he truly acquired the divine treasure chest, elevating his power to legendary status? Trust me, Gao Yang replied succinctly. Very well, but with my abilities, I can only grant you half a day, if this matter remains unresolved by tomorrow morning. It will likely need to be reported to the provincial authorities, Chu Xiuwei said, biting her lip resolutely. Leave it to me, Gao Yang responded, a confident smile gracing his face. Chapter 21. The Search for the Young Master of Qingzhou City. You three, while en route, be sure to eliminate any troublesome zombies in your vicinity. After concluding the call, Gao Yang wielded the power of the contract to issue commands to the trio. Once he received their affirmations, Gao Yang redirected the vehicle towards the B-class zombies in his area. Master, allow me to stretch my legs as well, she said, seemingly inspired by Gao Yang's determination. All right, but remember to keep a low profile. There may still be awakened beings nearby, and if seen, it could lead to complications. Gao Yang Chautionet. Hee, rest assured, Master. After your previous reprimand, I've learned to suppress my aura. See? As Lu Hong spoke, the crimson glow surrounding her had entirely vanished, and the once pungent scent of blood was no longer detectable. Why didn't you do that earlier? Gao Yang asked, surprised by her newfound control over her presence. If that were the case, once the blood test issue was resolved, they might very well be able to enter the city with these subordinates in tow. It's much better this way. The zombies will instinctively avoid me from a distance. If I suppress it, I might still have to engage with those who are oblivious, too bothersome. Reflecting on her words, Gao Yang found merit in her reasoning. After all, she was a zombie, the ruler of this region, and needed not concern herself with the sentiments of others. He pressed the accelerator to its limit. With only a few hours until dawn, he needed to hasten his pace, lest the break of day arrive too soon. Should the jurisdiction here be handed over to higher authorities, S-class powers might come to establish their presence. It was not that he feared S-class beings, but their arrival would undoubtedly attract considerable attention. Should they infringe upon Gao Yang's interests, he would certainly not remain passive. To kill or not to kill, one might ponder, for such an act could incite further bloodshed. Should a formidable SSS-level entity intervene, the small town might be reduced to rubble. Yet, if one refrains from violence, it would be a blow to the pride of the leader of several S-level zombies, who would be forced to endure the violation of his interests in silence. Hours later, Gao Yang finally arrived at the location besieged by B-level zombies. Upon witnessing these creatures, he comprehended why Lu Hong had declared that the local zombies were no match for these outsiders. They possessed elongated jaws with razor-sharp teeth, enormous wings, and most importantly, robust hind legs with claws capable of effortlessly shattering stone. "Master, allow me to play," Lu Hong exclaimed with an exuberant spirit upon encountering these beings. "Go ahead," Gao Yang permitted, as he saw no reason to break a sweat when his subordinate could take action. Meanwhile, he reclined in his vehicle, leisurely listening to music and munching on sunflower seeds while observing the aerial skirmish. Lu Hong danced through the trees like a butterfly, rapidly ascending into the sky and dispatching two B-level aberrations with ease. Witnessing the demise of their companions, the remaining bird-like zombies screeched in panic and abandoned their previous targets to charge at Lu Hong. With a slight smirk, Lu Hong regarded them with disdain. In mere moments, only one zombie remained aloft, frantically flapping its wings in fear of being targeted. As it soared higher, it caught sight of Gao Yang alone in his vehicle, and clarity dawned upon it regarding its next course of action. It ascended until it was nearly out of sight, then suddenly dove toward Gao Yang's car. "Damn, that's a brand new vehicle. If you damage it, I'll pluck every feather from your body," Gao Yang exclaimed momentarily taken aback, before hastily exiting the car and seizing the zombie's jaw, hurling it away with great force. The creature collided with a nearby tree, but remained undeterred, charging back toward Gao Yang. "Seeking death, are we?" Gao Yang retorted, picking up a stone and hurling it at the creature's head. The impact shattered its neck, the stone ricocheting off several trees before finally landing on the ground. He refrained from aiming for its head, as he intended to collect the severed heads as trophies. "Ding! Congratulations, host! You have completed the task and earned 50 points of Dominion value." Gao Yang was momentarily stunned. The system's reward notification chimed in just after he had dispatched the zombie, indicating that he had been the slowest to eliminate his target while the others had already cleared their paths. Seizing the opportunity, he began decapitating the fallen foes, placing their heads atop his car, and commenced gathering the energy stones. From 6 B-level zombies, only 2 B-level energy stones were retrieved. The drop rate is rather low. Haiyang pouted in dissatisfaction. If Chu Xiuwei heard this, she would likely erupt in anger. After all, it is not certain that one would acquire even a single energy stone from slaying 10 zombies. Yet he has obtained 2 from just 6 and is still not content. At this moment, Haiyang had completed his tasks, and even the corpses scattered on the ground were swiftly devoured by the approaching zombies. After a brief wait, his 3 small companions finally arrived by his side. Once they entrusted their belongings to Haiyang, he prepared to return and submit his quest. At this juncture, Haiyang's worth was conservatively estimated to exceed 200 billion. He felt an immense sense of satisfaction. Had it not been for this being his first mission in the Chu Yuan Guild, he might have been tempted to discard this repugnant load of items. Just then, Haiyang's phone rang once more. "Just in time. I was about to inform you that I have dealt with the zombies outside the city and was planning to head back to submit the quest," he said upon seeing it was Chu Xiuwei calling. "Haiyang, there is something I need to discuss with you. It's not a quest, but I would like your assistance," Chu Xiuwei requested, skipping over the matter of the task and instead seeking Haiyang's help. "What is it?" Haiyang sensed something might be amiss and quickly inquired. "It is said that the 2 young heirs of the Lord of Qingzhou City ventured into the outskirts near Yang City for an expedition, but have been missing for several days. The Lord of Qingzhou is exceedingly furious. If anything unfortunate has occurred within our Yang City's vicinity, given that old man's temperament, it is likely that Yang City will be stripped of its status and no longer be under the protection of the government. If that happens, the hard-won order within Yang City may once again collapse, leading to devastation. Therefore, I hope you can think of a way to locate them, Chu Xiuwei articulated with urgency. Deep down, she felt quite anxious, as even the authorities had dispatched numerous personnel without success, and they had also conducted secret searches for many days with no news. Her appeal to Hai Yang stemmed solely from her trust in him. "Leave it to me," Hai Yang replied promptly. On the other end of the line, Chu Xiuwei felt an inexplicable sense of relief upon hearing his words. Chapter 22. The Decision to Abandon Yang City. "Thank you," Chu Xiuwei expressed, feeling an unaccountable ease wash over her. Unbeknownst to her, she had subconsciously come to believe that anything Hai Yang agreed to undertake was achievable. In truth, this belief was well-founded. Upon receiving the photographs of the siblings from Chu Xiuwei, Hai Yang immediately issued commands to all the zombies across the regions. Through mental imagery, all the zombies understood what they were to seek. With such a vast horde of zombies, locating two individuals would be a trivial task. Hai Yang generously distributed the items he had brought to his three companions, who eagerly stored them in their spatial compartments. Observing his array of boisterous subordinates, Gao Yang couldn't help but feel a sense of contemplation. Even the daughter of the wealthiest man in Yang City lacked a storage ring, yet his group of followers possessed an abundance of them. He was perplexed as to where they had acquired such items. When he inquired, they could only respond with vague recollections, prompting him to cease his questioning. He took out 4 newly purchased, state-of-the-art mobile phones and distributed them among the 4 subordinates. "Given your boredom in the outskirts, I have procured these phones for you. Not only can you communicate with one another, but you can also watch videos," Gao Yang explained while handing out the devices. "What does watching videos entail?" Lu Hong asked, her curiosity piqued. The term felt both familiar and foreign, as if it had once crossed her path in a different existence. "It means you can see moving images of men on your phone," Gao Yang elaborated, demonstrating with his device. "I like this," Lu Hong exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with delight as she eagerly began to explore her new phone. Meanwhile, the nearby Shenyang blood corpse stood frozen in surprise before quietly moving behind Lu Hong, mimicking her actions. "What is there to see in men?" Shenhua Qinglang scoffed dismissively, his interest still firmly rooted in the substantial bone that Gao Yang had provided him. "Not only can you view men, but you can also see female wolves," Gao Yang remarked with a playful grin as he navigated to the pet channel on his phone. Clatter. The large bone fell from Shenhua Qinglang's mouth, his eyes igniting with crimson flames and drool cascading onto the ground. "Master, this is wonderful. How do I navigate? Please teach me," Shenhua Qinglang exclaimed, disregarding the bone that lay forgotten on the floor as he eagerly reached for the phone. "Ahem, master, do you have any female eagles?" Jin Keiqiang asked shyly. "Indeed, I do. How could I not?" Gao Yang chuckled to himself, amused by the bashful demeanor of Jin Keiqiang, who seemed to embody a more reserved charm. "Here, a female eagle." Gao Yang swiped to show a video featuring an eagle. "Master, this one is male," Jin Keiqiang quickly corrected. "Can you discern the gender just by watching the video?" Gao Yang inquired, taken aback by Jin Keiqiang's assertion. "Can you humans determine gender by appearance?" Jin Keiqiang's gaze seemed to convey a message of obviousness. "And what about this one? Male. And this one? Male. What about this one? Stop. These are all female." Jin Keiqiang let out an excited cry, unable to contain his enthusiasm. A few minutes later, all 4 subordinates had adeptly mastered the art of using their phones. Gao Yang found it utterly fascinating that zombies could not only operate mobile devices, but could also become addicted to them. He wondered how they would react when their batteries eventually depleted. "That's not acceptable. I must ensure their needs are met. You should conserve your usage. These devices require charging. Once I return to the city, I will arrange for some solar panels for you, so you need never worry about power again." Gao Yang quickly reminded everyone that, given their current pace, his phone would likely shut down once he stepped away. The group nodded vigorously, yet their hands showed no sign of ceasing. Relinquishing his concern, Gao Yang decided to disregard them. At that moment, news arrived from the northern area regarding the zombies. It was reported that the young master of Qingzhou City had been discovered in a deep pit. Unfortunately, the fate of another young lady seemed far less fortunate, as her body had been so ravaged that her features were unrecognizable. However, Her attire and jewelry faintly indicated that she was indeed the lady of Qingzhou City. Gao Yang was momentarily taken aback, uncertain of whether the lord of Qingzhou City could accept such a grim outcome. He picked up his phone and relayed the young master's location to Chu Xiuwei before embarking on his journey back to the city. The few subordinates, absorbed in their phones, paid him no mind. Upon returning to the city, it was already afternoon. The pungent stench of blood emanated from the severed heads of dozens of zombies he transported, yet the crowd bore no complaints. Instead, their eyes reflected a profound respect. The chaos caused by the B-grade zombies had become common knowledge, yet members of the Chu Yuan Guild insisted that everyone remain on standby within the city. Initially, discontent brewed among the populace, who wished to leave, only to be informed that an awakened individual had personally dealt with the zombies outside. While astonishment mingled with skepticism, disbelief lingered that anyone could annihilate B-grade zombies single-handedly. However, when they saw Gao Yang returning in his vehicle, the reality dawned upon them. Many even voluntarily cleared the path, bowing in gratitude as he passed. Gao Yang was taken aback. How had the perception of him changed so drastically during his brief absence? Previously labeled a ruthless killer, he was now regarded as a savior. At the entrance of the Chu Yuan Guild, Chu Xiuwei and several members stood ready to welcome him. What brings you here? Gao Yang inquired Buzlet. Of course, we are here to greet our great hero. Upon hearing of your return to the city, everyone gathered here to witness your valor. Chu Xiuwei replied with a gentle smile. Is it truly that exaggerated? It was merely a handful of B-grade zombies, Gao Yang remarked, momentarily contemplating whether his solitary vanquishing of so many B-grade zombies had been overly ostentatious. Chu Xiuwei shot him a disapproving glance. There are hardly 5 B-grade awakened individuals in the entire Yang City. You single-handedly dispatched over 20. How can you downplay such an achievement? Expressing her gratitude, she added, "Thank you for that endeavor. Here is your reward for slaying the B-grade zombies. It is all contained within this card." She handed Gao Yang a card, though a faint sorrow seemed to linger on her face. What's wrong? Are you reluctant to part with it? Gao Yang teased as he accepted the bank card. Let us discuss this inside. Chu Xiuwei sighed, observing the bustling crowd around them, and turned to lead the way into the building. Not fully understanding the situation, Gao Yang followed her inside, entering a secluded room. At a glance, one could see the young master of Qingzhou City lying on the bed, ensnared in a state of unconsciousness. It seems that Yang City may soon be forsaken. After locating the young master, we contacted the lord of Qingzhou City. Upon learning that one of his children had perished and the other was gravely injured, immediately declared his intention to abandon Yang City. Once the official decree is issued, chaos is likely to engulf the entirety of Yang City. Chu Xiuwei's voice resonated softly. Chapter 23. The Struggle of the Two Factions. Gao Yang was taken aback, unprepared for the lord of Qingzhou City's capriciousness. Unable to safeguard his own offspring, he resorted to venting his fury on the entire populace of the city. After all, this place is home to nearly 1 million souls. Should it truly be abandoned, the city's defense personnel would be the first to withdraw, and the guilds would cease their operations, consequently leading to a departure of essential supplies. In such circumstances, only those ordinary individuals yet to awaken their abilities would remain, inevitably inciting widespread panic. The affluent might manage to employ guilds to transport them to neighboring cities. Yet in truth, every city is nearing saturation. Aside from awakened individuals, it is unlikely anyone would be willing to accommodate such a multitude of ordinary people. If I surmise correctly, your brother is also a government official, is he not? Can he not intervene? Gao Yang recalled how a mere phone call from Chu Xiuwei had summoned the city's defense commander to apologize, leading him to believe her brother held a significant position. They belonged to 2 distinct factions. If it were solely the lord of Qingzhou City's decision, it could certainly be thwarted. However, his backing comes from influential circles in the capital, suggesting that the abandonment of Yang City is sanctioned from above, rendering even my brother powerless. Chu Xiuwei shook her head and sighed. Perhaps sensing Gao Yang's confusion, she elaborated. Since the re-establishment of the nation, Longwa has given rise to 2 principal factions. One is the radical faction, advocating for the construction of more cities within their capabilities to provide shelter for the displaced, aspiring to restore a bygone era of prosperity. The other is the conservative faction, which asserts that progress should be steady, urging against the dispersion of resources for new cities and instead focusing on fortifying existing ones. The contention between these factions has never ceased, and my brother aligns with the radicals, while the Lord of Qingzhou City belongs to the conservatives. This incident serves merely as a catalyst. Upon hearing this, Gao Yang suddenly comprehended the situation, though he found it perplexing that the struggle between the factions would toy with the lives of millions, bordering on absurdity. Just then, the comatose youth emitted a faint cough. Where am I? The boy weakly opened his eyes, gazing about in confusion. You are awake. This is Yang City. We discovered you in a deep pit and brought you back, Chu Shuwei stated calmly, regarding the boy on the bed. Well, my sister, is she still alive? The boy struggled to rise. Stay still. If you exacerbate your wounds and suffer more bleeding, I cannot guarantee your survival. Furthermore, your sister has already passed. Chu Sui Ziplit Gun Li. Upon hearing this, the young man appeared to be instantly drained of all strength, collapsing back onto the bed, gazing blankly at the ceiling. A hint of anguish etched upon his face. Thank you, he managed to utter through gritted teeth. If it weren't for him finding you, you would likely have been entirely devoured. Chu Shuwei remarked, casting a sideways glance. I am Meng Jieshi, the son of Meng Songyun, the lord of Qingzhou City. I am truly grateful for your rescue. Meng Jieshi turned once more to Gao Yang to express his gratitude. I am Gao Yang. I merely provided the location. It was she who saved you. Her name is Chu Shuwei. Gao Yang smiled, feeling no need for gratitude from a young man, knowing that had it not been for Chu Shuwei, he would not have intervened. I shall repay the debt of life you have bestowed upon me, the young man declared, attempting to rise once more. Hey, I told you to lie down properly. Do you not understand human speech? Zhu Sui Fazao Wen, extending her hand to press Meng Jieshi back onto the bed. Let go of me. I must seek vengeance for my sister. A flicker of hatred shone in Meng Jieshi's eyes. What vengeance? That horde of zombies has already been eliminated by this man. You would do well to remain still. We cannot afford to lose another son to Meng Songyun. Chu Shuwei snapped, gesturing towards Gao Yang, her tone revealing her deep ire regarding Meng Songyun's plans for the abandoned Yang City. Are you saying it was this brother Gao who vanquished them? Meng Jieshi paused, astonished that someone could contend with that swarm of zombies. Of course. Otherwise, how could you still be speaking? Zhu Sui Gulp. Thank you, brother Gao. I shall surely repay your immense kindness. Meng Jieshi hurriedly expressed his gratitude. If you truly wish to thank him, persuade your father to abandon the plan for Yang City. Chu Shuwei cast a hopeful glance at Meng Jieshi. My father plans to abandon Yang City? Meng Jieshi was taken aback, seemingly hearing this information for the first time. You are unaware? Zhu Sui Inquit Pu Dao. I was not. We came here due to divine matters, misjudging the strength of the zombies, which led to my sister's tragic demise. As he spoke, Meng Jieshi's gaze grew dim. Rest assured, you saved my life. I will do my utmost to persuade my father to retract this notion. Meng Jieshi assured the two. Then you should rest well. We shall not disturb you further. Hearing this, Chu Shuwei softened her demeanor, offering a few gentle words before she and Gao Yang exited the room. Gao Yang, I heard you returned. I came as soon as I could. At that moment, Lu Qing approached the two with an expression of great joy. What brings such happiness? Gao Yang inquired with a smile. It is about you. After our overnight investigation, we finally discovered the identity of the person who murdered Ouyang Qian. Lu Qing exclaimed excitedly. Who is it? Gao Yang's expression hardened, a glimmer of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. Shenlu. Lu Qing's expression turned serious as he uttered a name. Shenlu, the younger brother of Chun Bai? Gao Yang recalled after a moment of contemplation. Indeed, we rushed to the guild to apprehend him, but we learned that Chun Lu had already left early in the morning, and his whereabouts remain elusive. However, rest assured, I have issued a wanted notice, and it won't be long before we capture him. Lu Qing assured, patting his chest. Very well, I leave in your hands. Additionally, could you provide me with the user who uploaded this video? Gao Yang said, giving Lu Qing a reassuring pat on the shoulder. I had that prepared for you long ago. Lu Qing seemed to anticipate Gao Yang's intentions and pulled a slip of paper from his pocket, handing it to him. Thank you. As Gao Yang glanced at the note, he was momentarily taken aback. Número 79, Chen Yinggang. Seeing Gao Yang's surprise, Chu Shuwei leaned in, her face etched with curiosity. Where's Chen Yinggang? Of course. You wouldn't know this place, Mississippi. To be precise, it is not a residential area, but a burial ground. Gao Yang replied, regaining his composure. A burial ground? Chu Shuwei was perplexed as to why anyone would reside in such a place. Indeed, Miss Chu, the population of Yang City is exceedingly large, while housing is severely limited. Many have managed to live within the city, yet a significant number of those who have yet to awaken their abilities lacking both homes and finances, are forced to reside on the burial grounds. Lu Qing quickly explained. Chapter 24, An Eerie Presence. Upon hearing Lu Qing's words, Chu Xuewei's complexion darkened further. Should the plan to abandon Yang City be announced, this city, which had only just begun to take shape, would dissolve into nothingness. At that point, not only would those residing in the burial ground suffer, but it was likely that 80% of the city's population would perish. Are you planning to deliver money? May I accompany you? Chu Xuewei suddenly turned to Gao Yang, eager to see what Changing Gang looked like. If you don't mind, you are welcome to join me. Gao Yang replied without hesitation, as he was merely delivering money. The two climbed into a vehicle and headed towards Changing Gang. The initial stretch of the road was navigable, but it soon transformed into a muddy path. After a while, the road disappeared altogether. They had no choice but to park the car aside, crossing a small ditch and making their way up the slope on the opposite side. After walking a few dozen meters, the sight before Chu Xuewei was nothing short of shocking. Countless makeshift tents were densely clustered together, many lacking even wooden boards, merely surrounded by a few strips of fabric. Numerous individuals lay idly within the tents, their eyes vacant. Some had even closed their eyes, ignoring the commotion outside as they succumbed to slumber. I cannot believe there are so many people here, Chu Xuewei remarked as they walked. Gao Yang remained silent. Had it not been for the place his parents left him before they passed, he too might have found himself residing here. He had previously delivered food in this area, so the scene did not strike him as overly surprising. Let us continue this way. Gao Yang turned into another small path and spoke to the bewildered Chu Xuewei behind him. Are there still people here? She inquired, her gaze fixed on Gao Yang. Before he could respond, they emerged from the path onto another hillside, where more individuals had set up tents. The area outside seemed to be a favorable location, featuring drainage ditches. However, this place was considerably worse. If it didn't rain, it would be fine, but during rain, it could easily become inundated. As Gao Yang spoke, he recalled his previous visit here to deliver takeout, where the treacherous terrain had caused him to arrive a minute late, resulting in a full day's wage being deducted due to a complaint. As they ventured deeper into the woods, where the sunlight was almost obscured, they came across dozens of makeshift tents at the end, with a large 79 scrawled on the wall. Who is Chun Guisheng? Gao Yang called out to the people in the area. Who? A disheveled man with long hair and tattered clothing emerged from the innermost tent. Folks, wait a moment. It seems someone is calling my name. As he spoke, another man stepped out, holding a phone, seemingly live-streaming. I am Chun Guisheng. Who are you? He asked, pointing the phone at Gao Yang and Chu Xuewei. Did you upload a video from a car surveillance camera? Gao Yang inquired, uncertainty lacing his voice. Yes, that's correct. What is the matter? Chun Guisheng responded, puzzled. Wait, you look somewhat familiar. Family. Can you help me determine if this person is some kind of internet celebrity? Chun Guisheng raised his phone, directing it towards the two. It was no wonder he thought so. After all, Chu Xuewei's beauty was of such a caliber that she could easily be a top-tier star, making the label of internet celebrity seem inadequate. Isn't this the Gao Yang who trended before? Yes, indeed, I recognize him. The comments flooded in. Host, why has he come to find you? Did you win a prize? Chun Guisheng read through the barrage of messages until one caught his attention, causing him to pause before he excitedly turned the phone back to his audience. Dear family, I just remembered something urgent, so I'll end the stream for now. I'll perform a dragon-sucking water act for you all tonight when I'm free. He trembled with excitement, struggling to turn off the camera after several attempts. Come, let us talk inside. Chun Guisheng glanced around to ensure no one was watching and quietly pulled Gao Yang into the tent. What he called a room was merely a simple tent, containing a wooden bed and a few wooden stools. Brother, is it true that the video I uploaded helped you win? Chun Guisheng grasped Gao Yang with trembling hands, his eyes brimming with excitement. Yes, that is correct, but I need to confirm something first. How did you come by the car surveillance video you uploaded? Gao Yang asked. I bought a second-hand car and make a living through outdoor live streaming. I recently found this place because I discovered it was quite cool, so I decided to settle here. This is my car. Take a look. Concerned that Gao Yang might doubt him, Chun Guisheng hastily retrieved his phone to display his well-worn vehicle. Indeed, this one is yours, Gao Yang remarked, tossing a piece of energy stone to Chun Guisheng. His gaze, however, drifted toward the small hole beneath the bed. You just mentioned it feels quite cool here. Yes, it isn't very noticeable during the day, but at night, it feels as though summer has vanished, necessitating several layers of cardboard for warmth. Chun Guisheng replied excitedly, his eyes fixed on the energy stone. By the way, my friend, could you transfer to my card? Holding on to this makes me uneasy. He gestured towards the outside with a nervous chuckle, fearing that possessing such an item might lead to his demise that very night. Gao Yang furrowed his brow, having not considered this aspect. Although Chu Xiuwei had given him a bank card earlier, it was not under his name, rendering him unable to make a transfer. "What's your account number?" Chu Xiuwei inquired, pulling out her phone to direct her attention to Chen Guisheng. "Thank you. My account number is..." Chen Guisheng joyfully returned the energy stone to Gao Yang and promptly shared his account details. "All right, it's transfer now," Chu Xiuwei announced a minute later. 1,000,000, 10 million. "Yes, I've received it, thank you," Chen Guisheng exclaimed, his excitement causing him to tremble, nearly dropping his phone. "Earlier, I didn't consider it thoroughly. All the remaining money in my account has been transferred to yours," Chu Xiuwei stated to Gao Yang. "Thanks, let's be on our way," Gao Yang replied, satisfied that matters were resolved and ready to depart. "Sure," Chu Xiuwei followed him outside. "Thanks, brother. Do come visit when you have the time," Chen Guisheng called out, waving in gratitude at their retreating figures. "Did you sense anything unusual inside?" Gao Yang asked Chu Xiuwei as they stepped out. "What? I didn't notice anything." "Oh, it does seem a tad cooler than outside," she pondered before responding. "Is something wrong?" Noticing Gao Yang's frown, she inquired further. "Nothing's amiss," he assured her, though his thoughts wandered into the confines of his storage ring, where the once restless golden key now lay quietly within the space. Indeed, something was amiss, he mused inwardly. The moment he had stepped into Chen Guisheng's residence, he sensed an anomaly with the golden key, which had been pulsating within the confines of his space. It appeared that the key had reacted to some unseen force. He resolved to find another opportunity to investigate further. Chapter 25. The Supreme Black Gold Card. Upon returning to the vehicle, Gao Yang turned to Chu Xiuwei and inquired, "Do you know of any place that exchanges energy stones? It seems rather inconvenient to conduct transactions solely using energy stones. Your account already boasts several hundred million. Is that not enough for your needs?" The energy stones are a hard currency, akin to a new generation of gold, their value fluctuating unpredictably. This instability likely stems from the recent decisions made at higher echelons regarding the abandoned Yang City. Currently, the exchange rate can only be aligned with the general currency rate, which feels somewhat disadvantageous. Chu Xiuwei interjected with a reminder. "Never mind. Please exchange a batch for me." Gao Yang was indifferent to the trivial amounts. He was, after all, a billionaire now, and that figure would only continue to rise. "How much do you wish to exchange?" Chu Xiuwei shot him a skeptical glance, but proceeded to inquire. "Well, let's start with 2 billion, Gao Yang replied after a moment's contemplation. "How much?" Chu Xiuwei questioned, her disbelief evident. 2 billion? Is there a problem?" Gao Yang asked, noticing her astonishment. "Do you truly possess 2 billion? Chu Xiuwei's eyes widened in disbelief. "Indeed, I truly have 2 billion. Gao Yang wanted to mention that he possessed even more, but observing Chu Xiuwei's astonished demeanor, he decided against it. To exchange 2 billion dragon coins in a short time frame, even our Chu family would require a considerable amount of time. Chu Xiuwei, realizing Gao Yang was not jesting, began to ponder seriously. "Oh, then let's set that aside for now." Gao Yang noted Chu Xiuwei's predicament and resolved to postpone the matter. "Although I may not be able to facilitate this, there are others who can." Chu Xiuwei glanced at the time and smiled. "Who?" Gao Yang inquired. "Do you recall Zhang Jinbao, the one who handed you his business card when we dined in Qingzhou City? If it's him, he could likely handle it in under an hour." Chu Xiuwei promptly reminded him. It dawned on Gao Yang that he did indeed remember such an individual from their previous meal. There was still time, and if they hurried, they could manage it. "Shall we go?" Chu Xiuwei turned to Gao Yang. "Certainly. Let us proceed, and I shall treat you to a meal," Gao Yang replied as he pressed the accelerator. The car speeding away. On the way, Gao Yang retrieved his phone and dialed the number from the business card. "Hello, who is this?" A deep voice resonated from the other end. "It's me, the one you assisted with the energy stone exchange at the restaurant. My name is Gao Yang." He introduced himself. "I remember you, Brother Gao. How have you been? Do you have energy stones you wish to exchange?" Zhang Jinbao sensed a business opportunity and greeted him warmly. "Yes, I would like to exchange some for cash," Gao Yang stated plainly. "No problem. May I inquire how many energy stones you possess?" Zhang Jinbao's lips began to curl into a smile. "Approximately 2 billion, Gao Yang asked nervously, fearing that Zhang Jinbao might not be able to accommodate such a large exchange, which would render their trip pointless. 2 billion. Zhang Jinbao's eyes widened, his breath growing heavier. "No problem. Are you on your way now?" Zhang Jinbao was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure and inquired, "Indeed. I am now on the path of the past. Gao yang nodded in affirmation. Very well. I shall attend to this matter immediately. Once you arrive, we can proceed with the transaction, Zhang Jinbao decisively stated. All right. The two exchanged a few more words before ending the call. Gao Yang was surprised by Zhang Jinbao's swift agreement. It appeared that the provincial capital was indeed more convenient than a fourth-tier city. Just to be clear, this meal does not count as repayment for the one you owe me. Chu Shuwei jested upon seeing Gao Yang finalize the arrangement. No problem. It's just a meal. Gao Yang replied with a smile. In the midst of their banter, the pair had already exited the city, with Gao Yang flooring the accelerator, reaching maximum speed. Hey, no need to rush. If we make too much noise, even with the zombie nemesis around, we could still attract a horde, Chu Shuwei cautioned promptly. I'm not worried. My luck has always been excellent, Gao Yang jested back. Were it not for the fear of his zombie nemesis being too conspicuous, he wouldn't have even considered using it. In his presence, what zombie would dare to challenge him? After over an hour of travel, without any zombie disturbances, even Chu Shuwei had to admit that Gao Yang was indeed quite fortunate. However, as they approached the vicinity of Qingzhou City, Gao Yang distinctly sensed the impending approach of a horde. He couldn't help but frown slightly. Having put on a show, he could not afford to be embarrassed at the last moment. In the next instant, Gao Yang summoned the system within his mind, navigated to the domination points page, and clicked to use them immediately. Current domination points, 112. Do you wish to dominate this area? The system's voice resonated. Yes, Gao Yang replied succinctly. Congratulations, host. You have successfully dominated the area. 12 domination points remain. No S-level zombies detected in this area. One S-level zombie can still be subdued at this stage. Indeed, as expected of a provincial capital, the surroundings were significantly safer than Yang City, with no S-level zombies in sight. Gao Yang felt a pang of regret, while also understanding why Meng Songyan had abandoned Yang City. Compared to Qingzhou City, the zombie population in Yang City was indeed extraordinarily high. However, he did not concur with Meng Songyan's decision. Shortly thereafter, the two finally arrived at Qingzhou City. After several minutes, Gao Yang parked the car in front of the Jinlong Bank. Brother Gao, you've arrived. Please come in. Zhang Jinbao greeted warmly, already waiting at the bank's entrance. Following Zhang Jinbao, they entered a VIP room where several staff members were already present. Brother Gao, please take a seat. These are the cashiers. Once we ascertain the number of energy stones you have, we can proceed with the transaction immediately, Zhang Jinbao stated directly, bypassing any pleasantries. Understood. With a wave of his hand, a mountain of energy stones appeared in the center of the hall. Indeed, Brother Gao is remarkably accomplished at a young age, possessing even such rare items as a storage ring. Although Zhang Jinbao was somewhat prepared, he was still taken aback once again. Gao Yang merely smiled and remained silent. Exposing a storage ring was hardly a significant issue when dealing with commodities worth hundreds of billions. Come, Brother Gao, let's enjoy some tea, he said. The staff behind Zhang Jinbao swiftly began their inventory, while he warmly attended to the two. During this time, Gao Yang cooperatively signed several agreements and contracts. Within just a few minutes, the staff approached and reported, Director, we have completed the inventory. Based on the VIP market rate, this totals 21.5 billion dragon coins. Brother Gao, the current market for energy stones is somewhat sluggish. Can you accept this price? Zhang Jinbao inquired with a smile. I can. Gao Yang replied with a slight nod. Excellent. Brother Gao is indeed straightforward. Zhang Jinbao exclaimed as he retrieved a laptop, performed some operations, and subsequently handed a card to Gao Yang, saying, Brother Gao, this is your supreme black gold card. Please keep it safe. Since you are visiting Qingzhou City, allow me to extend the courtesy of hospitality. Would you be so kind as to accept? Thank you very much. Gao Yang smiled, glancing at Chu Shuwei. It appeared that he would not need to cover the meal after all. Chapter 26, Lord of Qingzhou City, Meng Songyan. At the top of the purple gold pavilion. Bring me 3 special orders. Zhang Jinbao instructed a nearby waiter, then presented the menu to Gao Yang. Brother Gao, please take a look and see if there is anything else you would like to try. The food here can enhance one's strength, although not as significantly as the specials. I shall not be modest, Gao Yang replied, ordering several dishes he had never tried before. Chu Shuwei, being a frequent diner, chose not to order anything additional. Brother Gao, have you considered settling in Qingzhou City? The environment here is far superior to Yang City, and the outskirts are not as perilous, Zhang Jinbao inquired with a smile. I have no such plans at the moment, Gao Yang responded, momentarily perplexed by Zhang Jinbao's sudden question. Zhang Jinbao glanced around and lowered his voice, saying, "Brother Gao, I feel a kinship with you, and I shall not conceal certain matters. I have heard that this morning, Lord Meng Songyun of Qingzhou City has reported to higher authorities about abandoning Yang City. If approved, that place will soon become a hellish landscape. Without the protection of city defense forces and the governing authority's purple demon jade, Yang City will swiftly be overrun by zombies. Therefore, while this information remains undisclosed, it would be prudent to acquire a residence in Qingzhou City." Gao Yang was taken aback, realizing that Zhang Jinbao was remarkably well informed. Such confidential news had evidently reached him. It seemed his identity was not as simple as that of an ordinary bank president. However, in such major cities, particularly first-tier ones, the presence of advanced zombies was nearly non-existent. What he needed most were areas inhabited by advanced zombies to bolster his ranks. Upon returning tonight, he planned to extend his dominion over the regions surrounding the smaller cities. "Thank you for sharing this information. However, I currently have no plans to stay in Qingzhou City." Gao Yang politely declined Zhang Jinbao's invitation with a smile. "All right, feel free to reach out if you need anything," Zhang Jinbao said, a hint of disappointment flickering across his face as he handed over a business card. "Chairman of Jinlong Real Estate, Zhang Jinbao. You certainly have quite a few titles," Gao Yang remarked, raising an eyebrow at the card in his hand. Just trying to make a living. "Come on, everyone, let us enjoy tonight's feast," Zhang Jinbao encouraged as the dishes were served. Throughout the meal, he maintained a lively conversation, steering clear of any mention of real estate, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of long-lost friends, which made the dining experience quite delightful. Gao Yang couldn't help but regard Zhang Jinbao with newfound respect. "Brother Gao, remember to call me next time you visit Qingzhou City. I will ensure you have a splendid time," Zhang Jinbao said enthusiastically as they stood outside the building. "Sure, I will," Gao Yang replied nonchalantly. "I'll take my leave now. Do remember to find me when you come," Zhang Jinbao reminded as he got into his car. "You're now quite the billionaire. It's no wonder he is so warm towards you," Chu Shuawei teased after Zhang Jinbao departed. "Though he is somewhat slick, I can sense he is genuinely a decent person," Gao Yang affirmed. "Miss Chu, my master requests your presence. Please follow me." A man in a suit suddenly appeared before them. "Who is your master?" Chu Shuawei furrowed her brow. "My master is Meng Songyun, the lord of Qingzhou City," the suited man replied. "Let us go meet him," Gao Yang interjected before Chu Shuawei could respond, curious about Meng Songyun's intentions. "All right, lead the way," she agreed, albeit unsure of Gao Yang's thoughts. "Miss Chu seems to have the leisure to wander around Qingzhou City. I wonder how my master, Jeshi, is doing." A commanding voice resonated as they entered. "He is fine, but he cannot get out of bed for the time being," Chu Shuawei stated, seating herself on the sofa across from him. "And this is?" Meng Songyun inquired, glancing at Gao Yang. "I am Gao Yang, a friend of Chu Shuawei," he replied with a composed smile. Meng Songyun was somewhat taken aback by Gao Yang's calm demeanor under his imposing presence, sparking his curiosity about him. "Miss Chu, since we meet here, I shall be straightforward. If you're willing to relocate the Chu Yuan Guild to our Qingzhou City, I am prepared to offer you a prime piece of land as your stronghold," Meng Songyun stated matter-of-factly. "Is that the purpose of your visit?" Chu Sui said, "Miss Chu, you must understand that the abandonment of Yang City is inevitable, and for a guild of your size, it may not be feasible to find acceptance in another city. Even if it were possible, according to future plans, the number of fourth-tier cities will only diminish, not increase. Will you then contemplate relocating once more?" Meng Songyun maintained a stoic expression as he gazed at Chu Shuawei. He had already attempted to persuade Chu Yuan today, only to be met with outright refusal. Encountering his daughter again, perhaps a discussion could yield different results. "We will not be leaving Yang City," Chu Shuawei asserted decisively. "You have no choice in the matter. I am not afraid to inform you that the higher-ups have conveyed to me unequivocally that Yang City will be completely abandoned, with an official announcement to follow tomorrow," Meng Songyun stated nonchalantly. "If Qingzhou City wishes to advance, it must attract more guilds and merchants, and the Chu Yuan Guild is the optimal choice." Even so, we will not depart." Chu Shuawei's gaze was resolute. Gao Yang looked at Chu Shuawei with surprise, not expecting such a response. While he could understand her reluctance to leave, being the king of zombies, he could lie in the desolate wasteland without fear of zombies approaching. How could Chu Shuawei be so unwavering? Did she somehow uncover his secret? He quickly dismissed that notion. He had never shared his circumstances with anyone, thus it was impossible for anyone to know. "Very well. I hope that when that day arrives, You can maintain such fortitude, Meng Songyun said, unperturbed, before rising and leaving the room. Are you truly planning to stay if Yang City is abandoned? Gao Yang could not help but inquire once Meng Songyun had departed. Yes. Is the place where I was born and raised. I do not wish to leave, Chu Shuowei replied with unwavering determination. I have discussed this with my father. Should Yang City be abandoned, the Chu Yuan Guild will assume the responsibility of safeguarding it. Gao Yang fell silent, taken aback by Chu Shuowei's nostalgia and her willingness to protect a city that could crumble at any moment, regardless of the cost. He understood that without the purple magic jade, mere word from awakened individuals would not suffice to defend a city. The zombies would descend in overwhelming numbers, far beyond what a population of several 100,000 could withstand. Moreover, most of that population was not composed of awakened individuals. Chapter 27. The panic induced by the announcement the next day, a news article surged to the top of trending topics. It was announced that 1 month from now, no further supplies of purple magic jade would be provided for Yang City, and all public officials were advised to evacuate within that time frame. Though the article contained no explicit mention of abandoning Yang City, the implication was clear in the context of each statement. This news instantaneously ignited a firestorm across the internet, causing many websites to crash under the weight of the traffic. Comment sections erupted with fervent discussions. Some expressed indignation, others reveled in glee. But the majority were the local citizens of Yang City, seething with anger. Numerous individuals took to posting condemnations of the Dragon Nation's irresponsibility, questioning why a thriving city should suddenly face abandonment. At that moment, within a room of the Chu Yuan Guild, I shall escort you to the city defense team. Should it be revealed that you are the catalyst of this incident, the inhabitants here are unlikely to show you any mercy. Chu Shuowei cast a cold glance at Meng Jieshi. Although she understood that this matter had little to do with him, and that he might merely be a victim of this conspiracy, she still found it difficult to speak calmly. I apologize for not being able to change my father's mind. Meng Jieshi let out a bitter smile, standing still. He knew that no words would amend the situation now. He approached Gao Yang, his expression suddenly turning serious. Brother Gao Yang, thank you for saving me. I promise to repay you. Although I failed to persuade my father, I believe there is still a glimmer of hope for Yang City. What do you mean? Gao Yang raised an eyebrow, inquiring. I have heard that there is an S-class zombie on the outskirts of Yang City. If we can subdue it, the crisis facing the city will naturally be resolved, and the authorities will surely retract their announcement of abandoning Yang City. Meng Jieshi stated bluntly. Isn't that mere folly? If we had such capability, what need would we have for the authorities? We could protect this city ourselves. Ju sui dito sapi. Everyone knows that to subdue an S-class zombie, one would need to possess an equivalent strength, and even if one were to succeed, it would not guarantee safety. A corresponding contract would automatically be established based on their respective powers. If the contract were in a 3-7 split, it might be manageable, but a 50-50 agreement would always carry the risk of rebellion. Miss Chu, this is precisely why what I am about to say is crucial. Meng Jieshi paused before continuing. The reason I came to Yang City is that I received orders to seek the whereabouts of the Oracle Chest. The higher-ups have received word that an Oracle Chest was left behind near Yang City. If we can obtain the treasures within, it would elevate us to at least S-class, thus making the subjugation of the S-class zombie a trivial matter. Is it not possible that there is no Oracle Chest here, or that if it exists, it has already been opened? Chu Shuowei's question seemed directed at Meng Jieshi, yet her gaze was fixed on Gao Yang. Does this girl suspect that I have already opened the chest? Gao Yang found it amusing. Indeed, his rapid surge in strength was quite unreasonable in comparison to the E-class evaluation, and would inevitably raise suspicions. However, he had no intention of explaining, for he indeed had not opened the Oracle Chest. That cannot be. Meng Jieshi shook his head. If the chest had been opened, it would have triggered a phenomenon in the heavens and earth. The higher the grade of the chest, the more significant the phenomenon. An S-class chest would be visible for 1,000 kilometers around. I am here specifically in search of the S-class chest. Meng Jieshi's words left Chu Shuowei feeling disheartened. It appeared her conjecture was incorrect. If only Gao Yang had opened the chest, then perhaps their city would be saved. Brother Gao Yang, I'm giving you this key. I hope you will be able to find that chest. As he spoke, Meng Jieshi handed the key to Gao Yang. Why is this key red? Gao Yang was taken aback. His own key seemed to be golden. The colors of the oracle keys signify the levels at which they can unlock various chests. The classification is fundamentally akin to that of us, the Awakened. The levels are as follows. E grade is represented by gray, D grade by green, C grade by cyan, B grade by blue, A grade by purple, S grade by red, SS grade by orange, and SSS grade by gold. Thus far, however, we have only discovered the red key. Meng Jieshi elucidated. Thank you. Gao Yang nodded, his heart swelling with exhilaration. It dawned on him that his key was of the highest caliber, signifying an opportunity to ascend directly to the status of an SSS-grade powerhouse. Although he believed himself nearly invincible, the existence of these levels indicated that there remained room for growth, and he could not afford to be complacent. Meng Jieshi acknowledged both of them with a nod before departing the room. Suddenly, Chu Xiuwei spoke up. Gao Yang, may I discuss something with you? If the red key unlocks a chest containing items that can enhance levels, could you possibly grant them to me? I have no interest in the rest, and I would compensate you with 20 billion dragon coins, in addition to fulfilling any request you might have. Her cheeks flushed as she hastily uttered her proposition, fearing that hesitation would prevent her from voicing it. Yes, that is acceptable, Gao Yang replied without hesitation. You agreed? Chu Xiuwei raised her flushed face. Disbelief etched across her features as she gazed at him. I did. Are we not friends? Gao Yang responded with a smile. In truth, the S-grade chest held little significance for him. He had utterly dominated S-grade zombies, and any items capable of elevating him to S-grade would be of minimal use. Furthermore, Chu Xiuwei had promised to relinquish the remaining items to him, along with monetary compensation and a pledge of compliance. Most importantly, the commotion surrounding the chest's opening would attract the attention of major factions, allowing him to maintain a low profile. It was indeed a perfect 2-for-1 deal. Gao Yang could not help but admire his own cunning. Thank you. We shall be lifelong friends, Chu Xiuwei said, her eyes glistening with gratitude. Miss, this is Dyer. At that moment, an urgent knock reverberated at the door. What has happened? Chu Xiuwei wiped the corners of her eyes and opened the door, her brow furrowed in concern. It has come to light that Yang City has been abandoned due to the reckless escapades of the young master of Qingzhou City, culminating in his sister's untimely demise. In a fit of rage, the Lord of Qingzhou has issued an edict declaring Yang City abandoned. Furthermore, it has been explicitly stated that Meng Jieshi is within our Chu Yuan guild, and many have already surrounded the guild, likely preparing to breach it shortly. A panicked staff member reported. A chill ran through Chu Xiuwei. If anything were to befall Meng Jieshi here, there would be no hope of salvaging Yang City. Let's go outside and investigate, Gao Yang declared, taking the lead. As the two individuals entered the Grand Hall, they discovered it had been entirely encircled. Nearly everyone who had seen the news online, guild members, merchants, and commoners alike, had gathered at the entrance. Anger was etched across every face, as they fervently demanded the surrender of Meng Jieshi. Chapter 28. The Oracle's Treasure Chest. Silence. A commanding roar brought an abrupt halt to the cacophony. A middle-aged man with graying hair stood at the center of the guild hall, his presence imposing enough to subdue the crowd. He was Chu Yuan, the president of the Chu Yuan Guild, and also the father of Chu Xiuwei. Father, Chu Xiuwei stepped forward, addressing him. Chu Yuan nodded gently before turning his gaze toward Gao Yang, who stood beside Chu Xiuwei. A smile suddenly broke across his face. You must be Gao Yang? Greetings, President. I am Gao Yang. Gao Yang was taken aback that Chu Yuan recognized him. When he joined the Chu Yuan Guild, he had learned that it was merely a faction of the Chu Corporation, making it quite rare to encounter Chu Yuan himself. Welcome to our guild. Chu Yuan extended his hand to shake Gao Yang's, then turned back to Chu Xiuwei. You and Gao Yang should escort Meng Jieshi through the back entrance and deliver him to the city defense team. Understood. Chu Xiuwei nodded and led Meng Jieshi toward the rear door. Ha, President. Gao Yang chuckled awkwardly, pointing at their still clasped hands. Oh, my apologies. Chu Yuan released Gao Yang's hand, patting him on the shoulder. Thank you for assisting my daughter. Off you go. Gao Yang nodded, a bit perplexed by Chu Yuan's earlier words, and followed along. The trio arrived at the back door, where they found no one present, allowing them to exit quickly. Throughout the journey, silence reigned, the atmosphere eerily quiet. It was not us who leaked your matter online. It offers us no advantage. Chu Xiuwei broke the silence first. I know it wasn't you. A flicker of sadness crossed Meng Jieshi's eyes, quickly concealed. The atmosphere turned silent once more. Yet the three shared an unspoken understanding to refrain from further conversation. Soon, they arrived at the headquarters of the city defense. Young Master Meng, are you all right? The chief commander, Fan Quan, approached with exaggerated deference. I am fine, Meng Jieshi replied coolly. Bring young Master Meng below to rest, Fan Quan ordered. gesturing for several city defense personnel to escort Meng Jieshi away. Once Meng Jieshi departed, Fan Quan straightened his posture, his gaze toward the two now stripped of its previous respect. Miss Chu, I am rather busy here. If there is nothing else, I want to see you out. With a forced chuckle, Fan Quan turned and left. At that moment, the city defense headquarters was abuzz with activity as everyone packed their belongings, evidently preparing to evacuate Yang City. Turncoat, Chu Xue muttered under her breath. Turning away in disdain, she held a deep contempt for such opportunistic individuals like Fan Quan. As the two individuals strolled down the bustling street, they were met with a stark reality. Many shops that once thrived were now shuttered, and throngs of people gathered around the city defense headquarters, protesting vehemently. Signs of rampant street robbery began to emerge. Yet not a single member of the city defense team intervened to quell such lawlessness. Hai Yang observed the scene before him and remarked with a hint of concern. This is precisely what I feared. Chu Xue, her brows knitted in worry, understood that if this situation continued unchecked, even without a zombie assault, chaos would inevitably engulf Yang City. Do you have a moment? Accompany me to a certain place, she inquired. Though she did not wait for Hai Yang's response, and promptly took his hand, ushering him into the vehicle. Last night, I delved into extensive research regarding the Oracle chest. Although the information is fragmented and incomplete, some details are of utmost significance. One particular note mentioned that the locations of the Oracle chests tend to have temperatures lower than their surroundings, she explained as she drove. What do you mean? Hai Yang feigned ignorance, despite being somewhat astonished by how quickly Chu Xue had identified this anomaly. Remember when we were at Chang'an Ridge? You mentioned that Chun Guoxing's residence emanated chill. I suspect that it is the very site of the Oracle chest, Chu Xue asserted. Indeed, let us investigate, he replied, impressed by her acumen. Even if she had not brought it up, he had intended to inform her of his findings. He had not anticipated that she would connect the dots so swiftly, leading him to realize that concealing his own burgeoning strength would not be feasible for long. He needed a plausible excuse to rationalize his sudden prowess. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at Chang'an Ridge. Likely due to the morning's news broadcast, the area was nearly deserted. Those without the means to purchase housing or who had not awakened their powers had vacated in search of refuge in other cities. If they lingered too long, they might find themselves barred from entering the city once the guilds and the affluent had departed. It was undeniable that if these individuals had channeled their keen instincts elsewhere, they might have already prospered. As they traversed the area, they encountered only the elderly, the infirm, and those who had surrendered to despair, resignedly awaiting their fate. Soon, they reached Chun Guoxing's former abode, now a desolate shell, ravaged and forlorn. Hai Yang raised an eyebrow, sensing the two keys within his possession stirring with renewed energy. Besides the information you just mentioned, is there any other critical detail? He inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Xue replied. It is said that the oracle keys will react when in proximity to the chest. Higher tier keys can respond to chests of lower tiers, while the opposite is not true. Hai Yang produced the red key, directing it towards the small aperture, and indeed, the key trembled with intensified vigor. Indeed, there lies an oracle treasure chest, though its level remains uncertain. While Chu Xue felt a surge of excitement, an undercurrent of anxiety also gripped her. The S-level key would respond to chests below S-level and could unlock all such chests. Let's discover what it holds. Gao Yang stowed the key and produced a shovel, beginning to excavate towards the opening. Chu Xue busied herself alongside him, assisting in widening the entrance. After several minutes, they had expanded the opening enough for both to enter. Peering down, they were surprised to find a dark passageway that led into the unknown. Let us descend and investigate, Gao Yang declared, leaping into the abyss. Though Chu Xue harbored a fear of darkness, she steeled herself and followed suit. Upon entering the passage, they found it narrow enough for only one person to traverse at a time, with a height of roughly 1.5 meters, forcing them to bend as they proceeded. After more than half an hour of cautious advancement, they finally emerged into a spacious expanse. A flicker of astonishment crossed Gao Yang's face. He had not anticipated such a vast area beneath Yang City. Be careful. Suddenly, Chu Xue's voice echoed from behind. Startled, Gao Yang instinctively jumped aside. A thunderous crash resounded as a massive figure landed where he had just stood, creating a deep crater. As the dust settled, Gao Yang raised an eyebrow at the sight before him, a colossal centipede. Its shell gleamed ominously, resembling steel, with each segment seemingly infused with boundless power. its many legs swiftly propelling it towards Gao Yang, catching a glimpse of the treasure chest behind the giant centipede. Gao Yang realized this creature was the guardian of the chest. The centipede opened its gaping maw, releasing a plume of black toxic mist that surged toward him. With a deft push from his toes, Gao Yang leaped into the air, delivering a powerful punch to the centipede's enormous head. With a resounding thud, the creature's massive cranium struck the ground. Detection of an A-level zombie in the vicinity. Do you wish to capture it? The system's voice announced. A-level? Gao Yang scoffed internally. He had little regard for anything below S-level. D, he thought. No, he mentally affirmed as he landed atop the centipede's head. The creature sensed Gao Yang's superior strength, a flicker of fear igniting in its eyes, and it attempted to project a desire for a pact. You are too weak. I refuse, Gao Yang sneered, delivering another crushing blow to the centipede's head. The once formidable shell, now felt as fragile as paper, was instantly penetrated. Its body continued to writhe and struggle upon the ground until it eventually lay still. Gao Yang groped around the centipede's head and soon discovered the presence of an energy stone, gently grasping it and extracting it from its place. A stream of dark green liquid began to flow down Gao Yang's arm. How disgusting, he murmured, hastily retrieving a bottle of mineral water to wash away the viscous substance from his hands. Meanwhile, Chu Shuowei stood in a state of shock, utterly astonished by the scene that had just unfolded. The entire battle lasted merely a few seconds, yet Gao Yang, an E-level awakener, had managed to slay a beast exuding a purple aura. That was an A-level beast. Even an S-level powerhouse would likely lack the confidence to kill it so swiftly. How had Gao Yang achieved this? As Chu Shuowei began to recall the moments leading up to their encounter, she realized that nothing particularly unusual had transpired. Had he already possessed such strength, merely masquerading as a fool to deceive others? Just as Chu Shuowei leaned towards this assumption, she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her lower abdomen, followed by a forceful kick that sent her tumbling down the corridor. Ugh! She let out a muffled groan as her body hit the ground with a heavy thud. Shuowei! Gao Yang exclaimed in alarm, rushing over to assess her injuries. There, on her abdomen, was a gaping wound several inches long, bleeding profusely. Gao Yang's expression hardened as he quickly utilized his abilities to staunch the bleeding. He disregarded the enemies within the corridor. This wound had likely penetrated a vital organ, and if left unattended, she would perish swiftly. A man indeed tender-hearted towards a fairer sex. Yet here you are, so brazenly treating her wounds as if I were invisible. A chilling laugh echoed through the air, and a figure hidden in the shadows leaped down. The newcomer was none other than Chen Lu, who had been wanted for some time without any leads. It's you, Gao Yang said, his face devoid of expression, though the icy glare in his eyes sent shivers down the spine. I heard you've been searching for me, but I never expected to find you here. Chen Lu smirked, licking the blood from the tip of his knife. He appeared to approach casually, yet he was meticulously observing Gao Yang's every move. When he realized that Gao Yang had no intention of ceasing his treatment of Chu Shuowei, he felt a surge of confidence. Originally, he had merely intended to kill you, but now there's an unexpected bonus. It's time for you to die. Chen Li's knife suddenly lunged towards Gao Yang's back with blinding speed. Noting that Gao Yang remained motionless, Chen Lu felt entirely at ease, hastening the thrust of his blade. Once these two were dead, everything within the Oracle's treasure chest would belong to him. A triumphant expression began to emerge on his face. Just then, a loud explosion echoed through the air. As Gao Yang was treating his right hand, it suddenly swung violently behind him without even a twist of his head. Yet his arm struck Chen Li's waist with uncanny precision. A piercing scream erupted, accompanied by the sound of bones shattering, as Chen Lu was propelled against the wall, creating a sizable dent. How can you still move? Isn't it true that healing abilities cannot be used for anything else while treating? Chen Li gazed incredulously at Gao Yang, who remained steadfastly behind him. Healing abilities demand unwavering focus. Any interruption would render previous treatment ineffective, leading to a rebound of injuries and a swifter demise. Yet, Gao Yang's healing had not ceased. He retaliated with a strike. This blow had already shattered Chen Li's bones, and without treatment, his fate was sealed. Who are you really? Gao Yang cannot possess such formidable strength. He is notorious as the weakest in our guild and could not possibly inflict such damage in a single blow. Blood spilled from Chen Li's mouth as he looked at Gao Yang's silhouette, filled with resentment. He had evaded capture for so long, seeking an opportunity for revenge on behalf of his brother. Yet, In the end, not only had he failed, but he had also jeopardized his own life. "You seem to know me quite well," he remarked bitterly. At this moment, the agony on Chu Xiuwei's face had subsided, her body now peacefully asleep. Gao Yang rose and approached Chun Lu slowly. "What do you intend to do?" Chun Li's eyes widened in terror as he looked at Gao Yang. Gao Yang crouched beside Chun Lu and resumed his treatment. "You harmed my friend. Do you think you can simply die without consequence? That would be far too lenient." A sinister smile crept across Gao Yang's lips. Chun Lu felt a chill run down his spine and hastily pleaded, "Brother Gao, I was wrong. Grant me a swift death." He could distinctly sense his organs gradually healing, reaching a state where he would not perish in the immediate future. Gao Yang withdrew his abilities and stepped on Chun Li's hand. Was it this hand that inflicted the wound? A heart-wrenching scream followed. No response? It must be this one. Gao Yang's expression remained indifferent as he directed his foot towards the other hand. Not this one either? It must be this one. He moved to Chun Li's feet, crushing them mercilessly. "Damn it. Even if I'm formidable, I can't wield a knife with my foot." Chun Li's heart seethed with anger. Yet his mouth could only emit anguished cries, rendering him unable to answer Gao Yang's query. Ultimately, after Gao Yang had shattered both of his feet, the excruciating pain drove him into unconsciousness. Chapter 30, Chaos in the City. Observing that Chun Lu was on the brink of death, Gao Yang disinterestedly rose and made his way towards the oracle treasure chest. The closer he approached, the more violently the key in his hand trembled. When Gao Yang finally stood before the oracle treasure chest, it began to emanate a dazzling red light. It was an S-rank treasure chest. Upon witnessing the extraordinary phenomenon, Gao Yang quickly deduced that the treasure chest before him belonged to the S-rank category. He turned to glance at Chu Xiuwei, who remained ensconced in unconsciousness, seemingly unable to awaken anytime soon. Thus, he resolved to open the treasure chest and depart from this place. With that thought in mind, Gao Yang took the key and inserted it into the lock of the chest. As he gently twisted the key, a satisfying click resonated in the air. Despite already surpassing the S rank in strength, the prospect of opening the legendary oracle chest filled him with an involuntary sense of trepidation and curiosity about its contents. His hands slowly reached out, lifting the lid of the chest. What lay before him, however, rendered him speechless. Apart from a vial of an unknown liquid, there was nothing else within. Ding! Congratulations, host, for opening the S-rank treasure chest. You have received a reward of 100 Dominion points, bringing your total to 112. What a disappointment. Was it not said that in addition to enhancing strength, various treasures would also be included? System, what is the meaning of this? Is this truly what an S-rank treasure chest should contain? Gaoi ang cuestionet in exasperation. The potion is a guaranteed reward, while other rewards are randomized. They may accumulate into a mountain or yield nothing at all. The system offered a brief explanation, and regardless of Gao Yang's persistent inquiries, it remained silent thereafter. With a resigned sigh, he accepted the potion, uncertain whether selling an S-rank potion for 2 billion was a gain or a loss. He intended to vacate the area. However, after taking only a few steps, a fireball suddenly materialized in his hand and hurtled towards Chun Lu. With a resounding bang, Chun Li's body was engulfed in flames. Having completed this act, Gao Yang finally turned to leave. Once he extricated Chu Xiuwei from the cave, he realized the extent of the spectacle triggered by opening the S-rank treasure chest. The entire sky radiated various phenomena centered around Changyin Ridge, with images of previously unseen patterns continuously emerging and shifting. Gao Yang could not decipher their meanings and hastily resolved to leave the area. The manifestations were too conspicuous. It would not be long before the place was thronged with people. He quickly concealed the cave entrance and hurriedly drove away with Chu Xiuwei. Shortly after their departure, Changyin Ridge was already teeming with onlookers, many of whom began searching for the oracle chest's whereabouts. On the way back, Gao Yang noticed numerous individuals making their way towards Changyin Ridge. He was astounded by the immense allure of the S-rank treasure chest, which had incited such a commotion. At this moment, Chu Xiuwei stirred awake, coughing intermittently. "You're awake. Please do not move around. Rest for a while," Gao Yang advised gently, looking ahead. "I apologize for the trouble. I hadn't noticed someone was following us," Chu Xiuwei replied softly, clutching her wound. "No worries. Just be more careful next time." Gao Yang handed the vial of potion to Chu Xiuwei, his expression one of mild grievance. "I can't tell if this transaction is worth it. The treasure chest contained nothing but this potion. Chu Shuawei, initially feeling low, couldn't help but chuckle at Gao Yang's peculiar expression. However, the laughter tugged at her wound, causing her to grimace in response. Haha, serves you right for finding it amusing, Gao Yang teased. Thank you, but aside from the fixed potion that enhances strength, the other rewards are indeed random. It's my fault for not clarifying. If you think 20 billion isn't sufficient, we can negotiate further. Chuswewi glanged et Gao Yang apologiti chali. No need. Since we are friends, there's no need to dwell on such matters. When I find myself with nothing, just sharing a meal with me will suffice. Gao Yang chuklet softly. You're worth hundreds of billions. How could you ever be without? Chu Shuawei rolled her eyes at him. All bystanders leave immediately. At the intersection ahead, the city defense personnel blocked the path, preventing others from advancing. Why should we? You're abandoning Yang City, so stop meddling in our affairs, shouted a disgruntled crowd. Exactly. Clear the way, get out of our Yang City. A multitude of disgruntled voices echoed in protest. Suddenly, a leader among them drew a pistol from his waist, firing 3 shots that took down the 3 instigators. Anyone unafraid of death, come forward. The city defense officer wore a scornful expression, looking down upon these individuals who only knew how to shout. Yet, he clearly underestimated the terrifying ferocity of those driven to desperation. These brutes ignore us, and before leaving, they seek to strip away our hope for survival. Let us unite and take them down, shouted one voice. Yes, eliminate them all. Charge. Someone led the charge, followed by a second and third. The crowd surged forward, fearless and determined. The few city defense personnel were taken aback by the audacity of these ordinary citizens daring to confront them. Caught off guard, though they managed to take down a few, they were overwhelmed by sheer numbers and were swiftly defeated. Charge! Let us seek the treasure. Another voice rang out. The ordinary citizens surged forward like a swarm of locusts, heading straight for Gao Yang. Observing the frenzied crowd, Gao Yang proceeded slowly, prepared for any necessary violence. However, it seemed the throng was solely interested in the treasure, ignoring him entirely as they veered past his vehicle and raced toward Chang'an Ridge. These people are truly mad. If they knew the treasure was in your possession, I shudder to think what they might do to you. Gao Yang gestured to Chu Shuawei as he navigated through the crowd. Chu Shuawei seemed to have been startled by the terrifying appearance of the group earlier, hastily urging, "We must leave quickly. Those people are utterly frightening." As the vehicle entered the city, Gao Yang realized that he had underestimated the situation. The entire Yang City had descended into chaos. Many had begun to pillage and commit acts of violence, while others flocked towards Endgame. The streets were completely congested with crowds, to the point where people began to tread upon the roof of Gao Yang's car, rendering the newly acquired vehicle utterly useless. In desperation, Gao Yang quickly gathered his belongings, hoisted the seated Chu Shuawei onto his back, and set off on foot toward the Chu Yuan Guild. Chapter 31. Pressuring upon returning to the Chu Yuan Guild. The outside world had spiraled into utter disorder, akin to a $0 purchase event in certain countries, perhaps even more severe. However, due to the esteemed reputation of the Chu Yuan Guild, no one dared to cause trouble there for the time being. Yet, the chaos sparked by the Oracle's treasure chest had led to the guild's doors being firmly shut. Shuawei, how are you feeling? Are you better? Chu Yuan looked at his daughter, lying on the bed, with a face full of concern. Father, I'm fine, Chu Shuawei replied with a gentle smile. Then turned to Gao Yang beside her. Can I give this potion to my father? Feel free. Since it's a trade, it belongs to you now. You may dispose of it as you wish, Gao Yang replied nonchalantly. Thank you, Chu Shuawei said gratefully, taking out the vial. Dad, please drink this. To her surprise, Chu Yuan pushed his hand away, shaking his head. I am old. Even if I take this potion and reach S level, my potential for growth is still severely limited. But you, at just 18, have every chance to reach the pinnacle of S level. Moreover, this is given to you by Gao Yang. You should drink it. Chu Sui hestita. Staring at the potion in her hand, uncertain of what to say. Your father has said you should drink it. So, just go ahead, Gao Yang interjected appropriately. All right, I'll drink it. After a moment as thought, Chu Shuawei resolved to act, uncorking the vial and consuming the potion. Upon ingesting the potion, she immediately felt an overwhelming fatigue and quickly lay back down, murmuring, I'm so tired. I need to sleep for a while before slipping into a deep slumber. Little brother, let us step outside and allow Shuawei to rest properly, Chu Yuan said, turning to Gao Yang. Very well, Gao Yang replied, following Chu Yuan outside. The two men entered a tea room, where Chu Yuan opened a tea canister and began preparing tea. Little brother, what are your plans for the future? Chu Yuan asked casually while brewing the tea. I have no immediate plans. I suppose I will remain in Yang City for now. Gao Yang reflected before responding. You have seen for yourself that Yang City is no longer what it once was. In a few days, it may very well become a hell on earth. I doubt the zombies will even need to intervene. The people might just eliminate each other. Chu Yuan calmly spoke of the potential future, seemingly accustomed to such matters. Whatever. I have no attachments. As long as I am not provoked, their demise has little to do with me, Gao Yang remarked nonchalantly. Chu Yuan's hand, poised to pour tea, momentarily paused before swiftly returning to its task. Your perspective is intriguing, yet the situation may not be as straightforward. With the divine oracle chest now unveiled, many remain unaware that its contents have already been claimed. Should this knowledge come to light, our Chu family will undoubtedly become the target of public ire, and it may even implicate you, my young brother. Thus, I advise you to depart from Yang City at your earliest convenience. As for where you wish to settle, I can certainly assist in making the necessary arrangements, Chu Yuan said earnestly, fixing his gaze upon Gao Yang. And what of you? Gao Yang Kontret, meeting Chu Yuan's eyes with determination. Chu Yuan, taken aback by the question, let out a bitter smile. In truth, it isn't just the Chu group. Even Yang City can be said to have been established by my family. Although it has since fallen under official governance, I harbor a deep affection for this place. Hence I do not intend to leave. And what of Chu Xiuwei? Gao Yang Preset Furter. She has ascended to S-class and is no longer at liberty. She must report to the capital, Chu Yuan replied, concern etched across his features. Isn't going to the capital a good thing? Gao Yang queried, puzzled by Chu Yuan's expression. Of course, it is advantageous. As an S-class powerhouse, she stands above the masses. However, there are varying levels of strength within the S-class, and ultimately, this key was obtained from Meng Songyun and his associates, which raises the possibility of danger for Xiuwei. Chu Yuan finally voiced his apprehensions. Gao Yang furrowed his brow. The key had indeed been a gift to Chu Xiuwei, and the thought of her encountering peril due to it weighed heavily on him. Chairman, do not fret. I will devise a solution, Gao Yang stated thoughtfully after a moment's reflection. Chu Yuan paused, a long-lost smile gracing his face. Then I thank you, young brother. It is truly an honor for Xiuwei to have a friend like you. If circumstances allow in the future, I would not mind you addressing me as father-in-law. Gao Yang, caught off guard by Chu Yuan's startling declaration, sputtered tea, splattering it across Chu Yuan's face. While he harbored a slight affection for Chu Xiuwei, it seemed far too premature to entertain such notions. Isn't it more fitting to call you uncle rather than father-in-law? Addressing you as chairman feels rather distant. He managed to stammer, while Chu Yuan dabbed his face with a handkerchief. Just as Gao Yang was about to respond, Chu Yuan's phone rang unexpectedly. Although he couldn't discern the conversation, he sensed a sudden shift in Chu Yuan's demeanor, culminating in a forceful slap against the table. With rage etched across his face, Chu Yuan exclaimed, "If you dare, then try it," before abruptly ending the call. "What has happened, uncle?" Gao Yang inquired. Meng Songyun, that old man, claimed that the key Meng Jieshi gave you was official and that they intended to reclaim it. If you refuse, they threatened to utterly annihilate Yang City. Chu Yuan's evident fury had not yet dissipated, and his expression remained exceedingly grim. I suspect it won't be long before he secretly dispatches an S-class powerhouse. At that point, if the item is not surrendered, not only you, but the entire Yang City may face annihilation. Despite Meng Songyun being a conservative, his inherent ruthlessness instills fear even in the most radical factions. Xiaoyang, might I implore you to accompany Xiuwei to the capital? Depart tonight, otherwise it may be too late. Chu Yuan suddenly turned to Gao Yang, his eyes filled with a plea. What about you, uncle? Gao Yang had no objections, but he feared that if only Chu Yuan remained here and something went awry, Chu Xiuwei might harbor resentment towards him for a lifetime. I shall stay here and await his arrival. Rest assured, my son is the chief commander of the Northwest City defenses. I doubt a mere city lord would dare to act against me. Confidence permeated Chu Yuan's words. However, Gao Yang understood that a person who dares to slaughter an entire city would hardly be deterred by his presence alone. Moreover, in a clandestine manner, no one would know who struck. Contemplating this, Gao Yang shook his head and declared, "Uncle, I shall not leave. Not only will I remain, but Xiuwei shall not depart either. I will stand my ground and see who dares to cause trouble." Gao Yang spoke with a calm demeanor, as if discussing a trivial matter, which inadvertently inspired Chu Yuan with a sense of conviction that this individual was not merely boasting, but was indeed capable of his words. Very well, then we shall guard Yang City together. Regaining his composure, Chu Yuan resumed his authoritative demeanor, a smile gracing his lips. Chapter 32. Encountering the yellow-haired boy again. Master, awaken. A gentle voice broke the silence, accompanied by a slender finger prodding Gao Yang's cheek. Who is it? Do not disturb my slumber. Groggily, Gao Yang irritably turned over, attempting to continue his rest. After a while, he seemed to sense something amiss, opened his eyes, and turned to look behind him. What brings you here? Gao Yang was startled, his drowsiness vanishing instantly. Our phones have run out of battery. So the three of them sent me to inquire why you have not brought the charger you promised us. Lu Hong leaned over the bedside, smiling as she spoke. Gao Yang was taken aback, only then recalling that it had been 3 days since he had given them the phones. The city had grown increasingly chaotic lately, with the astute guilds and merchants having fled under the cover of night. Now, apart from the members of Chu Yuan's guild, Yang City was largely composed of ordinary individuals who either lacked the means to awaken or were incapable of awakening, numbering approximately over 800,000. In recent days, Gao Yang had been working alongside Chu Yuan to maintain the basic order of Yang City, and through Chu Yuan's iron-fisted methods, the city had only just begun to settle down. However, Gao Yang was acutely aware that this was merely a temporary calm, a lull before the impending storm. Has anyone discovered you? Gao Yang inquired. No, and moreover, your city's defenses are completely vacant. If it weren't for my fervent efforts to prevent it, those 3 individuals would have sought to enter and locate their master. Lu Hong replied with a hint of melancholy in her gaze directed at Gao Yang. Well then, let's have a meal before we proceed to find what you need. Gao Yang promptly rose to wash up. If those individuals were to gain entry, chaos would undoubtedly ensue. Presently, Yang City lay in a state akin to semi-abandonment. Nearly all those with any means had departed with the main contingent, migrating toward the neighboring towns. After searching for over half an hour, Gao Yang and Lu Hong managed to gather all the necessary items from several abandoned shops. With the absence of defensive inspections, access had become considerably more straightforward. It was primarily the members of the Chu Yuan Guild who took on the responsibilities of guarding the area. Are you heading out, Brother Gao? A guild member recognized Gao Yang and greeted him with a smile. Yes, I'm going out to assess the situation. Thank you. Brother Gao, Eli, open the door and let Brother Gao through. The guild member shouted, and the city gate swung open, permitting Gao Yang's departure. Not far from the city gate, 3 individuals sprang forth, eagerly watching Gao Yang and rubbing their hands in anticipation. Gao Yang wore an expression of exasperation, yet he proceeded to instruct them on the usage of the charger, solar panel, and diesel generator. The 4 were overjoyed and promptly declared, "We pledge to follow our master to the ends of the earth. If all is well, we shall return first. It would be unwise to incite chaos here." "Let us go," Gao Yang replied with a roll of his eyes, choosing not to shatter their enthusiasm. Seizing the rare opportunity to venture out, he intended to explore the nearby areas and exert control over several regions. System, purchase Dominion points. Please enter the desired amount of Dominion points for exchange. The system emitted a voice while presenting an input box for the number of characters. What is the maximum I can redeem? Gao Yang queried. At this stage, the host may possess 5 S-grade zombies, including those voluntarily subdued, the system elucidated before falling silent. Resigned, Gao Yang began to calculate. He currently had 112 Dominion points remaining. This meant that without redemption, he had already reached the capacity for subjugated zombies. How can I elevate to the next level? After clarifying, Gao Yang posed a question. Expanding the Dominion area to 50 blocks will allow for an increase to 20 zombies under your control. Gao Yang was taken aback. How much will this cost? 1 million dragon coins can be exchanged for 1 Dominion point, implying that 100 Dominion points would require a staggering 100 million. Thus, he still needed 400 Dominion points. Purchase 400 Dominion points, Gao Yang commanded. Deducting 5 billion dragon coins for the purchase of 400 Dominion points. Your current Dominion points stand at 512. Upon acquiring the Dominion points, Gao Yang began to examine the map on his phone. Several areas near Yangcheng have come under his dominion. To extend his rule further, he must venture elsewhere, with the nearest location being Shishua City, a 4th-tier city situated 100 kilometers away. Without hesitation, Gao Yang promptly boarded his vehicle and set off towards Shishua City. An hour later, he arrived at the borders of Shishua City. Current Dominion value, 4512. Do you wish to dominate this area? The system's voice echoed. Yes. Congratulations, host. You have successfully dominated the area. Remaining Dominion value, 4412. No S-class zombies have been detected in this region. Currently, you may still subdue one S-class zombie. Ignoring the announcement, Gao Yang continued to roam the vicinity, intending to dominate all nearby regions before anything else. As twilight descended, he successfully dominated several areas without encountering any S-class zombies. How peculiar! While S-class zombies surrounded Yangcheng, there were none to be found in Shishua City. Raising an eyebrow, Gao Yang murmured to himself. After traversing another sector, he still found no sign of S-class zombies. Noticing that his fuel tank was nearly empty, he decided to enter the city to refuel. He steered his vehicle towards the city gates. Before he could reach the gates, he noticed a large crowd congregating at the entrance of Shishua City. Those lacking the qualifications should step aside. Do not force me to take action, a visibly impatient city guard declared. In Qingzhou City, one can enter with a capital verification of 500,000, yet you, Shishua City, a mere fourth-tier city, demand 1 million. Is this not an affront to honest citizens? The crowd erupted in a chorus of discontent. The guards were overwhelmed, struggling to manage the situation. At that moment, Gao Yang's vehicle arrived at the city gates, drawing the attention of many. Stop. Entry requires capital verification. Only those with assets exceeding 1 million may enter. One of the gate guards stated to Gao Yang. Understood, Gao Yang replied, producing a supreme black gold card. The guard's eyes widened in astonishment. His mouth agape, as if he could fit an egg inside. The supreme black gold card. After glancing at Gao Yang again, he retrieved a device for Gao Yang to input his password. In disbelief, the guard began counting the zeros following the numbers. 150 billion. He stood frozen, astonished. May I enter? Gao Yang asked, casting a calm glance at him. Yes, of course. Please proceed. The guard replied hastily, a smile breaking across his face. Wait. He cannot enter. Suddenly, a dark voice interrupted. Gao Yang furrowed his brow, recognizing the figure before him, though he could not recall their identity. Huh, you didn't expect this, did you? After all you did to make my life unbearable in Yang City, today I shall repay you in kind. A yellow-haired man stepped forward, grinning smugly. Who are you? Gao Yang asked, puzzled as he scrutinized the individual before him. Who am I? I am Kong Wei, the manager of Haizhong Lao. Thanks to you, I was forced to leave Yang City. As long as I am here, no matter how many arms you possess, you shall not enter, Kong Wei declared with unabashed arrogance. Chapter 33, The Assassin Arrives. I am now a member of the city defense team. If I say you cannot enter, not even a fortune can change that. Kong Wei sneered at Gao Yang. Previously, due to an offense against the Chu group, Haizhong Lao could no longer operate in Yang City, and he too had been compelled to depart. If it weren't for his boss granting him a second chance, he likely would have been left with nothing. Now, seeing Gao Yang again filled him with a sense of vindictive pleasure. Come, crawl through here, and I'll allow you entry, Kong Wei taunted, spreading his legs mockingly at Gao Yang. Gao Yang frowned, contemplating a temporary retreat to deal with this man later in the evening when a chilling voice cut through. A mere city defense officer dares to bark here? Step aside. A man stepped forward and kicked the yellow-haired man to the ground. How bold to assault a member of the city defense. Call for backup. Kong Wei groaned, clutching his aching abdomen and urgently signaling to his fellow officers. The few city defense officers exchanged glances and swiftly dialed for reinforcements. Soon, dozens of city defense officers streamed forth. Who dares to assault a city defense officer? A commanding voice boomed. Captain, it's these two. They're in cahoots, Kong Wei exclaimed, his face lighting up upon seeing the captain approach. Hastily pointing at Gao Yang and his companion. Arrest them, the city defense captain ordered, narrowing his eyes. Open your eyes and see who I am. The man who had kicked Kong Wei stepped forward, seizing the captain's collar and delivering a couple of resounding slaps. He presented an identification badge before him. Wait. The captain's expression shifted to one of shock upon seeing the badge, and he quickly raised his hand to halt the proceedings. Director Yang, what brings you to our humble establishment? What I do does not require your report. Now, get out of my way, Yang Yun replied coldly. No need, no need. Hurry. Open the city gates for Director Yang, the captain urged, gesturing earnestly. Let him in, as well, Yang Yun instructed, directing his vehicle towards the city defense captain. Understood. The captain cast a brief glance at Gao Yang, promptly gesturing for him to enter as well. After Gao Yang drove into the city, he intended to express his gratitude to the man who had intervened, but upon turning around, the individual had vanished. He resigned himself to the situation and opened his navigation app, heading towards the nearest gas station. A few minutes later, he arrived at the gas station, and, to his astonishment, he encountered the individual named Yang Yun once again. Yang Yun, too, recognized Gao Yang, a flicker of surprise evident in his eyes. What a coincidence, Gao Yang remarked, having just expressed his gratitude moments prior. Although he was unfamiliar with the specific duties of a special officer, it was evident that it pertained to an official capacity, and he sensed an aura of strength emanating from this individual. Yang Yun nodded in acknowledgement, filled up his tank, and departed without further ado. Fill it up with 98, Gao Yang instructed before producing his black gold card to settle the bill. Glancing at the sky, he noted that dusk was approaching. He contemplated taking an alternate route back to Yang City, which would allow him to dominate several more territories while conserving time. That path was seldom traversed, rumored to be rife with zombies, potentially even an S-class zombie. While entering the city had become significantly more challenging, exiting remained quite convenient. After a brief verification, he found himself outside the city limits. With a swift press of the accelerator, the vehicle surged forward towards Yang City. Current domination value, 4012. Do you wish to dominate this area? Yes. Congratulations, host, on successfully dominating the area. Remaining domination value, 3912. 2 S-class zombies detected in this area. The host may currently subdue one. Do you wish to proceed? Yes. Gao Yang was momentarily taken aback, surprised that while other regions lacked S-class zombies, this particular area boasted 2. It was indeed remarkable. Logically, a single territory could host only 1 zombie leader, making the presence of 2 quite extraordinary. Though he couldn't fathom the reason behind it, he chose not to dwell on it for the moment. Please select the zombie to subdue. A. Stealth Crocodile. B. King Kong Crocodile. A. Gao Yang selected the Stealth Crocodile. The ability of invisibility was, after all, a coveted skill for any man. Congratulations, host, on successfully subduing your 5th zombie. Currently, you may subdue 0 additional zombies. At that moment, Gao Yang received a call from Chu Yuan. Gao Yang, where are you right now? Chu Yuan in Guit An Si Oli. I'm on my way back. What is the matter? A sense of unease gripped Gao Yang's heart. An S-class powerhouse sent by the higher-ups has arrived in Yang City and has begun indiscriminately slaughtering. Chu Yuan's expression turned grave. I'll need about half an hour to reach you. Gao Yang's eyebrows knitted together as he pressed the accelerator to the floor. All right. Snow Wei has already engaged with him, but she has only recently ascended to S-class and lacks control over her power compared to that opponent. She is currently at a disadvantage. I'll return as quickly as I can. After hanging up, Gao Yang exuded a powerful aura, causing all zombies along the way to part as his vehicle sped down the road. 15 minutes later, Gao Yang found himself outside Yang City. From afar, he could see the thick smoke billowing up from the city and hear the violent sounds of explosions. Open the gates, Gao Yang has returned. He shouted towards the guards on the city wall. Recognizing him, the guild members hurriedly opened the gates to let Gao Yang enter. Brother Gao Yang, please follow me. A city defense officer, already waiting on a motorcycle inside the gates, gestured for him to proceed. Very well, lead the way. Gao Yang nodded and followed the officer as they drove, soon spotting 2 familiar figures trembling in fear. From a distance, it was evident that Chu Xiuwei had completely fallen at a disadvantage. Gao Yang's brow furrowed as he quickly recognized the individual attacking her. It was none other than the man, Yang Yun, who had assisted him in Shishua City. Gao Yang, we must leave. This man is too powerful. We cannot defeat him. Seeing Gao Yang, Chu Xiuwei felt a rush of urgency. Distracted, she was struck squarely by Yang Yun's fist, crashing to the ground. Stealing the official key and consuming it privately warrants the death penalty, to be executed immediately. This is the official order. There's nothing I can do. Yang Yun's expression turned icy, and without hesitation, he transformed his right hand into a claw, aiming for Chu Xiuwei's vital points. In an instant, Gao Yang appeared before Chu Xiuwei and slapped Yang Yun's hand away. Yang Yun lost his balance, nearly stumbling to the ground. Yet, true to his status as an S-rank powerhouse, he managed to twist his body in an unusual manner and steadied himself. You? Yang Yun was taken aback upon recognizing Gao Yang, whom he had encountered in Shishua City. Who would have thought we would meet again? Have you considered the consequences of harming my friend? Gao Yang replied with a slight smile, his gaze turning icy. Regardless of whose friend it was, using official resources was a grave transgression that warranted death. Yang Yun's expression tightened as he instinctively rotated his wrist. Gao Yang's earlier slap, seemingly effortless, contained immense power. Even at the peak of S-rank, he had been sent flying off balance, an occurrence he deemed impossible. Yet, The reality unfolded before his eyes, leaving him no choice but to believe. What level is this person? S-rank? SS-rank? Yang Yun, profoundly shaken, began to feel uncertain. Who are you? Do you understand the consequences of openly defying the authorities? He coldly inquired. Deep down, he sensed that he was no match for Gao Yang and resorted to exerting pressure with the power of the officials. What if I simply kill you? Who besides us would know? Gao Yang replied with a cold laugh, his figure vanishing from sight. Yang Yun was startled. As an S-rank powerhouse, he had not even detected how Gao Yang had disappeared. Although he was unaware of Gao Yang's whereabouts, he instinctively adopted a defensive posture. To Gao Yang, however, Yang Yun's movements appeared excruciatingly slow. With a disdainful snort, he summoned azure flames around his fist and struck fiercely at Yang Yun's heart. The impact caused Yang Yun to spew a mouthful of blood, his eyes brimming with incredulity. Even amidst the elite S-class warriors of the Dragon Special Forces in the capital, none could inflict such severe injury with a single blow. What manner of monster is this? Could he truly be of SS class? Was it not Chu Xiuwei who had unlocked the Oracle's treasure, but this man before him? Questions swirled in Yang Yun's mind. If this man were indeed the case, their battle would be utterly futile, for to date, no SS-class awakeners had emerged within the borders of the Dragon Kingdom. If he had truly achieved SS-class awakening, he would be the first of his kind, and even the old-timers in the capital would not sanction his execution. Are you an SS-class warrior? Yang Yun inquired, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. I am, but an E-class awakened nobody, Gao Yang replied, shaking his head coldly. Do you take me for a fool? To insult me thus? Yang Yun's expression darkened. He had initially thought there was merely a misunderstanding that could be resolved through explanation. However, Gao Yang's claim of being merely an E-class awakened individual was a direct affront. What did that make Yang Yun? A mere failure, lesser even than a common nobody? Having always been revered and elevated, Yang Yun, despite his typically amiable demeanor, found himself unable to withstand such humiliation. Rising abruptly, a layer of dark metallic sheen enveloped him as he launched a powerful punch towards Gao Yang. Regardless of your rank, bow before me, Yang Yun, he bellowed, his fist crackling with the sound of thunder as it hurtled towards Gao Yang. Gao Yang merely scoffed, vanishing from his original position in an instant. Not good. Yang Yun gasped, spinning around in alarm. To his astonishment, Gao Yang had somehow appeared behind him, enshrouded in azure flames, a totem of the wolf king manifesting behind him. Yang Yun felt his breath catch. A fiery fist was already hurtling towards him. The blow seemed to move in slow motion, as if he could evade it with a mere sidestep. Yet, to his shock, he found that no amount of effort could allow him to budge even an inch. He realized that if that fist connected, he would surely perish on the spot, the very essence of death emanating from it. Stop! At that moment, a deep, urgent voice resonated. A colossal black eggshell materialized before Yang Yun, encasing him entirely. The composition of the shell was indiscernible, yet its hardness rivaled that of any known material. Gao Yang's fist collided with the eggshell. Bang! With a dull thud, the eggshell shattered unexpectedly, and a fist struck Yang Yun. However, due to the protection of the eggshell, the force of Gao Yang's punch was significantly diminished. As the blow landed, Yang Yun coughed up blood, yet did not succumb to death on the spot. Brother! Suddenly, Chu Xiuwei exclaimed and moved toward one direction. Gao Yang was taken aback. Brother? He turned to see a man, strikingly similar to Chu Yuan, clutching his chest and leaning unsteadily against a wall not far away. Was this Chu Sun, Chu Xiuwei's brother? From his appearance, it was evident that Chu Sun was remarkably handsome, with a tall and athletic build. His casual attire radiated the vibrant aura of a sunny young man, and his chiseled features bore a resemblance to Chu Xiuwei. Gao Yang, do not kill him just yet. If you do, there will be no room for negotiation, Chu Sun said, approaching Gao Yang while still clutching his chest. What brings you here instead of staying at your northwest headquarters? Yang Yun was displeased to see that Chu Sun had come to his rescue. If I hadn't come, you would have already perished, Chu Sun replied coldly, fixing his gaze on the fallen Yang Yun. Had he not been aware of the significant trouble that would arise from killing an S-rank powerhouse, he would have taken matters into his own hands simply for attempting to harm his sister. I advise you to cease your actions immediately. I have reported your unauthorized activities to the leader. Regardless of who instigated you, it would be wise to return to the capital and accept your punishment, Chu Sun declared, tossing a report at Yang Yun's feet. Yang Yun picked up the document, his pupils constricting as a bitter smile crept across his face. For the sake of our past camaraderie as comrades, I will let this matter of attempting to harm your sister go for now. However, from this point forward, our ties shall be severed. After speaking, Chu Sun turned to look at Chu Xiuwei. Xiuwei, you won't hold it against me if I let him go, will you? Chu Xiuwei remained silent, merely shaking her head gently, aware that Chu Sun had his reasons for acting this way. Yang Yun, clutching his wound, silently rose and gazed at the group with a complex expression. My life was given to me by that person. I cannot disregard his commands. I owe you for today as incident and shall repay it if the opportunity arises. The three of them paid no heed to Yang Yun's words, and he did not expect Chu Sun to forgive him. After speaking, he staggered away, disappearing from their sight. Brother, weren't you at the Northwest Command Center? How did you end up here? Chu Xiuwei asked, her face lighting up with surprise. If I hadn't returned, your friend would have complicated matters, Chu Sun replied, casting a meaningful glance at Gao Yang. Chapter 35, A Gift of an S-rank Zombie. Brother, what nonsense are you talking? We are merely friends. Chu Sui Bo Lu said, having caught the implication in Chu Sun's words. I am speaking of friendship, Chu Sun said with a playful wink at her. Say that again. Chu Xiuwei pinched the soft flesh at Chu Sun's waist. Chu Yun inhalets harpli, guesting an inogen glunge at Gao Yang. Brother Gao, you must be cautious. My sister's move is one even an S-class powerhouse would find challenging to withstand. Gao Yang, feeling rather awkward, observed the playful banter between the two, acutely aware that he had just injured her brother with a punch, while they seemed to jest as if nothing had happened. If you keep talking, I shall be genuinely upset. Chu Xiuwei's eyes widened in indignation. All right, I won't tease you anymore, Chu Yun responded, his expression shifting to one of solemnity. Although I managed to communicate directly with the leader and clarify the entire situation, since you have awakened to S-class, whether through your own means or thanks to that Meng Jieshi fellow, you must proceed to the capital for specialized training. What about Yang City? A deep concern etched itself upon Chu Xiuwei's face. Rest assured, I have already negotiated with the leader. As long as we eliminate all A-class zombies within a 100-mile radius of Yang City in 30 days, the higher-ups will continue to recognize Yang City's existence and will provide us with purple demon jade. Juyun smiled soon. That is truly wonderful. A glimmer of joy graced Chu Xiuwei's countenance, but it was fleeting as worry swiftly returned. We have only ventured a mere 20 miles into the vicinity of Yang City. Beyond that, we have no idea how many A-class zombies lurk within. Now that you have attained S-class, and I too am at S-class, along with you as my ally, I believe we can manage to clear the nearby zombies. Chu Yun consoled, patting Chu Xiuwei's shoulder. Brother Gao, are you truly an E-class awakened? Chu Jun in quit gudio sili. Indeed, though my awakening is somewhat unique, allowing me to elevate my strength to S-class intensity, albeit at the cost of my own lifespan, Gao Yang replied, his mind racing to concoct an excuse. Upon hearing Chu Yun mention that Chu Xiuwei would report to the capital, he was even more resolute in concealing his true S-class capabilities. After all, at 18 years of age, no one would ever know how much of his lifespan he sacrificed. Why are you so foolish? Suddenly, Chu Xiuwei exclaimed, tears streaming down her face. It all made sense now. Gao Yang, despite being E-class, possessed such formidable power. Moreover, during their time together, his battles had often arisen because of her, deepening her heartache. Promise me you won't do that again. I will protect you. Chu Xiuwei gazed at Gao Yang, her vision blurring with tears. Had it not been for her, he likely would not have resorted to such perilous measures by consuming the potion. I'm fine. Everyone, stop standing around and return, Gao Yang said awkwardly. Taken aback by how readily Chu Xiuwei believed his words, her sorrowful expression akin to a rain-laden pear blossom. Chu Yun merely cast a deep glance at Gao Yang before speaking. In that case, I shall report your situation to the higher authorities. Otherwise, given your recent defeat of Yang Yun, you may be compelled to travel to the capital for employment. Thank you, Brother Chu, Gao Yang replied with a smile. Momentarily taken aback, the three then boarded the vehicle, returning to the Chu Yuan Guild. Are you all right? Chu Yuan had been waiting at the entrance and hurried forward to greet them upon their return. Father, we are fine, Chu Yun replied cheerfully. Gao Yang had initially intended to tend to Chu Yun's injuries, but upon observing that they had remarkably healed since their earlier encounter, he refrained from mentioning it further. Subsequently, Chu Yun recounted the agreement made by their leader to Chu Yuan, allowing the group to realize that Yang Yun was sent by the leader of the conservative faction. Had it not been for Chu Yuan's prompt communication, they might have inadvertently landed in serious trouble. The pressing issue now was how to eliminate all A-rank and above zombies within a 100-mile radius in the next 30 days. Suddenly, Chu Yuan spoke up. I suggest that my son and I each head in different directions while you, father, lead the guild members in a unified direction. This way, we will have more time. Chu Shuawei pondered for a moment before chiming in. Father, being an A-rank powerhouse, you should have no trouble dealing with A-rank zombies. She added, S-rank zombies are not as common as cabbages. They're not found everywhere. And what about me? Gao Yang Inquiret. You will stay home to rest. If you continue to meddle, you won't live past 30. Chu Shuawei shot him an exasperated glare. Actually, it need not be so complicated. I have a better idea. Gao Yang interjected with a nervous chuckle. What plan do you propose? The others asked, intrigued. On my way back, I encountered an S-rank zombie. ISNT, it said that S-rank zombies possess abilities akin to those of lower-rank zombies. My thought is that if we can subdue it, we could effortlessly resolve the current predicament in Yang City, and additionally, gain a formidable guardian for our city. Gao Yang candidly shared his thoughts. Are you suggesting a contract with the zombie? Chu Yin furrowed his brow and questioned. Imdiet, Gao Yang Nodet. However, subduing an S-rank zombie is no simple feat. Even the Dragon Special Forces in the capital have few who can achieve this. Moreover, even if we were to succeed, a 50-50 or 70-30 agreement would carry significant risks. Chu Yun stated solemnly. I understand, but the zombie I encountered appeared severely injured. At this moment, if the three of us he began, but was interrupted. As Gao Yang spoke, he suddenly felt the piercing gaze of Chu Shuawei upon him, prompting him to quickly amend his words. At this moment, if both of you of S-rank engage, the likelihood of subduing a severely weakened S-rank zombie is exceedingly high. Additionally, due to the creature's frailty, it is quite probable that a master-servant relationship could be established in a 9-to-1 ratio. Gao Yang's suggestion sparked a gleam of interest in everyone's eyes. I deemed Gao Yang's proposal commendable and worthy of exploration. If it proved unsuccessful, we could always resort to Shuai's plan thereafter. Chu Yuan immediately expressed his agreement. I too felt it was feasible. Such an opportunity was rare. What do you think, Shuawei? Chu Yuan directed his gaze toward Chu Shuawei. Well then, let us embark. If the zombie's injuries heal, it shall become far more difficult to handle. Chu Shuawei nodded in assent. Thus, the group promptly rose from the hall and exited. Chapter 36, The First Performance of My Life. The vehicle swiftly departed from Yang City. For the time being, you shall observe from the side. Refrain from utilizing your abilities. Understood? Chu Sui Institute, Understood. Gao Yang quickly replied. That's reassuring. Seeing Gao Yang's obedience, a smile graced the corners of Chu Shuawei's lips. As she watched him close his eyes, she chose not to disturb him further. Surely, wielding such abilities came at a considerable cost, and he must have silently borne much. Waves of concern rippled through Chu Shuawei's heart as she gazed upon his handsome visage. Little crocodile, come forth. At that moment, Gao Yang began to mentally communicate with the invisible giant crocodile. Master? The invisible giant crocodile called out uncertainly. Moments ago, while playing with his mate, he had inexplicably felt himself ensnared by a formidable force. Upon regaining his senses, he discovered he had been bound by a contract. A merciless master-servant pact that left him feeling dazed and aggrieved. Who was it that had done this? Without ever laying eyes on him, he had been transformed into a servant? The invisible giant crocodile lamented skyward, yet found himself utterly powerless. It is I. Is there not another S-rank accompanying you? Gao Yang inquired directly. That is my mate, who has only recently ascended to S-rank, the invisible giant crocodile replied, filled with trepidation, uncertain of his unseen master's intentions. Excellent. I propose a discussion. Shortly, a few individuals will arrive to engage your mate in combat. You must have her cooperate in staging a performance and sign a contract with one of them, named Chu Shuawei. Gao Yang spoke calmly, seemingly negotiating, yet leaving no room for debate. What? Master, is it not enough that I serve you? Must I also send my wife into the fray? The invisible giant crocodile felt deeply wronged, and due to the binding nature of the contract, he could not muster even a shred of anger. Gao Yang, upon hearing the crocodile's words, suddenly felt a twinge of cruelty in the situation, and quickly amplified the narrative about Yang City being abandoned and the impending arrival of S-rank warriors set to annihilate the zombies. Is what you said true, Master? Upon hearing this, the invisible giant crocodile was taken aback and hastily sought confirmation. Of course it is true. Just imagine. if you were to perish and suddenly a young male crocodile appeared, consuming your food, utilizing your resources, residing in your space, and even sharing your female crocodile, would you not be enraged? Gao Yang coaxed, guiding the conversation deftly. Absolutely. Even in death, I shall not allow that young male crocodile to prevail. The invisible giant crocodile felt a surge of anger at the thought. Thus, as long as your wife signs a contract with her, such a situation can be entirely averted. Moreover, both parties can maintain a relatively peaceful existence. You can continue your affectionate exchanges while she lives her life in the city, with no repercussions whatsoever. Gao Yang promptly interjected. Then, is it not possible for my wife to sign a contract with you instead? The invisible giant crocodile inquired, somewhat troubled. My quota is currently filled. Fear not. Signing a contract with her will yield the same security. With my protection, no one would dare to harm you. Gao Yang swiftly communicated with the remaining 4 who had already established contracts with him to assist in persuading. Old 5, you can trust the master. Indeed, Old 5. Following the master will surely bring you no misfortune. Once this matter is settled, I shall take you on an adventure. Why hesitate? The master will treat you well. The group began to rally in support. The invisible giant crocodile was instantly shaken, astonished that this unfamiliar master possessed such extraordinary capabilities to command 5 S-rank zombies. A feat it had never heard of in all its years as a zombie. Very well, I shall agree to your terms, master. It gritted its teeth and declared. Excellent. Remember to have your female crocodile perform convincingly, so as not to arouse suspicion. Gao Yang reiterated the earlier instructions he had conveyed to Chu Shuwei and the others. Master, we are crocodiles, not actors. What if we botch this? The invisible giant crocodile nearly wept at the thought. I have faith in you. Gao Yang offered words of encouragement before ceasing their mental communication. Are we nearing our destination? Chu Yuan, the driver, inquired as he noticed Gao Yang opening his eyes. Turn right here and travel for over 20 kilometers. We should arrive at their territory. Gao Yang gestured toward a small road nearby. What brings you to this remote area? Chu Shuwei asked curiously, as the location was indeed quite secluded. Typically, one would hardly dare to venture so deep alone. I merely wanted to investigate the surroundings for potential dangers after the city defense team withdrew. Gao Yang fabricated a casual excuse. Thank you. Chu Shuwei expressed her gratitude once more, casting a thankful glance at Gao Yang. Hee. Gao Yang smiled awkwardly, feeling akin to a cunning wolf at that moment. Time passed swiftly, and soon they arrived at the territory of the invisible giant crocodile. Following Gao Yang's instructions, the invisible giant crocodile had already hidden itself at a distance, leaving only the ironclad giant crocodile present in the territory. Look, a cave. Chu Yin hurriedly pointed towards a pitch-black cave. The group came to a halt, cautiously approaching the entrance. Within the cave, a massive crocodile, glistening with a metallic sheen, was licking its wounds. Upon seeing Gao Yang and the others, it paused momentarily before charging at them with bared fangs and claws. Indeed, it was injured. Sister, I will draw its attention in front. You launch your attack from behind. Chu Yun exclaimed with a gleam of delight. Understood. Chu Shuai nodded and stealthily moved towards the rear of the formidable crocodile. Soon, the two engaged in a fierce confrontation with the creature. It was evident that Chu Yun possessed a defensive, supernatural ability, and due to his prior injuries that had not yet fully healed, his attacks posed little threat to the crocodile. Nonetheless, the beast pretended to be retreating in defeat, enraged. It lashed its tail towards Chu Shuai. Shuai, be careful. Chu Jun Sautet Ugen Di. Oh my goodness, why aren't you dodging? The crocodile lamented internally, having already slowed its speed, but fearing that it would inevitably strike her. Recalling its mate's warning, it had to further reduce its pace. Prompted by the warning, Chu Shuai swiftly evaded, and with a surge of concentration, thrust her flaming spear into the crocodile's tail. Roar! The crocodile howled, raising its head to the sky, indicating its willingness to form a contract with Chu Shuai. The others sensed this shift in emotion and were filled with joy. Now, Shuai! Chu Yuan could not contain his excitement, shouting, yes. Chu Shuai felt an overwhelming thrill, astonished at the prospect of taming an S-class zombie. She quickly drew a drop of her own blood, mingling it with the crocodile's essence, which then transformed into a unique mark that re-entered her body. In no time, the contract was sealed. It is a master-servant contract, Chu Shuai exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with happiness. The others rejoiced in her success, while the crocodile gazed resentfully at Gao Yang, who stood nearby. Chapter 37. The Emergence of an SS-class zombie. The following day, early in the morning, the group returned to Yang City. Throughout the journey, Chu Xiuwei felt the change in attitude from lower-class zombies toward her, thanks to the contract with the S-class zombie, which lifted her spirits. Upon arriving home, she declared her intention to showcase her culinary skills by preparing breakfast for everyone. Gao Yang, you are impressive. My sister has never cooked in her life. Yet just because you mentioned breakfast, she is eager to make it, Chu Yin whispered in surprise to Gao Yang. Gao Yang was taken aback, wondering if the beautiful figure bustling in the kitchen truly harbored feelings for him. However, he dismissed the thought shortly after, deciding to let things unfold naturally. If her heart were to shatter, it would slow his own resolve. While they engaged in conversation, Chu Xiuwei had already completed the breakfast preparations. Xiuwei, this black rice porridge appears quite appetizing. Come, quickly bring me a bowl, said Chu Yuan, his heart filled with warmth as he gazed at Chu Xiuwei emerging from the kitchen. All right, I will serve you a bowl, but this is white porridge, not black rice porridge, Chu Xiuwei corrected him. Chu Yuan's hand, poised in midair, trembled suddenly, and his smile vanished without a trace. Gao Yang, upon hearing this, also felt a shiver run through him. Could that dark concoction truly be white porridge? Dad, please eat, Chu Xiuwei urged, her expression brimming with anticipation. Yes. Let us eat, Chu Yuan stammered, his right hand trembling as he scooped a small spoonful and brought it to his mouth. The overwhelming burnt taste surged to his senses, akin to consuming charcoal. Yet, under the hopeful gaze of Chu Xiuwei, he gritted his teeth and swallowed, mustering a forced smile. Xiuwei, you've done wonderfully. Let us have you and Gao Yang try some too. He thought viciously to himself. I cannot be the only one to suffer. Brother, come quickly. Chu Xiuwei exclaimed joyfully as she hurried to serve another bowl. Gao Yang, where are you? Zhu Juan, Fe Feng, wished for Gao Yang to drink first so he could find an opportunity to slip away, but a glance to the side revealed no trace of Gao Yang. Phew, fortunately, I ran fast. Had I been any slower, I would have become a projectile tonight. Gao Yang walked along the street, still trembling at the thought. A sudden cough drew Gao Yang's attention, and he instinctively glanced over, soon realizing that the young man beside him seemed somewhat familiar. Lu Qing? Gao Yang called out uncertainly. The young man, who had been looking down, visibly stiffened before turning to reveal a faint smile. Brother Gao Yang. Noticing the two of them carrying a multitude of bags, Gao Yang understood why Lu Qing had chosen to avoid him earlier. The medical personnel in Yang City have already departed. I truly had no other choice. And I hope you won't hold it against me, Lu Qing said, his head bowed in embarrassment, unable to meet Gao Yang's gaze. Stop saying foolish things. No one is obligated to remain in a city devoid of a future. Leaving is the right decision. Do you have enough money? Gao Yang said, patting Lu Qing's shoulder with a smile. That is sufficient. Once I have fulfilled my filial duties, I will definitely return to work alongside you. Lu Qing replied gratefully. Looking at Gao Yang, he had not expected Gao Yang to understand him, so the response was a pleasant surprise. You must be Gao Yang. Thank you for saving my wife's life. Lu Qing's mother also looked towards Gao Yang, expressing her gratitude. Please, don't mention it. Lu Qing is my friend. Take care on your journey. Gao Yang smiled gently. Well then, we shall take our leave, Lu Qing said earnestly, bowing slightly before helping his mother to a nearby vehicle. Gao Yang was not overly affected by this brief encounter. After enjoying breakfast at a still-open restaurant, he began procuring supplies, ensuring that, as his subordinate, Lu Qing would have everything needed, as he believed in equality among his followers. After delivering the items, he intended to continue expanding his dominion. After completing his tasks, Gao Yang swiftly exited the city. He was the first to arrive at the territory of the camouflaged giant crocodiles, where he provided them with essential supplies and taught them how to pass the time using mobile phones. Moved by his generosity, the two crocodiles took the initiative to lead Gao Yang to a concealed cave behind them, where they offered him all the energy stones inside. This left Gao Yang somewhat perplexed. The four zombies near Yang City possessed storage rings for their belongings despite being of S rank, while these camouflaged giant crocodiles, also S rank, did not have such items. This indicated that storage rings were not universally available. It was highly likely that other Oracle treasure chests were hidden around Yang City. Otherwise, Meng Jieshi would not have chosen to search the outskirts rather than the city itself. The commotion caused by the Oracle treasure chests a few days prior was still vivid in his memory, had it not been for the official announcement that followed. Others would likely have come seeking share of the bounty. He resolved to meticulously search the vicinity of Yang City when he had the time. Lost in thought, Gao Yang inadvertently drove onto a very narrow path, causing a rough ride. Upon regaining his focus, he contemplated leaving but decided against it. After all, his objective was to expand his dominion, and since he had never been here before, any exploration was worthwhile. As he continued along the path, his brow furrowed. He had crossed into an unfamiliar area without receiving any indication that he could dominate it. Upon entering the system, he discovered that the Dominion button was grayed out, confirming that this territory could not be claimed. Suddenly, his pupils dilated. Did this not imply the presence of entities even more formidable than S-rank zombies? At that moment, the noise from his vehicle attracted the nearby zombies, who began to converge upon him. What the hell? The zombie nemesis is ineffective here? Gao Yang's eyes widened in disbelief. The fact that even the zombie nemesis was of no use indicated that the zombies here were significantly stronger than those elsewhere. He hurriedly exited the vehicle, storing it in his spatial storage. Since the zombie nemesis proved ineffective against these creatures, driving was futile. The vehicle might become unusable, forcing him to run back, an exhausting prospect over such a distance. Gao Yang exuded an overwhelming aura, yet the zombies here seemed unperturbed, instead rushing towards him with greater speed. It was the perfect opportunity to test the skills of the Golden Phoenix. With a cold smile, Gao Yang summoned dozens of small wind blades around him. With a swift gesture, countless wind blades shot forth, effortlessly slicing through zombies, stones, and trees alike, as if they were mere tofu. The residual force dissipating only after traveling 100 meters. Gao Yang furrowed his brow, although he was pleased with the effectiveness of the wind blades. The sheer number of zombies was overwhelming, and the earlier commotion had drawn even more towards his position. Suddenly, a smirk crossed his lips as he condensed a spherical wind blade to envelop himself entirely. The zombies that approached him were instantly reduced to a pulp, blood and gore spraying in all directions. This was much more manageable. As Gao Yang walked, he observed the zombies that approached him being reduced to mere chunks of flesh, nodding in satisfaction. Chapter 38. The Roast Chicken Worth a Villa. Wherever Gao Yang tread, hordes of low-tier zombies swarmed, utterly oblivious to the concept of fear, relentlessly lunging towards him. It was not until he had traversed approximately 50 kilometers that the number of zombies began to dwindle. The occasional appearance of C-grade and B-grade zombies posed little challenge for him to easily dispatch. By this time, evening had descended, and after a day of relentless combat, Gao Yang's stomach began to rumble. Patting his belly, he resolved to first satiate his hunger before continuing his exploration. The expanse of this area was simply too vast. According to his phone's navigation, he estimated he had merely reached the periphery of this region, and to arrive at the heart of it would likely take until tomorrow. He approached a large tree, placing his hand upon its trunk. With a firm grip, he effortlessly uprooted the entire tree as if it were a mere radish. Following this, he unleashed a flurry of powerful punches, shattering the stout trunk into pieces the size of his forearm. He gathered some of the debris to form a fire pit and cast forth a vibrant green flame, igniting the pile instantaneously. Then, he produced a small knife, sharpened one end of a branch, and skewered a whole chicken he had purchased from a supermarket through its rear, placing it over the flames to roast. As the temperature increased, the skin of the chicken began to sizzle, its golden exterior oozing delicious juices. Just as it neared completion, Gao Yang retrieved various seasonings from his spatial storage and generously brushed them onto the chicken, finishing with a sprinkle of soul cumin. An enticing aroma began to waft through the air, causing him to involuntarily swallow. How fragrant! At that moment, a man emerged from behind a large tree. Who are you? Gao Yang squinted, scrutinizing the stranger before him. The man appeared to be in his late 20s, sporting a neat buzz cut and a face that exuded refinement. Clad in casual attire, he resembled a tourist. Don't be alarmed. I am Geng Xiaoqing, a member of the guild from Qingzhou City. I came here on a mission, but got separated from my teammates, so I had to hide. I happened to catch a whiff of something delicious and followed the scent to find you, Geng Xiaoqing explained with a smile, approaching step by step. Showing no signs of fear, Gao Yang furrowed his brow, somewhat skeptical of Geng Xiaoqing's words. In this desolate wilderness, amidst the throngs of zombies, the stranger displayed neither caution nor hesitation in advancing. His nonchalant demeanor suggested either immense confidence in his own abilities or an utter naivete. However, in such a perilous environment, if one were truly that naive, they would have perished long ago and would not have made it this far. He had personally witnessed the countless zombies along the way. A person endowed with S-level strength found himself somewhat strained. How could this seemingly harmless man appear here? Most notably, he was impeccably clean, devoid of any dirt, which heightened Gao Yang's vigilance. May I propose a matter? I've been hungry all day. Could you spare me a bit of that roasted chicken? I can offer something in exchange. As he spoke, Geng Xiaoqing presented a collection of energy stones beside Gao Yang, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Gao Yang arched an eyebrow and silently gathered the energy stones. Subsequently, he seized the roasted chicken and effortlessly tore it in two, tossing one half to Geng Xiaoqing. Elated, Geng Xiaoqing took the roasted chicken and promptly bit into a drumstick. The crisp skin and succulent meat melded together, creating a delightful combination. And a rich aroma burst forth in his mouth. Delicious. Geng Xiaoqing's eyes lit up, and in mere moments, he had devoured the entire drumstick. Then eagerly tore off a chicken wing to continue his feast. In just a few minutes, half of the roasted chicken had vanished, bones gnawed clean. Is there more? I can trade with you again, he exclaimed, waving his hand to reveal another stash of energy stones beside Gao Yang, his eyes shimmering with desire. Gao Yang chuckled lightly at his enthusiasm and retrieved 2 more roasted chickens from his spatial storage, tossing one to Geng Xiaoqing. If you wish to eat, you must do it yourself. With that, Gao Yang snapped a twig, sharpened it, and skewered the chicken. Geng Xiaoqing, eager to mimic him, clumsily attempted the same. As time passed, the 2 roasted chickens emanated an enticing aroma once more. After applying a secret sauce and sprinkling a handful of cumin, the delectable roasted chickens were ready. This time, Geng Xiaoqing was no longer reserved. He eagerly seized the whole chicken and began to feast, oil dripping from his mouth as he savored every bite. Gao Yang merely glanced at him before continuing to enjoy his own roasted chicken. Soon, both their chickens were entirely consumed. Geng Xiaoqing, rubbing his belly, expressed his satisfaction. Thank you. This is the best thing I have eaten in a long time. If you happen to return here. He seemed to realize he had misspoken and quickly corrected himself. If we meet again, could you treat me to roasted chicken once more? He smiled at Gao Yang, keenly observing his reaction. You're not human, are you? Gao Yang remarqued casually. You noticed? Geng Xiaoqing's smile faded as he regarded Gao Yang with a serious expression. I was uncertain at first, but your series of actions confirmed my suspicion that you are not human, Gao Yang explained. Such as? Geng Xiaoqing tilted his head in confusion. The energy stones, Gao Yang replied. Do not humans typically favor energy stones? Moreover, as far as I know, energy stones can be used as currency. Geng Xiaoqing furrowed his brow, carefully recalling the details. Indeed, it is possible. However, you have overlooked the exchange rate. The energy stones you provided could already purchase a luxurious mansion in Qingzhou City, let alone a few roasted chickens, Gao Yang explained with a faint smile. I see now, Geng Xiaoqing exclaimed, slapping his forehead in sudden realization. He then extended his hand towards Gao Yang, introducing himself. I refrained from speaking the truth earlier, as I feared I might startle you. In fact, I'm the ruler of this region, Geng Xiaoqing. This outfit was exchanged with an adventurer who visited here. I provided him with even more energy stones than I did you. It seems I was deceived. He concluded with a light-hearted jest about his own predicament. You possess quite a vocabulary. It appears you are knowledgeable in many matters, Gao Yang remarked, raising an eyebrow. He discerned that Geng Xiaoqing was unlike Lu Hong and the others. He seemed more astute and adept at concealing his presence, to the extent that Gao Yang failed to perceive any distinction between him and a human. Well, a girl frequently comes around here to undertake tasks. I learned about it from her. Geng Xiaoqing mentioned, a hint of unexpected happiness gracing his expression when he spoke of the girl. Gao Yang was taken aback. Could it be that even zombies experience emotions? Is that girl from Qingzhou City? Gao Yang inquired. How did you know? Geng Xiaoqing looked at him, astonished. This was the first time he had spoken about the girl, as few could venture into this area. It was merely a guess, Gao Yang replied, raising an eyebrow, having gleaned an understanding of Geng Xiaoqing's circumstances. Ah, well then, if you return here, could you share more about Qingzhou City? I could offer you energy stones. Geng Xiaoqing proposed. I possess plenty of energy stones. I might consider your request if you propose something different, Gao Yang replied with a gentle smile. What kind of request? Geng Xiaoqing asked. If you agree to sign a contract with me, I can provide you with a means to stay updated on the happenings in Qingzhou City. Gao Yang stated with a smile. Is it that small, cube-like object? Are you suggesting I become your servant? Geng Xiaoqing's eyes brightened, and he looked at Gao Yang incredulously. What kind of thought process does this fellow possess? Gao Yang mused, almost choking on disbelief. No, It is a 90-10 master-servant relationship. Geng Xiaoqing's momentary glimmer of excitement vanished as he coldly regarded Gao Yang. Do you know? Last time, someone said something similar to me, and he ended up dead. His demeanor shifted dramatically, the fire between them shrinking under the pressure of his aura. I am an SS-level powerhouse. As far as I know, your kind only reaches S-level at most. By what right do you audaciously propose a master-servant relationship with me? The amiable facade Geng Xiaoqing had worn moments ago evaporated, replaced by a lethal intent as he prepared to strike. With a swift motion, he unleashed a punch that generated a sharp gust of wind, hurtling towards Gao Yang's temple with alarming speed. Gao Yang was taken aback. Although the punch appeared to lack power, it was imbued with a menacing energy. He instinctively sensed that if this blow connected, even with his 5 stacked S-level abilities, he might very well meet his end here. This was an intuition that stemmed from the depths of his being. He promptly rose to his feet, planted his feet firmly on the ground, and leaped into the air, executing a spin to evade Geng Xiaoqing's attack. In that same instant, his right fingertips released a cascade of azure flames, resembling twinkling stars cascading from the heavens. Geng Xiaoqing spread his palms, and a luminous barrier emerged before him, effortlessly blocking Gao Yang's azure flames. Truly, as an SS level, he possessed considerable skill. After this brief exchange, Gao Yang had a clearer assessment of Geng Xiaoqing's strength. While Geng Xiaoqing was indeed an SS level, Gao Yang himself had also accumulated 5 types of S-level powers. Had he not tamed the invisible giant crocodile, Geng Xiaoqing might have posed a significant challenge. However, with the addition of the giant crocodile's skill and another layer of S-level power, he felt entirely confident in his ability to defeat Geng Xiaoqing. You are quite formidable. I did not anticipate you could withstand me for so long, Gao Yang remarked. Geng Xiaoqing's eyes brimmed with astonishment, as he had dispatched several individuals who had unwittingly entered this realm with a single strike, including 2 S-level awakeners. I have yet to exert my full strength. Had I done so, you would already be on the ground, Gao Yang stated calmly. Arrogant fool. I shall see how you bring me down. Geng Xiaoqing's face contorted with rage, as he had never encountered anyone bold enough to speak to him in such a manner. Those who dared had long since become mere memories. He concentrated once more, gathering energy into a barrier, and in an instant, he vanished from his previous position, reappearing directly behind Gao Yang. Gao Yang felt a chill run down his spine, instinctively sensing danger and narrowly evading the attack. Just barely escaping, he realized he had come dangerously close to being harmed. From Geng Xiaoqing's speed, he surmised that his abilities were likely related to light, as his velocity was indeed astonishing. The Golden Phoenix's skill was primarily speed-oriented, and even at full force, Gao Yang had barely managed to evade, indicating that Geng Xiaoqing's skill was of a higher caliber, allowing him to surpass Gao Yang in speed. Yet Gao Yang smiled, for he possessed more than a singular skill. In an instant, his figure vanished from sight. Geng Xiaoqing's fierce assault came to an abrupt halt as he looked around in confusion, unable to locate Gao Yang's presence. Where are you? Geng Xiaoqing concentrated, trying to sense any disturbances in the surroundings, but to his astonishment, he detected no trace of energy, as if Gao Yang had completely evaporated. Just as he struggled to comprehend the situation, he felt a powerful punch strike him squarely on the right side of his face, sending him crashing to the ground. The sheer force created a deep crater in the earth beneath him. Gao Yang reappeared before Geng Xiaoqing, smiling as he inquired, "Are you convinced?" It was merely my oversight. I shall soon bring you down." Geng Xiaoqing, visibly indignant, immediately rose to his feet and vanished from sight, launching another lightning-fast assault toward Gao Yang. Strangely, Gao Yang's figure flickered away once more, and in the next instant, a heavy punch struck his abdomen. "Are you convinced now?" Gao Yang asked again. "Not in the slightest." Geng Xiaoqing's veins bulged, his face flushed with rage as he charged at Gao Yang once more. "Are you convinced?" "No. Even if you knock me down 100 times, I will not yield. If you have the ability, kill me." Geng Xiaoqing oscillated between rising and falling, yet he remained steadfast in his defiance. Regardless of Gao Yang's inquiries, his response was always the same: not convinced. Gao Yang was taken aback by Geng Xiaoqing's tenacity. He contemplated simply eliminating him. After all, a being that could not be bent to his will was a potential threat. However, after considerable reflection, he realized this was his first encounter with an SS-class zombie, and judging by Geng Xiaoqing's words, there were no SS-class powerhouses within the borders of Long Country. The rarity of an SS-class zombie was undeniable, and he found it difficult to part with Geng Xiaoqing so easily. Contemplating further, he recognized that continuing this conflict bore no significance. Geng Xiaoqing could not defeat him, and he was reluctant to kill Geng Xiaoqing. Moreover, he lacked the capacity to subdue more zombies at present and was uncertain if the quota following the completion of his current task would allow for the direct subjugation of an SS-class zombie. With this realization, his enthusiasm for combat waned. After once again besting Geng Xiaoqing, Gao Yang clapped his hands and declared, "No more. You are not my match." "Where are you going?" Geng Xiaoqing asked, noticing Gao Yang's intent to depart. "Why, home, of course. Since you refused to sign a contract, what purpose does this effort serve?" Gao Yang shot him an exasperated glance. "Come back in 3 days. If you can defeat me then, I shall agree to the contract." Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Geng Xiaoqing's eyes gleamed with determination. "Very well, I shall return in 3 days." Gao Yang was impressed by Geng Xiaoqing's indomitable spirit, and he found himself looking forward to the contest in 3 days. Chapter 40. Subduing the SS-class zombie. Time passed swiftly. To maximize efficiency, Gao Yang procured several barrels of gasoline in Qingzhou City, ensuring he could travel long distances without the need for refueling. He thoroughly explored the vicinity of Qingzhou City, ultimately expanding his dominion to 49 territories. With the conquest of one more area, he would ascend to the next stage. Detected ungoverned territory. Current dominion value is 112. Would you like to govern this territory? Yes. Territory governance successful. Congratulations, host, on completing the current stage task. You may now govern an additional 20 zombies, currently at 5, with 5 automatic subjugation attempts remaining. The dominion area has expanded to 200 blocks, allowing for the control of up to 50 zombies. A series of notifications echoed through the system. Can the automatic subjugation be used on SS-level zombies? Automatic subjugation can only be employed on zombies of S level and below. Those of S level and above require manual subjugation by the host. Gao Yang Smirket, well aware that such fortunate circumstances were unlikely. Glancing at the sky, he realized he could still make it to his rendezvous with Geng Xiaoqing. He pressed the accelerator, speeding towards her territory. Following the navigation prompts, it wasn't too long before he arrived at Geng Xiaoqing's domain. Sensing the commotion, the zombies began to swarm towards the source of the noise. He activated his invisibility skill. Entangling with these creatures served no purpose. In the same spot as before, Geng Xiaoqing was seated on the ground, meditating. "Here, I brought you something to eat." Gao Yang revealed himself, tossing a teriyaki chicken towards her. "Don't think that just because you've brought me food, I will comply." "Not a chance," Geng Xiaoqing declared, though her hands betrayed her as she eagerly tore open the packaging and began to eat. The unique aroma captivated her senses, and she devoured the meal ravenously. After several such meals, Geng Xiaoqing felt her palate had become spoiled. The thought of consuming the brains and kidneys of zombies now seemed utterly unappetizing. Once she finished eating, she wiped her mouth and turned to Gao Yang, saying, "In the past few days, I reviewed the martial arts manual from the person I killed, and I now feel extraordinarily powerful." With a smile, she raised her hands, striking a combat pose. "Come, if you can defeat me, I shall grant your wish." Geng Xiaoqing had previously dismissed the idea of learning combat skills, yet battling Gao Yang always left her with the frustrating sensation that she could have won. But for some reason, she did not. This recollection was spurred by a memory of an S-level awakened individual who had once intruded upon her territory, despite their inferior strength. They had managed to sustain themselves under her attacks for nearly 10 minutes, prompting her to challenge Gao Yang to this 3-day duel. Gao Yang chuckled softly and faded from view again. Currently, facing Geng Xiaoqing, he estimated the odds to be about 60-40 in her favor. It would be challenging to fully subdue her. Only by employing his invisibility skill could he defeat her with relative ease. As Gao Yang unleashed a punch, Geng Xiaoqing, though unable to evade entirely, demonstrated the potential to dodge. Seizing the opportunity, she executed a series of punches, forcing Gao Yang to retreat repeatedly. After being pushed back several meters, he recognized that Geng Xiaoqing's fighting style was the official military combat form. With a grin, he split into 3 figures, vanishing from sight once more. "How is this possible? What is the skill you awakened? How could you have so many?" Geng Xiaoqing's heart raced with astonishment. It is essential to understand that whether they are zombies or humans, upon awakening their extraordinary abilities, they possess only a singular innate skill. The emergence of 2 is utterly inconceivable. However, it appears that Gao Yang possesses more than just 2. Initially, He thought he had misperceived the situation, but it now seems undeniably true. Unsurprisingly, Geng Xiaoqing has once again endured a severe defeat. As he gasped for breath, lying on the ground, he reluctantly uttered, "I agreed to sign a contract with you. Would it not have been better to do so earlier?" Gao Yang approached him with a smile. "However, let me make this clear. I will only agree to a 50-50 alliance. If you disagree, even if you beat me to death, I will not sign." Geng Xiaoqing sat up and gazed at Gao Yang. As an SS-grade zombie, he harbors his own pride. Gao Yang raised an eyebrow, having inquired with the system. He realized that to secure a contract with a zombie of SS rank or higher, he must entirely win their trust and loyalty. If Geng Xiaoqing is only willing to accept a 50-50 agreement while secretly desiring a 90-10 split, the contract will not materialize. Have you considered the benefits? Being my subordinate would not be detrimental to you. Gao Yang attempted to persuade him. I have not considered it. I will only accept a 50-50 alliance, otherwise. The discussion is over. Geng Xiaoqing looked at Gao Yang with a smug expression. Although he had been defeated, he felt an immense satisfaction in seeing Gao Yang at a disadvantage. Ultimately, if he could not be subdued, it would be best to eliminate him. Gao Yang contemplated this in silence, having already resolved to deal with Geng Xiaoqing. Just then, Geng Xiaoqing's expression suddenly shifted to one of urgency as he repeatedly glanced towards the distance. Have you made your decision? I have agreed to sign the contract. But if you are unwilling, I shall take my leave. Upon finishing, he stood up, preparing to depart. Gao Yang, noticing the change in his demeanor, instantly had a revelation, his lips curling into a slight smile. If you agree to sign a master-servant contract with me, while I cannot guarantee that you will be with him, I can certainly find a way for you to communicate with him daily. Gao Yang stated directly. Geng Xiaoqing trembled upon hearing this, standing in a daze for a moment before turning to look at Gao Yang earnestly. Is what you say true? Indeed, it is true. As long as you agree, I can fulfill this wish for you today. Gao Yang replied with unwavering confidence. Isn't it merely a matter of obtaining a phone and downloading the app? Acquiring an SS-grade servant is quite the lucrative deal. All right, I agree. After a brief moment of silence, Geng Xiaoqing released a drop of his essence blood. Gao Yang, elatet, quickly squeezed out a drop of his own essence blood to merge with it. Congratulations, host. You have acquired an SS-grade zombie. The current capacity for subjugation is 14. As the system's voice faded, Gao Yang promptly checked Geng Xiaoqing's information, discovering that the contractual relationship was recorded as a 90-10 master-servant dynamic. At that moment, Gao Yang felt completely at ease, knowing that once the master-servant contract was signed, there would be no possibility of any treacherous thoughts towards the master. He joyfully retrieved a new mobile phone, a purchase he had made during his time in Qingzhou City, contemplating that perhaps Geng Xiaoqing could make use of it. To his surprise, his thoughts materialized. After briefly instructing Geng Xiaoqing on how to operate the device, Gao Yang turned to him with a serious expression and said, "Remember, when the time comes, simply follow my instructions to ask her for her contact information, and you two will be able to meet at any time." You haven't forgotten the steps we just went over, have you? You underestimate the intelligence of an SS-level zombie far too much. I've committed it all to memory. With that, Geng Xiaoqing, brimming with excitement, dashed towards the direction he had been gazing at. Chapter 41. The Love-Stricken Zombie Hello. Geng Xiaoqing greeted enthusiastically. "Shoo, are you trying to get us killed? There's zombies everywhere." A beautiful girl with fair skin raised her index finger in a gesture to silence him, casting him a disapproving look. "Oh right," Geng Xiaoqing recalled, momentarily forgetting that this was her territory. He quickly feigned fear, glancing around nervously. "You look foolish." The girl stifled a laugh, her lips curling into a smile. From a distance, Gao Yang observed the two, and truth be told, although the girl's beauty was not quite on par with Chu Xiuwei, she nonetheless captivated his attention. She wore a vibrantly colored floral dress, but even the most brilliant satin paled in comparison to her radiant presence. "By the way, are you here for a mission today as well?" the girl inquired. "Sort of," Geng Xiaoqing replied, snapping back to attention. He had rushed out in such haste that he completely forgot they hadn't arranged to meet. It was merely his eagerness to see her that brought him here. "All right, I've encountered you several times, but forgot to ask your name." Zhang Xiaowing. "What about you?" Despite her curiosity at seeing Geng Xiaoqing again, she maintained a cheerful demeanor. Geng Xiaoqing. "What mission do you have this time?" he asked eagerly. "This time, I'm here to collect 5 stalks of dragon bloodgrass," Zhang Xiaoying explained. "I know where to find them. Wait here for a moment. I'll go get some for you," Geng Xiaoqing declared before swiftly disappearing from sight. In no time at all, Geng Xiaoqing returned with several stalks of dragon blood grass, presenting them to Zhang Xiaoying. This is far too much. Each time I see you, you come to my aid. If it weren't for you, the zombie repellent would have run out. Zhang Xiaoying exclaimed joyfully. Gao Yang, observing from a distance, scoffed slightly. If the zombie repellent was truly effective, he wouldn't have had such a difficult time on his previous visits. It seemed that Geng Xiaoqing had indeed developed a fondness for this young lady, offering her special treatment, while Zhang Xiaoying naively believed it was the repellent keeping the zombies at bay. But what would result from a union between zombies and humans? The precise cause of human transformation into zombies remains a mystery yet to be unraveled. If zombies and humans harbored mutual feelings, one could only wonder what consequences might arise. Gao Yang found himself curious about how the relationship between these two would ultimately unfold. With a playful smile, Zhang Xiaoying expressed her gratitude and turned to leave, concerned that it would become too late and the zombies would be too numerous. Coughing lightly, Geng Xiaoqing remained rooted in place, his earlier instructions completely forgotten. Lost in a reverie as he gazed at Zhang Xiaoying's retreating figure. Is something wrong? Zhang Xiaoying, hearing the cough, assumed it was from Geng Xiaoqing. No, nothing. Geng Xiaoqing replied, snapping back to reality and recalling the purpose of his visit. He hastily took out his phone and said, Xiaoying, how about we add each other on Green Bubble? His heart raced with trepidation as he spoke, avoiding eye contact for fear of rejection. Gao Yang found his demeanor amusing. Who would have guessed that this bashful young man was, in fact, an SS-class zombie? Sure, I'll scan you, Zhang Xiaoying responded readily, producing her phone. Great. Geng Xiaoqing exclaimed joyfully as he quickly accepted Zhang Xiaoying's friend request. I'll take my leave now. Here, you should keep this. It's good for your throat. Zhang Xiaoying rummaged through her bag and handed Geng Xiaoqing a pack of throat lozenges before turning to depart. Even after Zhang Xiaoying vanished from sight, Geng Xiaoqing remained in a daze. Curiously, Gao Yang approached him, noticing Geng Xiaoqing engrossed and scrolling through Zhang Xiaoying's social media posts. What a colorful girl, Gao Yang remarked. Master, even as a servant, I deserve my privacy. Geng Xiaoqing quickly concealed his phone behind him, preventing Gao Yang from snooping further. Look at you, so timid. You couldn't even speak to her moments ago, and now you're engrossed in her posts, Gao Yang teased, rolling his eyes. I just momentarily forgot, and besides, I did add her. Geng Xiaoqing defended himself, raising his phone in protest. Gao Yang, uninterested in further debate, decided to assist Geng Xiaoqing comprehensively, providing him with a set of generators, solar panels, and even essentials for daily living. If he intended to pursue a relationship with the young lady, he could no longer act carelessly like a zombie, as it would tarnish Gao Yang's reputation. After instructing Geng Xiaoqing on their use, Gao Yang finally summoned his vehicle and headed towards Yang City. This entire region was already under his dominion, but to expand further, he needed to venture into more distant territories, opting against rapid expansion. The Golden Key had previously exhibited a slight tremor, and he was now prepared to search for the fabled SSS-class Oracle treasure chest. With Geng Xiaoqing now under his influence, he felt a qualitative enhancement in his prowess, confirming his suspicions that Geng Xiaoqing's abilities were related to light. Not only could he execute light-speed attacks and movements, but he could also deliver powerful strikes at light speed, emitting intense flashes that could temporarily blind his foes, among a myriad of other capabilities. This is undoubtedly a formidable weapon for him. After discovering the Oracle treasure chest, he is confident that he can defeat even an SSS-level guardian beast, and perhaps even tame it. With this thought, Gao Yang couldn't help but break into a wide smile. Having an SSS-level subordinate would make dominating the world seem effortlessly attainable. As he approached Yang City, his phone began to ring. Gao Yang, where have you been these past few days? I've called you, and you didn't answer. Chu Shuawei exclaimed, a hint of annoyance in her voice. I've been a bit busy lately, Gao Yang replied nonchalantly. Busy? What could possibly keep you so occupied? You haven't gone off to the Purple Gold Pavilion to dine alone again, have you? Chu Sui Ingui? No, really, I've had matters to attend to. By the way, is there something you need from me? Gao Yang quickly asked, as he found himself ill-equipped to handle such inquiries. Can I reach out to you for no reason? Chu Shuai scoffed, then continued. I'll be heading to the capital for work tomorrow, and I want to treat you to a meal before I go. There was a trace of melancholy in her voice. Sure, but just to clarify, I'll be treating. No more cooking for you, Gao Yang said, a hint of apprehension in his tone. I knew you must have run off because you dislike my cooking. Chu Shuai grumbled, recalling Gao Yang's sudden disappearance a few days prior, which frustrated her greatly. Haha, Let me know where you'd like to eat. I'm currently driving back to Yang City, Gao Yang responded cheerfully. No need to think too hard. Let us dine at our Chu family hotel S restaurant. The chef there is quite skilled, Chu Xiuwei suggested. Sounds good, Gao Yang replied before hanging up. He had yet to dine at the Chu family hotel S restaurant. But since Chu Xiuwei claimed it was delicious, he looked forward to trying it. Chapter 42. Establishing a guild inside the Chu family hotel's restaurant. How is it? The food is quite good. Isn't it? Chu Xiuwei asked. Indeed, it's quite tasty, Gao Yang said, savoring a piece of braised pork. Did you receive the money? The 2 billion I promised you, Chu Xiuwei inquired as she continued to eat. Yes, I received it. Thank you, Gao Yang replied with a smile. I should be the one thanking you, Chu Xiuwei said, giving Gao Yang a pointed look before continuing. I'll be setting off shortly. Are you going alone? Gao Yang asked. Yes, I'll be going with my brother. Father will remain in Yang City to manage the upcoming affairs, Chu Xiuwei said, lowering her gaze slowly. By the way, what is the current situation in Yang City? Gao Yang knew that the major crisis had been resolved, but was unaware of the subsequent developments. The authorities have promised to continue supplying the purple demon jade, and everything else remains unchanged. However, due to the withdrawal of the city defense personnel, no new volunteers have come forward. Thus, my father plans to dissolve the Chu Yuan Guild and have everyone join the city defense team, Chu Xiuwei explained. That sounds quite reasonable, Gao Yang nodded. By the way, now that most of the guilds in Yang City have finished their affairs, do you have any plans to establish a guild? Chu Xiuwei suddenly spoke up. Establishing a guild? Gao Yang was taken aback. He had never considered this matter before. The advantages of founding a guild were numerous. One could enter and exit any city freely without the need to complete tasks, openly recruit members, receive official news preferentially, purchase unique official equipment, and most importantly, upon reaching a certain level, one could create their own city. Looking at Gao Yang, Chu Xiuwei said pensively, your abilities are rather unique. It would be wise to refrain from using them too frequently. As the guild leader, this title would provide you with the status of an official affiliated force, making anyone who wishes to confront you think twice. It seemed this was indeed Chu Xiuwei's intention, to ensure he acted prudently while also having sufficient backing for protection. Gao Yang felt a warmth in his heart. Were the requirements for establishing a guild? Gao Yang inquired. This is related to the guild's level. I have calculated it for you. Given your current circumstances, you can establish a B-level guild. The requirements for a B-level guild include having funds amounting to 3 billion. The leader must reach B-level. And there must be at least one member of a level or above within the guild, along with the completion of 10 tasks of B-level or above during the application period. Before Gao Yang could respond, Chu Xiuwei smiled and added, as for the A-level member, you need not worry. The undead I have contracted can join any guild as members. Although the contracted beasts need to be registered one level lower than their actual level, that will suffice. Since you have already considered this, what else can I say? Gao Yang smiled softly, gazing at Chu Xiuwei. Who said I was considering it for you? This is merely an opportunity that should not go to waste. If you do not establish the guild, many others will soon seize this market. Chu Xiuwei's face flushed, and she hurriedly defended herself. Should I then choose a piece of land for the guild headquarters? Noticing Chu Xiuwei's reddened cheeks, Gao Yang chuckled and changed the subject. No need. We have discussed it. Everything that the Chu Yuan Guild originally possessed can be transferred to your name without charge. Consider this a token of goodwill for having given me the Oracle treasure chest. After finishing her meal, Chu Xiuwei wiped her mouth and stated, all right, I shall accept it. The primary reason Gao Yang agreed was indeed due to Chu Xiuwei's last statement, the possibility of establishing his own city. Among the current cities, apart from a few first and second tier cities, most others were abandoned by the authorities if their danger level exceeded a certain threshold. However, if one were to establish their own city, they would possess veto power regarding its abandonment and receive the official technology for creating purple magic jade, alleviating concerns about their hard-built sanctuary being reduced to mere illusion. Nonetheless, the difficulty of creating one's own city was far more complex than one might imagine. To date, it seemed that only a handful of S-level powerhouses affiliated with the authorities had succeeded in constructing their exclusive cities. For specific matters, please consult my father. My contract beast remains here to guard Yang City and will assist you with the guild tasks. I must prepare to depart. Chu Xiuwei remarked reluctantly as she glanced at the time. All right, we shall meet again, Gao Yang nodded, rising alongside her. Together, they stepped out of the door, where a vehicle awaited them, and Chu Yun stood by, waiting for their arrival. Rest assured, with my company on this journey to the capital, all will be well, Chu Yin said with a reassuring smile, patting Gao Yang before they both entered the car. After bidding farewell to the two, Gao Yang proceeded to the city defense department. Following the official announcement, Yang City continued to be recognized as a fourth-tier city. Along the way, he noted the absence of any disorderly conduct. Many individuals had begun reopening their small shops and engaging in business once more. Gao Yang, you have arrived, Chu Yuan greeted him with a smile, handing over an application form. Please fill in your details. I will submit it for review shortly. If all goes well, you can commence your guild tasks by this afternoon. Isn't there a requirement for a certain number of members to establish a guild? Gao Yang suddenly inquired, realizing he did not have a single member aside from himself. The application would likely not succeed. Huh, who says you have none? Chu Yuan chuckled, tossing a stack of documents toward Gao Yang. Here are the details of your guild members. Since you were away these past few days, I took the liberty of collecting them for you. Gao Yang stared at the member details in astonishment. Many were B-rank members, and there was even one A-rank member. How peculiar. I only recently made this decision. Where did all these members come from? They can't possibly be from your Chu Yuan guild, can they? He asked, surprised. Not a chance. My guild still lacks sufficient personnel, and there are gaps in the city defense arrangements. I would never part with my members, Chu Yuan replied with a smirk before continuing. Some of these individuals chose to stay after other guilds departed, while others are from the disbanded Biga guild. Of course, a few wish to follow you out of admiration. If the authorities declare a city abandoned, then members of the guild in that city can freely leave without penalty. These individuals are those who remain for various reasons at that time. I'm merely an E-rank awakened. Why would anyone wish to follow me? Gao Yang Quoestionet Confuset. Your ability has been reported to the higher-ups. Your willingness to risk your life to protect Yang City by hunting zombies has moved many, prompting them to express their desire to follow you. During your absence, I took the liberty of agreeing on your behalf, Chu Yuan remarked appreciatively. It is truly remarkable to have garnered such a following at such a young age. Chapter 43. Guild tasks. Chu Yuan and Gao Yang engaged in casual conversation within the office. Before long, a fax machine whirred to life, delivering a document. Chu Yuan picked it up, glanced at its contents, and turned to Gao Yang. Your application for the guild has been approved. Here are the tasks associated with your recent application. Take a look. Chu Yuan handed the materials to Gao Yang. Overall, these 10 tasks were fairly standard, considerably simpler than those he faced when he initially established the guild. Well, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave, Gao Yang remarked as he prepared to rise. Wait, the tasks must be executed by a team of 5. I will assist you in registering your guild members and then contact a few to join you, Chu Yuan interjected, noticing Gao Yang's intention to proceed alone. He shot a disapproving glance at Gao Yang, thinking it was rather foolish. Even if Gao Yang possessed abilities that could enhance his strength, it was unlikely he would survive through all 10 tasks if he continued on this reckless path. Greetings, President. A resounding voice called from behind Gao Yang. He turned to see a man approximately 6 feet tall, with sharp facial features and piercing eyes, exuding a rugged handsomeness. Are you Lu Fei? Gao Yang recalled the A-level member mentioned in the earlier materials. Indeed, I am Lu Fei, he replied, flashing a bright smile that revealed a set of pristine teeth. Before long, the remaining 2 members arrived, both B-level members named Ma Hua and Xiao Jiang. They had chosen to remain in Yang City during the guild's evacuation for personal reasons, having heard that Gao Yang was forming a new guild. Let us support each other moving forward, Gao Yang greeted them with a smile. We look forward to your guidance, President, Ma Hua said, stepping forward with a grin. After exchanging pleasantries, Chu Yuan led Gao Yang to a machine located in the courtyard of the city defense team. Gao Yang, deliver a powerful punch and then immediately cease your ability, as this needs to be transmitted to the capital. Therefore, it requires a personal assessment, Chu Yuan instructed. This was the final procedure before the guild tasks. Facial recognition would verify whether the president's level met the qualifications. The machine resembled a strength tester, featuring a large punching target in the center and 4 squares to the right, each corresponding to a different color. Red for S level, purple for A level, blue for B level, and cyan for C level. Gao Yang needed to maintain his force within the blue range to pass. Understood, Gao Yang replied, already familiar with the rules after hearing them multiple times. He only needed to temper his strength slightly when striking. The other 3 members joined, eager to witness Gao Yang's extraordinary ability. After all, they had never encountered such powers. Had it not been for the official news report, they would have found it hard to believe such abilities existed. Stay low-key, maintain a low profile, Gao Yang reminded himself, taking a deep breath before launching his fist at the target. Midway, he sensed his strength might still be excessive and reined it in a bit more. With a resounding thud, as Gao Yang's fist made contact with the strength tester, the display device beside it exploded. Stunned, Gao Yang realized he had exerted all his effort to temper his strength, yet it still resulted in an explosion. The other 3 members were equally astonished. The news had indeed been true. Such powers truly existed. I will check to see if the data has been uploaded. Chu Yuan, snapping out of his reverie, produced his tablet for inspection. After a brief moment, he cast a peculiar glance at Gao Yang. What's wrong? Feeling Chu Yuan's gaze, Gao Yang felt a twinge of anxiety. The data has indeed been transmitted, and your level has been updated. However, it is not E rank, but S rank. Chu Yuan shot him an incredulous look, reminding him to keep his strength in check. What? Does that mean I am to join the capital for employment? Gao Yang was momentarily taken aback, as he had no immediate plans to venture to the capital, nor did he wish to oppose the Dragon Kingdom at this time. You should first focus on completing your task. Ordinarily, achieving S rank necessitates a trip to the capital, but you are an exception. And given the circumstances that have come to light, I believe there can be some leniency. I shall report to the higher-ups and get back to you. Chu Yuan felt a pang of resignation. The boy was quite the troublemaker. If he were to perish so easily, one could only wonder how that girl would react. Gao Yang breathed a sigh of relief and led the 3 out of the city. Outside the city gates, the formidable King Crocodile awaited them from a distance. As Gao Yang drove closer, the 3 companions felt the oppressive aura of an S-rank powerhouse, causing a wave of panic. Though they were aware that this was Chu Xue's contracted beast, the sight of an S-rank zombie, devoid of its Master S presence, still instilled a sense of trepidation. Hello, boss. The King Crocodile greeted Gao Yang with a roar. Due to system capabilities, Gao Yang could understand the language of zombies without difficulty. He observed the anxious demeanor of the King Crocodile and waved, instructing, just follow behind the vehicle. We are on our way to complete our first task, to capture 10 E-rank zombies alive. Upon hearing the task, the group did not exhibit much surprise. Such assignments were typically designed to provide practical experience for students still in training, because capturing them without harm was significantly more challenging than outright extermination. The difficulty level was notably heightened. Yet, the ease with which Gao Yang commanded an S-rank zombie left them utterly astounded, especially as the zombie obediently followed behind the vehicle. It is well known that zombies, even when obeying their master's commands, would disregard the orders of others. Thus, Gao Yang's mystique only deepened in their eyes. Perhaps due to the presence of the S-rank zombie, the other zombies dared not approach. After a moment of contemplation, Gao Yang halted the vehicle and declared, "You wait here. We will proceed over there and return to you once we have completed the task." With that, he restarted the vehicle and drove off in another direction. "President, you are truly impressive to dare command it," Ma Hua remarked, giving a thumbs up in admiration. The other 2 also expressed their respect with appreciative glances. Gao Yang was slightly taken aback. His newfound strength had inadvertently altered his mindset, causing him to forget that he was still, in essence, a weakling. "In the future, I will rely on you all to develop the guild. I am but a figurehead," he said, humbly acknowledging their contributions. A small group engaged in lively conversation, oblivious to the hint of disdain in Ma Hua's eyes. After traveling for several kilometers, the zombies in the area, guided by Gao Yang's instructions, began to emerge in clusters. "I suggest we split up. Moving in larger numbers may attract even more zombies," Ma Hua asserted. Realizing his abruptness, he turned to Gao Yang and inquired, "What do you think, President? Let us divide into 2 groups. I shall take this route," he continued. "I will join the President, while Lu Fei and Xiao Jiang. You 2 head that way." Before Gao Yang could finish speaking, Ma Hua had already interjected. In Chapter 44, A Taste of Their Own Medicine, Ma Hua insisted again, "I will join the President, while Lu Fei and Xiao Jiang. You 2 proceed that way." Gao Yang was indifferent, not particularly concerned about whom he was with. It was merely a formality. However, Ma Hua's demeanor struck him as peculiar, though he could not pinpoint why. "President, stay close behind me. Do not wander off. It would be unfortunate to become a zombie's meal," Ma Hua remarked with a smirk. Gao Yang frowned. Indeed, there was something off about this person. After the other 2 had departed, he sensed a shift in Ma Hua's attitude. "Fine, I will follow you closely," he nodded, curious about Ma Hua's intentions. Ma Hua, observing Gao Yang's response, chuckled inwardly, but said nothing further, leading the way ahead. Soon, they ventured deep into the dense forest. Ma Hua, ISNT, it's sufficient to encounter E-level zombies on the outskirts? Must you venture so far? Gao yang cuestionet. President, you may not realize, but while the outskirts are filled with E-level zombies, capturing them intact is considerably more challenging. This boundary area, however, has fewer zombies, as they fear the presence of higher-level beings, and we are likely to find solitary E-level zombies here, Ma Hua explained, continuing his stride without turning his head. Gao Yang merely scoffed, choosing not to expose him, silently trailing behind. Indeed, there were numerous solitary E-level zombies, without requiring Gao Yang's intervention. Ma Hua captured 3 on his own, binding them with specially designed chains. Let us take a moment to rest, President. We have been walking for quite a while. Ma Hua suggested, wiping the sweat from his brow and tossing a bottle of water to Gao Yang while he opened his own and took a drink. Drink up. It's quite hot, and this will refresh you, Ma Hua insisted, his gaze fixed intently on Gao Yang. Thank you, Gao Yang replied, unscrewing the cap and taking a swig. Upon witnessing Gao Yang drink, a cold smile crept across Ma Hua's lips. Do you feel something stirring in your abdomen? Ma Hua suddenly asked. Gao Yang raised an eyebrow. He indeed felt something writhing within him, growing at an alarming rate. What have you given me? Upon sensing his own predicament, Gao Yang remained composed and calmly inquired, What is your purpose? Ma Hua sneered disdainfully. It is nothing of great consequence, merely a cursed insect. This is the unique aspect of my extraordinary abilities. I can control insects. This particular cursed insect was acquired through great toil, and it is fortunate for you. Oh, and what is your objective in doing this? Gao Yang asked with curiosity, scrutinizing Ma Hua, certain he had never encountered him before and perplexed by his hostility. Nothing much. I simply find a waste that someone as worthless as you could be the president of a B-level guild. If you obediently play the role of a puppet and heed my every command, I can allow you to continue living, Ma Hua mocked, his demeanor suggesting he felt victory was assured. As Gao Yang rose to his feet, Ma Hua hastily stepped back, continuing, Do not even think about using your powers. The cursed insect has already reached your heart. With a mere thought from me, you will perish instantly. Are you not afraid of official repercussions for your actions? Gao Yang inquired, still intrigued. We are deep within the dense forest. If you were to be ambushed and perish at the hands of zombies, it would be entirely normal, wouldn't it? Moreover, when undertaking missions, casualties are inevitable. Ma Hua laughed heartily before adding, If you comply, I assure you I will not make things difficult for you. And if I refuse? A sly smile crept across Gao Yang's face as he gradually approached Ma Hua. Then you shall die. Ma Hua's expression hardened. Do not come any closer. If you do, I will not hold back. As Gao Yang drew nearer, a murderous intent flickered in Ma Hua's eyes. Although eliminating Gao Yang was not the optimal solution, he reasoned that if he were to die, there was still the level Lu Fei to take his place, and the mission could continue. As Gao Yang entered the attack range, Ma Hua, without hesitation, commanded the cursed insect. Suddenly, Gao Yang halted, blood spilling from his mouth as he collapsed to the ground. Foolish to choose a path to death when I offered you a chance to live. Ma Hua spat angrily at Gao Yang's lifeless body. How can you be so certain that path leads to death? A haunting voice resonated from behind Ma Hua. Who? Ma Hua felt a chill run down his spine and quickly turned to confront the source. You should be dead, he stammered in disbelief, glancing back at the corpse. How could there be 2 of you? Ma Hua was utterly confounded, having never encountered such a phenomenon. Is it difficult to comprehend? That was merely a puppet. Gao Yang waved his hand, causing the corpse on the ground to dissolve into shimmering particles. This is the ability of the 3-faced blood corpse. I sensed something amiss with you earlier and summoned a puppet in advance. With a swift motion, Gao Yang struck Ma Hua across the face, the force sending a barrage of teeth flying from his mouth. You cannot kill me. Aren't you afraid of official investigations? The official penalties for the murder of ability users are indeed severe. Ma Hua, disoriented from the slap, clutched his rapidly swelling cheek and mumbled incoherently. We are deep within the dense forest. Is it not commonplace to be ambushed and perish at the hands of zombies? Moreover, when embarking on a mission, casualties are inevitable. Are they not? Gao Yang replied coolly, a hint of mockery glinting in his eyes. You cannot treat me this way. I realize my errors. I am a B-level awakener, and keeping me alive would be advantageous for you. I shall henceforth be your most loyal dog. Ma Hua hastily fell to his knees, pleading for mercy. Have you ever heard the saying, once disloyal, forever expendable? Gao Yang's tone grew increasingly frigid, the murderous intent in his gaze becoming palpable. Do not presume that attaining S-level strength grants you the right to act so arrogantly. That power was purchased with your life. Since you refuse to grant me a path to survival, I shall see if you can make it out alive. Mahua raised a whistle to his chest and blew it forcefully. The piercing sound reverberated through the treetops, yet the surrounding silence remained haunting. He began to glance around nervously. Are you eager for the zombies to arrive? Gao Yang found Ma Hua's response amusing. If he did not possess a system, and if strengthening oneself truly came at the cost of one's lifespan, then with that whistle, Ma Hua might indeed court his own demise. Do not be so pleased with yourself. The deeper we venture, the larger the territory of the zombies. Once they arrive, prepare for death. Ma Hua shot a venomous glare at Gao Yang. Then let it be as you wish, Gao Yang smirked. Ha ha ha, they are coming. Since you refuse to let me live, do not expect to survive either. With so many zombies, I wonder how much of your lifespan you can squander. Ma Hua's eyes gleamed with resentment as he watched the relentless tide of zombies emerge. Chapter 45. The Dragon Rising Guild. Ha ha ha, they are coming. Since you refuse to let me live, do not expect to survive either. With so many zombies, I wonder how much of your lifespan you can squander. Ma Hua's eyes burned with malice as he observed the encroaching horde, among which were several A-level zombies, making his smile more triumphant. In the midst of the chaos, he seized the opportunity to clutch a small steel ball in his hand. This was a fragment of purple demon jade. Even A-level zombies would fear the aura it emitted, thereby slowing their advance. Though it was but a tiny shard, it had cost him 5 million and considerable effort to acquire, intended for use in such circumstances. Gao Yang merely regarded Ma Hua with derision, choosing not to advance further, eager to witness what other tricks Ma Hua might employ. Gao Yang, you shall linger here, depleting your life until death claims you. I shall not accompany you. Ma Hua laughed heartily, then crushed the steel ball, releasing the shards of purple demon jade in front of the approaching zombies. The zombies were clearly filled with trepidation, retreating several steps while their movements became sluggish. He cast a disdainful glance at Gao Yang, then deftly leaped onto a large tree. If he could sprint a few miles from that vantage point, he could undoubtedly escape this horde of the undead. Just as Ma Hua was reveling in thoughts of his impending freedom and how he would deal with Lu Fei, he suddenly felt a tremendous blow to his chest, as if struck by a heavy hammer. A glance revealed his horror. An A-class zombie had appeared before him, its hardened skull colliding forcefully with his torso. In that moment, despair filled his eyes, and his body involuntarily crashed back into the throng of zombies. Yet, to his astonishment, despite being surrounded, the zombies did not advance any closer. A flicker of hope ignited within him as he raised the purple demon jade in his hand, waving it frantically at the surrounding undead. At that moment, he noticed Gao Yang observing him with an expression of amusement, while the zombies nearby kept their distance, unwilling to approach. How did you manage this? Why do these zombies dare not come near you? A tumult of emotions surged within Ma Hua. Gao Yang was far more formidable than he had initially perceived. They fear me far more than that trifling purple demon jade you wield. Gao Yang replied with a cold sneer, showing no intention of lingering. With a swift motion of his hand, countless zombies surged forward, engulfing Ma Hua entirely. A heart-wrenching scream echoed through the dense forest. You lot, bind their hands and feet and gag them. Follow me, Gao Yang commanded, tossing a chain at several E-class zombies. The creatures complied without hesitation, binding themselves and handing the other end of the chain to Gao Yang. He then strode confidently back the way he came, leading the subdued zombies. It wasn't until they were nearly out of the perimeter that he caught sight of Qiao Jianghe and Lu Fei. President, what transpired inside? Qiao Jiang was the first to inquire. They had initially intended to search for Gao Yang, but had retreated to the outskirts upon witnessing sways of zombies converging in a singular direction. We captured a few zombies, but Ma Hua insisted on venturing deeper. I warned him against it, cautioning that it was perilous, but he refused to listen, and thus he entered alone. I remained in hiding on the periphery, unaware of the exact events that unfolded. Gao Yang explained calmly. That sound was undoubtedly Ma Hua's, Lu Fei remarked, his expression darkening. To capture a few E-class zombies and still wish to prove himself by going deeper, he deserved his fate. Qiao Jiang scoffed, feeling an inexplicable dislike for Ma Hua from the very beginning. President, I harbor no ill will. I merely believe he should not have taken such a risk alone. If he had to go, it should have been as a group, he added, sensing he had perhaps been too harsh in his earlier comments. Glancing at Gao Yang for understanding. Understanding reached, let us proceed to submit the task and simultaneously report the demise of Ma Hua. Gao Yang patted Xiao Zhang's shoulder before turning to dispose of several zombies in the trunk of the vehicle. This time, he opted for a pickup truck to facilitate the completion of their mission. Upon returning to the city, Gao Yang reported the task and conveyed the news of Ma Hua's passing. As the guild assembly task necessitated 5 members, he reluctantly contacted a C-ranked member, Su Jian, from the guild roster. Su Jian readily agreed and soon arrived to meet with Gao Yang. Noticing the afternoon had already set in, he led the trio into a nearby restaurant. With ample time before nightfall, he suggested they dine before undertaking the task. He pointed to one of the assignments on the task list. Task 3, retrieve 10 dragonbell herbs from the center of the ruins. The 3 men glanced at the task Gao Yang indicated and nodded in agreement. With the presence of the S-class zombie, the diamond crocodile, acquiring a few herbs should pose no significant challenge. Soon, the dishes arrived, and the sight of the sumptuous spread ignited their appetites, prompting them to feast heartily. After their meal, Gao Yang called for the waiter. "Good day, your table's total expenditure amounts to 6,853 dragon coins. Allow me to round it down to 6,800. Would you prefer mobile payment or card?" The waiter glanced at the bill and replied swiftly. "What kind of meal costs this much?" Lu Fei frowned, scrutinizing the waiter. To his surprise, the waiter remained unfazed, smiling as he responded, "The menu is clearly priced. You ordered 4 deep-sea abalones, which are fed with energy potions. Hence the cost of 1,500 each." "Very well, I'll pay by card," Gao Yang replied nonchalantly, waving his hand and presenting a black gold card. The waiter stared at him in astonishment. "You possess the supreme black gold card?" Gao Yang, equally surprised, returned the waiter's gaze. Regaining his composure, the waiter quickly explained, "Yes, I am familiar with it. Our establishment is newly opened and still under renovation, but we extend VIP privileges to holders of the supreme black gold card. Your current expenditure will be discounted to 400 dragon coins." After completing the transaction, the waiter returned the card with both hands and added with a smile, "We welcome you to visit us again at the Tenglong Hall. Should you be interested, you may also apply to join our Tenglong Guild, which is currently in the application phase and will be finalized in a few days." Upon hearing this, Gao Yang raised an eyebrow, pondering the emergence of the Tenglong Hall and Tenglong Guild, which had seemingly established a foothold in Yang City without prior notice. Their scale suggested they were not merely a small operation, but rather aimed to seize the economic lifeblood and influence of Yang City. Tenglong Guild? Gao Yang murmuret in Fuxian. Indeed, we are in the process of applying for an A-class union, and we aim to establish the Tenglong Pavilion as a landmark. In the near future, we will expand across various industries, and in a few years, the Tenglong Group will undoubtedly become the benchmark of Yang City. The woman spoke with increasing enthusiasm, her eyes sparkling with excitement. However, Gao Yang could not share in her joy. The reason he had subjugated all the surrounding zombies was to transform Yang City into a stronghold. The sudden emergence of the Tenglong Group, seeking to reap the fruits of his labor, was intolerable to anyone. "I'm afraid I am not interested. I am the president of the Shiri Guild, and we are also in the process of establishing a guild." Gao Yang stood up and departed. "If you change your mind, feel free to find me. Joining our guild does not require you to leave this place. By the way, my name is Shangwan Kiki," the woman called out leisurely, a hint of an enigmatic smile gracing her lips. "Uncle, what is this Tenglong Group all about?" Upon exiting the restaurant, Gao Yang hurriedly called Chu Yuan. After a brief silence, Chu Yuan spoke slowly. "I just received notification as well. I intended to inform you later. This Tenglong Group has been dispatched from Shangjing and is affiliated with the conservatives. With the threats surrounding Yang City alleviated, it has been designated as a sustainable development city, and these individuals have begun to take an interest in it. Currently, all the critical pillars of various industries in Yang City have become vacant, and they are attempting to transform this place into a product of their conservative faction before the news is officially announced." Chu Yuan's voice was noticeably restrained, suppressing the anger that threatened to surface. "Moreover, you should temporarily halt your current tasks. The data you previously uploaded has prompted a directive for you to report to Shangjing immediately." After a moment's hesitation, Chu Yuan continued, "They are calling for you to go to Shangjing?" Gao Yang was taken aback, not anticipating such a sudden turn of events. He recalled the woman who introduced herself as Shangwan Kiki, and his brow furrowed in concern. It seemed that everything was meticulously planned, with all unfavorable factors regarding their control over Yang City already accounted for. "Uncle, is everything all right on your end?" Gao Yang inquired anxiously. If their objective truly was the entirety of Yang City, they would not spare Chu Yuan. Indeed, Asai escaped Chu Yuan. I have been demoted to deputy commander. The new city lord will arrive in a few days. Chu Yuan replied with evident reluctance. 10 years ago, his achievements had been seized, leading him to withdraw from public service and establish the Chu Yuan Guild. Now, just a few days into his role as city lord and commander, he received such disheartening news. He was all too familiar with this scenario. It would not be long before Yang City was entirely transformed into a product of the conservatives. Have your faction considered any measures to counter this? A faint stir of anger arose within Gao Yang as he observed their alignment with this ridiculous radical faction. They stood there while others trampled upon their dignity without any acknowledgement. This is hardly a radical faction. It would be more fitting to rename it the Faction of the Meek. Unable to contain himself, Gao Yang uttered a curse. Yet, one could not place all the blame upon them. Due to the geographical divide, the conservatives held sway over the northwest and southwest, while the radicals established their stronghold in the northeast and southeast. The mere fact that we managed to infiltrate the northwest signifies a considerable advancement, Chu Yuan explained. No wonder we face restrictions at every turn. Gao Yang suddenly grasped the situation. It was indeed their domain where the offense occurred. This area was once the most chaotic and overrun with zombies, to the extent that the conservatives had abandoned it. It was through the relentless efforts of myself and several warriors that we managed to reclaim this formidable territory, gradually transforming it into what it is today. The reason is simple. As the nexus of the North and South, controlling this region holds immense significance for influencing the nation's overall situation. You should return to rest. I will communicate with the higher-ups to strive for the reversal of your transfer to the capital. Remember, do not act impulsively where there are still mountains. There is no fear of firewood running out. After a few more reminders, Chu Yuan hastily ended the call. President, are we to cease the mission? Lu Fei inquired. His brow furrowed as he looked at Gao Yang. Indeed, you have all heard the conversation. The establishment mission of the Rising Sun Guild has been forcibly halted. If any of you have alternative plans, you may withdraw now without any objections from me, Gao Yang replied calmly. President, what do you take me for? I remain here because you once saved my parents' lives with your own, as well as the safety of Yang City. How could I abandon the guild for such matters? Lu Fei spoke passionately. You saved my parents? I don't believe we have met before, Gao Yang replied, perplexed. Indeed, we have not met. But on the day of the B-level zombie outbreak, my parents were gathering herbs in the southern region. Had you not dealt with that horde of zombies, they would have inevitably been discovered, and their fate would have been grim. Thus, you have bestowed upon my parents a second chance at life, making you my savior, Lu Fei declared, thumping his chest. Precisely. I have family in Yang City as well. When the call went out to muster all members against those B-level zombies, I was terrified. My own demise mattered little, but what of my elderly parents? You alone prevented the sacrifice of many. Had you not urged everyone to return to the city, even if the zombies were ultimately defeated, the casualties among the guild members would have been catastrophic. Therefore, regardless of the circumstances, I will not leave the guild, no matter how long it takes, Su Jian added, his face flushed. Though I did not have family to save, I truly admire the selflessness and valor of our leader, so I too shall remain, he concluded, as Xiao Jiang observed the two increasingly agitated individuals. An awkward expression crossed his face, prompting him to promptly declare his stance. Gao Yang felt a surge of emotion within, and after a brief moment of contemplation, he nodded solemnly and said, In that case, you shall return and stand by for now. I assure you, this wait will not be prolonged. With that, Gao Yang turned on his heel and departed, leaving no one to witness the fury simmering in his eyes. What a conservative faction! What a self-serving dragon rising guild! After all my painstaking efforts to consolidate our achievements, you wish to reap the benefits without contribution, since you choose to disregard martial virtues. Do not blame me for abandoning decorum. A cold smile crept upon Gao Yang's lips as he projected a telepathic command to the few zombies awaiting activation in his mind. After being nurtured for so long, it is time for you to stretch your limbs. Gao Yang's chilling command reverberated within the minds of the S-class zombies, causing their brains to tremble as his voice echoed explosively in their consciousness. Chapter 47, The Siege of the Zombies. Qingzhou City, the Lord's Mansion. Everything has been meticulously arranged. Tomorrow, I will dispatch a contingent to Yang City to join the Dragon Rising Guild. Meng Songyun spoke with a serious demeanor while holding the phone. Indeed, this operation must be swift. We must eliminate the threatening zombies before that girl has a chance to react. With her contract binding them, The zombies in that region will not resist fiercely. The strategic importance of Yang City is paramount. The previous inaction was a calculated decision to prepare the other cities first. Now that they have cleared the way for us, we must swiftly bring them under our control. An elder's voice resonated from the other end of the line. Yes, I understand. However, there is one matter I find perplexing. Elder Deng, Meng Songyun cautiously interjected. Speak freely, Deng Wanmin replied. That young man, named Gao Yang, is merely a fleeting figure, relying on a transient extension of life to gain strength. Is it truly necessary to summon him to the capital? Meng Songyun inquired. He is just a mere youth. Bringing him here is solely to placate that Chu family girl. As for any unforeseen incidents along the way, no one can predict. This operation must succeed without fail. Every potential negative factor must be accounted for, Deng Wanmin replied gravely. Meng Songyun had his phone on speaker, and upon hearing this, Meng Jieshi's expression fell. He realized that no amount of persuasion would alter his father's decision. Observing Meng Jieshi's countenance, Meng Songyun merely patted his shoulder before gesturing for him to leave. Just then, a violent tremor shook the room. Bang! A deafening explosion échoued, causing even Deng Wanmin on the other end of the line to furrow his brow in concern. What is happening? Deng Wanmin sensed an ominous turn of events. Report. Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks resounded at the door. What is going on? Meng Songyun quickly opened the door and inquired. Unbeknownst to them, a horde of zombies began to converge upon Qingzhou City, a situation that had already seen numerous flying zombies breach the city walls, wreaking havoc. I harbor suspicions that this particular group of zombies is being commanded by an S-class zombie, reported a soldier in a state of utter panic. Calm yourself. Immediately summon Xiahou Xiong to eliminate that S-class zombie. The rest of the zombies will surely disperse, Meng Songyun replied, furrowing his brow in concern and gesturing dismissively. No, it's not just one. There are 5 S-class zombies, the soldier stammered, his voice trembling. What? Both Meng Songyun and Meng Jieshi, as well as Deng Wanmin on the other end of the line, were taken aback. How could there be S-class zombies in Qingzhou City, and 6 of them at that? Meng Songyun could hardly believe his ears, for they conducted large-scale purges every few months, and there were virtually no high-level zombies in the vicinity. As the sole B-class city within 1,000 miles, Qingzhou had not experienced a siege by zombies in nearly 2 decades. What is happening? Urgently send Xiahou Xiong to investigate the cause, and if possible, eliminate a few. Deng Wanmin's countenance darkened. Qingzhou City was a crowning achievement in his career. Its security comparable to that of A-class cities. Should any misfortune befall it, not only would he be ridiculed, but his reputation would also suffer. Report. Suddenly, another soldier entered, his face a mask of fear. Speak quickly, what is it? Meng Songyun snapped, his frustration palpable. Xiahou was gravely injured and is currently unaccounted for, his fate unknown. The soldier's eyes were filled with despair. What? Meng Songyun was in disbelief. Deng Lao, what should we do now? The only S-class power in this area is now missing. Meng Songyun was genuinely alarmed. He had invested most of his life's south work into this place, and its destruction would leave him with nothing to live for. All of my S-class awakeners are currently on missions. Even if they could rush over, it would be too late. Here's what you should do. Summon that young man, Gao Yang, to assist Qingzhou City, thus obviating the need for him to come to the capital for employment. Additionally, I will immediately contact the other B-class cities to dispatch their stationed S-class awakeners to your aid, Deng Wanmin concluded after a moment's contemplation. Zheng Lao, what if that young man refuses? Meng Songyun inquired hastily. As the lord of a city, must you even ask? Grant him any request he makes, as long as he agrees to come, Deng Wanmin asserted firmly. Understood, Zheng Lao. Meng Songyun swiftly ended the call and turned to Meng Jieshi. What is Gao Yang's number? Meanwhile, the entire Yang City was also encircled by zombies, though the situation differed from that of Qingzhou City. The zombies here merely surrounded the area without launching any assaults, lacking the fervor exhibited in Qingzhou. Gao Yang gazed at his ringing phone, a subtle smile gracing his lips as events unfolded precisely as he had envisioned. Hello. Who is this? Gao Yang answered the call, feigning indifference. It is I, Meng Songyun, the lord of Qingzhou City. We have met once before, Meng Songyun began. Oh, I have little recollection. What brings you to call? Gao Yang replied. I have heard about your impending forced transfer to the capital. Given the peculiar nature of your abilities, should you join the special operations team, I fear you may not survive a year. The tasks there are beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals. I have long wished to express my gratitude for saving my son, and thus, I can arrange for you to remain here. However, You must cooperate with me in staging a performance for the higher-ups. What do you think? Meng Songyun articulated his intentions with calm assurance. Is that so? How exactly would you like me to assist you? Gao Yang retorted with a cold smirk, having encountered shamelessness before, yet never to this extent. Currently, Qingzhou City is besieged by zombies. If you were to come and help resolve this crisis, I can guarantee that you need not proceed to the capital for employment. Moreover, I have heard you are in the process of establishing a guild. I can ensure that continues. Meng Songyun proposed his terms. Sigh, Lord Meng. I would like to assist you, but Yang City is struggling to maintain its own safety. I cannot venture there, Gao Yang lamented, reclining on the sofa. What do you mean? Meng Songyun's brow furrowed, a sense of unease creeping into his mind. I mean it literally. Yang City is also surrounded by zombies, and we face the constant threat of annihilation. We are utterly powerless. Gao Yang feigned a troubled expression. Meng Songyun's pupils constricted, and the phone slipped from his grasp, clattering to the ground. After a brief shock, he quickly regained his composure and picked up the phone. Gao Yang, you know better than I the importance of a B-grade city compared to a D-grade city. Here's the deal. If you are willing to bring that contract zombie of Chu Xiuwei to assist us in Qingzhou City, I will agree to any demands you have. Meng Songyun's eyes were resolute. Anything at all? Gao Yang inquired with a smile. Indeed, as long as you articulate your request, I shall fulfill it. Meng Songyun promptly added, I can promise you anything, but whether I can deliver is another matter entirely. Well then, let me ponder. Gao Yang feigned difficulty, tossing the phone aside as he began scrolling through videos. The internet was inundated with news of cities besieged by zombies, and even Chu Yuan had anxiously sent him a message. Gao Yang, why can't I reach you? The city is besieged by zombies. Are you aware? Yes, I know. Do not worry. With Shuiwei's contract beast here, everything will be fine. Gao Yang casually replied to reassure Chu Yuan before continuing to scroll through videos of basketball in overalls. Have you made your decision, Gao Yang? After a prolonged silence, Meng Songyun's impatience grew. The screams from outside intensified, and he realized that if this continued, Qingzhou City would soon be unable to withstand the onslaught. Very well. I am merely offering my lifespan to assist, yet I have several conditions I wish for you to agree to at this moment. Upon hearing the urgency, Gao Yang finally spoke leisurely. Go ahead, I am listening. Meng Songyun urged. First, do not mention the matter of employment in the capital again. Second, your faction must cease any interference in Yang City affairs. Third, all of your personnel currently stationed in Yang City must withdraw, allowing Chu Yuan to be reinstated. Gao Yang immediately articulated his demands. Agreed, I shall comply. Meng Songyun hesitated briefly before gritting his teeth in agreement. All right, I will head over now. However, Mayor Meng, you must honor your word. I have preserved our recorded conversation. Gao Yang offered a friendly reminder before ending the call. Gung Shaoqing, continue encircling. I will take the King Kong crocodile to pay a visit to Qingzhou City. Gao Yang projected his thoughts, rising with a smile. Meanwhile, on the other side, Meng Songyun's expression darkened immensely. He had been threatened, yet he found himself powerless in this situation. Taking a deep breath, he quickly dialed another number. Kiki, what is the current situation in Yang City? He felt an unsettling dissonance with the sudden zombie siege at this critical juncture and promptly sought answers. Mayor, Yang City is currently surrounded by zombies as well. However, due to the presence of that contract zombie guarding the outskirts, the two waves of zombies are merely in a standoff and have yet to launch an assault on the city. Shangwan Kiki reported immediately. Meng Songyun's expression softened somewhat. It seemed that Gao Yang was not lying after all. Yet, this decision of his might lead to the potential demise of Yang City, which had just begun to show signs of resurgence, evoking a twinge of reluctance, considering it was also within his jurisdiction. You must immediately gather your belongings and lead everyone to evacuate Yang City. Meng Songyun issued a direct order. Mayor, why? Shangwan Kiki's eyes widened in disbelief. Their plans to establish a presence in Yang City had only just commenced, and she had meticulously envisioned a grand blueprint in her mind, given sufficient time. She was confident she could transform it into a second Qingzhou City. Yet now, before they had even begun, Meng Songyun commanded her to withdraw, which she found utterly unacceptable. In the current circumstances, we can only safeguard one city. Qingzhou City requires Gao Yang's assistance, and his demand is for you to withdraw from Yang City. One must preserve the mountains to avoid the worry of firewood. I hope you understand this principle. Meng Songyun spoke in a graviton. I understand. Shangwan Kiki, filled with resentment, hung up the phone. Gao Yang, she exclaimed in anger, but soon a laugh escaped her lips. The hordes of zombies in Qingzhou City seemed endless. I wonder how much longer you can squander your life. Outside the city, Gaoyang had already set off towards Qingzhou City with the formidable king crocodile. Little female crocodile, please inform your master that everything is fine at home and there is no need for her to worry, he shouted towards the outside of the vehicle. He had just noticed several missed calls on his phone, but when he attempted to redial, the line was already unreachable. Boss, we're too far apart. A transmission isn't possible. The king crocodile said with trepidation. Is this really related to distance? Gaoyang inquired with curiosity. Indeed, boss. The greater the strength of the other party in the binding contract, the farther the distance they can communicate. We have not yet reached such a distance, the king crocodile explained. Gaoyang nodded and decided to send her a message instead. Over an hour later, Gaoyang finally caught sight of Qingzhou City. The area was surrounded by a sea of zombies, making it seem as if the apocalypse had truly arrived. A smile crept onto Gaoyang's lips as he redialed Meng Songyan. Mayor Meng, can you still hold on? We have arrived at the outskirts of Qingzhou City. Yes, we can still hold on. Just distract the zombies or find a way to eliminate one of them. Meng Songyun exclaimed joyfully. After such a long wait, Gaoyang had finally arrived. If he had been any later, the city gates would have been breached, resulting in catastrophic consequences. All right, leave it to me. Gaoyang replied with a light chuckle before hanging up. Of course, a performance must be complete if he did not apply some pressure on Meng Songyun. He might think that Qingzhou could withstand the onslaught of zombies. However, being overly forceful could lead to an undesirable conclusion. Thus, Gaoyang was quite satisfied with the performance of the zombies that night. If he were to rate it, he would give it an impressive 8. 8 out of 10. I'm coming over. Show your acting skills, but do not genuinely harm me, Gaoyang conveyed telepathically. We still have to act. I'm not skilled at that. The blood corpse hesitated. This is my forte. Let me teach you, the fourth brother. I once directed an excellent performance that led my wife to sign a contract with a young girl. The invisible crocodile boasted with pride. Then I leave it in your hands, Lu Hong said with a laugh. Do not worry. I will ensure everything is crystal clear, the invisible crocodile confidently assured. Anyone who receives a kick from me will get a pack of snacks. A punch merits 2 packs, and if it draws blood, 10 packs. If you endure more than 10 hits, you can choose freely. Upon hearing this, Gaoyang immediately set forth the reward conditions for his subordinates. Wow, wow. Several of the subordinates could not help but exclaim, Master, do not underestimate her, because she is a woman. She is tough, so feel free to hit me. Lu Hong immediately emitted a sultry sound. Strike me. I can take it. I have 3 heads. My master may strike at will. Master, I do not desire snacks. Might I have dog biscuits instead? Master, if such a fortunate opportunity arises, would you allow me to guard Yang City? Meanwhile, on the other side, fervent discussions ensued, and Geng Shaoqing, besieging Yang City, wore a countenance of deep gloom. Chapter 49, renforcement arrive. Little crocodile, go to the city gate and slay a few more zombies. Put in a bit more effort, Gao Yang instructed. These zombies seemed inexhaustible, inexplicably appearing at intervals, an endless cycle of slaughter. Thus he felt no burden. Since they were to perform, it was essential that others witness it. Otherwise, for whom were they acting? Gao Yang parked the vehicle aside, adjusted his appearance in the rearview mirror, and refined his expression before descending from the car with his phone in hand. He activated the camera and pressed the recording button. The screen was filled with an endless swarm of zombies, surging towards Qingzhou City like an overwhelming tide, each emitting chilling howls. Ladies and gentlemen, at the behest of the Lord of Qingzhou, I now stand outside the city. As you can see, we are encircled by zombies, and it is said that several S-class zombies are among them. Though I am merely an E-class awakened, I have come to offer assistance, uncertain of my survival in the process. As he spoke, a surge of resolve coursed through Gao Yang, and he thought to himself, forgive me, my little brother, as he grasped at his own heart. A piercing pain surged, instantly bringing tears to his eyes. Observing his emotional turmoil on screen, he continued, however, as a member of Dragon Country, I cannot remain indifferent. Even if it costs my life, I shall endeavor to protect everyone. With that, 2 lines of tears streamed down his cheeks, and his visage, reminiscent of the handsome Panin, combined with his pitiable demeanor, evoked a twinge of pain within himself. After pressing the stop button, he paired the recorded video with a mournful, tragic melody and published it on the largest short video platform, Douyin, investing 10 million dragon coins for promotion. He aimed to incite rapid interest in the matter. Having accomplished this, he smiled and ventured into the depths of a dense forest. Shortly after, thunderous roars echoed from within, sending chills through every corner of Qingzhou City. On the city wall, Meng Songyun observed the formidable, giant crocodile battling zombies at the gate, then turned his gaze towards the source of the ominous sounds, his brows knitting tighter. Father, after all, he is my savior. Is it truly wise for us to act in this manner? Meng Jieshi expressed with reluctance upon hearing the terrifying roar. If you do not go, then who will? If sacrificing himself could save a city and its inhabitants, then his sacrifice would indeed be worthwhile. Moreover, it was not certain that he would perish. I did not demand that he eradicate the horde of zombies. Elder Deng had already dispatched several formidable S-class warriors to assist us in defending the city. As long as he could buy us a little more time, it would suffice. Meng Songyun spoke with irritation. Observing the pallor of Meng Jieshi's face softened Meng Songyun's heart. He had already lost a daughter. Without Gaoyang, he might have lost this son as well. With that thought, he patted Meng Jieshi on the shoulder and said, "Do not worry. Once this ordeal is over, we shall devise a way to compensate him handsomely. Furthermore, I've already acquiesced to all of his requests, so you need not feel any guilt." Meng Jieshi merely nodded, and with a flick of his wrist, a shard of iron shot forth, striking a zombie mid-air, which fell with a horrific wail. Meanwhile, Gaoyang sat leisurely on the ground, perusing the comments on his phone. In just a few minutes, his video had sparked tremendous reactions, causing even his scrolling to stutter with the influx of activity. "Speak louder," Gaoyang commanded. "Master, the backlight allows us to shout, and you Haven Tea punished us. Does that count as a reward?" Shenhua Qinglang approached with a look of grievance. "Not at all," Gaoyang replied without lifting his gaze. "Then hurry and hit me," Shenhua Qinglang insisted, stepping closer to Gaoyang. "I have never heard such a request in my life." "Very well, I shall oblige," Gaoyang smirked as he put away his phone. Shenhua Qinglang immediately felt a chill run down his spine, followed by a series of piercing screams. "Master, do not just hit him. We are here too." The remaining subordinates chimed in, clearly anxious. "Very well, I shall satisfy all of you." With that, Gaoyang transformed into 3 figures, charging towards several of his subordinates to deliver blows. He held nothing back, and wails of pain echoed as these tough individuals did not fear being struck. After a considerable time, he paused and said, "No, it's not right for me to be the only one hitting you. Come, you all hit me back." Gaoyang felt the request was somewhat disingenuous, yet he made the suggestion. However, his subordinates shook their heads vigorously, retreating a few steps. It seemed that due to the nature of their contract, they subconsciously held the notion of not being able to attack their master. Observing their fearful expressions, Gaoyang contemplated. "How about this? If you hit me, the earlier reward will double." The subordinates' expressions brightened, but the constraints of the contract still held them back, and they shook their heads. 3 times the reward, Gaoyang continued to raise the stakes. The subordinates' eyes wavered, yet they still held firm. 5 times, I cannot offer more. If not, I shall take matters into my own hands. Gaoyang said his final offer. "I have never encountered such a request to pay to be hit. I accept this task, master." Lu Hong gritted his teeth, making an effort to suppress his subconscious impulses, and charged at Gaoyang first. Within moments, he was left bruised and battered. "Stop, that's enough." Gaoyang harbored some doubts about whether this group was truly bound by contract, for they fought with relentless ferocity. Had it not been for his enhanced physical constitution, he would have long since perished. With a grimace, Gaoyang retrieved his phone, adjusted his expression, and said to the few individuals behind him, "Now, pursue me, but do so as realistically as possible." After uttering these words, he pressed the record button. These zombies were even more ferocious than he had anticipated. He had exerted himself to the fullest, and this was likely to be his final video. "I apologize, everyone," he exclaimed as he charged towards the zombies, subsequently hitting the stop button. That was sufficient. Now he merely awaited the arrival of reinforcements. He glanced at the recent footage, feeling quite satisfied, and then pressed the publish button. At that moment, a series of resounding roars echoed from the distant sky. "Dare to invade our territory? I shall slay you all," came the thunderous proclamation. "Ha ha ha, Murong Xian, let us see who can claim the most kills." Gaoyang heard the shouts from above. "Little crocodile, I grant you an opportunity for glory. When they approach, strike at the opportune moment. If you perform well, I shall impart to you the secret techniques of my chamber." Gaoyang urgid hastili. "Master, you can leave it to me." The invisible giant crocodile's eyes gleamed, immediately entering a state of readiness. Its figure drew nearer, and the group soon spotted the unconscious Gaoyang lying on the ground, as a massive crocodile with its gaping maw lunged towards him. Beast, D. An enraged voice rang out as a hand coalesced a pillar of fire, launching it directly at the invisible giant crocodile. A chilling roar erupted. The S-Class zombies hastily retreated. Chapter 50. Untrustworthy Words. As the S-Class zombies fled, several S-Class powerhouses pursued them. You take him back first, Morong Xin commanded, immediately charging towards the zombies. You're cheating. Qin Rushuang exclaimed in frustration, glancing at Gao Yang sprawled on the ground. Reluctantly, she decided to escort him back to the city. For those like them stationed in B-Class cities, encountering such a multitude of zombies was a rare opportunity. Having ventured out on a mission, she had hoped to showcase her prowess, but found herself tasked with protecting an injured comrade instead. Though she bore no personal grudge against Gao Yang, his condition nonetheless irritated her. With a firm grip on the nape of Gao Yang's shirt, she began to leap from tree to tree, hastening towards the city gates of Qingzhou, determined to return him swiftly so she could resume her hunt for zombies. Her speed unconsciously increased. What was her true intention? Was she there to save him or to bring him harm? At that moment, Gao Yang felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Being hoisted by his collar left his neck in a constant state of constriction, and with each jump and surge of speed, he would occasionally feel a choking grip. Were it not for his extraordinary physical capabilities, an ordinary person would likely have met their end by now. With a thud, Gao Yang was unceremoniously tossed onto the city wall. Keep an eye on him. I'm going to slay the S-Class zombies. Qin Rushuang glanced at the two individuals before swiftly turning back. It was her first encounter with such a multitude of S-level zombies. Perhaps, with a stroke of luck, she could forge a contract like Chu Xiuwei, who had recently ascended to S-level, though she had only caught a fleeting glimpse. One of the 5 S-level zombies had an undeniable beauty that could rival that of a nation. If she could tame her, a flicker of excitement ignited within Qin Rushuang, causing her steps to become lighter and quicker. However, before she could venture far, a violent explosion reverberated in the distance, sending a towering mushroom cloud into the sky. Countless zombies began to retreat in disarray. What was happening? Alarmed, Qin Rushuang had no time to ponder and immediately plunged into the dense forest. Meanwhile, on the city wall, Meng Songyun and his son furrowed their brows, sensing that such destructive power could not be attributed solely to S-level beings. Report, Master. 8 humans have been subdued as per your instructions. Should we withdraw now? As the explosion echoed, Lu Hong's voice resonated within Gao Yang's mind. Well done, withdraw, but do not stray too far. Retreat deeper and wait, Gao Yang commanded. It was not yet time for a full retreat. With those few subordinates lurking nearby, their focus on Yang City would remain less fervent. Seeing that the moment was ripe, Gao Yang felt it was time to awaken. He murmured softly, then slowly opened his eyes, inquiring, "Where am I?" "You've awakened. This is Qingzhou City. Thanks to you. The city is now relatively safe." Meng Jieshi hurriedly approached to assist Gao Yang. "Let us head back," Meng Songyun said, not elaborating further, simply instructing others to help Gao Yang return to the city. In an office, Meng Songyun regarded Gao Yang, whose body was smeared with blood, and asked, "How are you feeling now?" "Much better. Now that the zombies have retreated, can we still uphold our agreement?" Gao Yang directly inquired, wishing to bypass any pleasantries. Meng Songyun hesitated, then finally responded, "The promise I made was out of necessity, but it lies beyond my authority. I must seek further approval." He had not anticipated that this young man would broach the subject so soon after awakening, though he had already evacuated the members of the Tunglong Guild. If Deng Wanmin disagreed, they could easily return to Yang City. "Are you implying that you intend to disregard our agreement?" A coldness seeped into Gao Yang's expression. "Brother Gao, that's not what my father meant." Meng Jieshi attempted to clarify. "Hold on. What I promised you stands true. I ensured the Tunglong Guild was evacuated at the earliest opportunity, as you likely observed upon your exit from city. However, the final decision still requires approval from above. I will report this at once." With that, Meng Songyun promptly dialed Deng Wanmin's number. "How is the situation being handled?" Deng Wanmin inquired directly. "Old Deng, the zombies outside the city have retreated, but I had previously promised Gao Yang several conditions to buy time for Qingzhou City until reinforcements arrive." Meng Songyun quickly spoke up. "What conditions? Is it not the duty of every citizen to serve the nation?" Deng Wanmin's tone grew cold, seemingly unwilling to uphold the promise. Gao Yang furrowed his brow. Although Meng Songyun was not on speakerphone, his expression conveyed that the other party did not seem inclined to fulfill the commitment. Meng Songyun recounted Gao Yang's conditions to Deng Wanmin, only to be met with a barrage of furious rebukes. Meng Songyun, have you lost your mind? As the lord of a city, are you incapable of commanding a mere citizen? Without us, where would they have a place to reside? Is it not reasonable for them to assist during national crises? Such absurd conditions, and you can still agree? Is he present? Hand the phone to him. I will speak with him directly. Meng Songyun was immediately reprimanded, the volume of the outburst loud enough for Gao Yang to hear clearly beside him. This caused Gao Yang's expression to darken instantly. He had anticipated that these individuals' promises were as hollow as air. Otherwise, he would not have made additional preparations. As the lord of a city, Meng Songyun could hardly maintain dignity after such a public scolding. Yet he concealed his embarrassment and handed the phone to Gao Yang. Hello. You are Gao Yang, correct? I am Deng Wanmin, commander of the Right Division of Longhua. I am aware of the conditions you mentioned. Due to your merits in defending the city, you need not travel to the capital for employment. You may remain in the city and live well. Deng Wanmin's authoritative voice resonated through the line. Although the zombies in Qingzhou City have retreated, the situation in Yang City remains dire. How do you intend to address this? Gao Yang asked, his expression impassive. Are you not concerned about the zombies outside Yang City? I have dispatched 2 teams to address the issue. They should have arrived by now, Deng Wanmin replied. Then you do not intend to honor the conditions you previously agreed to? Gao Yang inquired with a slight smirk. Other conditions? Now I must address you, Gao Yang. Having grown under the protection of Longhua, do you harbor no sense of gratitude? How dare you make such preposterous demands? The Tunglong Group was sent to expedite the development of Yang City, and the reassignment of officials is for the betterment of urban construction. You should feel grateful rather than concern yourself with matters beyond your purview. Deng Wanmin admonished from a position of authority, offering Gao Yang no opportunity for rebuttal. So your stance is that there is no room for negotiation? Gao Yang's voice faltered momentarily. Stubborn and unyielding. Take care of your injuries. Someone will escort you home tomorrow. With that, Deng Wanmin abruptly ended the call. Chapter 51. Here comes again with an awkward smile. Gao Yang, since Commander Deng disagrees, let it be. As compensation, I will gift you a standalone villa in Tianshui Mountain Villa. This is the most expensive property in Qingzhou City. Moreover, should you wish to establish a guild, you may proceed at any time. Such matters remain within my capabilities. Meng Songyun glanced at Gao Yang and spoke again. There is no need to hastily provide compensation. Let's wait a while longer. It is possible that Commander Deng may yet change his mind. Gao Yang, unfazed, fiddled with his phone, extracting a segment from his earlier conversation with Deng Wanmin and uploading it to the Douyang platform, accompanied by a caption, returning from the brink of death. I am deeply humbled by Commander Deng's profound guidance. Jieshi, please take Gao Yang to rest, Meng Songyun said, feeling a twinge of embarrassment for not fulfilling his promise. Yet losing patience upon observing Gao Yang's demeanor. Gao Yang did not decline and followed Meng Jieshi into a spacious room. Such is the nature of factional strife. If you are one of us, I am confident that Commander Deng would not refuse. Take heart. Meng Jieshi patted Gao Yang on the shoulder before turning to leave. Once the door was closed, Gao Yang immediately reclined on the bed, scrolling through online comments. His 3 videos had gone viral, garnering millions of likes within mere hours. Particularly, the 3rd video, where Gao Yang had uploaded Deng Wanmin's assertive remarks verbatim, sparked a considerable uproar, with many voicing their support for Gao Yang. A smile crept across Gao Yang's lips. Although he understood that this would not alter Deng Wanmin's decision in the slightest, its impact would be like a drop of water, silently nourishing the ground until its effect eventually manifested. Master, 2 S-class individuals are en route to Yang City. What should I do? Geng Xiaoqing's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Beat them mercilessly, but do not actually kill them, Gao Yang replied coolly. Will I receive a reward for beating them? Geng Xiaoqing inquired eagerly. Indeed, for each punch, a packet of snacks. Gao Yang paused before adding, Master, I do not desire snacks. I yearn for LV clothing and shoes. A Rolex watch and a Rolls Royce. Geng Xiaoqing quickly responded. Gao Yang was taken aback. It seemed that Geng Xiaoqing, as an SS-class entity, was not easily deceived, and after watching so many videos, was beginning to pursue material wealth. As a condition, I shall grant you all the energy stones I have accumulated over the years. For I have heard that my master greatly enjoys such trinkets, Geng Xiaoqing added hastily, fearing Gao Yang's refusal. In that case, I shall reluctantly acquiesce to your request, Gao Yang thought. His heart racing. An SS-class stockpile would certainly surpass that of the others. A few outfits, a watch, and a car were hardly a loss for him. Thank you, Master. I shall take my leave. Geng Xiaoqing's excited voice abruptly ceased. Bang! At that moment, the door to his room was forcefully kicked open. Gao Yang, is this behavior not excessive? Meng Songyun stormed in, tossing his phone onto the bed, the screen displaying the 3 videos he had just released. Well, I merely wish to leave a few parting words before my demise. Is it a crime? Gao Yang remarqued, his expression a blend of amusement and irony as he regarded Meng Songyun. What on earth is the meaning of that last post? Are you aware of the detrimental repercussions it may bring upon Commander Deng? Meng Songyun questioned, gesturing towards the recently published video. I merely spoke the truth. Is that not permissible? Gao Yang retorted. Delete them at once. Meng Songyun commanded sternly. And what if I refuse? Gao Yang remained unflustered, reclining on his bed. Do not presume that a few videos can sway Commander Deng's resolve. It is futile. As he spoke, Meng Songyun picked up the phone again, dialing a number. Hello. This is Meng Songyun. Please remove the video of the user known as Kick the Cripple from your platform, the one trending right now. After relaying his request, Meng Songyun turned his gaze back to Gao Yang. You are but an E-rank awakened. Do not dare challenge Commander Deng's authority. Given your past assistance in saving my son, I shall overlook this incident, but from this moment forth, the Meng family owes you nothing. With a frigid glance at Gao Yang, he turned sharply and departed. Gao Yang observed his phone. True to his expectations, within a minute of Meng Songyun hanging up, his videos with millions of likes were swiftly banned. Yet, he felt no sense of loss. It was all anticipated. Checking the time, he noted it was precisely 3 in the morning. In 5 minutes, they should come looking for me, he murmured to himself before lying back down and closing his eyes. Before long, his phone rang, displaying an unfamiliar number. He opened his eyes to see only 3 minutes had passed, earlier than he had anticipated. Pressing the answer button, an anxious voice came through the line. Hello, is this Gao Yang? I am Deng Wanmin. Despite his evident urgency, Deng Wanmin maintained a composed tone. Commander Deng, what caused the abrupt disconnection earlier? Was it a poor signal? Gao Yang said. Yes, indeed, the signal was quite bad. However, Gao Yang, we have a grave situation. The 10S-rank Awaken sent to assist you in Qingzhou have gone completely uncontactable. The last individual who reported to me has also vanished without a trace, Deng Wanmin conveyed, his anxiety palpable even across the phone line. Oh, and how does that concern me? I am merely an injured civilian, Gao Yang replied coolly. Gao Yang, I command you, in the capacity of the highest rank of the Dragon Nation, to venture into the outskirts to ascertain their whereabouts. Deng Wanmin, lacking time to engage in further banter, issued a direct command. I apologize, Commander Deng, but even as a commander, I am merely a civilian at this moment, not even a member of the guild, and I am under no obligation to obey your orders. Gao Yang coldly and decisively rebuffed Deng Wanmin's request. Gao Yang, this pertains to the future of our Dragon Nation. Do you comprehend the immense effort required to cultivate an S-class warrior? Deng Wanmin intoned solemnly. Talent is predetermined by fate, determined by the awakening stone. It bears no relation to you. You merely forcibly incorporate all S-class individuals into your ranks, Gao Yang bluntly exposed. What will it take for you to venture out for reconnaissance? After a moment of silence, Deng Wanmin spoke again. Gao Yang was not swayed by his tactics. Further entanglement would be futile. Honor the conditions I previously stipulated, Gao Yang asserted. I believe we both understand the significance of Yang City. If you wish for me to acquiesce to your terms, you must first bring back the 11 awakened ones. Deng Wanmin quickly articulated his stipulation. For Deng Wanmin, ascertaining whether those 11 S-class awakened beings were alive was of utmost importance. However, his faction had already suffered significant losses due to this dispatch, and he could not gather such a number of personnel again. After all, other cities also required protection. His only recourse was to rely on Gao Yang, who could temporarily reach S-class, to investigate. He did not genuinely expect Gao Yang to return with the individuals. As long as they were alive, he would agree to Gao Yang's terms. But I find your words hard to trust, Gao Yang scoffed. What do you propose? Deng Wanmin inquired, his brow furrowing in a deep frown. You must immediately issue an announcement on the official website. Once I see it, I shall proceed, Gao Yang declared promptly. Make haste. Those zombies will not wait for anyone, Deng Wanmin replied before abruptly ending the call. Within moments, the official announcement was released, detailing Gao Yang's reconnaissance mission and explicitly listing the conditions he had set forth. Gao Yang smiled. Indeed, in this world, without strength, one possesses no voice. With the announcement made, he felt compelled to put on a show. Rising, he strode towards the exit. Little crocodile, let us depart. Outside the city, Gao Yang leapt onto the back of the formidable giant crocodile, pursuing the direction in which several individuals had fled. Are the preparations complete? Gao Yang projected his thoughts during the journey. Master, there are only 8 remaining. 1 human managed to escape, the divine fire green wolf reported. What is the matter with you all? How could they flee? Gao Yang expressed his discontent. Master, their 8 members possess considerable strength. We exerted considerable effort to subdue them. 1 individual caught sight of us from afar and fled, and we cannot catch up, but we did manage to injure her, the blood corpse promptly added. Very well. You may proceed. I shall join you momentarily. Gao Yang raised his gaze towards the distant dense forest, a frown creasing his brow. Had they fled and failed to report back? It was no easy task to locate someone at this late hour. Contemplating this, he issued a command to the nearby zombies to search for the traces of the escaped awakener. Just as he dispatched the order, a weak voice emerged from the nearby underbrush, calling out, "Hey, don't go in there!" Gao Yang's eyebrows shot up as he leaped down, parting the branches to uncover Qin Rushuang, gravely injured and hidden within a hollow tree. "Are you all right?" he asked, extending a hand to assist her out. "You mustn't enter. The 5 S-class zombies inside possess unimaginable power. Hurry, take me away from here." Recalling the earlier scene where 8 S-class awakeners had all succumbed, she was astonished to see that the 5 zombies appeared merely wounded. This prompted her instinctive urge to flee. Despite her efforts, she had been heavily injured by a single blow. Now her communication device lay shattered, and her strength was waning. She needed to return to report the situation. Yet, as soon as she finished speaking, darkness enveloped her, and she fainted. These scoundrels truly lack compassion, Gao Yang mused, gazing at her stunningly beautiful, frost-like features. He laid her upon the back of the indomitable crocodile, briefly tending to the gaping wound on her chest. Had the wound been even slightly misaligned, not even a deity could have saved her. Fortunately, after subduing Geng Shaoqing, the abilities of his followers had significantly enhanced, allowing him to staunch the relentless bleeding in an instant. Gao Yang guided the indomitable crocodile to the spot where the 8 individuals lay. He couldn't help but click his tongue at the horrific scene before him. It could only be described as tragically unbearable, with their lives hanging by a thread. After hoisting the unconscious figures onto the crocodile's back, he retrieved his phone. "Hello, Uncle Chu. I trust you've seen the official announcement. 2 individuals have gone missing on your side, and I've pinpointed their location. I will send it to you. Please bring them back." Gao Yang relayed to Chu Yuan on the other end of the line. "Understood. I'll head there immediately." Although Chu Yuan was astonished by how Gao Yang had acquired this information, he recognized the gravity of the situation and promptly set out with the team. Upon returning to Qingzhou City, the surrounding zombies had completely vanished, and the 8 individuals on the crocodile began to awaken gradually. "Quick, medical team, hurry!" At the city gate, Meng Songyun had assembled a group of awakeners, and upon spotting Gao Yang, he called for the medical team to converge, laying the injured on the ground for immediate treatment. Meng Songyun rushed over, and upon realizing that none of them were in critical danger, he finally exhaled in relief. "My dear Ming, I went through great lengths to locate these individuals. I nearly lost my life in the process. Look, my hair has turned white." Gao Yang pointed to his own head, emphasizing his ordeal. Before returning, Gao Yang contemplated the necessity of putting on a facade, and thus exerted some effort to add a touch of white to his hair. Meng Songyun was taken aback upon seeing Gao Yang's half-white hair. Indeed, forcibly elevating from E to S rank undoubtedly exacted a tremendous toll on the body. Given Gao Yang's condition, it was likely that with a few more uses his lifespan would be drastically curtailed. Just as he was lamenting internally, a piercing scream suddenly erupted from behind him. Roar! The colossal crocodile, now bearing a long, fiery wound, writhed in agony, held firmly in place by several S-rank warriors who had restrained its jaws, limbs, and tail. The creature struggled in pain, yet was unable to break free from its captors. Witnessing this scene, a murderous intent surged in Gao Yang's eyes. Strictly speaking, the giant crocodile was akin to his subordinate. How dare they inflict such grievous harm upon his ally in plain view of all? In the next instant, Gao Yang vanished from his spot, sending the awakened individual gripping the creature's head crashing away, blood spewing forth as he succumbed to unconsciousness, with its mouth now liberated. The colossal crocodile retaliated by snapping at one of the awakened warriors who had seized its foreleg. Despite his quick reflexes, he lost an arm in the process. The remaining warriors were unceremoniously flung aside by the crocodile's lethal thrashing. Ultimately, Even the severely injured fighters could not withstand the creature's counterattack, which bore minimal fatigue. Gao Yang intervened to halt the crocodile's continued assault, his gaze fiercely fixed ahead. Why do you harm it? It is a contract beast, essentially an official member. Attacking it is tantamount to challenging the laws of this nation. His expression darkened as he glared at the man holding the phone, the flames on his right hand still flickering. This was the intent of Commander Deng. The so-called contract beasts were merely a delusion of your radical faction, which we have never acknowledged. The man with the flames retracted his phone, his gaze piercing as he fixed it upon Gao Yang. A pack of ungrateful wretches. It is I who saved your lives, and today I shall reclaim them. Gao Yang's demeanor turned frigid, an aura of murderous intent emanating from him, lowering the surrounding temperature several degrees. Chapter 53. The young crocodile allows you to choose first. A pack of ungrateful wretches. It is I who saved your lives, and today I shall reclaim them. Gao Yang's demeanor turned frigid, an aura of murderous intent emanating from him, lowering the surrounding temperature several degrees. Ha you, a worthless being relying on lifespan to enhance your strength. Dare to speak so brazenly? You are but a rat in the gutter, merely taking advantage of our victory over the zombies to lead us back. Do not delude yourself into thinking you have accomplished anything of significance. A man in green beside the flame-wielding individual rose from the ground, clutching his belly and laughing maniacally. Gao Yang, considering that you brought us back, I will overlook your earlier assault on us. Leave promptly. Qin Ru Shuang, who had been saved earlier, furrowed her brows slightly. You are mistaken. It was not an injury, but a death. Gao Yang cast a chilling glance at her, a beam of white light coalescing in his hand, which he then directed towards the fallen awakened one. With a piercing sound, the white light pierced through the heart of the awakened individual, blood gushing forth from the wound. You audacious fool! How dare you openly slay an S-rank special operations member? The flame man bellowed angrily, a fiery spear already formed in his grasp, charging towards Gao Yang. Did you not strike first? I am merely acting in self-defense. Gao Yang retorted with a cold smirk, transforming his hand into a fist, the white light flickering around it as he hurled it towards the oncoming flame man. You are overestimating yourself. My flames can melt the hardest iron. Do you dare to meet my fist? The flame man's voice dripped with derision, believing Gao Yang to be merely an E-rank awakened one, and even with his lifespan enhancement, there was an insurmountable chasm between him and those who were naturally S-rank elites. Yet, before he could revel in his arrogance for 3 seconds, he stood frozen in shock. The fiery spear met Gao Yang's fist and began to shatter inch by inch. Before he could comprehend what was happening, his entire arm was obliterated into fragments. The excruciating pain elicited a horrifying scream from the flame man Gao Yang. Enough. Do not let this escalate beyond control. At that moment, Meng Songyun approached with a serious expression. I recall that we have no ties left. It would be prudent not to obstruct me, or I shall not hesitate to eliminate more. The sheer murderous intent emanating from Gao Yang caused Meng Songyun to retreat a few steps in fright. Are you not concerned about exhausting your lifespan with such frequent use of your abilities? Stand down, Gao Yang. There are 8 of them, and you stand alone. Meng Songyun attempted to reason with him again. His intentions were not purely altruistic. He recognized that although Gao Yang was merely an E-rank awakened one, his strength, bolstered by the extension of his lifespan, was formidable. The remaining 8 were all gravely injured, and a confrontation might not yield favorable results. Moreover, any of these individuals were invaluable to their conservative faction. Why risk endangering everyone over a confrontation with someone on the brink of death? This is my affair. Gao Yang coldly shot a glance at Meng Songyun, once more condensing white light that shot directly into the flame man's forehead, who had been struggling. His eyes widened in disbelief as silence enveloped him. The incessant chatter was driving me mad. Finally, peace reigns, Gao Yang remarked, blowing away the wisp of smoke rising from his hand due to the intense heat. The surroundings fell into complete silence, eyes wide with incredulity. Gao Yang had, without provocation, slain 2 S-rank powerhouses? It is known that an S-rank powerhouse in the Dragon Kingdom stands just below the highest echelons, operating with minimal restrictions save for commands from a select few in power. Yet now they have been vanquished by an E-rank awakened one. Gao Yang's gaze swept over a few individuals once more, finally resting upon the previously frenzied man in green. The man, who had once exhibited wildness, now stood as still as a bush, a hint of a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. What are you smiling at? I am eager to see how much life you have left to squander with us. The green-clad man seemed to be deeply insulted, his face contorting in extreme distortion. He clawed at the air, causing the surrounding soil to tremble and coalesce around him, forming an egg-shaped defensive earthen wall that grew thicker with each passing moment. You ant, relying solely on exchanging life for power, why don't you come and strike me? Let us see how much life you can waste on me. Don't die midway. The green-clad man was utterly confident in his defense. He had already condensed at least 100 layers of earthen barrier, and it continued to form. He had no doubt that Gao Yang could not break through it. In the individual combat competition of Long Country, even the top contender would require 10 minutes to completely shatter his earthen shield. Now, facing an ant with barely half a life left, he felt no fear. Shielded by his formidable earthen wall, earth-based abilities, Gao Yang murmured, a smile creeping onto his lips. He thought to himself, let us see how effective this Jiang Xiaoqing skill can be. With that, his right hand began to gather a white light, forming a conical shape that adhered to his fist, super speed piercing. Gao Yang bellowed internally as his figure vanished from sight, leaving behind a trail that erupted with sonic booms. Bang! The sound of a violent collision echoed through the sky, instantly enveloping the surroundings in debris and dust. Cough, cough. The bystanders began to cough incessantly, choking on the thick clouds of sand. Wind control. A cold voice rang out, and suddenly a fierce wind swept through, clearing the surrounding dust in an instant. The scene before them left them in awe. The green-clad man was split in two, one half falling to the left and the other to the right. Gao Yang, do you realize that your actions are tantamount to declaring war against the entirety of Long Country? Qin Rushuang questioned, her eyes glinting with anger. Why did you not say anything about being enemies of Long Country when you harmed it? Gao Yang retorted coldly, fixing his gaze on Qin Rushuang. It is merely a contracted beast, ultimately just a soulless creature. Killing it is no great loss. You would oppose the authorities for it? Absurd. Qin Rushuang found it incomprehensible why Gao Yang would act in such a manner. To her, it seemed utterly insane. My subordinates can be bullied by no one but me. In my eyes, you're even less than they are. Gao Yang said calmly, his gaze now locked onto Qin Rushuang. You! Qin Rushuang exclaimed, flaring with indignation. Rushuang, cease your futile chatter with him. Let us seize this moment while we hold the numerical advantage and strike together. Otherwise, if we allow him to wear us down one by one, it is quite likely we shall meet our demise here, murmured Murong Exen, positioning himself behind Gao Yang. Indeed, several SSS-rank members dispersed, encircling Gao Yang and the Diamond Crocodile within their ranks. Little Crocodile, I grant you the opportunity for vengeance. You may choose first, Gao Yang said, lowering his gaze to the Diamond Crocodile beside him. Roar! The Diamond Crocodile lunged directly at Qin Rushuang. Chapter 54, National Enemy. Gao Yang was taken aback. He had expected the Diamond Crocodile to target those who had previously attacked him, but instead, it chose Qin Rushuang. There's indeed some truth to the notion that like repels like, he mused. Surely it must have found Qin Rushuang more aesthetically pleasing. He thought with a hint of curiosity. Bang! The clash between man and crocodile quickly ensued. Everyone attacked together. The remaining 5 members simultaneously launched their assault on Gao Yang. With a fierce roar, Murong Exin was the first to charge forward, his body crackling with thunderous energy as he aimed a punch at Gao Yang's face. Gao Yang raised an eyebrow, his figure vanishing from sight, only to reappear behind Murong Exin in the next instant, with azure flames enveloping his hand. He pierced directly through Murong Exin's heart. Accompanied by Murong Exin's agonizing scream, he struggled for but a moment before succumbing to silence. Upon witnessing this, the others grew increasingly grave, hastening their attacks towards Gao Yang. The elemental powers of wind, water, metal, and wood harmonized, momentarily engaging Gao Yang in a stalemate. After a brief skirmish, Gao Yang gained a clearer understanding of his disparity with these individuals. If they were of this caliber, at least 20 more would be required to pose any significant threat to him. With this realization, his interest in further combat waned, and he vanished from his position. Each reappearance was marked by the swift extinguishing of a life. No, Gao Yang, we concede. Qin Rushuang, witnessing Gao Yang mercilessly reaping the lives of the remaining team members, felt her pupils constrict, losing the composure she had maintained. Prior to this, she had perceived Gao Yang as merely a fading force, his white hair indicative of his dwindling days. Yet she was mistaken. Within mere minutes, 7 out of the 9 S-rank awakeners had perished. Thus, when she saw Gao Yang approaching the last remaining member, Qin Rushuang could no longer restrain her urgency, crying out in desperation. Puff! The final S-rank member was pierced through the chest. Devil, I shall slay you. Qin Rushuang leapt upward, evading the diamond crocodile's snap, and frantically began to conjure ice spikes aimed at Gao Yang. Puff, puff, puff. Before her ice spikes could be unleashed, the diamond crocodile lashed out with its tail, unleashing a volley of diamond-like spikes that struck Qin Rushuang squarely. You, how ruthless! Qin Rushuang plummeted from the sky, her gaze filled with contempt directed at Gao Yang, but soon her expression dimmed. The atmosphere in the vicinity turned leaden, and not a soul from Qingzhou City dared to utter a sound, fearful that they would be the next to perish. Do not be alarmed. Grievances have their origins, and I never slay the innocent indiscriminately, Gao Yang remarked with a smile, surveying the crowd. Yet, his smile bore the sinister chill of a demon emerging from the depths of hell, causing an involuntary shiver among the onlookers. Gao Yang, you have brutally slain 9 S-class members. Your crimes are beyond redemption. I shall report this to the higher authorities, Meng Songyun asserted, feigning composure as he confronted Gao Yang. Suit yourself, Gao Yang replied coldly, but you have miscalculated. It is not 9 but 11. Shao Qing, eliminate those 2 S-class humans from earlier. As he spoke to Meng Songyun, he conveyed a thought to Geng Xiaoqing. What do you mean? You won't spare even the 2 from Yang City? Meng Songyun's pupils constricted as he raised his voice in protest. They were destined for death. I merely withdrew my assistance. Why should I be labeled as irredeemably wicked? Gao Yang Chuklet Li, little crocodile, let's depart. He leaped onto the back of the colossal crocodile and began the journey back to Yang City. Meng Songyun was infuriated by Gao Yang's demeanor, yet he understood that it was too late to voice any objections. He needed to promptly report to Deng Wanmin. Old Deng, 11 S-class warriors have been completely annihilated, Meng Songyun stated bluntly. What? How could this happen? Deng Wanmin's voice resonated with shock and fury. How could this happen? You dare to question why? Was it not your order to attack the Contract Beast Association? Meng Songyun suppressed his inner rage, knowing these thoughts could only fester in silence, for he dared not articulate them. The attack on Chu Shui's Contract Beast had incited Gao Yang's wrath, leading to this bloodbath. What does that girl's Contract Beast have to do with him? Deng Wanmin seethed, his teeth grinding together audibly. He had initially intended to eliminate that beast. Even if Yang City yielded to them, with such a plethora of zombies, control would ultimately revert to him. As for Gao Yang, reports indicated he was barely clinging to life, requiring no intervention from them. He would soon succumb to old age. Yet, he never anticipated that a half-dead man would expend his last breath to oppose him. I will report this matter immediately and summon all special operations team members to fly to Qingzhou City. Ensure you have someone continuously monitoring Gao Yang's position. Do not act recklessly. Deng Wanmin, seasoned in high office, quickly regained his composure. Gao Yang had clearly become the most formidable adversary for their conservative faction. You few, follow Gao Yang from a distance. There is no need to engage him. If you sense any danger, abandon the pursuit, Meng Songyun instructed as he hung up the phone, addressing those beside him. A few individuals nodded in agreement and swiftly followed Gao Yang's lead. At that moment, Gao Yang was seated upon the formidable golden crocodile, tending to its wounds. He cast a glance at the people trailing behind him from a distance, choosing not to pay them much attention. From the instant he had taken the life of the first man, he understood that the situation would not be easily resolved. Now, he intended to return to Yang City, to gather his belongings and assess the stance of Chu Yuan and the others. If this individual were to align with him, he would resolutely defend Yang City, even if it meant opposing the entire conservative faction. However, if their attitude remained ambiguous, he would withdraw from their company entirely. He would gather his things, initiate a campaign, and extend his dominion over all he encountered. Shao Qing, what is the current state of affairs in Yang City? Gao Yang communicated telepathically with Geng Xiaoqing. Master, there haven't been any significant changes in Yang City. It seems these individuals are not overly concerned about the deaths of the 2 humans. Rather, they're quite focused on the news on their phones. I just checked, and it seems to be related to you, Geng Xiaoqing replied vaguely, as if preoccupied with something to eat. Related to me? Gao Yang was taken aback and pulled out his phone to investigate. Upon opening a certain social media platform, he was met with a shocking headline at the top of the trending list. It boldly proclaimed Gao Yang's treasonous intent, slaying 11 S-class special forces, declaring war on the authorities. Chapter 55, the SSS-class Oracle Treasure Chest. Gao Yang's treachery was laid bare, detailing the slaughter of 11 S-class elite soldiers and his outright declaration of war against the official powers. A sensational topic surged to the forefront of public attention. To his astonishment, however, the comment section revealed a stark division of opinion. One faction condemned Gao Yang for annihilating the backbone of the Dragon Kingdom, deeming his actions unforgivable and calling for his immediate capture and execution. Conversely, a larger segment voiced their support for him. Although several of his viral videos had been deleted, their impact had taken root in the minds of countless netizens. Furthermore, the circumstances surrounding the demise of these S-class warriors had emerged, revealing that they were ordered to eliminate the very heroes attempting to rescue them under the directive of a certain high-ranking official named Deng, which precipitated Gao Yang's retaliation. After perusing the comments for a brief moment, a cold smile emerged on Gao Yang's face. It appeared that there were still many discerning individuals. However, he pondered who had divulged the recent events to the public. It was essential to note that all present during the incident had belonged to Deng Wanmin's faction, making it highly improbable for anyone to testify on his behalf. After a moment of contemplation, he dismissed the thought. Tabloid journalists, regardless of the era, were indefatigable, capable of uncovering anything, possibly motivated by the desire for sensationalism rather than genuine support. Yet, upon returning to the previous interface, he couldn't help but chuckle. Deng Wanmin's information was laid bare, encompassing even the previously deleted videos and the incident regarding Gao Yang's slaying of the S-class members, all tied to Deng Wanmin. In an instant, all attention shifted towards Deng Wanmin. Within mere minutes, this trending topic was swiftly suppressed. At that moment, a call from Chu Yuan came through. "Hello. Gao Yang, are you alright?" Chu Yuan's anxious voice reached him over the phone. "I'm Yufine. That's good to hear." Chu Yuan sighed in relief and continued. "I have reported your situation to Commanders Hua and Mu Yinshan. Their intentions are quite evident. They aim to undermine our control over Yang City. Rest assured, with higher authorities involved, this matter will be resolved swiftly." "Thank you, Uncle." Gao Yang replied. He was reassured to know that the radicals were on his side, although he held little hope for the situation. Through recent events, he realized that only the strong could wield true power. He had already begun contemplating the establishment of his own city. Upon returning to Yang City, the dawn had just begun to break. The announcement of his treason had also been retracted. "Master, you're back." As he entered the city, a beaming face appeared before Gao Yang. "Xiao Qing, how did you get in?" Gao Yang raised an eyebrow and inquired. "It was dreadfully boring outside, so I decided to come in for a look. I didn't expect human cities to be so comfortable. I've grown rather fond of it here," Gung Xiaoqing replied with a playful grin. "Did you manage to evade the gate inspections?" Gao Yang asked. "Buzlet." "Oh, what inspections?" "I simply jumped in." Gung Xiaoqing scratched his head. It dawned on Gao Yang that he had forgotten Gung Xiaoqing was an SS-level zombie. A D-level city like Yang City could not possibly hinder him. "By the way, Master, I just had something to eat at a shop, and after learning I know you, they allowed me to run a tab. Could you settle it for me?" Gung Xiaoqing rubbed his hands together and handed Gao Yang a storage ring. "Certainly." Gao Yang accepted the ring and quickly examined its contents. He was astonished to find that the energy stones inside surpassed the combined amount of the previous 6 individuals, and their quality was superior to all he had encountered, valued at a minimum of trillions. At that moment, he felt a tremor in his right hand, as if he had developed Parkinson's disease, uncontrollable and erratic. A frown creased Gao Yang's brow as he realized the golden key within the storage ring was shaking violently, startling him. He quickly glanced at Gung Xiaoqing's storage ring, and after a meticulous scan, he discovered a golden treasure chest nestled in the corner. An SSS-level treasure chest. The legendary oracle chest that could elevate one directly to the SSS realm had been concealed within Gung Xiaoqing's storage space all along. No wonder he had only sensed a slight tremor during his previous searches. It had been hidden by Gung Xiaoqing. A wave of elation surged through Gao Yang, making his heart race as he involuntarily broke into a foolish grin. "Master, what's wrong?" Gung Xiaoqing asked, perplexed. "Nothing. I'll take you to buy a car. A watch and a house soon." Gao Yang exclaimed joyfully, embracing Geng Xiaoqing. "Thank you, Master." Gung Xiaoqing's face blossomed into a radiant smile. With these items, he could finally post on his social media. He yearned for Zhang Xiaoying to see that his life was not solely confined to the outskirts. "Is it you, the boss?" Upon arriving at the store where Gung Xiaoqing had previously incurred a debt, he realized it was the very establishment where he had enjoyed pig's trotter rice. "Huh, you have a discerning eye, my friend, and so does your companion. You've devoured all my ingredients for the day. You awakeners certainly have hearty appetites. The owner beamed at Gung Shaoqing with admiration. The boss has scanned you. I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Gao Yang, without inquiring about the price, scanned a sum of 10,000 and swiftly departed with Gung Shaoqing, paying no heed to the owner's shouts behind them. To him, money was merely a number. Opening the oracle treasure chest was of the utmost importance. He stifled his excitement and hurriedly outfitted Gung Shaoqing with all the necessary supplies for their RV, handing him a bank card to spend at will before hastily taking his leave. With 2 storage rings in his possession, the key trembled with increasing vigor, akin to a long adult teddy bear expressing its affection to the heavens. Once outside the city, Gao Yang furrowed his brow. Opening the chest here was clearly unwise, as the peculiar phenomenon would undoubtedly attract everyone's attention. He vividly recalled the scene of the oracle treasure chest being opened at Chang'an Ridge. Had he known an SSS-level chest was manifesting, it would have caused an uproar beyond just the Dragon Kingdom. Indeed, the entire world would be thrown into chaos. Suddenly, he thought of the Great Phone Kingdom, which bordered the Dragon Kingdom and had been annihilated during the zombie outbreak. At that time, nations were preoccupied with their own crises, and by the time they could stabilize, the zombie infestation in Great Phone had become so overwhelming that no one dared to venture into that thankless territory. Let's head there. Gao Yang's eyes sparkled as he immediately changed direction toward the border of the 2 nations. After nearly a day and night of travel, Gao Yang finally reached the border. However, upon witnessing the scene before him, he was taken aback. On the opposite bank of the river, a dense throng of zombies rendered any footing impossible, with each movement threatening to trample the undead nearby. Could the population of Great Phone be so vast? Gao Yang found it hard to believe. Snapping back to reality, he propelled himself across the riverbank with a powerful leap. Dominion area detected. Current Dominion value is 10,000. Do you wish to dominate this area? Yes. Dominion of this area successful. Current Dominion area count is 61. The system's voice echoed as Gao Yang unwittingly ventured deep into Great Phone. Here, 10S-level zombies roamed alongside countless others. It was time to open the chest. With exhilaration, he retrieved the key and the treasure chest, instantly enveloping the entire sky in a golden glow. Chapter 56, a shocking phenomenon that stuns the world. Gao Yang trembled as he inserted the key into the chest, and a brilliant beam of golden light surged towards the heavens. As the radiant light in the sky began to crack, fissures emerged, expanding relentlessly, from which emerged a myriad of ferocious beasts. Gao Yang stood in stuned silence, captivated by the extraordinary spectacle before him. The vivid imagery was accompanied by a cacophony of sounds. It was as if these entities were vibrant life forms engaged in a brutal struggle, devouring their brethren and emitting piercing roars that resonated through the firmament, sending shivers of dread coursing through him. Let us first ascertain what lies within, Gao Yang thought, regaining his composure as he hastily opened the treasure chest before him. Congratulations, host, for unlocking the first SSS-level Oracle treasure chest, activating a hidden mission ahead of time. Hidden mission. Establish a city in anticipation of the impending invasion of ferocious beasts 1 year hence. Mission reward. Upon completion, all zombies under the host's command will attain level 1. The voice of the system rang out unexpectedly, causing Gao Yang to freeze momentarily. An invasion of ferocious beasts? Does this imply that the scene above, bathed in golden light, is indeed real? He recalled a similar occurrence when he had opened a treasure chest at Chang'an Ridge, where he had merely found the imagery compelling, but not as immersive as this. Now the system confirmed the authenticity of his fears, sending a chill down his spine. With the zombie crisis yet unresolved, the emergence of these beasts threatened the annihilation of the entire planet's population. In retrospect, the ongoing territorial disputes among the Dragon Kingdom's inhabitants seemed utterly ludicrous. System, what exactly are these ferocious beasts? Ferocious beasts, in contrast to zombies, they're devoid of rational thought, engaging solely in relentless slaughter. Even SSS-level beasts possess no semblance of reason, intent solely on obliterating everything in their path. Upon absorbing this information, Gao Yang couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. If that is indeed the case, he must bring all zombies under his dominion to stand a chance against these terrifying beasts. He sensed that the creatures above were significantly more powerful than any zombies he had previously encountered. Confronting them now would instill doubt even in his own abilities. as merely resisting the dreadful aura they exuded felt overwhelmingly taxing. As the chest opened, a golden vial of elixir appeared before him, alongside a golden stone, with no other treasures in sight. Could it be that the Oracle treasure chest is so simplistic, offering only a strength-enhancing potion? Gao Yang couldn't help but mutter in disbelief. Yet, gazing at the alarming spectacle above, he resolved to find a secure location to consume the potion, lest he invite further complications. Based on his prior experience with treasure chests, this anomaly would likely persist for at least another hour. He carefully stowed the golden stone and made his way to the residence of Lao Shi. With an abundance of subordinates, he had taken to organizing them by the order of their subjugation for convenience. Even the SS level Geng Xiaoqing was relegated to the position of 6th, which left him feeling both frustrated and helpless. He commanded 10 S-grade zombies to guard the cave entrance before consuming the potion himself. Initially, he thought it was an exaggeration when Chu Xuewei fell asleep immediately after drinking the potion, but upon taking it himself, he realized that this sensation was beyond his control. Moments after consumption, a wave of drowsiness enveloped him, and he fell into a deep slumber. Simultaneously, the extraordinary phenomenon occurring in the Great Feng Kingdom drove all nations into a frenzy. The scope of this anomaly was remarkably vast, even catching the attention of the Yong Kingdom, which lay 2,000 miles away. This occurrence swiftly attracted the focus of various governmental agencies, and many leaders promptly resolved to acquire whatever lay within the SSS-grade treasure chest at any cost. Currently, the most formidable beings in the world were merely of S-grade, with no SS-grade entities in existence. Many had deemed the SSS-grade a mere myth, only to discover its undeniable reality. Instantly, numerous aircraft took off from various nations, heading towards the source of the anomaly. In Long Country's highest command center, a commanding presence relayed the urgency. We have detected an SSS-grade anomaly within the jurisdiction of Defeng City. This marks the first appearance of an SSS-grade treasure chest in history, and it is imperative that we secure it. Should the contents have already been consumed, I hope you can persuade the individual to join our Long Country's ranks. The specifics of our generous offer can be discussed in person. Zhu Sui, you grew up in Yang City, which is not far from Defeng City. You should accompany us. A stern and robust middle-aged man swiftly briefed the 100-member team before him. Yes, Chu Xuewei quickly joined the ranks of the team. Her emotions, a tumultuous blend of excitement and complexity. She had once believed that S-grade represented the pinnacle of power in this world, but upon arriving here, she realized there were distinctions even within S-grade. Her abilities placed her precariously in the middle to lower tier among these special forces operatives. This team represented the sharpest edge of Long Country's might. Any losses among them could spell disaster, potentially leading to the nation's decline or even its annihilation. Surrounded by the oppressive atmosphere, Chu Xuewei felt somewhat out of place for participating in this mission. Yet, for reasons unknown, her thoughts drifted to Gao Yang. She pondered whether this situation had any relation to him. Throughout her journey, she had encountered numerous prodigies, but none compared to Gao Yang. Let's move out. The authoritative middle-aged man commanded. Everyone orderly boarded the ready aircraft, which then ascended, heading towards the source of the phenomenon. Hey, don't hold us back later. We're not only facing zombies, but also the elite forces of other nations. Save your mediocre skills for fleeing. We can't afford to have your little paramour take us all down. At that moment, a gaunt-faced man spoke with a tone of derision. It was evident that the news of Gao Yang's wrathful slaying of 11 S-class awakeners had spread throughout the nation. As the closest military unit to the leader in Shangjing, they were privy to more information, having learned that a man named Gao Yang had acted in fury against those S-class members who had harmed Chu Xuewei's contracted beast, resulting in the immediate elimination of the 11 individuals. A meeting had been convened specifically for this purpose, and fierce confrontations ensued between the two factions. Had it not been for the sudden celestial phenomenon, the situation would likely have escalated further, with the thought that the conservatives might take action against Gao Yang. Chu Xuewei fixed a cold gaze upon Chen Dai, who belonged to the conservative faction. Rest assured, my affairs require no concern from you. But anyone who meddles in my matters shall receive no mercy. Chu Xuewei regarded Chen Dai without trepidation. Chen Dai was taken aback by Chu Xuewei's audacity to challenge him, and his irritation deepened, his expression darkening. Very well, I hope you remember your words. Chapter 57. Drink your blood dry. A few hours later, a plane from Longhua gradually descended upon the highest peak in Dafeng Country. Due to its altitude of 5,000 meters, there were no traces of zombies at the summit. On the contrary, numerous foreign forces had already arrived. Clearly, several factions had gathered here. Upon disembarking, the captain of the Longwood team, Feng Ping, furrowed his brow at the sight of several foreign planes already parked nearby, indicating that their counterparts had departed some time ago. K-Team, you will remain here to guard the aircraft. The rest of you, follow me, Feng Ping commanded decisively. Captain Feng, I would like to join as well. I studied Dafan country's history in university and am quite familiar with its geography. Chu Xiuwei immediately interjected, having been assigned to the least capable team. You, the underachiever, should stay and watch the plane. This is our mode of transportation. Ensuring its safety is paramount. Just look at the zombies below. Do you really think you can handle them? Shundai quickly retorted with scorn. Indeed, beautiful lady, it would be much better to stay here, avoiding danger while observing so many zombies ambling below. How fascinating. At that moment, a man from a foreign faction guarding the plane cast a flirtatious glance at Chu Xiuwei. Looking down the mountain, Chu Xiuwei felt a chill run down her spine. She had never witnessed so many zombies. It was as if the air had solidified, leaving no space unoccupied. Can you pinpoint the exact location of the recent phenomenon? Feng Ping inquired, casting a glance at Chu Xiuwei. I can. Chu Xiuwei promptly produced a map and surveyed the surroundings. After a brief moment, she remarked, based on the previous celestial manifestation, the specific location should be there. She pointed to a place that was entirely opposite to where Feng Ping and the others were looking. Don't point aimlessly. The phenomenon clearly occurred over there. Yet you claim it is here. What are you trying to accomplish? Shindai was taken aback by Chu Xiuwei's unexpected words and immediately retorted. I have previously opened an S-level treasure chest, and based on the direction and location from which the anomaly emanates, it is undoubtedly that spot. Chu Xiuwei's expression turned icy as she shot Shindai a glare, then confidently addressed Feng Ping. You should come along too. Let's all proceed in the direction I indicated. Feng Ping remained silent for a moment before quickly making a decision. Thank you, Captain. Chu Xiuwei's face brightened as she expressed her gratitude. Do not thank too early, should your judgment lead to a failure in our mission. You are well aware of the severe consequences that would ensue, Feng Ping remarked coldly while casting a glance in her direction. His acquiescence to Chu Xiuwei's suggestion stemmed from the sight of a thin plume of dust rising in the direction she pointed, indicating that others were indeed advancing there as well. In the current state of affairs, every decision made by a team holds significant weight, and it would be foolish for anyone to venture into a direction alone. I understand. Chu Xiuwei nodded, her expression tightening with tension. Although her deductions were based on her personal experiences, if the SSS-level treasure chest did not align with the direction she indicated, she would bear the brunt of the blame as a grave sinner of the Dragon Kingdom. This heavy mantle would undoubtedly be placed upon her shoulders. Do not feel pressured. I can sense that there's indeed something extraordinary moving in that direction. Do not forget what my abilities are. A delicate hand suddenly rested on her shoulder, and a stunning face beamed at her with a smile. Thank you, Sister Fanchi. Chu Xiuwei felt her mood significantly lighten. Let's go. You shall follow Captain Feng and lead the way. Shengwan Fanchi nodded and instructed. All right. Confidence surged within Chu Xiuwei as she moved to the front, charging down the mountain toward the direction she had indicated earlier. Perhaps the girl was indeed correct. Otherwise, after our timely arrival, it would be impossible for there to be no news at all. We must quickly inform the captain. At that moment, an S-level member stationed in a foreign land furrowed his brow and spoke up urgently. As he spoke, another team member hastily picked up the phone to make the call. Meanwhile, Gao Yang felt a veil of darkness enveloping his mind. He struggled to open his eyes, but they felt as heavy as mountains, rendering him unable to do so. He could vaguely sense the sounds of a fierce battle occurring outside. Captain, you were right. There is indeed a problem. 10 zombies are gathered at the cave entrance. An excited voice shouted. Everyone, speed up. The commotion here will soon attract the attention of other nations. We must seize the treasure before they discover us. Another voice chimed in, reflecting the excitement within. Around them, a relentless tide of zombies surged toward the Awaken squad. Although the higher-tier zombies were numerous, they were evidently inferior in strength when faced with a squad entirely composed of S-level Awaken individuals. Fortunately, these zombies exhibited no fear, relentlessly advancing towards their foes. You all stay here. I shall deal with them. 16, stationed at the entrance, sensed the looming crisis and hastily spoke. Do not move. The master's safety is paramount. Leave the rest to these fellows. Declare the highest ranking among the 10, Old 7. No sooner had Old 7's words left his lips than a violent explosion erupted nearby, obliterating 16's head into a mere spray of fragments. "Captain, we have successfully dispatched one," shouted the remaining members as they took 16's place. "Excellent. Do not engage them further. Our priority is to enter the cave and ascertain what lies within," commanded the captain, unleashing skills in rapid succession. "Awaken. Seize the opportunity to enter the cave while we handle those zombies," one among them instructed promptly. The others nodded and swiftly confronted the remaining undead. The entire exchange transpiring in mere seconds, leaving the zombies with no excess time to react. Meanwhile, within the cave, Gao Yang furrowed his brow, sensing the cacophony drawing ever closer. His fingers twitched slightly. It was nearly time to escape this sensation, he concluded within himself. Just then, a series of footsteps echoed throughout the cavernous space, resonating with startling clarity. How could it be a person? A voice of astonishment suddenly reached Gao Yang's ears. Straining to open his eyes, he faintly discerned a face adorned with stubble. "Could it be that you ingested the SSS-level serum?" The man gazed incredulously at the unconscious Gao Yang. Then his tone shifted to a chilling coldness. "Even if you drank it, it seems you haven't fully absorbed it. If I drink your blood, perhaps." The man's expression suddenly morphed into one of madness as he grasped a dagger and slowly inched it towards Gao Yang's throat. Chapter 58, Subspace. "The SSS ability shall be mine." A frenzied gleam flickered across the man's face as the dagger viciously slashed towards Gao Yang's neck. Clang! 2 fingers grasped the dagger firmly at the throat. "I heard you wish to drink my blood?" Gao Yang slowly opened his eyes, locking his gaze onto the hulking figure before him. "How could you awaken so swiftly?" "As far as I know, the fastest record for recovering from an S-level serum is at least a day, and only a few hours have passed," the stubbled man exclaimed, taken aback. In his mind, it was inconceivable that Gao Yang could have consumed the SSS-level serum and regained consciousness so rapidly. Could it be that he was merely a decoy? The stubbled man's thoughts spiraled further, his gaze towards Gao Yang now devoid of fear. "Speak. Who took the contents of the SSS treasure chest? Reveal it, and I may spare your life." The stubbled man cast a scornful glance at the motionless Gao Yang. In his earlier panic, he had failed to notice the frailty of the man before him. Perhaps he had not even reached the S-rank level, deepening his contempt. It was not merely due to Gao Yang's earlier fright, but also because he had witnessed the man's disheveled state. "Here with me. Do you wish for it?" Gao Yang rose with a smile. "You, a worthless pawn discarded like refuse, I've seen through your guise. Speak quickly before my wrath ignites. Otherwise, you shall find yourself in a state of torment with no escape." The stubbled man's voice turned icy, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. "I may never experience that feeling, but I can certainly allow you to," Gao Yang said, a cold smirk gracing his lips. His figure began to tremble violently in place. Yet his true form had already materialized beside the stubbled man. In the next instant, the stubbled man was split into 5, while Gao Yang returned to his original position. A soul-wrenching scream echoed throughout the cavern. He gazed incredulously at the man before him, realizing that his speed had been so swift that only an afterimage lingered behind. Was this truly within the realm of human capability? Regret surged within him. Had he fled earlier, perhaps he might have had a sliver of hope. "Do you know what human pig is?" Gao Yang's azure flames ignited in his hand, shooting toward the stubbled man's limbs. The sizzling of flesh filled the air as blood flow was severed from his extremities. What are you planning to do?" The stubbled man stammered, terror etched across his features. Now devoid of limbs, he found himself utterly immobilized. "I am a man who avenges grievances. I merely wish for you to experience the essence of despair, where survival is unattainable and death is a distant hope." Gao Yang chuckled lightly, seizing the stubbled man and tossing him into a large vat. "Here, you shall spend the remainder of your days. Compared to Lu Hou, I am still too benevolent." As he spoke, he retrieved a pair of socks that had not seen washing in a year and stuffed them into the stubbled man's mouth. He could not bring himself to commit acts of gruesome cruelty, such as gouging out eyes or slicing tongues. The stubbled man was overwhelmed by a noxious green vapor wafting before his eyes, struggling futilely against his restraints. The pain in his body suddenly seemed trivial in the face of this overwhelming miasma. The commotion outside grew increasingly intense. Gao Yang sensed numerous presences closing in on his location. Raising an eyebrow, he resolved to conceal his identity. He donned a mask he had scavenged from the bloodied corpses and stepped out of the cave. "Master, you have emerged," they exclaimed. "You must take charge for us." 16 has been slain by them, and 13, 14, and 15 have been gravely injured. "Master, I am unharmed. I can still fight." A group of S-class zombies, upon spotting Gao Yang, resembled a cluster of aggrieved children, collectively voicing their distress. Gao Yang's gaze turned icy as he observed several S-class members from a distance assaulting 2 S-class zombies. With a flick of his right hand, beams of light shot forth from his fingertips, striking the heads of several individuals, who fell to the ground without uttering a sound. Awaken, Awaken. From afar, dozens of awakened individuals shouted in alarm. Instantly, all eyes shifted towards the source of the attack, faces frozen in astonishment. Father of Ultraman? The crowd stared in bewilderment at a man donning an Ultraman mask, immediately recognizing the prominent horns that characterized the figure from their childhood animated series. "Did you kill my little brother?" Gao Yang's gaze fell upon a nearby, headless corpse, his chilling glare fixed upon the group before him. "Which nation's forces are you from, that you dare not reveal your true identity? Have the courage to remove your mask." The leader of the awakened individuals spoke in a grave tone. "A group of corpses need not concern themselves with my appearance," Gao Yang replied with a cold sneer. Countless beams of light intertwined with flames, racing towards the awakened individuals. In mere moments, over 10 of them fell silent. "Find cover," the leader shouted, attempting to retreat into the mass of zombies. However, they were left astounded as the zombies swiftly parted, seemingly aware of their intentions. "What is happening?" the leader exclaimed. To him, these zombies were mindless creatures, incapable of comprehending their thoughts. Yet the reality was that the zombies were persistently evading them. Still confused? With a wave of his hand, Gao Yang made the entire horde of zombies vanish without a trace, leaving the area remarkably spacious. Impressive. Gao Yang felt a surge of joy. He had not anticipated the potency of this skill after ascending to SSS rank. Since awakening, he had discovered a vast subspace within him, capable of not only relocating all zombies, but also serving as a transit point to continuously supply zombies to the territories he commanded. In simpler terms, he could traverse freely within his dominion, no longer requiring the extensive time it once took to travel. Where have the zombies gone? The leader gazed around, bewildered by the emptiness surrounding him. "You may now rest assured in your demise," Gao Yang sneered, eyeing the conspicuous targets before him. With a snap of his fingers, an eruption of azure flames and blinding light surged from beneath the awakened individuals, trapping them within a wall of light. They found themselves impaled like skewers and scorched by the searing flames. Suddenly, a mournful wail echoed, rendering the scene akin to a hellish nightmare, which swiftly returned to a disquieting silence. At that moment, Feng Ping, leading the awakening squad, arrived and was struck by a chill upon witnessing the unfolding spectacle. "My dear brother, might I inquire if you have opened the SSS Great Treasure Chest?" Feng Ping, despite his disapproval of the individual's mannerisms, felt compelled to ask, wary of Gao Yang's formidable prowess. "And if I have?" Gao Yang retorted coldly. "Might I ask your name, the nation you hail from? And if you would be interested in a more in-depth conversation?" Feng Ping maintained his composure, fixing his gaze upon Gao Yang's eyes. "Not interested." Gao Yang waved his hand, and with a mere thought, he and 9 S-class zombies were instantly transported through the subspace to the outskirts of Yang City. "That girl probably didn't recognize me, did she?" Gao Yang murmured, appearing at the entrance of the cave where Lu Hong was located. Chapter 59, Gathering Allies. "Come, let's get acquainted. We will be working together henceforth, so it's prudent to foster camaraderie." With a thought, all the S-class zombies materialized before him. The group exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of how to react. "Master, you are invading their privacy." The first to exclaim was the cloaked giant crocodile, who was seen shifting restlessly atop the armored giant crocodile. The 3-faced blood corpse and the divine fire blue wolf, along with the golden-winged red eagle, were all caught in a fit of laughter as they scrolled through videos. "What fine physique!" Lu Hong and the 3-faced blood corpse exclaimed, their eyes lighting up at the sight of the singing Geng Shaoqing. "Wasn't I bathing at home? How'd I end up here?" Geng Shaoqing, sensing several predatory gazes, looked around in astonishment. Who would have thought that such form and beauty belonged to a zombie? Even Gao Yang nodded in approval at her robust figure. Embarrassed, Geng Shaoqing donned her clothing and asked, "Master, which city are we about to annihilate next?" Upon hearing this, everyone immediately shifted their focus back to Gao Yang, their faces alight with excitement. We are not destroying a city. We are building one. With a wave of his hand, everyone vanished from their location, only to find themselves in an unfamiliar space moments later. Where are we? Lu Hong was the first to exclaim, astonished by the surroundings. The sky, the sea, towering mountains, vast grasslands, and dense forests. Here lay all the primordial landscapes, stretching endlessly out of sight. This is my subspace. Henceforth, you shall toil here. Gao Yang spoke with a smile. But there is no internet here, the divine fire blue wolf lamented, gazing at the now vanished videos on his phone. Do you wish to possess a town where even you, as zombies, can freely enter? A place that does not shun you like the cities outside, where you can enjoy all the pleasures that humanity enjoys. Gao Yang's gaze swept over the divine fire blue wolf. Indeed, a glimmer of hope sparkled in the eyes of the divine fire blue wolf. Then let me handle things here properly. However, as you are considered personnel, there is no need for you to toil like those lower-tier zombies, working incessantly 24 hours a day year-round. How about this? You shall work from 9 in the morning until 5 in the evening, with weekends off. There will be no salary. Can you accept that? Gao Yang proposed after a moment of contemplation. But master, I see in videos that those who work receive a salary. Lu Hong retorted with a disapproving glance at Gao Yang. It is of no use to discuss salaries now, as you cannot enter human cities. Whatever you desire, I can procure for you. Lu Hong, you may use my auxiliary card for now. Saying this, he bound an auxiliary card to Lu Hong in the green bubble. After all, having learned from Geng Xiaoqing, Lu Hong could now enter the city like a normal person without raising suspicion. Thank you, master. Lu Hong expressed her gratitude with excitement, for she could finally venture into the city to purchase an abundance of clothing. Very well. I shall grant you 3 days to thoroughly learn how to construct a city. It need not be aesthetically pleasing, but it must be robust, Gao Yang declared before transporting everyone back to their respective places. He then returned to his home in Yang City. After enjoying a refreshing bath, he settled onto the sofa and dialed Lu Fei's number. President, I'm so relieved to hear you're all right. Lu Fei exclaimed with fervor as he quickly answered Gao Yang's call. He had been restless since seeing news about Gao Yang and had visited his home several times without finding him. You have seen the news about me, haven't you? Gao Yang addressed it directly. I have. I believe the president is in the right. Regardless of your intentions, I will support you unconditionally, Lu Fei asserted with determination. Good. Gather all the brothers who are willing to follow me, and let us meet at the original site of Chuyuan Guild, Gao Yang instructed. Understood. After ending the call, he rose and descended the stairs, intending to inquire about the current situation regarding Chuyuan. At the City Defense Department entrance, a guard announced, Lord Chu has been waiting for you for quite some time. Please, go inside. Gao Yang nodded and entered without delay. Gao Yang, what happened to your hair? Chu Yuan noticed Gao Yang's hair, which had turned predominantly white, and asked with concern. I'm fine now. The announcement released by the authorities is not merely for show. I have regained my former position. However, you have been too impulsive. Continuing to recklessly use your abilities could truly cost you your life. Chu Yuan sighed. He held a favorable impression of Gao Yang, and it seemed that Shui Wei also had an interest in him. Yet, if Gao Yang persisted in such reckless behavior, he might not live long enough to be with her. What a troubling thought for Chu Yuan. By the way, Shui Wei advised you to refrain from venturing out unnecessarily in the coming days. The team dispatched from the capital has not completed their mission and now intends to reside in Yang City for a few days. Chu Yuan suddenly recalled the admonition from Chu Shui and immediately spoke up. All right, I understand. I shall take my leave now. Gao Yang glanced at the time. It was nearly the hour he had arranged to meet with Lu Fei and the others. Do not act impulsively. Regarding your matters, I have essentially managed to suppress them. As long as you maintain a low profile, I believe those in higher authority will soon forget about you. Before departing, Chu Yuan patted Gao Yang's shoulder, signaling him to be at ease. Having received the answer he sought, he did not linger and turned to exit the City Defense Department. After all, should he find himself wanted nationwide, procuring necessary materials would become exceedingly inconvenient. As it stood, the outcome was not too dire. Upon arriving at the Chu Yuan Guild, he found it already brimming with people. A glance revealed at least 400 to 500 individuals present. Gao Yang's eyes widened in surprise. He had not anticipated that his currently sensitive identity would still attract such a multitude. Greetings, President. Upon seeing Gao Yang, all eyes turned toward him, their voices resounding in unison. You are all aware that I have slain 11 S-rank individuals, correct? I am now a dangerous figure, liable to be wanted nationwide at any moment. If anyone feels apprehensive, you may leave now. Gao Yang spoke it blindly, without preamble. His words plunged the crowd into silence. And after a prolonged moment, a few scattered individuals fled the scene in haste. Is there anyone else? Should you choose to follow me, you will henceforth heed my command. Gao Yang's words conveyed an undeniable authority. I swear to follow the president to the death. Lu Fei declared without hesitation. We pledge our unwavering allegiance to the president. Came the synchronized shouts from the crowd behind him. Feng, I told you this boy harbors impure intentions. It appears I was right. He is already gathering followers, intent on rebellion. Just then, over 100 people began to filter into the Chu Yuan Guild, among them the sharp-featured Chen Dai. Chapter 60. He is a madman. I cannot intervene. Gao Yang, the higher-ups have decided not to pursue your past actions, but to my astonishment, you have shown no remorse and dare to publicly form factions. Feng Ping, who did not belong to either the conservative or radical factions, furrowed his brow at Gao Yang's conduct. These are all voluntary members of my guild. How have I formed a faction? Gao Yang responded with a smile. Indeed, we are all members of the Rising Sun Guild. This is our president, and we are in a meeting. Who are you to disturb us? Begone, this is a private space. The crowd behind Gao Yang stood their ground, unafraid, retorting fiercely. Yet, one could only wonder how they would react if they knew these were all S-rank powerhouses. Gao Yang, why did you not answer my calls? You must leave quickly. I will hold them off for you. Chu Sui uproared Gao Yang, speaking softly. Little Chu, you do not intend to collude with external enemies, do you? Chen Dai's voice echoed ominously. Chu Shuawei, return to the team at once. Feng Ping stated with a serious expression. Captain, Gao Yang has not committed any egregious acts. We should leave this place. Chu Sui intozet. Do not presume that this is your domain, allowing you to act as you please. I command you to return to the team immediately. Feng Ping's expression remained calm, devoid of any visible emotion, yet his icy gaze instilled an undeniable chill. Feng, this is Gao Yang's territory. We have no right to intrude upon private property. You should withdraw. Chu Xiuwei replied, her demeanor frosty and unyielding. As the captain of the special forces, I possess the authority to act first and report later. Gao Yang's recent actions warrant immediate apprehension. I shall reiterate. Return to the team now, or I will take you down as well. Feng Ping's facade finally crumbled. As a captain of the special forces, he had never encountered anyone daring enough to publicly defy him. I am afraid I cannot comply. Chu Xiuwei replied coolly, her hand tugging at Gao Yang's sleeve, urging him to leave swiftly. Very well, daring to disobey a superior's order, Chen Dai, Li Zhu, seized both of them. Feng Ping commanded coldly. Understood. Chen Dai replied with gleeful anticipation, surprised by the opportunity to act. He turned, his gaze maliciously roaming over Chu Xiuwei, licking his lips with a sneer. Little Chu, allow me to teach you how to obey orders in the military. With that, he lunged towards her. President, you go ahead, we will hold him off. Lu Fei and the other disciples rushed to protect Gao Yang. Overestimating yourselves, Li Zhu scoffed as he advanced toward Gao Yang and the others. Just then, a figure descended from the sky, accompanied by 2 resounding crashes. Who dares to cause trouble here? Do you know this is my boss's territory? A voice echoed ominously. As the dust settled, the crowd beheld a towering youth, standing proud at 7 feet tall, with starry brows and a piercing gaze, positioned protectively before Gao Yang. Li Zhu and Chen Dai lay incapacitated in a deep pit, their eyes rolled back, frothing at the mouth. This spectacle sent shockwaves through Feng Ping and the others. Despite being 100 S-class strongmen present, none had witnessed how this individual had entered or how he had vanquished Li Zhu and Chen Dai. Their abilities ranked moderately within the special forces, yet they could not withstand even a single blow from this youth. Who are you? Do you realize you are obstructing official duties? Feng Ping's expression darkened as he spoke coldly. What nonsense about official duties? All I know is that you're causing a disturbance in my boss's territory and attempting to apprehend him, which means you're crossing paths with me, Gong Xiaoqing. Anyone who dares to make a move will find themselves in a fate far worse than these 2. In Gong Xiaoqing's eyes glimmered a hint of excitement, for it had been a long time since he had encountered so many S-rank individuals. Gao Yang, how do you discipline your subordinates? Are you aware of the dire consequences of opposing the authorities? I advise you to have your men stand down and obediently return to the capital with me to face the repercussions. Feng Ping's expression darkened considerably. However, due to Gong Xiaoqing's inscrutable prowess, he refrained from making an immediate move. Deep down, he sensed that he was no match for the youth before him and did not wish to embarrass himself in front of so many witnesses. His mind seems unhinged. barely heeding my words. Aren't you the captain of a special forces team? Why not simply apprehend him with all your men? Gao Yang's face bore a mocking expression as he retorted, if I could, do you think I would be wasting my breath on you? I would have had you all captured by now. Feng Ping seethed inwardly and then turned to Geng Xiaoqing, saying, young man, I see your strength is formidable. You must have reached S-rank, correct? Are you aware that in Longhua, achieving S-rank necessitates reporting to the capital for employment? Following a mere E-rank awakener with half a life left is a futile endeavor. What business is it of yours? I take pleasure in my choices, Geng Xiaoqing replied dismissively. If you're not going to fight, then leave swiftly. Your incessant prattling is akin to that of old women. You, Feng Ping was rendered speechless by anger. So arrogant. I am Yin Jia, ranked among the top 10 nationwide. Let me witness the strength that fuels your arrogance. A brawny man stepped forward, launching an attack at Geng Xiaoqing. Slap! Before Yin Jia could even reach him, he was struck down to the ground, unable to recover. The scene rendered the entire crowd silent. I am well versed in your laws. In the face of life-threatening danger, one is permitted to retaliate without limit. Is that not so? Geng Xiaoqing, having spent considerable time engrossed in his phone, possessed a rudimentary understanding of Longhua's legal framework. Since you invoke the law, I shall respond in kind. He pressed his fist, producing a crackling sound, a cruel smile gracing his lips as he charged toward Feng Ping's group. Instantly, the anguished cries of hundreds of awakeners echoed throughout. Gao Yang, you better command your lackeys to cease. Feng Ping's face paled. He could distinctly feel his inferiority to Geng Xiaoqing and hastily called out to Gao Yang. I told you, he is a madman. When he goes berserk, even I cannot restrain him. Gao Yang observed the unfolding scene with a bemused smile. Then I shall apprehend you first. Feng Ping's countenance turned cold as he resolved to capture Gao Yang, believing that by doing so, Geng Xiaoqing would yield. Do you truly think I'm a soft target, easily manipulated? Before Feng Ping could even move, a powerful hand seized his neck as if gripped by an iron claw. His pupils constricted, bewildered by how Gao Yang had appeared before him so swiftly. Gazing into Gao Yang's indifferent eyes, he felt as though his entire being had plummeted into the depths of an icy abyss. Chapter 61. The Malevolent Scheme. You must be mad. In his heart, Feng Ping could not help but shout as he gazed at Gao Yang. Initially, he believed that the online reports were excessively exaggerated. Surely, Gao Yang must have succeeded in killing the 11 S-rank members by ambushing them when they were gravely injured. Yet, in this moment, his perspective underwent a profound transformation. Gao Yang did not merely rely on luck to slay those 11 individuals. It was sheer, undeniable strength. In fact, he harbored an unsettling suspicion that Gao Yang was even more formidable than the nearby Geng Xiaoqing. Gao Yang, do you truly intend to oppose the authorities? A tremor crept into Feng Ping's voice as he could not fathom Gao Yang's next move. Cough, cough, cough. Gao Yang loosened his grip and released Feng Ping. I have never intended to be at odds with the authorities. Annihilating you would serve me no advantage. Should you be eradicated, I would no longer enjoy the conveniences of life, as I do now, which would be quite a conundrum for me. Gao Yang spoke candidly. He genuinely did not wish to become embroiled in conflicts with the authorities. With his current capabilities, he could easily obliterate an entire faction or even a nation overnight. However, he was reluctant to pursue such a course of action, for a comfortable existence necessitates the collaboration of talents across various fields, and he had no desire to experience the life of a primitive. Even if he were to become adversarial, it would be prudent to await the completion of his city-esque construction. Xiaoqing, let us cease for now, Gao Yang said with a calm demeanor. Yes. Xiaoqing, slightly disheartened, pouted and delivered another kick to the man writhing on the ground before returning to Gao Yang's side. Team Leader Feng, the authorities have not issued any orders to apprehend Gao Yang. I suggest you take your people and leave this place. Chu Xiuwei interjected at the opportune moment. Zhu Suwei, do not forget that you are affiliated with the authorities. We are leaving. Feng Ping cast a fleeting glance at Chu Xiuwei before signaling his members to exit the guild. President, these individuals are utterly weak. How dare they seek us out? They are simply overestimating themselves. Su Qian exclaimed. Each of them could easily obliterate you. All 100 are members of the elite special forces team from the capital, each and every one of them S-rank. Gao Yang remarked with indifference. What? Su Jian's mouth fell open in astonishment. The others also displayed expressions of disbelief upon hearing this. If you are afraid, now is the time to leave. Gao Yang prompted once more. Afraid of what? What does S-rank matter? They are still no match for the president. We enjoy the best of life alongside him. And we can take on S-ranks as well. Sufyan declared resolutely. Indeed, with the president here, what does S-rank matter? Lu Fei boasted, thumping his chest. The others echoed his sentiments, showing no intention of departing. Gao Yang, could we perhaps converse in a different location? At this moment, Chu Shuwei quietly suggested. Gao Yang nodded and addressed Lu Fei and the others. Let us conclude for today. I will create a group and assign you tasks in a couple of days. Gao Yang waved his hand, signaling everyone to leave. President, could you allow Qing Ge to escort us for a while? I fear that group might ambush us at the intersection. Su Jian chuckled, rubbing his hands together. Weren't you just saying you weren't afraid? Gao Yang Theaset. Casting a glance at Su Jian. I'm not afraid in my heart, but my body is a bit more honest, Su Jian replied, trembling slightly. Look at your lack of resolve. Gao Yang sighed with a smile. Qing, I appreciate your efforts. All right. Geng Xiaoqing nodded and led the group away from the guild. He actually hoped that group would come looking for trouble again, as he hadn't had enough fun with them earlier. Gao Yang, tell me, is that Geng Xiaoqing the one who opened the SSS-level Divine Oracle treasure chest? Chu Shuwei asked, her gaze fixed on Gao Yang. Why do you ask that? Gao Yang's heart skipped a beat, feeling somewhat flustered. His strength surpasses everyone I've encountered, including that man known as the god of war of the Dragon Nation. We arrived at the site of the anomaly only to find we were too late, having been subdued by a man wearing an Ultraman mask. With one strike, he decimated dozens of S-class powerhouses. We even discovered one survivor in the cave, but alas, we arrived too late. He had bitten off his own tongue and perished before he could describe the man's appearance. We did not secure the Divine Oracle treasure chest this time. The officials indicated that we must at least maintain a cordial relationship with that individual. It would be ideal if we could draw him into our camp. Recounting in detail the events that had transpired in the Great Abundant Nation. After listening, Gao Yang felt a sense of relief. He did not wish for his identity to be exposed prematurely. Though the SSS level was formidable, the nature of humanity was far more frightening. He preferred to operate from the shadows, where it was easier to maneuver. So you all came to Yang City for that person? Gao Yang inquired. Yes. Yang City borders the Great Abundant Nation, so Fengping intends to start searching from the vicinity of Yang City. If nothing is found, we will then look around Qingzhou City. Now that the Great Abundant Nation is overrun with zombies, if that person were to leave, he would undoubtedly arrive in one of the nearby cities first. Chu Shuwei replied. Also, didn't I tell you not to recklessly use your abilities? Look at your hair. Chu Shuwei scolded, a mixture of irritation and concern in her voice as she pulled out a small box from her pocket and handed it to Gao Yang. What is this? Gao Yang asked, puzzled as he accepted the box. This is an energy pill. It is said to stimulate the potential of those awakened, thereby enhancing their strength. Hurry and take it, Chu Shuwei said, opening the box and promptly placing it in Gao Yang's mouth. Gao Yang was taken aback, recalling a similar scene from their first meeting. What are you staring at? I'm leaving. Take care of yourself, Chu Shuwei said, her face flushed as she exited the guild. Meanwhile, Fengping and the others had settled into a hotel. Brother Dai, are we just going to let this matter rest? Li Zhu rubbed his swollen face and spoke with bitterness. That coward Fengping said to let it go. What can I do? Chen Dai's face was also filled with fury. If you're the captain, he would have reported it immediately and rallied all forces to eliminate this menace. I do have a plan. We can achieve our goal without requiring Captain Feng's intervention, Li Zhu suddenly said with a sinister grin. What plan? Chen Dai's eyes brightened with interest. Have you forgotten what kind of ability my brother awakened? Li Zhu inquired. It seems to be something highly toxic. Chen Dai furrowed his brow in response. Indeed, it is highly toxic. He is still bedridden after being beaten by Geng Xiaoqing and has long harbored a deep-seated hatred for those people. If you can persuade Zhang Hai to use his ability to petrify the entire exterior of Yang City, then my brother can release hypnotic and neurotoxic gas. At that point, we're Gao Yang and Geng Xiaoqing, but mere pawns in our hands. Li Zhu said with a scheming smile. Are you suggesting we annihilate the entire Yang City? Chen Daiese Brau Farod. Daike. The city has already fallen under the control of the radicals. Since we cannot claim it, why not take them down under the pretext of rebellion? Once the deed is done, Old Deng will surely stand up for us. Who knows? We might even earn significant merit. Li Zhu continued. All right, I will go find Zhang Hai right now. After contemplating for a moment, Chen Dai readily agreed, a chilling expression appearing on his face. Chapter 62. Should I befriend my daughter? At a corner of the city wall, Zhang Hai, hurry up. You're moving so slowly. What if some team members wake up? Chen Dai frowned and urged as he observed the slow petrification. Chen Dai, do you underestimate my ability? I've already drugged everyone's meals, and with my hypnotic skills, even the head coach would sleep soundly for a night, Li Tsong declared confidently, raising his head, only to grimace and quickly lower it again as the injury on his neck seemed to threaten to crack open once more. This is a city. I am exerting all my strength in releasing this skill. Zhang Hai sighed and increased his efforts. That Gung Shaoqing, I want to shatter his bones piece by piece. Li Tsong, sitting in a wheelchair, revealed a gaze filled with malice. You can have Gung Shaoqing, but Gao Yang and that little vixen must be dealt with by me. Chen Dai's voice turned cold, an indescribable shadow crossing his face, sending shivers down one's spine. Dai Gu, that Chu Shuwei is also a special forces member. If we turn against our own, the consequences could be severe if discovered. Li Zhu expressed his concerns. Are you getting cold feet? The plan to poison the entire city was yours. If you fear that little vixen, what are you even afraid of? Chen Dai retorted with a hint of mockery in his eyes. Who said I was afraid? She's just a foul woman. What do I have to fear? Li Zhu's face flushed with embarrassment, and he shouted in anger. Indeed, she is merely a traitor who defied the orders of her superiors. Killing her is inconsequential. Let us not forget my father's identity. I shall bear the brunt of any repercussions. Chen Dai patted Li Zhu on the shoulder and said, Brother Dai, may I partake in the humiliation of that wretched girl? A spark of wickedness flickered in Li Zhu's eyes as he seemed to contemplate something. Reste assurd, Chen Dai. Never squander resources. Following me, you shall never go hungry. You shall be the second. A smile crept across Chen Dai's lips as he made this promise. Thank you, Brother Dai. The grin on Li Zhu's face grew ever brighter, and he found himself unconsciously swaying. Suddenly, the system's voice rang out. Triggering system task. Resolving the Yang City crisis will grant one transformation of physical prowess. A task descends upon one while lounging at home. Gao Yang was immersed in sweet dreams, just about to reach the most critical moment, when the voice startled him into a state of shock. With a dissatisfied mutter, he slowly opened his eyes. Glancing at his phone, he noted it was 3 in the morning. What kind of crisis could possibly arise at such an hour? Perplexed, Gao Yang rose and stepped onto the balcony, only to furrow his brow. Outside, the world was enveloped in an impenetrable darkness. Something is amiss. This was the first thought that crossed Gao Yang's mind. Ever since the apocalypse began, the reduction of human-induced pollution had allowed for bright moons and countless stars to grace the night sky. Yet now, the heavens appeared as if smeared with ink, the oppressive darkness weighing heavily upon him. At that moment, a thunderous explosion shattered the pitch-black exterior, revealing the luminous moonlight. Congratulations, host, for completing the task and achieving one transformation of physical prowess. What is happening? Gao Yang was taken aback. He had done nothing, yet the task had inexplicably manifested and completed itself. Raising an eyebrow, he swiftly moved towards the source of the explosion. However, as soon as he landed, an overwhelming force surged from behind him. Gao Yang frowned, extending his palm to firmly grasp the terrifying strike. How could one so easily block my punch? Beneath the moonlight, a face etched with wrinkles displayed astonishment. The man was elderly, frail, and it was hard to believe that such a formidable punch could be delivered by him. Who are you? Gao Yang inquired coldly. I am Chang Sunlinya, one of the 3 instructors of the Special Operations Team. These brutes, driven by personal vendettas, sought to sacrifice the lives of the entire city. Their sins are unforgivable, and I have dealt with them accordingly, Chang Sunlinya replied. Gao Yang's gaze fell upon the lifeless bodies sprawled on the ground, and he raised an eyebrow, recognizing them as members of the Special Operations Team who had sought trouble earlier that day. You must be Gao Yang. Chang Sunlinya fixed his stare on him. You know me? Gao Yang released his grip, gazing at Chang Sunlinya with curiosity. His strength is truly formidable. Zhang Sunlinya shook his hand and continued. Chu Yuan is indeed an old friend of mine. He has often boasted about your exceptional abilities, and now I see that his words were not unfounded. Realizing that he was a friend of Uncle Chu, Gao Yang decided to take his leave, suggesting they might share tea together another time. With a smile, Gao Yang felt reassured that, since Zhang Sunlinya was acquainted with Chu Yuan, he need not worry about the matters at hand. May I pose a question to you? Zhang Sunlinya inquired, his eyes glimmering with curiosity. Go ahead, Gao Yang replied, pausing and turning to face him. Your strength is likely not merely at E rank, is it? And the claims you made about enhanced longevity and power seem rather dubious. Zhang Sunlinya remarked, still wearing a smile. though a sharp glint flickered in his eyes. How do you arrive at that conclusion? Gao Yang felt a jolt of surprise, but maintained his composure. Zhang Sun Lianyun grinned wider, explaining, I've scrutinized the data from your test. If what you say is true, the abilities displayed should gradually increase from minor to substantial. However, I observed only the maximum values, which can only indicate that the tester's own strength is at S rank. Otherwise, such stability in the readings would be unattainable. Additionally, the subtle power emanating from your white hair seems more like a manipulation than a result of depleted vitality. What do you intend? Gao Yang's demeanor turned icy as he regarded Zhang Sun Lianyun with suspicion. Ah, it seems my suspicions were correct. Zhang Sun Lianyun's smile broadened. Relax. Though I am uncertain as to why you choose to conceal this, I assure you that I will not disclose it to anyone. I have also altered your test data, so no one will be the wiser. Furrowing his brow, Gao Yang felt an increasing sense of confusion. If the old man had no ulterior motives, why reveal this information? What is your true intention? Zhang Sun Lianyun chuckled lightly. Oh, it is nothing much. I too have a daughter, and she just happens to be 18 this year. I hope you two might become acquainted. Immediately, Zhang Sun Lianyun produced his phone and showed Gao Yang a photograph. This is your daughter? Gao Yang exclaimed, taken aback. The woman in the photograph was even more stunning than Chu Xiuwei, her beauty almost celestial. If Chu Xiuwei was a vibrant lily, the woman in the picture resembled a proud plum blossom in the snow, exuding a unique and ethereal charm. Do you not see the resemblance? Zhang Sun Lianyun positioned his aged face beside the phone for comparison. Gao Yang found himself at a loss for words. It was not merely a lack of similarity, but he even questioned whether Zhang Sun Lianyun's neighbors bore the surname Wang. How shameless of you, old man, to come to Yang City and snatch people away. Just then, an angry voice approached. It was Chu Yuan, accompanied by the city defense team. How shameless of you, old man, to come to Yang City and snatch people away. Chu Yuan Zebut Lao Li. What of it? Just because he is not yet with your daughter. What harm is there in a young man making a few more friends of the opposite sex? Zhang Sun Lianyun retorted with audacity. You are utterly shameless. Chu Yuan pointed at Zhang Sun Lianyun and, after a prolonged moment of hesitation, finally managed to utter a phrase. Gao Yang, pay him no heed. This old fellow is exceedingly cunning. With that, Chu Yuan tugged at his own sleeve, positioning himself protectively behind Chu Yuan, fearful of being usurped by Zhang Sun Lianyun. What transpired? Just as the two engaged in their quarrel, a distant group was hastening towards them, led by Feng Ping and his contingent of 100. Greetings, Master Chang Sun. As they approached, the crowd was taken aback to discover that it was indeed Zhang Sun Lianyun, and they promptly saluted. What has happened? Are you not aware? The atmosphere shifted abruptly around Zhang Sun Lianyun, who had moments ago been playfully jesting with Chu Yuan. Now, he emanated an imposing presence akin to a mountain pressing down upon Feng Ping and the others. It is my subordinate's fault for failing to detect the subtle maneuvers of Chun Dai and his ilk in a timely manner. I beseech Master Sun to impose punishment. Feng Ping immediately bowed in apology, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Although he was unaware of the precise details, he could sense the lingering effects of the drugs within him and the pervasive influence of Zhang Hai's petrification technique enveloping the entire hotel, leading him to anticipate nothing good. These individuals attempted to poison the entire populace. I have dealt with them on the spot. As S-rank awakened, you lack even the most rudimentary sense of crisis. And yet you fell into their trap. Thus, you shall be punished by being dispatched to the demonic Qi Great Wall to slay beasts for a year. Depart at once. Zhang Sun Lianyun's voice was cold and commanding. Upon hearing the term demonic Qi Great Wall, the group trembled in trepidation. Master Chang Sun, we still have the task of locating the SSS-rank Awaken unfinished. Might we reconsider the punishment? Feng Ping attempted to plead. This matter has been entrusted to me. You need not concern yourself with it. Now, take your team and leave. Zhang Sun Lianyun interjected, unwavering in his authority. Understood. Everyone, follow me. With a command from Feng Ping, all the team members moved towards the aircraft stationed outside the city. Chu Xiuwei, you remain here. You were never part of this mission list, merely a guide, and what comes next requires consulting Master Chang Sunday. Feng Ping swiftly halted Chu Xiuwei, who had followed him. Casting a cold glance at her, Feng Ping firmly shut the door. Phew, that old coot. If my daughter truly goes to the demonic Qi Great Wall, I will hold you accountable. Upon seeing Chu Xiuwei left behind, Chu Yuan exhaled in relief. He, Feng Ping, belongs to no faction in matters of humanity. He comprehends the intricacies better than anyone. Chang's son Lianyan spoke with assured confidence. Have you lost your mind? To suddenly send all the elite to the demonic Qi Great Wall for an entire year? Are you not concerned about the chaos that may ensue? Chu Yuan's expression turned grave. This decision originates from above. Do you think I alone can easily dictate the fate of such an elite force? Chang's son Lianyan's countenance became serious, acknowledging the increasing severity of the fissures at the demonic Qi Great Wall, from which more and more formidable beasts emerged. This course of action was unavoidable. What? The fissures have widened? Chu Yuan's pupils contracted in shock. What is the demonic Qi Great Wall? Gao yang inquiret, perplexet. From that moment onward, the mere utterance of those words caused the faces of the people in Fengping to drain of color. The ability to evoke such a reaction from a group of S-class warriors attests to the sheer terror of that place. It was once a defensive system erected by our ancestors to shield against foreign tribes. Approximately a decade ago, a fissure appeared in the sky above, continuously emanating a malvolora. Not long after, grotesque creatures began to emerge from the rift, which we refer to as ferocious beasts. These beings are devoid of any semblance of reason. They indiscriminately devour all living things, including their own kind. Moreover, their rate of evolution and reproduction is astonishing. Within a mere decade, their presence has become pervasive throughout the outer realms. The more Long Sun Linyun spoke, the more his brow furrowed, as if recalling some unpleasant memories. How have I never heard of such terrifying entities? Gao yang inquiret, perplexet. Most of them have been kept at bay in the outer realms. Even those that have appeared within our borders are swiftly eradicated by the stationed warriors. However, the situation is becoming increasingly dire. As the number of ferocious beasts has recently surged, and our original defense forces are nearing their limits, Long Sun Linyun sighed. All right, let's not linger here any longer. We can discuss matters when we return. Chu Yuan interjected, sensing the oppressive atmosphere. Old Chu, since I've made this rare visit, you should bring out that fine wine you've been hoarding for my welcome. Nonsense, that was set aside for Shuawei's wedding. You shan't have it. Don't be so stingy. Not a chance. Long Sun Linyun playfully draped an arm around Chu Yuan as they walked ahead, their banter resembling that of two children who had yet to grow up. I never expected your father to be so composed, yet possess this playful side, Chu Yuan remarked to the approaching Chu Shuawei. He had known Long Sun Linyun for many years, and it was only in his presence that this lighter side emerged. Chu Shuawei chuckled and added, Wasn't Uncle Long Sun about to introduce Qianqian to you? Who is Qianqian? Gao Yang asked, taken aback. She is Long Sun Uncle's daughter. Long Sun Qianqian. Chu Shuawei replied with a sidelong glance at Gao Yang. Oh, that's the case. But I was hidden behind your father before I could even say a word, Gao Yang said, raising his hands innocently. I'm not blaming you. I merely thought it would be nice for you two to meet, if possible. Chu Shuawei said with a light laugh. Let's leave it to fate. Gao Yang chuckled awkwardly. That old man is a bit peculiar, wanting to introduce his daughter to me after just one meeting. Well, one cannot entirely fault Uncle Long Sun for his behavior. Despite being an S-class warrior, he bears an immense responsibility and faces the risk of sacrifice at any moment, Chu Shuawei explained. What does that have to do with his daughter? Gao Yang Kuidiet Buzlet. Because Long Sun Qianqian has yet to awaken even an E-class ability. Perhaps he believes you possess some unique qualities, Chu Shuawei replied, gazing intently at Gao Yang's face. She herself could not articulate what was so remarkable about Gao Yang. Yet she sensed that he harbored many secrets, and being in his presence instilled a profound sense of security. Perhaps Uncle Changsun felt similarly, which is why he sought to introduce Qianqian to him. Ju Sui Muset. Gao Yang, however, raised an eyebrow. Finally, comprehending why Changsun Lianyun had exposed his secrets without any intention of reporting him. It was for the sake of his daughter. Possessing S-level abilities, he was exempt from undertaking perilous tasks daily. To Changsun Lianyun, he must have seemed the most suitable candidate. Chapter 64. The Beast with a Lion's Body and a Serpent's Head. Days later, Gao Yang called out to the two individuals suspended in mid-air. Come. Shift the sign this way. Yes, just like that. A sign for the Rising Sun Guild was affixed to the entrance that once belonged to the Chu Yuan Guild. With Changsun Lianyun's presence, the conservatives relinquished their aspirations for Yang City. Gao Yang later learned that Changsun Lianyun was aligned with the radicals. Sending a general to a D-level city naturally meant they did not wish to invest too much energy here. This circumstance afforded Gao Yang several advantages. His B-level guild was successfully established, and he was prioritized for numerous lucrative missions. Today marked the inaugural day of operations. Gao Yang, Zhongratulatians. At some point, Chu Yuan, and Chu Xiuwei had approached him. Thanks to your generous gift of this expansive space, I would not have been able to establish this guild otherwise. Gao Yang expressed graciously. No need for false modesty. With your several billion fortune, acquiring 100 such places would be a breeze. Chu Xiuwei retorted with a roll of her eyes. Old Changsun has gone off in search of that powerful individual. This is the gift he asked me to bring you. Although Chu Yuan often clashed with Changsun Lianyun, he promptly presented the gift he had brought. What is this? Gao Yang inquired as he accepted the box, sensing a sharp aura emanating from within. This is Changsun Lianyun's treasured sword, said to be forged from meteorite material, incredibly sharp and capable of slicing through iron like mud. After his introduction, Chu Yuan added with a hint of envy, "It seems the old fellow holds you in high regard. Usually, even a mere touch of this sword is forbidden to others, yet he willingly gifted it to you." Gao Yang could only chuckle awkwardly as he opened the box. Instantly, a dazzling light radiated from within. What a magnificent sword, was Gao Yang's immediate impression. Just gazing upon it instilled the sensation of being cut, a testament to its extraordinary nature. It felt remarkably suitable in his hand, and his admiration only grew. "Here, this is my gift to you," Chu Yuan remarked, noticing Gao Yang's expression, and handed him a worn notebook. "The dragon sword technique?" Gao Yang exclaimed in astonishment. "Xiuwei hasn't mentioned it to you, has she? Before the apocalypse, our Chu family has long been a lineage of ancient martial arts. This is the sword technique that has been passed down through generations in our family. And today, I present it to you." Chu Yuan spoke up. "This is unacceptable. It is far too precious. I must decline." Gao Yang was taken aback, pondering whether, having bestowed upon him a cherished family heirloom, Chu Yuan truly intended to recruit him as a son-in-law. A fine sword deserves a matching technique. To possess such an exquisite weapon without the corresponding martial art would be a grievous waste. Reluctantly, Chu Yuan pushed Gao Yang's hand back with resolute determination. "Very well. I shall accept it as a token of gratitude. I hope you will not refuse." After a brief moment of silence, Gao Yang produced 2 rings and handed them to Chu Yuan. "These are storage rings." Chu Yuan's pupils dilated. Fearing his voice might betray him, he quickly covered his mouth. "Gao Yang, how could you possibly possess such a rare treasure?" Chu Yuan gazed at Gao Yang in disbelief. "I chanced upon these while wandering the outskirts. Fortuitously, I found 3, and I am giving you these 2, Gao Yang replied with a cheerful smile. "Then I shall accept them." Chu Yuan cast a meaningful glance at Gao Yang before presenting one of the rings to Chu Xiuwei. "I have matters to attend to. You two may converse." Gao Yang breathed a sigh of relief, fearing that Chu Yuan would incessantly inquire about the ring's origins, yet he was pleasantly surprised by the swift acceptance. "Xiuwei, I have some tasks to complete. You may go inside for a while. I will treat you to dinner later." With that, Gao Yang quickly vanished from the street corner. Within the subspace, the divine fire blue wolf lay weakly on the grass, a trace of blood at the corner of its mouth. "What happened, little wolf?" Gao Yang inquired, his expression turning serious. "Master, a strange old man suddenly appeared in my territory and attacked without provocation. His strength surpasses mine. Had I not called for help urgently, I would have surely perished," the divine fire blue wolf recounted, shivering at the recollection. As an S-class powerhouse, it was unexpected for him to encounter someone of greater strength. "An old man? Is he the one with a wrinkled face and gray hair?" Gao Yang asked. "Yes, master, how did you know?" The divine fire blue wolf's admiration for Gao Yang escalated once more. Gao Yang sighed with a wry smile. Changsun Lianyun had begun purging the surrounding high-level zombies to ensure that Yang City remained firmly under the control of the radicals. If this continued, it was likely that his few subordinates would encounter trouble as well. After some contemplation, he sent all his subordinates, except for Lu Hong and Geng Xiaoqing, into the space. "The outside is currently unstable. You shall supervise these creatures at work for now. In due time, I will release you to scout," Gao Yang instructed, gesturing towards the zombies busy transporting stones. Initially, the group was somewhat reluctant, but upon learning that a mad old man was continuously slaying zombies, and that he was a friend of their master, they acquiesced. Observing the industrious zombies, Gao Yang shook his head, lamenting, "There are still too few." As he spoke, he arrived at the borders of the Dolphin Kingdom, transporting a multitude of zombies into the subspace. With the ability of long-distance teleportation, his dominion continued to expand. Congratulations to the host on successfully dominating this area. The current task has been completed, and the dominion area has reached 200, allowing the control of up to 50 zombies. Currently at 20. The Dominion area has expanded to 500 blocks, allowing control over 100 zombies. When he heard the system's announcement again, he realized that his dragon coins were nearly depleted. It seemed he needed to find time to exchange for more dragon coins. Gaoyang Smirket. Several hundred billion had vanished from his hands in no time, which would be hard for an ordinary person to believe. As he traversed through the Dominion area, he continued to account for the number of zombies he could control. What puzzled him was the massive accumulation of zombies, including many S-class ones. Yet not a single SS-class zombie had been encountered. Could it be that Geng Xiaoqing was truly an exception? Was the elevation to SS-class related to the Oracle treasure chest? A series of questions flooded Gao Yang's mind. Before he knew it, he had teleported to the edge of a region, and to his astonishment, there were no zombies in sight. He furrowed his brow. Having traversed much of the Defeng Kingdom, he had never encountered a region devoid of zombies. Glancing at the unclaimed area nearby, he took a bold step forward. The surroundings were eerily quiet, and still, he did not see a single zombie. A thick black mist hung in the air, creating a sense of discomfort. If anyone else inhaled this gas, they would likely face dire consequences. However, Gao Yang, whose physique had undergone a transformation, felt no such trepidation. Pressing onward, he eventually located the source of the black mist. Within a dark cave, the gas continuously emanated outward. Frowning, he ventured inside, reaching the depths of the cavern where visibility was nearly non-existent. Suddenly, two crimson eyes, as large as basketballs, appeared before him. Startled, Gao Yang conjured a green fireball, illuminating the cave and revealing a creature resembling a lion with a serpent's head sprawled across a massive straw mat. Lying among the straw were small creatures akin to him. Upon noticing Gao Yang, the creature became enraged, letting out a thunderous roar as its flower-like tail unfurled and lunged toward him. Chapter 65, Dragon Sword Technique. The monster charged from the darkness, its open petals exuding a foul odor that made Gao Yang feel as if he were in a latrine. Instinctively, he covered his nose with one hand while brandishing the sword gifted to him by Longsun Lianyun with the other. A swift slash produced a crisp clang, sending sparks flying. Roar! The creature howled in pain, retracting its tail. However, Gao Yang frowned. He had tested this weapon on his way here and deemed it the sharpest material he had ever encountered, capable of slicing through even the hardest metal alloys as if they were mere paper. Yet, the monster had only sustained a minor injury. Before him, a creature seized a small monster from the grass mat and consumed it whole, its previously injured tail mending at a visibly rapid pace. With a ferocious roar, the beast swung its massive claws and lunged at Gao Yang with alarming speed. Each attack was accompanied by a gale, and while Gao Yang evaded with agility, he deftly struck out several times, quickly accumulating dozens of wounds on the creature, which oozed a foul green liquid. The monster, increasingly enraged, turned and devoured all the creatures on the mat in one gulp. The small beast emitted pitiful sounds, yet earned no sympathy from the creature, whose relentless crunching echoed through the cavern as its injuries healed swiftly. It is often said that even the fiercest of beasts do not harm their young. Yet this savage creature devoured its offspring without a flicker of hesitation. In that moment, Gao Yang realized that this beast was likely the very fiend Longsun Lianyun had described. The absence of zombies could be attributed to their consumption by this creature. Its strength surpassed even that of Geng Xiaoqing, suggesting that had he not ascended to SSS-rank, he would find it nearly impossible to contend with this monster's extraordinary defenses. A sword without technique is akin to a shell devoid of essence. Suddenly, the words of Chu Yuan echoed in his mind. Resolute, he retrieved the tattered manual of the Yulong sword technique and began to study it intently. Roar! The beast, having finished its offspring, showed no mercy and lunged at Gao Yang once more, its tail coiling behind him for a surprise attack. While the creature lacked reason, it was far from foolish, demonstrating cunning in its ambush. Gao Yang raised an eyebrow, deftly dodging the beast's onslaught. With enhanced physical prowess, his mind too had sharpened significantly. Now, he could grasp concepts with just a few readings. First form, wind. Second form, shattering void. Third form, veiling Sunday. Gao Yang murmured to himself as he practiced the sword techniques while advancing toward the beast. Though his movements remained somewhat clumsy, the application of the techniques indeed elevated the sword's destructive power, each strike biting deeply into the creature's flesh. Roar! The beast grew increasingly frenzied, its crimson eyes seeming to bleed with fury as it tore off its own tail and consumed it. May this send you on your way. I can scarcely bear your grotesque visage any longer, Gao Yang remarked, his brow arching. As the beast charged, he seized the moment, leaping onto its back with his sword raised high. Ninth form, dragon soars in the sky. A dragon's roar resonated through the air as the blade shimmered with golden light, resembling a vivid gold dragon, fiercely thrusting toward the creature's head. The sword plunged deeply into the beast's skull. Roar! The monster let out a horrific wail, thrashing violently in a desperate attempt to dislodge Gao Yang. However, all efforts proved futile. Merely a second had passed when the eyes of the ferocious beast dimmed completely, silencing its presence. Gao Yang unsheathed his sword and approached the ominous crack, his brow furrowing deeply. He sensed countless blood-red eyes within the fissure, gazing toward him, each stare sending a shiver down his spine. The beasts within were no less than S-grade in caliber. After a moment of contemplation, Gao Yang retrieved his phone and dialed Changsun Lianyun. After briefly recounting the situation, he was met with astonishment on the other end. What? Send me your location, and I will come immediately. The call was hastily ended. Knowing that Changsun Lianyun would take some time to arrive, he decided to conquer additional territories in the meantime. System. Can energy stones be exchanged directly for dragon coins? They can be redeemed at 50% of the normal external exchange rate. Well then, forget it. Gao Yang was taken aback by the system's exorbitant fee. He would rather seek out Zhang Jinbao for an exchange. Since expanding his territory was not an option, he resolved to locate other S-grade zombies to fill the remaining Dominion slots. With that thought, his figure vanished from the spot, setting out to search for the traces of S-grade zombies within the area. After exhausting his automatic subjugation, he instructed the local zombies to guide him to other S-grade zombies locations. Within a day, he had filled all 50 subjugation slots. At this moment, he received a call from Changsun Lianyun. Kid, I'm here, where are you? Oh, I'm nearby. I'll be right back. After hanging up, Gao Yang concentrated and returned to the vicinity, jogging back to the cave. Upon seeing Gao Yang, Changsun Lianyun urgently exclaimed, Quick, hand me your sword. Uncertain but compliant, Gao Yang passed the sword to him. Changsun Lianyun began to strike at the beast's head with fervor, and soon, a smooth, glimmering black orb appeared at the center. He tossed the sword back to Gao Yang and retrieved the orb. What is this? Gao Yang inquiret intriguet. This is the Black Sha orb, capable of suppressing ferocious beasts and mending cracks. Changsun Lianyun replied gravely, meeting Gao Yang's gaze. I hadn't anticipated there would be another fissure here, and I can sense that the creatures beyond it are even more terrifying. May I ask you for a favor? Go ahead, Gao Yang said after a moment of reflection. I must remain here immediately to repair this fissure to prevent more beasts from emerging. Could you take this orb to the capital and deliver it to the Special Operations Chief, City and High? A hint of earnestness colored Changsun Lianyun's tone. Sure. Considering the favor of your sword, I shall take on this task. Gao Yang pondered for a moment before agreeing, as he intended to travel to Qingzhou City to exchange for dragon coins and concurrently dominate the territories along the northern route. Thank you. Here's my home address and my daughter's school. After you have dealt with the Black Bead, please bring my daughter to Yang City as well. I'm truly uneasy leaving her there alone. Long Sun, Lianyun remarked. Chapter 66. Father, you do not understand him at all. By the heavens. Old man, are you all right? I do not even know your daughter, nor have I ever seen her. How could she possibly come with me? Gao Yang's face was a picture of astonishment. Rest assured, I will inform her of the situation shortly. Once you arrive, she will naturally accompany you. Gao Yang, she is my only daughter. I implore you, Long Sun Lianyun said, his wrinkled face reflecting deep concern for his daughter. With a sigh, Gao Yang slowly nodded in response. Very well, I shall give it a try, he conceded. After leaving some provisions for Long Sun Lianyun, Gao Yang exited the cave. This lad is indeed a dragon among men, possessing even a storage ring, he mused, watching Gao Yang's departing figure with a satisfied smile playing upon his lips. Once outside the cave, Gao Yang glanced around to ensure no one was watching before swiftly making his way into Qingzhou City. Director Zhang, this is Gao Yang. Do you have a moment? Gao Yang directly addressed Zhang Jinbao upon connecting the call. Gao, my brother, have you arrived in Qingzhou City? Zhang Jinbao responded after a brief silence, his tone filled with excitement. Yes, I just got here, Gao Yang confirmed with a nod. Where are you? I will come to find you immediately. Secretary Liao, please reschedule all my afternoon appointments. Zhang Jinbao exclaimed, hastily rising to leave. After exchanging locations, Gao Yang leaned against a nearby utility pole, observing the throngs of people passing by. He wondered if it would be possible to develop the city to the level of Qingzhou City within a year. With a sense of melancholy, he reflected on the fact that, despite having initiated a global recruitment effort for top talents across various industries, progress had been disappointingly slow. His recruitment criteria included: 1. Candidates must not leave their place of work for 5 years. 2. They must be top talents in their respective fields. 3. They must possess a robust psychological resilience in the face of zombies. Even with salaries set at 3 times the norm for such positions, few were willing to accept the terms. At this rate, the prospect of establishing a city akin to Qingzhou seemed exceedingly difficult. If all else failed, he might have to consult Chu Yuan for advice. As Gao Yang pondered, he suddenly spotted a familiar figure, momentarily taken aback. Geng Xiaoqing. Who dares call my name? Geng Xiaoqing, upon hearing someone call out, turned with an air of arrogance. Upon recognizing Gao Yang in the distance, she trembled with surprise and hurried towards him. Master, what brings you here? She inquired in a tone reminiscent of a child caught in wrongdoing. I instructed you to recruit talents, yet you seem to be here flirting, Gao Yang remarked, casting a glance at a stunningly beautiful woman nearby. None other than Zhang Xiaoying, the same woman Geng Xiaoqing had met previously. Master, I am actually working, Geng Xiaoqing exclaimed with a sudden spark of inspiration. Oh, Gao Yang couldn't help but cast a teasing glance at Geng Xiaoqing. Xiaoqing, who is this? At that moment, Zhang Xiaoying approached and inquired. This is my boss, Chu Yang, and this is my dear friend, Zhang Xiaoying. She is the daughter of the Zhang family, whose business empire spans the entirety of Qingzhou City. As Geng Xiaoqing introduced them, he kept winking at Gao Yang, as if to imply, I am indeed engaged in business. Brother Chu, greetings, Zhang Xiaoying said, her cheeks flushing as she greeted him in a sweetly delicate manner. Gao Yang was taken aback, staring in astonishment at Geng Xiaoqing, surprised that a mere zombie could captivate Zhang Xiaoying. He wondered if Geng Xiaoqing had disclosed his true identity to her. Noticing Gao Yang's expression, Geng Xiaoqing looked at him with a proud demeanor, grinning foolishly. My apologies for keeping you waiting, Brother Gao. Just then, a luxurious car came to a halt before them, and a middle-aged man with a beaming smile approached. Xiaoying, what are you doing here? Zhang Jinbao, still smiling, was suddenly startled to see his daughter standing next to a boy with dyed yellow hair, his expression shifting dramatically. Dad, this is my friend, Geng Xiaoqing, Zhang Xiaoying said, pulling Geng Xiaoqing closer. Hello, Uncle Deng, I am Zhang Xiaoying's friend, Geng Xiaoqing, he declared confidently, stroking his yellow hair as he stepped forward to greet Zhang Jinbao. Instantly, the atmosphere became tense and silent. Zhang Jinbao was taken aback, unable to comprehend how his daughter had been drawn to such a wild boy in just a short time. Gao Yang was equally astonished, struggling to understand what Geng Xiaoqing was thinking, having dyed his hair yellow, donned tight pants, and worn holy shoes. Even daring to address Zhang Jinbao as Uncle Deng. Ahem. Gao Yang awkwardly coughed, momentarily forgetting that they could communicate telepathically, and hastily cleared his throat to remind Geng Xiaoqing to choose his words carefully. However, Geng Xiaoqing paid no heed to Gao Yang's suggestion, winking at him and continuing to smile at Zhang Jinbao. You mustn't call him that. You should address him as uncle. Zhang Xiaoying pinched Geng Xiaoqing's soft flesh. Ouch. Geng Xiaoqing winced in pain at his waist and promptly said, Hello, Uncle Zhang. What do you do for a living? What level of awakening have you reached? Zhang Jinbao's expression darkened, momentarily forgetting his original purpose, as his gaze fixated intensely on Geng Xiaoqing. Oh me? I am currently unemployed, and as for my awakening level, I am uncertain as I haven't been tested, Geng Xiaoqing replied after a moment of contemplation. How did you come to know such a friend? Zhang Jinbao turned to Zhang Xiaoying, his expression growing increasingly grim. We met while gathering herbs outside the city, Dad. Although he hasn't been tested, he is quite capable and has assisted me on several occasions. Zhang Xiaoying quickly interjected in defense. Silence. Zhang Jinbao was filled with indignation. How could it be that after knowing each other for such a short time, one would begin to defend outsiders? Such a travesty, although the two claimed to be friends. The expressions on their faces suggested they were on the verge of crossing an unspoken line. He had fantasized about countless scenarios of meeting his son-in-law, yet he never envisioned it would occur on the street, confronting a young man with bleached hair, clad in fashionable pants and casual shoes, who was smilingly addressing him as Old Deng. Zhang Jinbao couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Were it not for the fact that they were in the city, he might have been tempted to confront this young man aggressively. Hurry home. In the future, do not associate with such dubious characters. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to compose himself, deliberately avoiding eye contact with Geng Xiaoqing, and sternly rebuked Zhang Xiaoying. Dad, I'm grown up now. Choosing my friends is my prerogative. And Xiaoqing is not as dreadful as you imagine. He has many admirable qualities, Zhang Xiaoying retorted indignantly. What qualities? Hurry back home, or I will drag you back myself. Zhang Jinbao's face flushed with anger. Dad, you don't truly understand him. With that, Zhang Xiaoying seized Geng Xiaoqing, who was momentarily stunned, and they dashed away. Chapter 67. A transaction at hand. Zhang Xingchang, please don't be overly upset. Young people have their own ways of making friends, and we need not intervene excessively. Gao Yang was cautious, aware that Geng Xiaoqing was not yet considered his subordinate. He, too, felt a desire to reprimand Geng Xiaoqing. I am truly exasperated by this girl. Alas, a daughter is not meant to stay. Zhang Jinbao sighed, then turned to Gao Yang with a smile. Brother Gao, I apologize for the earlier scene. You haven't dined yet, have you? Let's find a place to eat and converse. Yes, that sounds good, Gao Yang replied, following Zhang Jinbao to the car. At the Purple Gold Pavilion. What? You wish to exchange for 200 billion? Even Zhang Jinbao, accustomed to tumultuous affairs, was momentarily rendered speechless. Zhang Xingchang, lower your voice. Do you wish for me to be kidnapped the moment I step outside? Gao Yang chuckled lightly, signaling to Zhang Jinbao to maintain his composure. Realizing he had overreacted, Zhang Jinbao offered an apologetic glance before calmly inquiring, Brother Gao, may I ask how you possess such an abundance of energy stones? As a prominent figure in Qingzhou City, and a conservative at heart, Zhang Jinbao was well aware of Gao Yang's recent activities. Logically, meeting with Gao Yang was a risky endeavor, yet he approached without hesitation. Noticing Gao Yang's curiosity, Zhang Jinbao glanced around before lowering his voice to explain, Brother Gao, I, too, am considered part of the conservative faction. The incident where you dispatched 11 S-class powerhouses at the city gates is known to all. If the energy stones you wish to exchange for were obtained from them, Zhang Jinbao wore an expression that conveyed mutual understanding, offering a smile towards Gao Yang. Rest assured, all of this is what I acquired in the Great Foam Kingdom. Moreover, I have discovered a fissure of malevolent energy there, which Changsun Lianyun is currently guarding. I trust you have received word of this on your end as well. My intention is to complete our transaction before heading to the capital. Gao Yang explained with a smile. His words held truth. Although the energy stones he obtained in the Great Foam Kingdom were not abundant, they were substantial enough. And with Changsun Lianyun as a witness, his rationale was sound. Please wait a moment, Brother Gao. I shall return shortly, Zhang Jinbao said apologetically, rising to step aside. In just a few minutes, he returned, his face alight with excitement. You were right, Brother Gao. Our transaction can proceed at any time. Zhang Jinbao's demeanor had transformed significantly, now displaying a commendable eagerness. After their meal, the two swiftly returned to the bank. As before, staff members were already present, ready to count the items. But this room was several times larger than the previous one. It was more accurately described as a plaza. Brother Gao, you may present the energy stones you wish to exchange. Though we are adversaries, I assure you that I will offer you the most reasonable price. Zhang Jinbao declared with palpable enthusiasm. He had noticed a significant decrease in the number of zombies in the outskirts over the past few days. Where once even the slightest noise would attract countless undead, now, even if one were to kneel and sing a song of conquest, there were no zombies in sight. This had caused the value of energy stones to soar. The prospect of transacting 200 billion energy stones filled him with exhilaration. Uncertain of the quantity required for 200 billion, Gao Yang decided to present a small portion first. With a wave of his hand, a mountain of energy stones appeared, quickly covering the entire hall. This is definitely worth more than 200 billion. Zhang Jinbao stammered in excitement, picking up an A-grade energy stone to inspect it closely, even biting it to test its quality. This alone is worth 15 billion. His face flushed with excitement as he gazed at the energy stones strewn across the floor. Brother Gao, counting will take some time. Let us move over there to enjoy some tea and converse, Zhang Jinbao suggested, eager to speak further, and promptly invited Gao Yang to take a seat. Though we are not from the same camp, I felt an instant camaraderie upon first meeting you. Allow me to be straightforward. Were these energy stones sent for you to exchange? Zhang Jinbao inquired, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. One might say so, Gao Yang nodded, finding it convenient that the other party had taken the initiative to ask, sparing him the need for excuses. So, shall we engage in a business deal? Zhang Jinbao's joy intensified at Gao Yang's affirmation. Pray tell, Gao Yang raised an eyebrow, intrigued. If I am not mistaken, your desire for such a significant amount of cash is likely aimed at upgrading the city, is it not? Zhang Jinbao revealed a knowing expression and inquired, well, what do you intend to do? Gao Yang merely smiled, not offering a denial. Undoubtedly, you require talents from various fields. As I previously mentioned, our Zhang group operates not just in Qingzhou City, but has enterprises nationwide. To speak candidly, and without intending to offend, your faction's prowess in combat indeed surpasses ours. However, when it comes to matters of livelihood, we conservatives can confidently claim the foremost position. Zhang Jinbao glanced at Gao Yang with a hint of apprehension, fearing his words might provoke irritation. In truth, he had already been quite reserved. The conservatives held a significant grip on the nation's economic lifeblood. On the surface, Gao Yang appeared calm, yet internally, he was nearly overwhelmed with excitement. He had not anticipated that a vexing problem, which had required exorbitant wages for resolution, would be so fortuitously addressed. I didn't expect you to discern that, Gao Yang remarked, feigning a troubled demeanor. Rest assured, this is a personal collaboration between us and has no bearing on any faction. Zhang Jinbao hastily added, however, the talents and their numbers we require are substantial. I am uncertain about your pricing. Gao Yang feigned difficulty in responding. Fear not, my brother. In our business dealings, we certainly won't let you incur losses. Here is the salary schedule for talents across various industries, and I assure you, it is the most competitive rate. I will adjust it to whatever quantity you need. Zhang Jinbao promptly presented a price list to Gao Yang. Upon glancing at it, Gao Yang felt a surge of joy. The rates were significantly lower than he had anticipated. Truly a remarkable value. Nevertheless, he suppressed his excitement, pausing momentarily before speaking. The price is acceptable, but there are a few conditions I wonder if you can meet. If so, I shall take it upon myself to finalize this deal. Please, go ahead. Zhang Jinbao responded eagerly. First, the employees must not leave their workplace for 5 years. Second, they must be top-tier talents from their respective fields. Third, they must possess a robust psychological fortitude in the face of zombies. Gao Yang reiterated the conditions he had previously discussed with his subordinates. Indeed, your people are the ones being recruited outside, and I agree. Zhang Jinbao replied with a knowing smile. The undertaking to build a city truly was about constructing, though not merely Yang City. A smirk crept onto Gao Yang's lips as he remained silent, finally feeling a weight lift from his heart. Chapter 68. The Subspace Corridor. After a period of negotiation, Gao Yang and Zhang Jinbao reached an agreement. Zhang would provide Gao Yang with 5,000 talents from various sectors to be delivered within 3 days. Just then, a knock resounded at the door, and a clearing officer entered. Director, the energy stones have been counted. The total value amounts to 323.5 billion. The clearing officer handed the settlement document to Zhang Jinbao. Good, you may leave now. Zhang Jinbao glanced at the documents and, after a series of calculations on his calculator, beamed at Gao Yang and remarked, excluding the salary expenses for the 5,000 personnel, the total amount payable to you is 312.3 billion. Do you have any concerns regarding this? Gao Yang briefly reviewed the figures and found no discrepancies, nodding in agreement. All right, let's proceed with that. Excellent. Please allow me some time to arrange the funds. I assure you that I will transfer the amount to your account as soon as it is ready, Zhang Jinbao replied with evident delight. How long will that take? Gao Yang inquired, furrowing his brow. Without the funds, he could not exchange for the authority value, rendering his journey meaningless. I can have it ready for you by tonight at the earliest. How does that sound? Zhang Jinbao quickly responded, sensing Gao Yang's urgency. If the deity of wealth were to be displeased, the subsequent profits from various construction materials would slip away. All right, let us proceed with that for now, Gao Yang said as he prepared to leave, seizing the moment to instruct Xiao Qing to restore his image. Wait a moment, brother Gao, Zhang Jinbao called out as Gao Yang was about to exit. Gao Yang turned back, puzzled. Do you know that yellow-haired fellow, Gong Xiaoqing? Zhang Jinbao asked hesitantly. You noticed that? Gao Yang replied, feeling a bit awkward. Since Zhang Jinbao was aware, he still wanted to speak on Gong Xiaoqing's behalf. That Gong Xiaoqing is indeed working with me, and in the coming days, I will be quite busy, so I plan to have him coordinate the subsequent matters with you. Noticing Zhang Jinbao's apparent distrust of Gong Xiaoqing, Gao Yang quickly reassured him, rest assured, Director Zhang, Gong Xiaoqing is of good character. He has merely been influenced by the fleeting trends of short videos due to his limited exposure to this world. I will have him return to his senses shortly. Limited exposure to this world? Zhang Jinbao asked, puzzled. Oh no, I almost let something slip, Gao Yang thought, quickly adjusting his demeanor and responding. It's just that Geng Xiaoqing comes from a difficult background. His family has struggled, and this is his first encounter with a smartphone. Hence, he has been dazzled by the distractions. Please give him an opportunity to prove himself. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Jinbao slowly replied, I trust your character, Brother Gao. However, I must make myself clear. I have only one daughter, and if Geng Xiaoqing were to harm her in any way, I would not let him off easily. His expression was serious, his gaze fixed intently on Gao Yang. In that moment, he cast aside all business considerations as a father. You need not worry. Should he dare to act in such a manner, you won't need to intervene. I will ensure he faces the consequences. Gao Yang pledged, thumping his chest for emphasis. Very well. I will give him a chance. Here's to a fruitful collaboration, Zhang Jinbao replied, a smile returning to his face. Gao Yang forced a chuckle and hurriedly departed from a bank. Xiaoqing, where are you? Gao Yang sent out a mental inquiry. Master, I just dropped Xiaoing off at home. Is there something you need? Geng Xiaoqing promptly replied to Gao Yang. You certainly have a lot of nerve. Do you realize that your reckless actions nearly cost me a significant business deal? Get over here at once. Gao Yang scolded with a stern voice, providing his location. Yes. Master, Geng Xiaoqing replied with a hint of despair, hastily making his way to Gao Yang's position. A few minutes later, Geng Xiaoqing stood before Gao Yang. Come with me. Observing Geng Xiaoqing's arrival, Gao Yang turned away with an unwelcoming demeanor. Master, where are we going? Geng Xiaoqing stammered. Where? To get rid of that garish hair of yours. Gao Yang replied tersely, leading Geng Xiaoqing into a nearby hair salon. After an hour, Geng Xiaoqing's hairstyle was transformed back to black. Although the new look exuded a touch of elegance, a glance downward dispelled that impression, revealing a distinctly roguish appearance. Now let's go buy some new clothes. Gao Yang tugged Geng Xiaoqing toward them all. Given their similar ages, Gao Yang selected garments befitting their youthful status. Xiaoqing, I am unaware of your current relationship with Zhang Xiaoying, but I implore you to maintain a certain distance. Do not forget that you are a zombie. Have you considered what would happen if you were to find out? Gao Yang Adfi said earnestly, not wishing to endanger a young woman or see Geng Xiaoqing suffer because of it. Yes, I understand, Geng Xiaoqing responded, his expression unusually grave as he nodded slowly. Xiaoqing, I need to make a trip to the capital soon. I am entrusting you with matters here. I am not forbidding you from pursuing a relationship with Zhang Xiaoying, merely advising you to exercise caution. Before I leave, you may take the opportunity to leave a good impression on her father through your work. This way, if you two truly have a chance in the future, there will be no obstacles. Noticing Geng Xiaoqing's somber demeanor, Gao Yang offered words of comfort. I understand, Master. Geng Xiaoqing nodded, appearing markedly more composed than his usual playful self. All right, follow me. Gao Yang nodded, and the two vanished from the spot. In a dense forest, Gao Yang pointed to a grayish barrier ahead, saying, This is a portal I created to connect to the subspace. In a few days, Zhang Jinbao will be bringing in the talents needed for city construction. When the time comes, you will escort them inside. I have arranged for guards to watch over the entrance, and under no circumstances should anyone leave without my command. Rest assured, Master, I will ensure everything goes smoothly, Geng Xiaoqing declared confidently. Moreover, the unknown fruit trees in that other space have borne fruit. I have discovered that consuming these fruits will yield a slight enhancement in strength. If marketed, they would undoubtedly become immensely popular. You mentioned you were without work. I shall assign this task to you. It is also an opportunity to prove yourself in front of Zhang Xiaoying's father. Gao Yang remarked with a smile. Indeed, I shall endeavor diligently, young Xiaoqing exclaimed with joy. Gao Yang gazed at the fruits in his hand, a smile gracing his lips. He had not anticipated the soil to be so fertile. In merely a few days, the trees had flourished, bearing such abundant fruits. Moreover, the efficacy of these fruits far surpassed that of the so-called purple gold pavilion. The thought of spending tens of millions for a mere meal suddenly made him scold himself for his foolishness. Chapter 69. Release that girl, let me intervene. Ding. Your account has been credited with 100 billion dragon coins. Brother Gao, I shall first transfer you 100 billion. The remainder will be with you shortly. By tonight at the latest. Not long after departing, Gao Yang received two messages, one from the bank, the other from Zhang Jinbao. He merely glanced at them before returning his phone to his pocket. Once, 100 billion had kept him awake with excitement. Now, with 100 billion, his heart remained unperturbed. He understood that while several hundred billion might seem substantial, it was still insufficient for the construction of a city. Thus, he resolved to isolate the urban section within his space and connect it with the outside world, trading the specialty crops therein. Exchange 10,000 Dominion points. Exchange of 10,000 Dominion points successful, deducting 100 billion dragon coins. With funds at his disposal, Gao Yang promptly initiated the exchange. Upon seeing the Dominion points displayed on the system, a smile crept onto his face as he stepped forward. Undominated area detected. Would you like to include it in your Dominion? Yes. In an instant, Gao Yang's figure vanished from spot. After repeating this operation over 20 times, Gao Yang finally beheld a human city. The towering walls and the awe-inspiring massive purple magic jade above elicited a sharp intake of breath. This must be an A-level city. It was his first encounter with such a city, although he had previously glimpsed it on his phone. Compared to B-level cities, A-level cities boasted far stricter defenses. Not only did entry require 5 layers of inspection, but even the aerial defenses were impenetrable. Such fortifications would likely deter even young Shaoqing from entering freely. Gao Yang chose not to rush onward. His speed might arouse suspicion, so he opted to explore the distinctions between the A-level city and others. Purple Cloud Future City. 5 imposing characters hung above the city gate, evoking a sense of awe. Gao Yang positioned his face before the entrance camera for verification. Upon passing the first inspection, the guards glanced at Gao Yang's guild leader information, their expressions shifting dramatically. A leader of a B-level guild, his prowess should not be underestimated. Sir, we have a fast track this way. Allow me to escort you. One guard swiftly approached, directing Gao Yang towards another path with noticeably warmer demeanor. Guided by the guards, he soon gained entrance to the city. As dusk descends and the city lights begin to illuminate the surroundings, the sight before him leaves him utterly astonished. Though the night has not fully enveloped the sky, the neon signs here have already commenced their dazzling display, fragmenting the nocturnal canvas into a kaleidoscope of colors. Skyscrapers tower into the heavens, their metallic and glass facades reflecting a harsh luminescence, resembling a colossal mirror labyrinth. On the bustling streets, throngs of people don eccentric attire, their metallic garments and embedded electronic devices gleaming in harmony. Advertisements dance through the air, twisting and morphing into various human forms and messages. Everything appears foreign. A stark departure from the city he once knew, resembling the cyberpunk aesthetic of a video game. No wonder this place is called Ziyun Future City. Gao Yang couldn't help but express his astonishment. Most of what surrounded him was beyond his previous experience. Suddenly, a petite figure collided with him, a scruffy little girl. After clasping her hands in apology, she hurriedly dashed away. Yet, a smile crept onto Gao Yang's lips. In that brief encounter, the young girl had expertly lifted his wallet without him realizing, only his heightened senses preventing him from being none the wiser. Instead of immediately confronting the thief, he chose to follow her discreetly. After all, he was unfamiliar with this place and could use the diversion. Ah, a guild leader, he thought. It seems fortune smiles upon me this time. The little girl rummaged through the wallet's contents, her excitement palpable as she discovered not only several of Gao Yang's identification cards, but also a few bank cards. With a spring in her step, she scurried into a dark alley, twisting and turning with glee. Suddenly, her pace faltered, and her eyes widened in terror as she confronted a group blocking her path. What do you want? She stammered, stepping back. What do you think? You owe us several days' rent. What do you think we want? The group approached her with malicious, greedy grins. I will have the money soon. I promise to pay you shortly. The little girl raised the wallet in her hand. The assailant sneered, snatching the wallet from her grasp. Don't think this isn't stolen. I'll return it for you. Otherwise, you'll find yourself in jail. Without a glance back, he shoved the wallet into his pocket. Just give me half a day more, and I will gather the money. The little girl pleaded, her fists clenched tightly. Fine, but the price will double. Be ready with 1 million dragon coins by tomorrow morning, the leader taunted, tilting her chin with a sinister smile. What? Rent is only 10,000 dragon coins a month. I'm just 2 days late, and you demand 1 million? The little girl retorted, shaking off the leader's grip with indignation. Our housing resources are indeed scarce. You, like a rat in the gutter, will find yourself expelled without a place to reside. And the consequences should be all too clear to you. The leader's smile grew increasingly sinister. Could you not be so harsh? I assure you, I will have the payment by tomorrow. The little girl exclaimed in panic, knowing her ailing father awaited her at home. They simply could not be cast out. Otherwise, as unawakened ordinary individuals, Their fate would surely be death in the wilderness. Very well, if you lack funds. We shall accept alternative compensation. We are renowned for our prowess, capable of engaging 10 times in a single night. If you serve us well tonight, your rent for this month will be waived. With that, the leader's grin twisted into something grotesque as he seized the little girl's hand and dragged her deeper into the alley. No, please. I will repay you. The little girl struggled fiercely. Repay? With what? This deal is struck. You will comply, whether you wish to or not. The leader scoffed, effortlessly hoisting the girl onto his shoulder. Help! Help! She cried, her voice filled with desperation. Cry all you want, even if you scream until your throat is raw. No one will come to your aid, the leader taunted, eliciting laughter from his cohorts. How despicable to prey upon such a young girl, Gao Yang remarked, shaking his head at the scene before him, his figure vanishing once more. Release that girl, and let me handle this. Gao Yang suddenly appeared before the group. Chapter 70. I will not accept empty promises. Release that girl, and let me handle this. Gao Yang's voice startled the men, and upon noticing his attire, their expressions morphed into disdain. Who is this lowlife? Do you understand the consequences of obstructing us? The leader sneered. Brother, why waste words? Just kill him. I'm eager to do so, one of the lackeys said, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Don't look at me with that gaze. Control yourself. If anyone is to act, it shall be me. The leader snapped, unnerved by the lackey's fervent stare. You insolent fool, this is your fault. The chastised lackey turned his fury upon Gao Yang, producing a device from his right hand that emitted a blue laser beam. The laser sizzled against the wall as he advanced towards Gao Yang. However, he barely took 3 steps before a force struck his chest, shattering his equipment with a single punch, sending him crashing backward. How dare you offend a member of the Divine Armor Camp? You seek death. Kill this lowlife. The leading man witnessed his subordinate being sent flying, instantly engulfed by a seething rage. Several of his companions brandished laser swords and charged towards Gao Yang. Young sir, flee quickly. They are subordinates of the Lord of Cloud City. Crossing them will spell your doom. The little girl exclaimed, her voice tinged with urgency as she realized the escalating peril of the situation. Oh, then I shall take my leave. If they drag you off to play poker, it will be of no concern to me. Gao Yang replied with a light chuckle. Ah, no, young sir, save me. The little girl suddenly recalled her own precarious position and instinctively called out for Gao Yang's help. Today, no one will save you. Not only shall you perish, but he too will meet his end. The leading man's eyes, filled with murderous intent, fixed fiercely on Gao Yang, as a device in his hand transformed into a heavy machine gun. Gao Yang raised an eyebrow. Had technology advanced to such a degree? Such devices he had only encountered in games. At that moment, one of the subordinates swung his laser sword towards Gao Yang's neck. Do you think I am unarmed? With a flick of his right hand, a sharp sword materialized in his grasp, and he swung it fiercely at the charging subordinate. Ha ha ha, fool. The laser sword is a high-tech weapon capable of slicing through metal, and you dare to challenge me with it? The subordinate's excitement morphed into disbelief as his body, along with the laser sword, was cleaved in two by Gao Yang's metallic blade. How is this possible? The leading man's eyes widened in shock as he beheld the scene before him. Was there truly a metal capable of severing a laser sword? Yet, after a brief moment of astonishment, he quickly regained composure and shouted, Use the gun. No matter how sharp the sword, it is useless. Shoot him dead. The remaining 3 subordinates, enlightened, hurriedly altered their devices, transforming them into heavy machine guns. Kill him. With a command from the leading man, bright beams erupted from the guns. Veil of the Sun. Gao Yang chuckled softly, employing the 4th form of the dragon sword technique. Countless sword beams clashed with the luminous projectiles from the guns. Bang, bang, bang. The 2 forces collided with a thunderous roar. The beams from the machine guns dissipated, while Gao Yang's sword energy surged forward unabated, striking true against the assailants. The foremost subordinates were cleaved into pieces. With a thud, the little girl was heavily slammed to the ground. In contrast, the leading man had already been severed in 2, his expression a mix of astonishment and resentment. Young sir, I apologize for earlier. I did not mean to steal from you. The little girl, seemingly unaware of when she had done so, presented the wallet she had taken from the leading man to Gao Yang. What organization is the Divine Armor Camp? Gao Yang inquired, curiosity piqued as he retrieved the wallet. Are you an outsider? The little girl regarded Gao Yang with surprise. Indeed, Gao Yang no dead. It was no wonder that in Future City, the renowned name of the Divine Armor Corps was familiar to all. Did you see the exoskeletons adorning their forms? They are the proud creations of the Divine Armor Corps. The little girl pointed at those clad in the mechs and continued. Most of us in Future City are ordinary individuals who have yet to awaken any extraordinary abilities. However, the technology here is remarkably advanced. This is all thanks to Lord Yun Yifeng, who invented these exoskeletons and integrated them throughout the entire city. The Divine Armor Corps he established serves as the city's defense force, akin to the guard units in other cities. Yet, in stark contrast to other cities, the hierarchical system here is more rigid. Simply donning the exoskeletons they sell elevates one to a higher social status, bestowing upon them exceptional privileges within this city. Conversely, those unable to afford such luxuries are relegated to the status of lowly commoners, doomed to perform the most menial and arduous tasks for barely enough to survive. If one cannot even afford to rent a home, capture will lead to immediate expulsion from the city. The little girl trembled uncontrollably, seemingly overwhelmed by the harrowing consequences that awaited. Gao Yang was taken aback. He had not realized that this city, relying on a populace of ordinary individuals, could attain the standards of an A-class city. As someone who was also beginning the arduous task of urban development, he understood the immense challenges involved, especially for a city rated A-class. Quickly, over there! We must not allow the perpetrator to escape. At that moment, a cacophony of footsteps echoed from the distance. Let us retreat for now, the little girl exclaimed, instinctively gripping Gao Yang's hand and darting into an adjacent alley. Damn it, we are too late. Just as they entered the alley, a voice of fury erupted nearby. Summon everyone in the vicinity. We must capture the murderer. The furious voice resumed, issuing commands. It's over. It's over. The Divine Armor Corps has arrived. We may very well meet our end here. The little girl's voice quivered with a hint of tears. She feared not for her own life, but the thought of her father awaiting her at home filled her with anxiety. Here, call out. Target identified. Suddenly, several men in exoskeletons appeared at the alley's entrance. The little girl tightened her grip on Gao Yang's hand, halting in her tracks. Brother, here is my home address and 3,000 dragon coins. Could I entrust you with bringing my father to safety? I vow to repay your kindness in my next life. She pressed a small bundle into Gao Yang's hands, then with all her strength, urged him towards another alleyway. Such a young child, already envisioning a future repayment. How naive. Gao Yang thought as he stepped back into the alley. Fool, you must leave at once. If you don't hurry, it will be too late. The little girl scolded him, her voice laced with urgency. If they were both captured, her father would have no hope for survival. You think you can escape after killing members of the Divine Armor Corps? At that moment, the corners of the alley were filled with members of the Divine Armor Corps, and one figure clad in purple armor stepped forth from the crowd. Chapter 71. The Arrival of the Agricultural Expert. You have slain the soldiers of our Divine Armor Camp, and yet you wish to flee? At that moment, the four corners were already filled with soldiers from the Divine Armor Camp. Among them, a figure clad in purple armor stepped forth from the crowd. It's over. An A-class battle armor. The little girl's eyes were filled with despair. Had it been an E-class battle armor, she might have believed that Gao Yang could escape. However, she never anticipated that such commotion would attract the attention of an A-class battle armor. Even if Gao Yang had managed to evade capture earlier, he would undoubtedly be apprehended now. Who are you to dare commit murder in our future city? What gives you the audacity? The man in purple armor emanated an aura of menace. His gaze fixed on Gao Yang, his brow slightly furrowed, as if he recognized the man but could not place him. They were luring a girl in broad daylight, intending to commit unspeakable acts. I merely intervened, and they sought to kill me. I was only defending myself, Gao Yang replied with a shrug. You do not appear to be from our city. What is your name? The man in purple armor refrained from attacking recklessly, displaying unusual caution towards those whose identities were unclear. It was this very trait that had allowed him to evade countless deadly situations over the years. My name is Gao Yang, he replied nonchalantly. Gao Yang, the man in purple armor, murmured, suddenly struck by a flash of realization. His eyes widened involuntarily. You are the Gao Yang who killed 11 S-class powerhouses in Qingzhou City? Yes, that is correct, Gao Yang nodded. Instantly, the soldiers of the Divine Armor Camp gazed at Gao Yang with expressions of terror, instinctively taking a step back. The man in purple armor trembled, cold sweat trickling down his back, silently grateful that his cautious demeanor had saved his life once more. The commander of the 3rd camp of the Divine Armor in Future City. I am curious to know, Brother Gao, what brings you to our future city? Quan Hu's demeanor softened considerably, for before him stood a veritable harbinger of death, one who had slain 11 S-class powerhouses without facing any repercussions. He, at best, could only be compared to an A-class powerhouse, utterly inadequate in comparison. I am en route to the capital to attend to important matters and stopped here to rest for a while, Gao Yang replied coolly. In that case, would you honor me by visiting the Divine Armor Camp? I will be pleased to host you, Quan Hu suggested in a low voice. No, may I leave now? Gao Yang shook his head in inquiry. Of course, you are free to go at any time. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to seek me out, Quan Hu gestured, and the soldiers of the Divine Armor Camp immediately cleared a path. Little girl, are you not leaving? Gao Yang turned to the still-dazed little girl. I'm coming. Wait for me. The little girl snapped back to reality, her face radiating the joy of narrowly escaping danger. Brother Yang, are you very powerful? Even the soldiers of the Divine Armor Camp fear you so? Once they had distanced themselves from the alley, the little girl gazed at Gao Yang with wide, curious eyes. I am merely an ordinary, well-meaning citizen. What is your name? Gao Yang countered. My name is Tang Xiaoyu, and my father is Tang Bufan, a world-renowned expert in agriculture. Unfortunately, due to certain unforeseen circumstances, he is now confined to his home. Tang Xiaoyu's expression darkened, and her tone grew somber. What happened to your father? Gao Yang inquired, raising an eyebrow with curiosity. He was betrayed by his most promising student, resulting in the destruction of his research achievements. The explosion left him completely paralyzed, she confessed, her voice trembling. That is why I was compelled to steal your wallet. I am truly sorry, Brother Yang. Tang Xiaoyu looked at Gao Yang with sincere remorse. Upon hearing this, Gao Yang's eyes sparkled. His subspace truly needed someone with such potential. What will you do next? Had you not encountered me, you might not have survived. Engaging in such petty theft could lead to dire consequences in the future, he cautioned. Tang Xiaoyu shuddered at the thought of the earlier incident, remaining silent for a moment before speaking. Brother Yang, you are so capable. Please help us. As long as I am by your side, I will do anything you ask. With that, she knelt before him with utmost seriousness. Since you are genuinely seeking assistance, I shall graciously accept your request. Take me to your home. Gao Yang replied with a smile, pleased with the outcome. Tang Xiaoyu's face lit up with joy as she immediately rose and led Gao Yang homeward. After a short walk, they arrived at a dilapidated building. Ascending the narrow staircase, they noticed that each floor was overcrowded, with nearly every unit measuring only a few square meters. Gao Yang was astonished that such cramped quarters could cost 10,000 dragon coins per month. At last, they halted at a corner on the 6th floor. Tang Xiaoyu opened the door to reveal a frail middle-aged man lying on a small bed. Xiaoyu, you're back. Tang Bufan coughed a few times, a glimmer of joy crossing his face. Who is this? He asked, his expression shifting to one of caution upon seeing Gao Yang beside his daughter. Father, this is Brother Gao Yang. If it weren't for him, I would never have seen you again, Tang Xiaoyu said, her eyes reddening with emotion, still shaken by the earlier events. Thank you for saving our Xiaoyu. Tang Bufan attempted to rise, but collapsed back onto the bed due to his weakness. Please do not move. Let me examine your injuries. Gao Yang stepped forward, placing his hands on Tang Bufan's legs. Instantly, a green light emanated from his palms. Moments latte. He raised an eyebrow as the green glow began to slowly repair Tang Bufan's cells. Though gradual, it was not beyond healing. Brother Yang, Tang Xiaoyu, filled with worry, wanted to ask, but was silenced by a gesture from Tang Bufan. He understood that healing abilities required utmost focus and should not be interrupted, prompting Tang Xiaoyu to remain silent. Gao Yang's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile. At his level, the constraints of rules and regulations had long ceased to bind him. However, since Tang Bufan had refrained from voicing his concerns, Gao Yang decided to close his eyes and proceed with the treatment to avoid any awkwardness. After a considerable time, Gao Yang halted the treatment, opened his eyes, and exhaled. The energy within your body has reached a critical point. The next step is to allow it to gradually heal. However, this will not completely cure you. I estimate that a few more treatments will be necessary for full recovery. I think I can move, Tang Bufan exclaimed as he exerted effort to lift his leg, feeling a response that filled him with exhilaration. He quickly turned to Gao Yang, saying, Thank you for your life-saving grace. I am at a loss for how to repay you. No need, Gao Yang replied with a smirk from now on. You shall accompany me in my agricultural endeavors. Do you have any objections? Tang Bufan was taken aback by Gao Yang's straightforwardness, but quickly smiled and agreed. He had intended to follow Gao Yang regardless of the latter suggestion. Chapter 72. I come to deliver the warship. Well, if that is the case, follow me. Gao Yang Nodet. Now, Tang Bufon inquired, only to feel a sudden white flash, and, in the next moment, he found himself in a world of verdant mountains and clear waters. Zombies! Shall you run? Tang Bufon's pupils constricted as he scanned the surroundings, which were teeming with zombies, prompting him to shout instinctively. Xiao Yu, startled by the moving zombies, immediately turned to flee. However, she soon discovered that no matter how hard she tried, she remained rooted to the spot. Brother Yang, what are you doing? Xiao Yu pouted as she turned to see Gao Yang, lifting her up. Neither of you need to panic. With me here, these zombies will not harm anyone. They are currently assisting me in constructing a city, which is why I require your help in managing the fruit trees here, Gao Yang explained. Both of them stared in astonishment before observing the zombies with skepticism. To their surprise, the zombies showed no reaction to their presence, each one diligently transporting large stones to the construction area. Brother Yang, are you a deity? You can actually control zombies. At that moment, Xiao Yu's eyes sparkled with admiration as she gazed dreamily at Gao Yang. Ahem, do try this, Gao Yang said. Noticing that the two had calmed down, he set Xiao Yu down and tossed a fruit to each of them. Though puzzled, the father and daughter took a bite. In the next moment, their eyes widened in unison as they exclaimed, "What kind of fruit is this? It tastes incredible. This is the fruit for my space. I have yet to name it, but there's a vast expanse of it over there." Gao Yang pointed to a dense grove of fruit trees nearby. Benefactor, please allow me to stay and conduct research. Tang Bufon unexpectedly knelt before Gao Yang. His lifelong aspiration has been to study such plants. And now that he has this opportunity, he will not let it slip away. Have you considered it carefully? To be my subordinate means you will remain here for the rest of your life. After all, this space is my greatest secret. Gao Yang's gaze pierced through Tang Bufon like two sharp blades. He harbored little trust for the two individuals, so even if he allowed them to stay, he would grant them no freedom. As long as I can conduct my research on everything here, I will have no complaints about never leaving. Though Tang Bufon's eyes ached, he steadfastly looked towards Gao Yang. I feel the same. I will stay here with my father, Tang Xiaoyu promptly declared. Excellent. Gao Yang nodded in satisfaction, then snapped his fingers, causing two zombies to appear at his side. Master, the two zombies, one plump and the other slender, knelt on one knee. Cgio, Wu Shi, please arrange accommodations for this father and daughter. Be sure to fulfill any of their needs to the best of your abilities. Gao Yang commanded directly. Understood. Without hesitation, Cgio picked up Tang Bufon and led Tang Xiaoyu aside. Brother Yang, aren't you staying here? Tang Xiaoyu glanced back at Gao Yang with a hint of reluctance. I have matters to attend to. I shall return once I'm finished. Gao Yang replied with a smile, his figure vanishing from sight as he returned to the rented apartment of Tang Bufon and the others. He exited the building and descended the stairs, planning to purchase a few sets of mechas for enjoyment. After all, what man could resist such things? Especially when they could be worn, satisfying a nostalgic yearning from childhood. However, as he reached the bottom of the stairs, he encountered a dozen burly men standing at the entrance. The one at the forefront, sporting a goat-like beard, stood confidently in the center. You must be Brother Gao Yang. I am Yunifeng, the mayor of Future City. If my reception has been lacking, I sincerely apologize. Yunifeng greeted with a smile as he approached. Oh, what brings you to seek me? Gao Yang inquired nonchalantly. Haha, it's nothing of great significance. I have just learned that your current mission is quite urgent. Hence, I have prepared a warship for you, which travels at 10 times the speed of a regular aircraft to assist you in reaching your destination swiftly, Yun Yifeng stated directly. Upon learning the details of the situation, he promptly consulted the higher-ups and understood that Gao Yang's mission was vital to the safety of the entire nation, thus setting aside any factional biases. The higher-ups instructed him to do his utmost to accommodate Gao Yang's needs and ensure he arrived in the capital promptly. Do you have that armor? Gao Yang's eyes brightened. While he was excited about the warship, he was even more eager for a set of the armor Yunifeng was wearing, as it appeared exceptionally impressive. Indeed, Brother Gao, if you desire it, I can have several sets prepared for you shortly. Yunifeng readily agreed. Then please take me to see it, Gao Yang urged eagerly, unable to contain his anticipation to don such an impressive piece of equipment. Please step aboard. Yunifeng smiled faintly and was the first to step into an enormous vehicle resembling a bus. Curious, Gao Yang followed suit and took a seat inside. As the door closed, a powerful jolt propelled him back into his seat, momentarily stealing his breath and leaving him in awe. Was it truly possible for a vehicle to accelerate so rapidly? Outside the window, the scenery blurred into a cascade of vibrant colors retreating at high speed. "Brother Gao, we have arrived," Yin Yifeng announced, breaking Gao Yang's astonishment. As he stepped out, he was greeted by the sight of a sleek, jet-black battleship parked on the flat terrain. "Brother Gao, I have placed the battle armors you requested inside the battleship. 5 sets in total, all of S-grade quality. Are you satisfied?" Yin Yifeng inquired with a smile. "Yes. Quite impressive," Gao Yang replied, feeling a surge of delight at the old man's thoughtfulness. "Now, Brother Gao, shall I teach you how to pilot this battleship?" Yin Yifeng asked directly. "Absolutely," Gao Yang responded eagerly, his excitement palpable at the prospect of operating such an impressive machine. Under Yin Yifeng's guidance, he quickly grasped all the essential points and initiated the battleship systems. Yin Yifeng stood astonished, having never encountered a prodigy who could learn so swiftly from a single demonstration. Was he truly the rumored E-class psychic? Previously, Yin Yifeng had merely been courteous to Gao Yang out of respect for his superiors, but after this revelation, he felt an intrinsic desire to avoid offending the young man before him. After circling a few times, Gao Yang brought the battleship to a halt and turned to Yin Yifeng. "With this vessel, I can reach the capital much faster. You all may disembark. I shall set off now." He appeared elated, finding this experience far more exhilarating than any flight simulation game. "Very well, you there," Yin Yifeng called, and soldiers waiting outside brought in a crate of energy stones, placing it nearby. "Brother Gao, this battleship consumes energy stones at a remarkable rate. Please ensure to replenish them promptly when supplies dwindle," Yin Yifeng advised with a grin before leading the others off the battleship. With a slight smirk, Gao Yang initiated the battleship's ascent once more. Having received authorization, he soared directly into the sky. The remarkably comfortable driving experience enveloped him, causing him to remain blissfully unaware of the shadows drawing closer behind. Chapter 73. The Traitor. While reveling in the thrill of flight, Gao Yang suddenly perceived a shadow rushing towards him from the front. He swiftly maneuvered to evade a collision. Raising an eyebrow, he scanned his surroundings, only to find that a swarm of flying zombies had gathered, surrounding him. These creatures were considerably smaller than pterosaurs and shimmered with a metallic sheen, their claws appearing exceedingly sharp. How can they move so swiftly? Gao Yang wondered, glancing downward to discover that this area was unclaimed. Hence the commotion had attracted such a horde of zombies. However, rather than hastily dominating the area, he chose to engage the zombies in combat with his battleship. After an extensive flight of over half an hour, he had become quite familiar with the 2 warships, effortlessly executing aerial flips and turns. With a mere press of the firing button, 2 colossal machine guns emerged from the wings, and Gao Yang, much like a player in a flight shooting game, pressed the buttons with impeccable timing. Beams of laser fire erupted forth, causing the airborne zombies to plummet from the sky. It was exhilarating. The authentic design captivated Gao Yang, rendering him unable to disengage. Regrettably, it was not long before he had eradicated the entire swarm of flying zombies. Bored, he directed his thoughts to dominate this region. He resolved to navigate the ensuing journey aboard the warship. Otherwise, arriving at Shangjing too swiftly would likely provoke unnecessary troubles and suspicions. At that moment, his phone emitted a notification sound. Upon checking, he discovered that the remaining funds had been deposited. Gao Yang was astonished at the speed with which this financial transaction had occurred. It seemed he could now directly consult regarding the forthcoming materials. He mused quietly to himself. Throughout the journey, Gao Yang piloted the warship while simultaneously asserting his control over unfamiliar territories. He soon realized that the number of airborne zombies was no less than those on land. It was no wonder few were willing to fly. A minor mishap at such heights could result in catastrophic consequences. To his astonishment, he noted the presence of several S-class zombies in the sky. Previously, he had only considered those on land, leaving the aerial defense solely to the Golden Phoenix Red Eagle, which felt somewhat inadequate given the vastness of the space, which continued to expand at a sluggish pace, leading him to suspect a correlation with his own burgeoning strength. Observing the system, he noted that he had dominion over 420 territories and required 500 to continue subduing zombies. However, before reaching that number, he had already arrived near Shangjing. He halted in an open area and retracted the warship into his space. His fondness for the vessel was profound, and he pondered whether the elder officials in Shangjing would demand its return. Thus, it was prudent to conceal it for the time being. If questioned, he could simply claim it had been destroyed en route. With this thought, he approached the city gates. After completing the initial verification, the gates opened, revealing a tall and imposing young man with sharp brows and fierce eyes, followed by several team members. I am Yang Qinggang, the Special Operations Team Instructor, and I have been awaiting your arrival. I trust the Black Sha Pearl is secure? Yang Qinggang stated directly, his face betraying a sense of urgency. Yes, I have brought it, Gao Yang replied, extracting the Black Sha Pearl from his pocket and handing it to Yang Qinggang. The latter's expression brightened as he eagerly accepted the pearl, saying, "Thank you, young comrade, for your diligent escort. You must be weary. Please enter the city and rest. Arrangements have already been made for you. Xiao Chun, please guide this young comrade and ensure he is treated with utmost hospitality. Do not neglect him." Yang Qinggang instructed in a deep voice. "Yes, esteemed guest, please follow me." Xiao Chun promptly stepped forward, bowing to Gao Yang. Meanwhile, Yang Qinggang exchanged glances with a few individuals beside him and began walking towards the outskirts. Yang Jiaotu, the journey to the Demon Shi Great Wall is quite lengthy. Are we to walk there? Gao Yang inquired, somewhat perplexed. Yang Qinggang paused, turned his head, and forced a smile. The procedures for air travel to Beijing are overly complicated. To save time, we have already stationed an aircraft outside. You have completed your mission. Now, take the opportunity to rest while I handle the remainder. With that, he turned and departed without a moment's hesitation. Gao Yang intended to ask further questions, but the man had already vanished into the distance. Stop them. At that moment, a group of soldiers emerged from the city. Each soldier possessed at least S-class abilities, and the formidable man at the forefront appeared especially menacing. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Chun instinctively turned to flee. Whoosh! A fiery arrow shot forth, piercing through Xiao Chen's legs, causing him to collapse onto the ground. Gao Yang furrowed his brow. The situation had escalated too abruptly for him to comprehend. Gao Yang, EIM Wang Dingguo, the commander of the Special Operations Team. May I inquire if the Black Sha Pearl is still in your possession? Wang Dinghua approached Gao Yang, urgency evident in his demeanor. Another commander? A man named Yang Qinggang just took the Black Sha Pearl and departed that way, Gao Yang replied. His brows knitted in concern as he recounted the recent events. Zhang Yang, you must pursue him at once. Liu Hao, immediately contact the air combat team. It is imperative that we intercept the traitor Yang Qinggang. Wang Dinghua issued 2 commands in quick succession before turning to Gao Yang with a grave expression. We only just learned that Yang Qinggang is a traitor to our nation. We rushed here as swiftly as possible, only to discover we were too late. What does he intend to do with it? If the Demon Shi Great Wall falls, the entire world will suffer, will it not? Gao Yang questioned, Buzlet. There are multiple fissures of Demon Shi. Reports indicate that each nation has experienced varying degrees of such rifts. Everyone is selfish, each hoping that their own country will be the last to survive. Wang Dinghua explained, his tone somber. Gao Yang narrowed his eyes. He detested being deceived more than anything. It was astonishing that such an apparently honest individual turned out to be a traitor. He glanced in the direction Yang Qinggang had fled and said to Wang Dinghua, he mentioned that there's a warship concealed over there, but that area is densely forested. Is there even a place to take off? If that is indeed the case, there is a flat area 30 kilometers away where a launch could be possible, Wang Dinghua contemplated before responding. Please wait a moment, Commander Wang. I shall return shortly. In Gao Yang's eyes, a chilling light flickered as he spoke softly. This matter is not your fault. We will handle it. You are no match for Yang Qinggang. His strength has nearly reached the SS level. Xiao Bai led Gao Yang down, declaring, even if he is SSS level, I would still make him regret his actions. Before Wang Dinghua could finish his sentence, he was startled by Gao Yang's voice, filled with murderous intent, and upon turning around, he realized that Gao Yang had vanished without a trace. Chapter 74. The urgency of the Convergence Pearl speed up. That lad seems to have grown suspicious. Yang Qinggang urged the few individuals following him as he hurriedly ran. What is the big deal? He is merely a half-dead waste. If he comes after us, I can handle him alone, one of his subordinates scoffed. Do not underestimate him. Although he publicly claims to be E-level, he has already slain 11 S-level opponents. Can you achieve that? Yang Qinggang admonished sternly. The subordinate fell silent, feeling somewhat unconvinced yet refraining from further argument, for the secret base was now within sight. A few minutes later, they paused at the foot of a mountain, scanning their surroundings. Meanwhile, Gao Yang, who had been trailing them, raised an eyebrow. Yang Qinggang truly deserved his title as one of the instructors. Every word he had spoken was a facade. It appeared that Yang Qinggang had sensed his suspicion. as they had not headed toward the flatland, but instead plunged into the dense forest, running in the opposite direction, ultimately arriving at this spot. Without the intelligence provided by the flying zombies above, he might have been misled as well. Gao Yang discreetly concealed himself behind the group, eager to discern their intentions. After ensuring the area was clear, they circled around once more, finally returning to the same location. They then brushed aside some undergrowth and pressed their palms against a nearby stone. The stone emitted a radiant glow, and, astonishingly, a section of the stone wall began to open slowly, revealing an entrance large enough for 2 people. "Did any of you sense something pass through here, just now?" Yang Qinggang inquired, furrowing his brow as he addressed his followers. "No, perhaps it was just the wind. It has been quite breezy these past few days." One subordinate scratched his head in response. Yang Qinggang surveyed the area once more, ultimately acquiescing to this explanation as he strode forward. The group ventured along the dimly lit stone passage, which branched into several forks. He navigated with ease, and after half an hour, the path opened into an expansive cavern. The cave was remarkably vast, akin to a small town, and numerous soldiers were stationed there, while others, shackled and restrained, were diligently forging something. The odor permeating the air was overwhelmingly pungent. "Such a large cavern exists here?" Gao Yang mused in astonishment, continuing to follow the group closely. "What is the recent progress?" Yang Qinggang queried one of the minor leaders among them. Everything proceeded according to plan. The forging of the annihilation bombs had reached 2/3 completion, with expectations to finalize within 2 months. The subordinate promptly replied, "Excellent, Yang Qinggang noted in satisfaction." The special forces could never have imagined that not only did we not escape, but we were also developing weapons in close proximity to the capital that could obliterate them. "He, our leader, is truly astute," another subordinate chimed in, offering a compliment. Upon hearing this, Gao Yang was taken aback. The very name Annihilation Bomb suggested its ominous nature, with 80% likely related to that malevolent energy. "Let us proceed and ascertain the effectiveness," Yang Qinggang beckoned, continuing deeper into the facility. The group followed closely behind, soon arriving at a spacious chamber. To Gao Yang's astonishment, the area was partitioned by thick, transparent glass, each compartment housing a small but ferocious beast. These creatures varied in form, their bodies entirely black, with blood-red eyes, relentlessly crashing against the walls, indifferent to their own injuries. "Xiao, you go and get a try." Yang Qinggang gestured to a nearby subordinate. "Certainly, leave it to me," Xiao Er replied with a mocking smile, taking a black orb from the leader's hand before stepping inside. Upon his entry, the beast immediately sensed his presence and launched an attack. With a smirk, Xiao Er swiftly conjured a massive stone hammer with his right hand, delivering a crushing blow to one of the beasts. The creature let out a pained howl from the heavy strike, but remained undeterred in its assault. After several exchanges, the beast was nearly at the brink of collapse. Still so weak, Xiao Er scoffed disdainfully, reluctantly tossing the black orb toward the incapacitated creature. The orb shattered upon impact, releasing a dense cloud of black mist that swiftly engulfed the chamber. The beast trembled upon inhaling the dark fumes, then wide-mouthed, it inhaled deeply, drawing all the black mist into its body. The once feeble creature now stood robust before Xiao Er, a cruel smile creeping across his face at this unexpected resurgence. However, in the next instant, an unforeseen event transpired. The beast, which had been stationary, abruptly vanished and reappeared, sinking its teeth into Xiao Er's neck. "Ah!" Xiao Er's expression shifted dramatically, and as he screamed in anguish, he attempted to break free, only to have his head torn away, blood gushing forth in torrents. It seems the effect is promising. Let us expedite the development and strive for an early success," Yang Qinggang remarked to the subordinate. "Understood," the subordinate nodded in acknowledgement. "Do you intend to use this device to enhance the beasts of the malevolent energy Great Wall?" Gao Yang's voice emerged coldly before the group. "Who is it?" Yang Qinggang was taken aback, quickly turning his head. Upon realizing it was Gao Yang, he seemed to relax slightly. "Since you are aware, do not expect to leave here alive." Yang Qinggang was unconcerned about how Gao Yang had infiltrated. His sole desire was to eliminate him swiftly. Several subordinates understood the cue and charged towards Gao Yang. With a cold smirk, Gao Yang unleashed a wave of sword energy from his blade, silencing the S-class experts in an instant. "How could the divine desolation iron sword be in your possession?" Yang Qinggang's pupils constricted in disbelief. "That old fool actually entrusted such a treasure to a fleeting wretch like you?" So this sword bears that name, Gao Yang murmured, gazing at the weapon in his hand. Very well, I shall take such a precious item for myself. Yang Qinggang let out a sinister laugh, revealing a large blade crafted from the same material as Gao Yang's sword. My divine desolation black blade is forged from the same substance as your sword. Let me see what you are truly made of. He sprang forward, brandishing his blade menacingly at Gao Yang. You are utterly ignorant of my strength. Gao Yang shook his head, elevating his sword to parry Yang Qinggang's fierce assault, rendering his efforts futile. In the next moment, a surge of azure flame pierced through Yang Qinggang's chest. His face contorted with disbelief as he collapsed to the ground, lifeless. It is not that you are too weak, but rather that I am too strong. Approaching Yang Qinggang's side, Gao Yang rummaged through his belongings and discovered 2 storage rings. Upon inspection, he was taken aback. One contained an abundance of black Sha pearls, including the largest one that had been stolen from him. The other ring, however, nearly elicited a gasp from him. Chapter 75, Amassing Wealth, Chun Gue Sheng. This ring was not only remarkably large, but also housed a vast quantity of energy stones, mechas, and a complete array of daily necessities. If utilized solely by him, it could last for centuries. Was this man preparing for a second apocalypse? What a windfall for me. Gao Yang chuckled, stowing away the items. He then turned his gaze towards the ferocious beasts within the space. I cannot allow these creatures to escape. I do not wish for this world to collapse once more. With a thought, he found himself within one of the spaces. Roar! A beast charged towards Gao Yang with a deafening roar. His gaze turned icy, and with a single stroke of his sword, he cleaved the beast in 2. The remaining beasts were swiftly eradicated by Gao Yang. He traversed the cavern with remarkable agility, soon slaying all its inhabitants, leaving only those within the vast plaza. Gao Yang swaggered through the passageway. Intruders! Sound the alarm. Several guards stationed at the plaza shouted in alarm. No need to call. They are all dead. Gao Yang replied coldly. Enemies have invaded the square. Come quickly for support. The soldier continuously pressed the communicator in his hand, clearly incredulous of Gao Yang's words. They said they were dead. Why could they not believe it? If that is the case, you may as well go down and ask them yourselves. Gao Yang's fingertips emitted a few glimmers of white light, which shot directly towards several soldiers. Before they could react, they collapsed to the ground with a thud. My lord, please do not kill us. We possess skills in alchemy, medicine, and computer science. Keeping us alive would be of great utility. The shackled individuals, witnessing Gao Yang's swift and ruthless actions, knelt on the ground, pleading desperately, fearing that they would be the next to perish. Which country do you hail from? Gao Yang raised an eyebrow, noting that their appearance and accent did not resemble those of the Dragon Kingdom. We are from the Yusha Kingdom. We fled here and were captured against our will. Please, do not kill me. We are willing to do anything. A blonde, bearded man among them spoke in broken language, begging for mercy. I shall grant you an opportunity for redemption. With a wave of his hand, Gao Yang transported them to his subspace. After instructing his subordinates to escort them away, he finally exited the cave. Lacking Wang Dinghua's phone number, he had to rely on the airborne zombies to locate his position. Moments later, having acquired the coordinates, Gao Yang swiftly appeared behind Wang Dinghua. Coach Wang, Gao Yang softly called out. Startled, Wang Dinghua instinctively swung his axe behind him. It's me. Do not be alarmed. Gao Yang easily caught the axe that was aimed at him, smiling as he spoke. It's you. Wang Dinghua's pupils contracted, unable to believe that Gao Yang could so effortlessly catch his blow. I have located Yang Qinggang and the others and executed them on the spot. Here is what I found on them. Gao Yang handed Wang Dinghua a storage ring filled with black Sha pearls. Such an abundance of black Sha pearls. Wang Dinghua was taken aback upon examining the contents of the storage ring, his expression darkening. This scoundrel, Yang Qinggang, had managed to steal so many. No wonder the ferocious beasts near the Shachi Great Wall have become increasingly active of late. What are these? Wang Dinghua inquired curiously upon discovering the black orbs within. According to their accounts, these items are known as Chui Sha pearls, which not only aid injured ferocious beasts in recovery, but also enhance their strength, Gao Yang explained. What? Wang Dinghua was once again rendered speechless by shock, fully aware of the catastrophic consequences if these were mass-produced. He quickly asked, are all of them here? Gao Yang shook his head. The base is quite large. There are several turret-like structures, and a few massive Chui Sha shells lie atop them, which I could not retrieve. Where's the location? I will dispatch people immediately. Otherwise, the consequences will be dire, Wang Dinghua urgently replied. In this locale, there exists a switch concealed among the weeds. accessible solely through the unique fingerprint of Yang Qinggang. Gao Yang promptly handed over the meticulously crafted blueprints and a bloodied palm print to Wang Dinghua. Thank you. You should enter the city and rest. I'll seek you out later, Gao Yang instructed. After confirming his contact details, Wang Dinghua hastily departed with his troops. Not long after, Gao Yang finally gained entry into the capital city of Shanjing. As the heart of the Dragon Kingdom, its opulence is beyond question, distinct from the lavishness of Future City. The bustling thoroughfares, the ceaseless flow of pedestrians, and the towering skyscrapers that pierce the heavens collectively epitomize the city's grandeur. Excuse me, could you direct me to Tianyuan University? Gao Yang inquired of a man passing by. Tianyuan University? It's quite a distance from here. I suggest you take a taxi. The man replied after a moment's thought. However, upon locking eyes with Gao Yang, his expression transformed into one of enthusiastic surprise. You are Gao Yang? What a delight to encounter you here. The man grasped Gao Yang's hand with palpable excitement. And you are? Gao Yang asked, his brow furrowed in confusion, as he did not recall this individual. Could it be that he had become so renowned due to his online presence? You don't remember me? I am Chen Guisheng. The man quickly leaned closer, prompting Gao Yang to recollect. You are Chen Guisheng? Gao Yang responded, astonished as he regarded the man before him. With his slick-back hair, flamboyant attire, and an ostentatious 24K gold watch, he bore little resemblance to the impoverished Chen Guisheng he once knew. Indeed, that's me. Thanks to your generous 10 million, I've been able to venture into Shanjing. I never expected to encounter a benefactor so soon. I'm now a modestly successful entrepreneur, Chen Guisheng boasted with pride. Gao Gu, you're headed to Tianyuan University, right? My car is just up ahead. Allow me to drive you, he offered, enthusiastically leading Gao Yang towards the underground parking of a grand edifice. A few minutes later, they arrived at the parking structure. With a click of the key fob, a dazzling sports car illuminated its headlights, issuing an unlocking sound. This Ferrari is yours? Gao Yang inquired, raising an eyebrow. Although he lacked extensive knowledge of automobiles, he surmised that this vehicle must be worth at least several million. All thanks to you, Gao Gu. Without your support, I would not be who I am today. If you fancy it, consider this car a gift, Chen Guisheng declared with remarkable generosity. A gift to me? Gao Yang was taken aback, contemplating how swiftly Chen Guisheng had amassed such wealth. Curiosity swelled within him regarding the nature of his newfound prosperity. Chapter 76. A small punishment for campus bullying. Upon arriving at the school, it was already dismissal time, and students began to exit in droves. I'll be right back, Gao Yang remarked. In the parking lot, Gao Yang spoke briefly to Chen Guisheng before stepping out of the car, preparing to leave. Brother Yang, I will accompany you. I have some acquaintances with the principal of this school. Perhaps I can be of assistance. Chen Guisheng chuckled as he followed suit. That sounds good, Gao Yang nodded, and the two made their way toward the address provided by Changsun Lianyan. Upon arriving beneath the girls' dormitory, they stood for quite some time without catching a glimpse of Changsun Qianqian. Frustrated, Gao Yang dialed her number once more, but the call remained unanswered, causing his brow to furrow. What is the matter, Brother Yang? Is no one answering the phone? Chen Guisheng quickly noticed Gao Yang's troubled expression and inquired. Yes. The call keeps failing to connect, Gao Yang replied. Don't worry, I'll make an inquiry. Chen Guisheng promptly took out his phone and dialed. Hello, Principal Zhang. This is Chen Guisheng. I can't reach my friend's daughter, Changsun Qianqian. Could you please help me locate her? Chen Guisheng stated directly. This straightforwardness made Gao Yang regard him with newfound respect. Chen Guisheng was indeed transformed. In just a few minutes, Chen Guisheng's phone rang again. After answering, his expression darkened, and he turned to Gao Yang, saying, Brother Yang, I've heard that someone saw Changsun Qianqian being dragged to the rooftop by several girls. The rooftop? Gao Yang glanced at the height of the teaching building, which was merely 7 stories tall. He sprang into action, grabbing Chen Guisheng and leaping upward, landing on the rooftop. Step aside, I want to return to my dorm. A cold voice rang out. Return to your dorm? Did I permit you to leave? A sharp voice retorted, followed by the sound of someone falling. You little wretch, how dare you flirt with my idol? You truly do not know your place. The woman shouted angrily. I did not. He approached me to speak, but I ignored him. The cold voice responded again. Changsun Qianqian, who do you think you're to disregard my idol? You lot, strip this filthy girl of her clothes. I want everyone in the school to know what a disgrace you are and see how you maintain your pretentiousness. The domineering girl insisted once more. Don't, please don't. Changsun Qianqian's voice trembled, clearly filled with fear. These little brats are utterly out of control. Let me show them. Chen Guisheng's anger flared, and he was about to intervene, but Gao Yang stopped him with a hand. Brother Yang? Chen Guisheng looked at Gao Yang, bewildered. Without uttering a word, Gao Yang leaped over the heads of the girls and waved his hand, causing them to vanish into thin air. No, no. Changsun Qianqian could no longer contain her scream. Yet, after a moment of silence, she opened her eyes in confusion, finding the girls who had just reached out to her had disappeared. Are you all right? Gao Yang emerged at an opportune moment. Who are you? Changsun Qianqian once again donned a frosty demeanor. I am Gao Yang, sent by your father, Changsun Lianyun, to escort you to Yang City, he stated plainly. Changsun Qianqian's pupils contracted, her expression once more becoming unapproachable. I'm not going anywhere. What have you done to my classmates? Return them to me at once. Her gaze was icy as she directed it towards Gao Yang, clearly resistant to his earlier words. Oh, they seem to enjoy a bit of excitement. So I thought I would let them expend some energy, Gao Yang remarked with a light chuckle. Please return my classmates to me. Furthermore, this is merely an ordinary university, and I would prefer if you extraordinary individuals did not disturb my life. Changsun Qianqian clenched her silver teeth, her face shrouded in a layer of frost. Very well. Gao Yang raised his hands in a gesture of acquiescence, aware that if this continued, Changsun Qianqian would indeed become enraged. They are on the playground, he pointed, revealing a group of girls in tattered clothing running frantically not far away. They shouted in panic, "There are zombies! Help! Someone please!" The harrowing cries echoed incessantly, leaving the onlookers on the playground perplexed. Many found the scene amusing and hastily pulled out their phones to capture the moment. What exactly have you done to them? Changsun Qianqian observed the scene on the playground, her expression lacking any semblance of joy. Instead, her brows furrowed as she cast a cold glance at Gao Yang. Oh, it's nothing much, merely allowing them to experience the sensation of being bullied, Gao Yang replied with a smile. My affairs do not require your interference. Changsun Qianqian retorted icily. Dear niece, why do you act thus? Brother Yang is only looking out for your best interests. If it weren't for him, you would have been bullied just now. Chen Guisheng finally interjected, unable to remain silent any longer. That is still my concern, and I do not require your unsolicited involvement. Changsun Qianqian scoffed, preparing to stride towards the staircase. You. Chen Guisheng attempted to speak further, but was halted by Gao Yang. Brother Yang, did you not promise her father that you would take her away? She is leaving. Shouldn't you persuade her to stay? Chen Guisheng asked, perplexed. She must have some misunderstanding with her father. Otherwise, her reaction would not be so extreme. I shall clarify the situation with her father before proceeding, Gao Yang pondered aloud. All right, I will heed Brother Yang's guidance. Should anything arise, do not hesitate to command me, Chen Guisheng declared, patting his chest. You, my friend, have been a tremendous help today. Come, allow me to treat you to a meal, Gao Yang said, seizing Chen Guisheng as they leaped from the rooftop and made their way toward the parking lot. Meanwhile, a group of girls huddled in a dim storage room, trembling with fear. Sister Xia, I have heard that Changsun Qianqian's family background is quite formidable. Do you think she orchestrated this? One girl asked, her face etched with terror. Indeed, I have heard that someone once spotted Changsun Qianqian entering an official vehicle that appeared to be of considerable stature. Another girl immediately recounted an incident she had previously witnessed. Are you all foolish? If Changsun Qianqian truly possessed such a formidable background, we would have faced retribution long ago for our bullying, which she allowed to linger until now. Moreover, if she indeed had connections, how could she possibly attend such an ordinary school? Those who come to our university are merely ordinary individuals who have yet to awaken, destined to be inferior to those who have. Without connections, it is inconceivable that we would intersect with individuals of that caliber. Zhang Xia promptly provided a thorough analysis, and upon hearing her words, the others' eyes brightened in agreement, nodding in unison. Satisfied with their reactions, Zhang Xia cleared her throat and continued. Although our school may be ordinary, it is equipped with numerous protective formations against zombies. It is likely that we inadvertently triggered one of these formations, resulting in the terrifying sight we witnessed. This is all Changsun Qianqian's fault. Had it not been for her, we would not have suffered so. Someone immediately voiced their reproach. She has merely been fortunate this time. Just wait until I bring Brother G tomorrow, and see how she dances then. Zhang Xia's face was filled with fury. Is it the Brother G rumored to have injured several girls? The girls suddenly recalled the whispers circulating within the school and were taken aback. Indeed, it is he. A malicious smile crept across Zhang Xia's face. Chapter 77, nicknamed Yushalang. The next day, Gao Yang was roused from his slumber by a persistent knocking at the door. "Who is it?" he called out impatiently, turning over to resume his sleep. The knocking continued unabated, compelling Gao Yang to rise and open the door. "Good morning." Wang Dinghua barged in without ceremony, thrusting a breakfast offering into Gao Yang's hands. "Thanks to your intelligence, we have averted a potential upheaval domestically." Wang Dinghua plopped down onto the sofa, his mood exceptionally buoyant. "Has the Haisha pearl been delivered?" Gao Yang inquired, taking a bite of the meat bun. "Yes. It was sent out overnight. With these Haisha pearls, the pressure on the soldiers will be considerably alleviated. Thank you." Wang Dinghua expressed with deep emotion. "Huh. As a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom, this is merely my duty." Gao Yang replied politely. "In that case, shouldn't you consider joining the Special Operations Team now that you are in the capital?" Wang Dinghua fixed a piercing gaze upon Gao Yang. "Coach Wang, please don't jest. I am merely an E-rank novice." Gao Yang chuckled in response. "If you are a novice, then 99% of people are novices. Do you truly intend to continue living this way?" Wang Dinghua regarded Gao Yang with a steady gaze. "Isn't it rather pleasant?" Gao Yang offered non-committal remarks. "You are aware that reaching S-rank necessitates formal employment, correct? What if I were to insist on bringing you back?" Wang Dinghua's voice echoed softly. "So, are you here to take me back?" Gao Yang chuckled as he bit into a meat bun, and the atmosphere between the two instantly became tense. "Well, no more jokes. Since the official announcement has been made, clinging to this would only serve to slap the authorities in the face. I have come primarily to express my gratitude. This is your reward." After speaking, Wang Dinghua tossed a crimson booklet to Gao Yang. "In the Shishan Fenglin Villa, is this reward not excessively lavish? Do you wish for me to remain in the capital, or is there another motive behind this?" Gao Yang raised an eyebrow. For the villa in Shishan Fenglin was renowned throughout the nation. Even the smallest unit would cost billions, and judging by the size of the one in his possession, it was certainly not the least expansive. Do not overthink it. This is the result of careful consideration. If you truly do not desire it, you may simply sell it. There are countless eager buyers for properties there. Wang Dinghua paused before asking, "Are you free tonight? I would like to treat you to dinner." Bestowing a villa upon me, and now inviting me to dinner, I find myself quite flattered, Gao Yang replied. "Thanks to you. The pressure on the Killing Chi Great Wall has eased, allowing those 100 Special Forces soldiers to return. In truth, this dinner invitation is also at their request. They wish to formally apologize to you regarding the matter in Yangcheng. I accept the apology, but I must decline the dinner. I have other matters to attend to." Gao Yang waved his hand dismissively. "Is it about that little girl, Qian? Wang Dinghua inquired with a smile. "You are aware of this too?" Gao Yang looked at Wang Dinghua with a hint of surprise. "In fact, we were present at the scene yesterday," Wang Dinghua said, gazing intently at Gao Yang. "Though Qian has consistently urged her father not to interfere in her life, there's always been someone assigned to protect her. Even if you had not acted yesterday, Qian would have remained unharmed." Gao Yang's heart jolted. He had not realized there were others present at the scene, indicating that the Special Forces were indeed not lacking in talent. "Indeed," Wang Dinghua continued, "though I am unsure why you adamantly refused to join the Special Forces, I still hope you will reconsider. We share this land, and we should all contribute to its well-being. If the authorities face difficulties, I will lend my assistance. However, if joining is on the table, let us not discuss it further. I cherish my freedom." Gao Yang looked at Wang Dinghua earnestly once more. "Ah, very well. Should you change your mind, you will always find a warm welcome here." Just then, both Gao Yang and Wang Dinghua received a phone call simultaneously. "Brother Yang, I saw Shangwan Qian being pulled into a car by a group of people on her way to school. I am following them now. Hurry here. I will send you the location." Chen Guisheng said urgently before hanging up, sending the address promptly. Gao Yang's brow furrowed, a murderous intent flashing across his face. "Wang Jiaodou, I have urgent business to attend to. Please excuse me. Accompanying you, I have just received news as well. It seems the time has come to eliminate these pests." A flicker of anger crossed Wang Dinghua's face as he was the first to step out of the door. Once Gao Yang entered Wang Dinghua's vehicle, it swiftly sped towards the outskirts. The two remained silent, their faces marred by a veneer of frost, a visage all too familiar to those who knew them. A truly terrifying sight. Yintai Mountain, a desolate hill on the periphery of the city, rarely attracts visitors except during the harvest of Yintai stones, which occurs once every 5 years, and it has only been a year since the last occurrence. This was precisely why Brother Ji chose this location. "Bring them to me," Brother Ji said with a sinister smile as he was the first to exit the vehicle, making his way to a shaded cave at the mountain's base. What do you intend to do? Changsun Chanqian felt a twinge of fear welling up within her as she regarded the repulsive man before her, an inexplicable dread creeping over her. What do you think I intend to do? Brother Ji grinned, slowly approaching Changsun Chanqian. Brother Ji, we shall not intrude upon your amusements. We kindly request that your subordinates escort us back to school, Zhang Xia said sweetly, her smile alluring. However, Brother Ji merely cast a glance at her, chuckling. You see, I have a particular hobby. What hobby? Zhang Xia's heart raced suddenly, an ominous feeling surging within her, prompting her to instinctively retreat. I enjoy saving the tastiest morsels for last. Before indulging in my main course, I like to have a little something to whet my appetite. Otherwise, do you think I earned the title of Lord Yusher for nothing? Brother Ji mused, pinching Zhang Xia's mouth with a sly grin. Brother Ji, did we not agree that you would refrain from harming us once we were brought here? Zhang Xia was nearly in tears, shocked by Brother Ji's utter disregard for their pact, his gluttony for power evident. As a young woman of virtue, she had no desire to relinquish her most precious treasure to such a man. I merely agreed not to harm you. I made no promises regarding other matters. Brother Ji replied with a sinister smile, dragging Zhang Xia deeper into the cave. Keep a close watch on them. If they escape, I will hold you accountable. Brother Ji commanded his subordinates. Yes, they replied, a chill running down their spines, instinctively tightening in fear. From within the cave, the sounds of pitiful cries and pleas for mercy mingled with Brother Ji's lewd laughter. Meanwhile, outside the cave, Gao Yang's expression was steely as he prepared to act. If you truly care for Changsun Chanqian's well-being, I urge you to wait. Unexpectedly, Wang Dinghua extended his hand to block Gao Yang's advance. What do you mean by that? Gao Yang's brows furrowed as he cast a cold glare at Wang Dinghua. Any girl enduring such a nightmare would undoubtedly be left with lasting shadows. Yet Wang Dinghua, the esteemed head coach of a nation, insists on delaying action. I wonder if the old man, Changsun Lianyun, has failed to mention the matters concerning his daughter. Wang Dinghua spoke slowly. Gao Yang was taken aback, recalling the several times he had called Changsun Lianyun, who merely lamented over the phone, claiming all was his fault. When asked for reasons, he could not bring himself to articulate them, infuriating Gao Yang to the point of considering abandoning his efforts altogether. I suspect that is precisely the case. This old fool has been cowardly all his life. Wang Dinghua suddenly scowled, his face darkening in anger. Do you harbor a grudge against Changsun Lianyun? Gao Yang finally sensed something amiss and inquired. Indeed, a blood feud. He caused my sister's unjust death, and I shall never forgive him in this lifetime, Wang Dinghua replied, a hint of sorrow evident in his demeanor. Then do you intend to sacrifice a young girl to exact revenge on him? For every grievance, there exists a responsible party. If you possess the ability, confront Changsun Lianyun directly. What sort of cowardice is it to prey upon a little girl? Gao Yang felt a surge of anger, his fist already poised to strike Wang Dinghua's face. My sister is the mother of Changsun Chanqian. Wang Dinghua's words hung in the air, and Gao Yang's fist was a mere centimeter from his face. Had he delayed his revelation any longer, the blow would have landed. Gao Yang was momentarily stunned. If that were the case, then Changsun Chanqian would be his niece. Given his animosity towards Changsun Lianyun, it was unlikely he would harm his own niece. Thus, what was Wang Dinghua's intention in stopping him? Observing the confusion in Gao Yang's eyes, Wang Dinghua offered a bitter smile. The identity of Changsun Lianyun and his enemies led to my sister's murder. Although the perpetrator was swiftly brought to justice, the gruesome scene left an indelible mark on Chanqian. She blames all our kind for her plight, believing we ensnared her and her mother in such peril. Consequently, she has repudiated her connection to us since childhood. Even when she recognizes that someone is protecting her from the shadows, she drives them away, convinced that living in the realm of ordinary people will afford her an ordinary life. This is why I asked you to wait before entering. Although she resists our assistance, her subconscious acknowledges our constant guardianship. If we do not seize this opportunity to address her twisted disposition, she may struggle with it for a lifetime. With that, Wang Dinghua recounted the entire narrative and fell into silence. Gao Yang, astonished by the revelations, realized the multitude of underlying factors at play. According to Wang Dinghua's account, his actions were indeed motivated by careful consideration. Were there alternative methods, Wang Dinghua would likely not have resorted to this course, as he was, after all, Changsun Chanqian's uncle. Coming to this understanding, Gao Yang resumed his seat, attentively observing the commotion within, ready to spring into action at the slightest hint of trouble. The conversation between the two lasted merely a few minutes, after which the one called Brother G emerged, panting, while dragging the girl named Zhang Xia. At that moment, Zhang Xia appeared disheveled, with two distinct streaks of tears marking her face, her eyes flashing with a hint of resentment towards Changsun Qianqian. Witnessing Zhang Xia's miserable state, Changsun Qianqian began to tremble uncontrollably, her gaze darting around, yet she felt no trace of the once comforting security that had lingered behind her. Liars! All of them are deceitful scoundrels. They promised to protect me, yet vanished at the crucial moment. Changsun Qianqian cursed inwardly, her face a mixture of anger and shock. She recalled the words of Changsun Lianyun and Wang Dinghua, who had once said, "Qianqian, as long as you need us, just call out, and we will appear before you immediately." This scene replayed incessantly in her mind, yet she stubbornly refused to utter a word. Now it's your turn. A few individuals seized another girl who had arrived with Zhang Xia and dragged her inside. "No, please, Brother G, let me go. I have money. I can give you whatever you need." The girl's eyes were filled with terror as she struggled to retreat. But her delicate wrist was firmly grasped by Brother G's iron-like grip. Slap! A resounding blow struck the girl's face. "Are you implying that I lack money? I have plenty. Why would I covet your meager offerings? To be favored by me, Brother G, is a fortune you've earned in this lifetime. If you comply, I may grant you 3 minutes, but do not provoke me further." Brother G's tone turned cold, his gaze menacing. The girl's fear transformed into despair as she relinquished all resistance. She feared the man, yet feared death even more. She did not wish to perish in such a desolate wilderness, her body left to decay unnoticed. "That's more like it. Obey, and I'll grant you 3 minutes." Brother G's face shifted from anger to a sly smile as he caressed the girl's reddened cheek, pulling her further into the cave. Following the earlier commotion, the remaining girls, though frightened, obediently followed when Brother G called their names, requiring no further coaxing. Brother G was pleased with this compliance, rewarding each of them with 3 minutes. The lackeys, filled with anticipation yet forced to bide their time, understood that only by pleasing Brother G could they hope for a share of the spoils. They held deep admiration for Brother G's prowess, having only heard tales of his reputation before witnessing his capabilities firsthand, which only heightened their excitement. Being in the presence of such a master of women, they were certain that even a taste of the bounty would be abundant. Soon, all the girls who had accompanied Zhang Xia were subjected to Brother G's training, and he emerged with an expression of lingering satisfaction. His unabashed gaze fixated on Changsun Qianqian, the meaning unmistakable. Without a word, Brother G seized Changsun Qianqian and strode into the cave. "What do you intend to do? My father and uncle are both special forces instructors. If you dare to harm me, you shall face dire consequences." At this moment, Changsun Qianqian was gripped by an overwhelming fear, having completely forgotten her previous discomfort as she invoked their titles. "If you are the instructor's daughter, then I am the emperor himself. I shall relish the taste of the instructor's daughter." Brother G dismissed her threats, having inquired about her beforehand. Changsun Qianqian was merely an ordinary person. If she were so easily intimidated, how could he survive in the underworld? "No, please help!" Changsun Qianqian cried out in desperation. "Are we going in or not?" Gao Yang anxiously glanced at Wang Dinghua. "Wait a moment." Wang Dinghua appeared calm, yet his palms were slick with perspiration. "You are his uncle. I will heed your words." Gao Yang gritted his teeth and sat back down, his heart racing with anxiety. Should anything go awry, he would have to face Changsun Lianyun, the old man, having promised him resolutely, "Father, uncle, please save me, I beg you." Just as the two were consumed by trepidation, a heart-wrenching cry echoed from within the cave. "Go!" Wang Dinghua commanded softly, like a wild stallion breaking free, disappearing in an instant. Without needing further urging, Gao Yang sprang into action, entering the cave ahead of him. He beheld Brother G, who had already torn Changsun Qianqian's outer garment and was preparing to lay hands on her. "You!" Brother G attempted to inquire about Gao Yang's identity, but uttered no more than a syllable before being sent flying, his chest indented, blood gushing from his mouth. "Are you all right, my dear?" Wang Ding would soon appear before them. "Uncle, I was wrong." Changsun Qianqian sobbed uncontrollably. Her delicate face was streaked with tears, evoking deep sympathy. Wang Dinghua promptly draped a coat over her shoulders, gently patting her as he consoled. "Child, do not shut your heart away. Allow your uncle and father to protect you. Yes, I shall never again drive away those who guard me. I was wrong. Uncle, Changsun Qianqian continued to weep. Do not cry. It is time to attend to serious matters. Wang Dingwa's gaze hardened as he turned to the nearly beaten Brother Ji. Who are you? Do you know who my boss is? The mountain tiger, one of the 4 tigers of the capital. Brother Ji trembled at Wang Dingwa's icy stare. Having never encountered such a terrifying gaze, one that spoke of a man who had slain countless lives, viewing existence as insignificant as that of an ant. I have come today to hunt the tiger. With that, Wang Dingwa produced a long knife and handed it to Changsun Qianqian. Will you wield it yourself, or shall your uncle handle it? I shall do it myself. Changsun Qianqian's gaze was resolute. Her eyes filled with indifference as she regarded Brother Ji, her countenance once again exuding an air of frigid elegance. My dear, he pleaded, this is all a misunderstanding, instigated by those vile individuals. I beseech you to spare me. I have not even laid a finger upon you. However, in the next moment, to his astonishment, his head was severed from his body. Changsun Qianqian turned and exited the cave, striding towards the outside, where those present had been rendered immobile, writhing on the ground in agony. Upon seeing Changsun Qianqian emerge wielding a long sword, everyone scrambled desperately to escape. Qianqian, we were mistaken. All of this was Zhang Xia's idea, and we're not to blame. We have already been punished. Please show us mercy. One of the girls who had accompanied Zhang Xia implored. You little wretch, how dare you claim innocence? You were the instigator behind countless acts of bullying against her, and now you attempt to distance yourself entirely. Zhang Xia's face twisted with fury. Yet, Changsun Qianqian paid them no heed, instead bypassing several individuals to methodically eliminate Brother Ji's lackeys with an air of unhurried grace. I shall not take your lives, Changsun Qianqian returned, looking down upon the girls sprawled on the ground. Thank you, Qianqian. From this day forth, you shall be our leader. We will heed your every word. They hastily expressed their gratitude. Wang Dingwa frowned. He had witnessed these girls tormenting his niece for far too long, and allowing them to go unpunished would undermine his authority as the chief instructor. Just as he contemplated a discreet resolution for them later, Changsun Qianqian turned to him, asking, Uncle, what is the sentence for bullying and kidnapping? At least 20 years. Those who dare to bully my niece shall never see freedom again, Wang Dingwa replied. Momentarily taken aback, yet a smile crept onto his face. Do not presume to understand the law. She has not sustained any injury. Even if imprisoned, she would be out in a few years at most, Zhang Xia scoffed. Ah, it appears you're knowingly breaking the law. I assure you, if I declare you to be imprisoned for life, no one will dare to release you prematurely, Wang Dingwa stated in a calm voice, yet with an unmistakable air of unwavering confidence. Who do you think you're to speak so arrogantly? Bah! In an unexpected display of defiance, Zhang Xia, emboldened by some unseen force, retorted without fear of her demise. I am Changsun Qianqian's uncle, the chief instructor of the Special Operations Team. Do you have any further inquiries? Wang Dingwa replied coldly, fixing his gaze upon the girls on the ground. Upon hearing the title of chief instructor, Zhang Xia felt as though she had been struck by lightning, her strength completely sapped as she collapsed to the ground. How could this be? How could she possibly have any connection to the Special Operations Team? Despair filled Zhang Xia's face. She had never imagined that Changsun Qianqian could be linked to such an elite entity. In her eyes, Tianyuan University was merely an ordinary institution, one that made it exceedingly difficult to encounter Awaken individuals, let alone the Special Operations Team. Yet she had unwittingly offended the niece of the commander of the Special Operations Team. Could she still have a chance of salvation? Zhang Xia let out a bitter laugh and collapsed to the ground, unwilling to move further. If her family were to learn of this matter, they would undoubtedly sever all ties with her, refusing to take even the slightest risk that could jeopardize the entire clan. Take them directly to prison. Without my orders, no one is permitted to visit or engage in any activities. Wang Dingwa spoke coldly to the members lurking in the shadows. Understood. The members suddenly revealed themselves, forcibly escorting the women into a vehicle, which then sped away. Uncle, I've heard that life in prison can be worse than death. Is that true? Changsun Qianqian inquired. Wang Dingwa was momentarily taken aback. It dawned on him that his niece possessed a rather sinister cunning. The mere hint of a smile upon her face sent a chill down the spine of this seasoned veteran. Changsun Lianyun was bound to face dire consequences. This was the first thought that sprang to Wang Dingwa's mind. He quickly regained his composure and reassured her, Do not worry, Qianqian. If they dare to bully you, I shall ensure their lives are anything but pleasant, but I will not let them die so easily. Leave it to your uncle. With that, Wang Dinghua felt a sense of relief wash over him. Let them unleash their grievances upon your father. Just spare your uncle from their wrath, he silently prayed. Thank you, Uncle, Changsun Qianqian replied with a smile, then turned to Gao Yang. I appreciate your timely intervention just now. This is the second time you have saved me. Not at all. I merely honored a promise made to your father, Gao Yang replied nonchalantly. Then I must trouble you once more. Please take me to see my father. Changsun Qianqian said in a calm tone.